In the scorching heat of early August, Gu Chengyuan squeezed into a sardine can-like bus, staring blankly out at the dazzlingly white world outside the window, anxiously thinking about how to endure the walk from the school gate to the dormitory later. There's a kind of heat that just thinking about it makes you start sweating. Cough cough cough. Ahem. Especially hearing the coughing sounds rising and falling all around, Gu Chengyuan felt even more irritated inside. I don't know what's going on these days, so many people have caught colds. Could it be some kind of flu virus? Thinking carelessly, Gu Chengyuan looked at the people around him who kept coughing and still didn't wear masks, feeling increasingly disgusted. Subconsciously glanced repeatedly at the route map. There are still 17 stops. No way, life is more important. Taking a taxi costs 30 or 40 yuan, but if I get infected, it's not just about the money, it's also about feeling terrible. Determined, Gu Chengyuan dragged his suitcase, shouting, "Excuse me," while pushing and elbowing his way through the crowd. After a hard struggle, finally reaching the bus door, a feeling of relief and admiration welled up inside. The intensity of the night market bus crowd is comparable to that of a typical street basketball court. Squeezing in a few trips on time every day, it seems like anyone can be the king of the road here. Pfft. With a hiss of the air brake, Gu Chengyuan dragged his suitcase and jumped off the car as if fleeing, rushing towards the bus stop just 2 meters away. This damn sun, I don't want to be exposed to it for even a second. Ping. Gu Chengyuan had just turned around in the shade. I just saw an older woman wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt tumble off the bus. Gu Chengyuan didn't have time to think much, quickly let go of his suitcase and went over, trying to turn the woman over so her stomach would be facing up. Ma'am, are you okay? Are you okay? He absolutely dared not help her up, not because he was afraid of being scammed, but because the woman was quite old, and he wasn't sure if she had broken any bones from the fall. Recklessly helping someone up and accidentally causing a bone fragment to pierce an organ, that would really be heartbreaking, my friend. WTF. When the old lady's face was flipped over like that, Gu Chengyuan shuddered in fright and almost dropped her again because his hand went limp. Is this old lady's brain usually not well connected to her limbs? When falling face down, the hands and feet didn't help at all, right? Just a passerby. Just watching the show. The face was scraped up looking like a peeled tomato. The nose was twisted to one side, the slightly open lips were spilling blood and foam, and after this ordeal, I guess there aren't many teeth left in the mouth. Gu Chengyuan didn't even need to lift her eyelids because the old lady had already rolled her eyes, and rolled them wide, purely an elderly version of Hinata. Gu Chengyuan, who hardly watches horror movies, couldn't stand this. He held back from letting go, letting her head fall freely. This was all thanks to his well-rounded development in morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor since childhood. After placing the old lady's head on the ground, Gu Chengyuan stood up and wanted to step back. Who would have thought that the auntie who looked like she was just dancing a moment ago suddenly started convulsing on the ground, with blood foam spilling out of her mouth? Huh. At this scene, Gu Chengyuan quickly pulled his suitcase and retreated behind the bus stop sign, while looking towards the bus. No. Not to mention how badly that pink-clad auntie fell, she was convulsing so violently it looked like she was doing a full Thomas spin on the spot, and yet no one came out to watch the spectacle. This is really not very considerate. At a glance, a sudden panicked scream came from inside the bus. WTF. Why the hell did you bite me? I'll let go. Don't bite me there. You can't bite there. Master, damn it, open the door quickly. Master, you damn well bit me too. Woo-woo, don't come over. The sudden turn of events left Gu Chengyuan stunned for a moment, staring fixedly at the bloody chaos inside the bus. A middle-aged man was holding a scantily clad female student, biting her neck. He quickly tore out something like a tube from the girl's neck, and bright red blood sprayed all over the window. There was also an old lady tightly holding onto a young man's face, biting fiercely without letting go. The young man's nose was bitten off, and despite his frantic punches and kicks in pain, it was useless. The old lady seemed invincible. The level of bloodiness at the scene was so intense that even the cannibals from Black State would cry out begging not to be eaten. When Gu Chengyuan found it hard to accept this scene, he turned his head to look at the pink-clad aunt lying on the ground. She was found already standing up, as if adapting her body, staggering, each leg walking its own way, with drool flowing from her mouth as she lunged towards Gu Chengyuan. In an instant, Gu Chengyuan's panicked heart suddenly calmed down, no longer fearful, and his cold limbs regained their strength. The scene in his eyes was like a short film finally finishing buffering, the picture flowing smoothly. Gu Chengyuan lifted his leg and kicked with fluid grace, fiercely striking the pink auntie's belly. As the ant fell backward from being kicked, she grabbed onto Gu Chengyuan's foot. Caught off guard, Gu Chengyuan, standing on one foot, also lost his balance and lunged into the ant's arms. Looking at the ant, who was clawing wildly with a blood-red mouth. Gu Chengyuan exerted force from his waist, relying on his unparalleled core strength to change the trajectory of his fall, landing beside the ant. However, immediately following that were the hands of the anti-clawing like a violent storm. Gu Chengyuan reflexively bent his arm to block, disregarding whether it went against the woman's will, and grabbed the anti's two wrists one after another, temporarily stopping her illegal assault on him. The pink-clad anti struggled and straddled Gu Chengyuan, opening her gaping mouth wide and fiercely biting Gu Chengyuan's resolute and handsome face. In the critical moment, Gu Chengyuan instinctively exerted force with his waist, completing a not-so-standard but explosively powerful bridge lift in an instant. Give it a strong push. The pink-clad older woman, losing her balance, was pushed to one side. Before she could react, Gu Chengyuan took advantage of the moment and counterattacked, straddling the pink-clad older woman's waist. At the moment she looked up to struggle, his right hand slipped around her neck, and his left hand grasped his right wrist. Using the buttock sitting on the pink anti's waist as a fulcrum, both feet stretched forward in a fan shape, opened like a support to maintain balance. Firmly locked the anti's neck, using body weight to lean back with force. Click. In a state of excitement, Gu Chengyuan instinctively used all his strength, instantly pulling the pink anti back into a bow shape. The pink anti, who was struggling just a moment ago, suddenly went still, her head weakly leaning against the arm that was locking her, her whole body going limp. Gu Chengyuan held this posture for about 10 seconds. After confirming there was no movement, just before letting go, he gave a hard tug as if to double-check, then slowly released with trembling hands. Pine. The ant, freed from restraint, collapsed onto the ground like a lump of mud. Gu Chengyuan no longer had any other emotions, his whole body trembled as he stood up. Did I kill someone? Ding. System activated. Congratulations, Commander, on your first kill and achieving the achievement, Ground Battle with Big Mom, and subduing her. Chapter 2, War System. System. Did I hear that right? Gu Chengyuan's inner confusion was instantly dispelled by excitement. For someone like him who had been browsing various major websites since 6th grade in elementary school, he understood the system better than the system itself. But now was not the time to study the cheat codes. Not to mention the old bus up ahead that was about to fail to contain the zombies, just the few zombies on the road who noticed him and were rushing towards him were more than he could handle. Fortunately, the 8-kilometer station here belongs to the transition zone from the suburbs to the city center, with only a few scattered self-built houses and sparse traffic around. Gu Chengyuan took out his phone, picked a shared electric bike, and started scanning the code with trembling hands, while keeping an eye on the zombies gathering around and their distance from him. This feeling made him involuntarily recall playing an escape room in Yucheng, being chased by a ghost to a door, so nervous that he opened the door the wrong way and couldn't get it open no matter what, a kind of fear. In the end, it was the NPC ghost who helped him open the door. The current fear is definitely supercharged compared to that time in Yucheng, because getting caught really means death. Beep, the bike lock is unlocked. Hearing that pleasant electronic sound, Gu Chengyuan let out a long breath, placed the small suitcase on the electric scooters. Footboard, pressed his left foot on the ground, twisted the throttle, spun the scooter in place, and shot off like a sharp sword. To be honest, electric start is indeed fast. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Chengyuan, wearing an army green sun-protective jacket with the zipper pulled all the way up, lay tightly on a huge dirt mound by the roadside, imagining himself as a starfish, trying hard to reduce his presence. The dirt mound was surrounded by farmland, with a relatively open view and hardly any people around. Gu Chengyuan crawled low to inspect the mound twice, confirming there were no blind spots before starting to study his system. System. Just as he finished speaking, a blue virtual panel appeared before his eyes, somewhat similar to the construction panel in Red Alert. At the top of the panel, it displayed War System in a font that looked like bold black typeface. After writing a holiday paper, he had already gone crazy to the point of automatic recognition, with nothing but the paper format requirements like Song font and Haiti font in his mind. Still a bit aloof. Gu Chengyuan muttered to himself, while silently shouting at the same time. System Elf. System Intelligence. War System. After a moment of silence, there was still no response. As expected, the so-called intelligent systems in online novels are all fake, the authors have never actually had them, they know nothing. Quickly accepting that the system did not have a system spirit setting, Gu Chengyuan seriously studied the war system in his mind. The system panel was very simple and clear at a glance, feeling like it was directly copied from Red Alert. It was roughly divided into three main panels: personal, buildings, and units. The personal section is divided into personal information and troop configuration. Using thought control to move the cursor on the virtual screen, opening the personal section reveals some basic information. Name, Gu Chengyuan. Gender, male. Race, human race. Height, 182. Weight, 73 kilograms. Strength, 12, racial average 10. Endurance, 17, racial average 10. Speed, 11, racial average 10. Spirit, 20, racial average 10. Seeing that his strength and endurance exceeded the average, Gu Chengyuan was not surprised. For someone who had served in the military during university, it would be abnormal if they didn't exceed the average. But how could spirit be twice the average? Could it be because he had been staying up late reading novels since the 6th grade of elementary school? Putting aside his doubts, Gu Chengyuan opened the troop configuration page again, and as expected, it was completely empty. Opening the building page was contrary to Gu Chengyuan's expectations. On the large page, the building marked as a barracks appeared in a grayish-white color, standing there all alone, giving a sense of emptiness as if a 100-person dormitory was only occupied by one person. Below it showed a price of 5,000, in red font, indicating that the construction conditions had not been met. Not bad, having a barracks is already good. One must learn to be content. Gu Chengyuan comforted himself as he opened the troop interface. The troop interface is divided into three sub-interfaces: sea, land, and air. Both sea and air are empty, but the land army interface gave Gu Chengyuan a surprise. There are two selectable icons, although both are gray and white indicating they are unavailable. At least there is something. These two icons are Daxia Regular Infantry Squad, 1500. A 10-person infantry squad with qualified military training, it is the most basic component of the Daxia National Defense Force, using the mainstream standard weapons of Daxia. Daxia Elite Infantry Squad, 3000. Organized as a 12-person elite infantry squad with good military discipline, it is a model unit created by the Daxia National Defense Forces, equipped with advanced individual gear for small-scale armed operations in Daxia. Seeing the introduction of these two icons, Gu Chengyuan's breath tightened. Just as he thought, it is like Red Alert where soldiers can be summoned directly, and the system summoned soldiers must have full loyalty. In chaotic times, having soldiers is like being a grassroots king. Talent is the most important. Gu Chengyuan was a bit uneasy before, wondering if it would be a system like an armory. Although that would still be better than nothing, if it's all weapons, then who uses them and how to use them becomes a problem. The struggle between people is even harder to predict than the claws that the zombie ant just pulled out. After roughly browsing through the system panel and getting a general understanding of the system, Gu Chengyuan came to the most important part: what is the currency of this system? In the upper left corner, there are two prominent, bold, and enlarged characters for money. Money, 2. Not 0. Gu Chengyuan frowned. Could it be from killing the zombie grandma just now? 2 units is too little, it's unlikely to be a system gift, right? According to the current system prices, 2 units is the starting capital. The system can't or at least shouldn't. Then the case is solved. There is only one truth: this was given for killing the zombie grandma just now. Doesn't a regular class have to kill 750 zombies, and an elite class 1500 zombies? No, I'm not a fishmonger who has been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years, this entrepreneurial threshold is way too high. Just one zombie ant was in a life-threatening situation, and Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but feel faint at the thought that there were still 749 such zombie ants. But life must go on, and compared to others, he already had a lot to look forward to. Gu Chengyuan had no choice but to cheer himself on, raising his hand to deliver an elbow strike to the soft mound of earth beneath him, whispering, "Be fierce. I just don't believe there are no lone zombies in this desolate wilderness." Digging pits, using a blunt weapon, setting fires. More than a dozen clever ways to deal with zombies have already been laid out in Gu Chengyuan's smart mind, ready for him to pick and choose. These lone zombies are definitely mine. I say, even if Jesus came, he wouldn't be able to stop me. After a thorough infusion of spirit, Gu Chengyuan stood up briskly, ready to close the system panel and start his business, when he suddenly noticed a red dot in the corner of the panel. He discovered it was an envelope-shaped icon, and moved the cursor over to open it. Host Newcomer Gift Pack X1. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 3 Elite Infantry Squad. Newbie Gift Pack. Damn. It seems this damn system still knows how to take care of me, a liberal arts master, and didn't dare to make me fight 749 mutated old ladies bare-handed. Claim, claim. Gu Chengyuan was a bit impatient. Ding, the host's newbie gift pack has been successfully claimed. The host has obtained the following items. Daxia Elite Infantry Squad X1. Captain Supply Box X1. Please select the drop location. As the mechanical synthesized voice ended, a movable virtual cube appeared before Gu Chengyuan's eyes, roughly the size of half a basketball court, just like the preset Phantom emplacement games. Elite Infantry Squad. Damn, System Master, I admit my complaint just now was a bit too loud. To get this, I have to bare-handedly strangle 1,499 zombies without dying. 1,499. Damn, I'd have to bare-handedly strangle out zombie babies. Gu Chengyuan used his mind to control the preset Phantom in his sight to move toward the highway, then, like aiming a claw machine from a third-person perspective, he softly said. Claim. As soon as he finished speaking, the air at the preset drop point slightly twisted. Like a calm water surface being gently stirred, a steel beast painted with jungle digital camouflage suddenly appeared out of thin air. Fierce Warrior 3 Armored Assault Vehicle. When Gu Chengyuan locked his gaze on this armored vehicle, the name and information of this monster automatically appeared in his sight. Fierce Warrior 3 Armored Assault Vehicle. Dimensions, LXWXH, 5650 by 2380 by 2125. Gross weight kg, 8000. Maximum load capacity kg, 1800. Maximum speed, 120 km per hour. Maximum wading depth 1500. Maximum cruising range km, 750. 6.75-liter inline 6-cylinder diesel engine, torque 850 Nm. Fully welded load-bearing body easily protects against infantry mines. 5 cm thick windshield and body armor, capable of withstanding 7.62 caliber bullets and grenades. Looking at the data appearing before him, Gu Chengyuan felt almost completely surrounded by a strong sense of security. This damn thing is basically a small fortress moving at 120 km per hour. Weighing 8 tons, what could possibly flip it? Forget it, better not set a flag. Click. The unique sound of the mechanical lock rang out. All 5 doors at the front and rear were opened, and a squad of soldiers dressed in summer combat uniforms, fully armed, jumped out of the vehicle in various poses and quickly ran to the side of the armored assault vehicle. A soldier stood at the front of the formation and shouted. Count off. 1. 2. 3. Hearing the soldier in front of him count out loud and powerfully, Gu Chengyuan was so startled that he immediately waved his hand to stop him. Stop, stop, stop. If this group of guys keeps counting out loud like this, attracting zombies nearby, they might end up counting into the hundreds later. Looking at the soldiers in front who had already stopped and were staring at him helplessly, Gu Chengyuan cleared his throat and said. These are extraordinary times. Soldiers must stay hidden, observe etiquette and manners, but also be mindful of the situation. You are their squad leader, right? What's your name? Gu Chengyuan looked at the tall, sturdy soldier reporting the count, whose cheeks were dark red and slightly chubby like a baby's. Upon hearing this, the soldier performed a rifle salute and then answered in a normal voice. Reporting to the commander, my name is Jia Sanyu, my rank is sergeant, and I am the squad leader of Elite Infantry Squad 1. Good, Squad Leader Jia, please introduce the firepower configuration of your squad. Yes, Chief. This squad is composed of 12 members, with 3 riflemen equipped with QBZ-191 assault rifles fitted with QMK-171 white light scopes, 3x magnification. 3 snipers, respectively equipped with 7.62mm precision sniper rifles with 32x scopes, Type 10 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifles with aiming aids, and 191 designated marksman rifles with QMK-171 white light scopes. 1 machine gunner, equipped with a 5.8mm QJB-201 squad machine gun fitted with a QMK-171 white light scope. 1 grenade launcher operator equipped with a QLU-131 35mm grenade launcher fitted with an electro-optical sight. 2 submachine gunners, equipped with QCQ-171 submachine guns, 2 close-quarters combat firepower, equipped with QCQ-171 submachine guns. 2 shotgun gunners, equipped with 18.4mm caliber Type 09 shotguns. While listening to Jia Sanyu's report, Gu Chengyuan looked at the soldiers' various weapons, especially the particularly thick barrels, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upward. 12.7mm, 35mm, damn it. Gu Chengyuan, who has military service experience, is not a rookie, behind that dry caliber lies absolute truth. That 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle can shatter half-meter thick walls from over 1,500 meters away. What carbon-based life form could withstand that? Even a ghost hit by a shot would have its soul scattered. Not to mention the 35mm grenade launcher. Although this model is unheard of and not produced by the Great Joe, a similar caliber Weilong grenade launcher can create a 30 square meter damage radius at 1,500 meters. One shot, one household registration. Firepower deployment report complete. Please give your orders, Commander. After Jia Sanya stood at attention and saluted, the entire elite infantry squad stood solemnly with their guns, heads held high, eyes shining as they looked at Gu Chengyuan. Very good, everyone's morale is very high. Jia Sanyu. Here. Where is my backup equipment box? Take me to get it. Reporting to the chief, your backup equipment box is inside the vehicle. Deputy Squad Leader Huang Jiechi, you are now in charge of leading the entire squad on guard. A black-faced, big-headed man in the team stepped forward out of line upon receiving the order. Yes. All personnel alert. Deploy immediately. After speaking, under the leadership of Deputy Squad Leader Huang Jiechi, the remaining 11 members of the Elite Infantry 1st Squad quickly formed groups of 3, dispersing into 3 combat teams. Centered around the armored assault vehicle, they advanced 100 meters in different directions to find advantageous terrain for vigilance. The remaining 2 soldiers, each holding a Type 09 shotgun, stood in front of and behind the assault vehicle to conduct mobile surveillance. Gu Chengyuan, already inside the vehicle, saw this well-trained scene and suddenly felt a heroic spirit, in a world overrun by zombies, who can kill me? The interior space of the Mengsher 3 assault vehicle is very large, especially with a spacing of over 2 meters, resulting in quite a lot of free space between the seats. Gu Chengyuan's backup boxes were stacked in the middle, 2 black boxes, one about the size of a 50-inch suitcase, made of wood, labeled ammunition box, and the other slightly smaller, labeled backup box. Gu Chengyuan first opened the top backup box, roughly looked through it, and found summer training uniforms, winter training uniforms, spring and autumn regular uniforms, insignia accessories, and so on. Taking out a set of summer combat uniform and desert combat boots from inside, after attaching the insignia accessories, Gu Chengyuan began to change. The fabric of the combat uniform is very comfortable, cool and smooth against the skin, and it is lightweight and breathable. The tactical gloves reveal 5 slender fingers and fit perfectly, not affecting movement at all. Most importantly, the 3 gold stars on the collar indicating the captain's rank truly shine, adding even more brilliance to this already handsome military uniform. Gu Chengyuan, with a height of 182 centimeters and a perfectly proportioned body, has well-toned muscles that fill out the combat uniform, making his overall demeanor appear even more upright and resolute. 4. QBZ-191 Assault Rifle. The first time Gu Chengyuan saw it, only one thought came to his mind: cool. As someone who values appearance, Gu Chengyuan firmly believes that looks equal combat effectiveness. Any weapon that doesn't conform to aesthetics is definitely not strong enough. The rail on this gun is also equipped with a 3x QMK-171 white light sight, but unlike other soldiers, Gu Chengyuan's gun is additionally fitted with a laser sight, and even has a transparent red dot sight mounted on the side. From this, it can be seen that the system has fully loaded all the attachments to ensure the host can shoot accurately. After briefly familiarizing himself and confirming he wouldn't make mistakes using it, Gu Chengyuan hung the gun around his neck and began contemplating the next step while holding the 191. He was no longer the naive young man who could only fight bare-handed. His plans for the next step should now be adjusted based on his own caliber. Chapter 4 Heading to Yezhou University. The appearance of the elite infantry squad finally freed Gu Chengyuan from the threat of life and death. The tense nerves were also able to relax. So before planning the next step, he quickly took out his phone to call his parents. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the sounds of explosions in the city area, whether high or low, have never stopped. Just now, I was only focused on survival and had no time for anything else, but if I don't hurry to make contact now, there might be no signal at some point. As soon as I took out my phone, I saw dozens of missed calls, with caller IDs showing mom and dad, as well as my younger brother Gu Chengyuan. The most recent calls from my parents were a minute ago, while my brother's was just seconds ago. Gu Chengyuan quickly called his mother back, and the other end almost answered immediately. Before Gu Chengyuan could speak, his mother's voice came through, urgent and a bit panicked. "Hello, my dear, are you okay? Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Your father and I were so worried about you. It's so scary, just now the people on the street suddenly went crazy, like they had rabies and were biting everyone around. Oh my. So many people have been bitten to death. It's bloody, but luckily I reacted quickly and told your dad to close the rolling shutter. Don't be afraid, find a place to hide first, your dad and I will drive over to pick you up right away. Don't be afraid, son, dad will be there soon, the father on the other end of the phone also said. Hearing the mother's voice start to break into tears, Gu Chengyuan's heart tightened, and he quickly tried to comfort her. Mom, I'm fine. My phone was on silent just now, so I didn't hear the ring. Don't worry about me, I'm with the army now, very safe. Don't come looking for me, it's too dangerous outside right now, and the highway is definitely completely jammed. The entire 300+ kilometers are full of those things. I'm with the army here. You all stay safely at home, don't go out, absolutely don't go out. If you're hurt by those things, it can be contagious. Believe in Great Zhou. Zhou Bangtian has survived for 3,000 years. Just wait patiently for the army's rescue. It won't be long. That said, Gu Chengyuan himself holds a pessimistic attitude. The current Zhou Bang system is estimated to be more likely to fail than succeed, especially the Great Zhou National Defense Army. Imagine, comrades who were once as close as brothers suddenly turning into zombies, many people probably wouldn't be able to react in time. The first thought would definitely be to control and wait for treatment, rather than to eliminate. This information gap, combined with the contagiousness of the virus, is almost devastating to the Great Zhou National Defense Army. But to appease his parents, he could only speak without hesitation. Because even if he didn't wait for the Great Zhou National Defense Army, he still had the system in his hands. The signal might cut off at any time, so I'll call my younger brother first to see how things are going over in Yucheng. Okay, you ask him. I just talked to your younger brother on the phone, he. Hello, hello. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy signal coming from the phone, Gu Chengyuan frowned, thinking the signal might be interrupted, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Fortunately, I called home in time, otherwise, my anxious parents would have driven over 300 kilometers to come, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. My younger brother should be fine, being able to talk to our parents on the phone means his situation isn't too bad, at least he's alive. Although he hasn't been as quick-witted as me since childhood, he's not a fool either. He also has the advantage of good physical fitness, so if he doesn't do anything stupid, he should survive. At this point, Gu Chengyuan, who was powerless to intervene, comforted himself while his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. Only by rapidly raising an army and rolling a snowball can one have the strength to protect their loved ones in this apocalypse. After calculating the usual grain reserves at home, Gu Chengyuan set a goal for himself. He needed to speed up his development as soon as possible, within at most 2 weeks, he had to start rescuing his parents in the province. As for my younger brother, with the journey spanning provinces and nearly 1,000 kilometers, for the short term, we can only rely on his clever mind. Regarding the upcoming development, Gu Chengyuan has already chosen the next base of operations. That is his own school, Yizhou University. There are 3 main reasons for choosing it. The first is the superior geographical location. Yizhou University is not built in a bustling university town full of mixed crowds. Instead, it is constructed in the relatively remote Yangniu village in the creek area, so remote that wild animals like monkeys often roam the campus. As a result, there is only a small resettlement area with not too many people nearby. There are resources and low risk, making it very suitable for early development. Secondly, the school has a sufficiently large area and complete infrastructure. As the only key university in the province, Yizhou University can be said to be the heart and soul of Yizhou Province, a cherished gem. Yi Province has invested heavily in Yizhou University, and the school's construction is very well done. The Guanzhou teaching and living area covers nearly 5,000 mu, with infrastructure capable of supporting the daily life of nearly 50,000 teachers and students across the entire school, plus an additional experimental farm of more than 1,000 mu. While meeting daily living needs, it can even be used for farming, simply perfect. Although the school's own walls are not particularly high or sturdy, they are completely sufficient to block scattered wandering zombies, significantly easing the security burden. Such excellent conditions and huge capacity have already fully covered Gu Chengyuan's early to mid-term development. The third is the low difficulty of occupation. Night State University won't start for another week, and except for Gu Chengyuan, who returned to school early to prepare for exams as a prospective senior, there are almost no people. At most, the school has only a few hundred zombies, scattered across the 5,000-acre campus. With the current firepower and caliber under Gu Chengyuan's command, this base feels like a gift from the system master. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan immediately shouted. Jia Sanyu. Here. Order the troops to quickly assemble and board the vehicles. Prepare to head to Yezhou University. Yes. Chapter 5, Cleaning Up the Zombies. On Saijin Avenue, the formidable and steel beast-like Fierce Warrior 3 assault vehicle moved at a steady, unhurried pace. The 12.7mm caliber machine gun muzzle on the roof, dark as a black hole, reflected a suffocating eerie glow under the sunlight. Rifleman and squad driver Hu Junpeng was fully focused on the road ahead, alert to any sudden situations that might arise at any moment. Gu Chengyuan sat comfortably in the co-driver's seat that should have belonged to the squad leader, with the vehicle's onboard computer propped up right in front of him by a foldable stand. The computer screen displays the 7-star electronic map, as well as the current location. As for Jia Sanyu, he had already consciously moved to the back seat, squeezing together with the other soldiers in the squad. His pair of small eyes, which always seemed barely open, vigilantly stared out the window, scanning back and forth for any possible danger. 13 fully armed soldiers, each carrying a tactical backpack, were crammed into an armored assault vehicle designed to carry 10 people. Thanks to the powerful in-car air conditioning, the interior remained very cool even in crowded conditions. As time passed, the car left the desolate intercity highway and turned onto Creek North Road heading towards the creek area. Just after driving on Creek North Road for less than 2 minutes, Gu Chengyuan ordered the car to stop. Looking ahead, the road was scattered with various vehicles stopped and parked along the roadside. Some were still smoking, some car fronts were severely deformed, and half of them had already burned away. The people inside the cars, carbonized by the fire, could be seen from afar, their painful struggles before death still faintly visible. Some cars were in better condition, and inside were even zombies scratching at the doors, trying to get out. Looking at the road conditions ahead, Gu Chengyuan silently gave a thumbs up to the site selection leaders of Yezhou University. Even Shishui North Road, where traffic is sparse, looks like this. It's hard to imagine what the scene would be like in the central area of Shishui district, let alone the city center. A massive horde of zombies, roads completely jammed, survivors in a bustling area with no rescue in sight. The only thing left to do is wait for death. Can you outrun a horde of zombies with unlimited stamina on just your own 2 feet? The one who is really stubborn is him, he chases, he runs, but even with wings, he can't escape. Seeing the current density of zombies on Shishui North Road, Gu Chengyuan decided to have the soldiers get off the vehicle and use the armored assault vehicle to clear out the zombies. The inside of the vehicle was quite crowded at this time, which was unfavorable for deploying firepower. There wasn't even enough room to stretch a foot, let alone ensure shooting accuracy. Although zombies could still be vaguely seen wandering on the road with the naked eye, most of the zombies were trapped inside the vehicle. It is estimated that not even 20 mini-zombie hordes can be gathered, so Gu Chengyuan would never miss such an opportunity to develop by opening the can. Everyone is here. Here. I am now issuing the combat mission. First, 3 people form one combat team, making up combat teams 1, 2, and 3. After getting off the vehicle, rely on the armored vehicle to clear the zombies on the road ahead. The specific task assignments are as follows: Teams 1 and 2 serve as the main force for the forward clearing mission, and Team 3 follows at the rear of the vehicle responsible for guarding the rear flank against enemy attacks. Junpeng, pay attention to controlling the vehicle speed. When the visibility ahead is unclear and there might be an ambush, use the horn to warn in advance. The machine gunner is positioned on the roof, do not open fire without my order. Finally, a shotgunner will follow me. Also, all combat teams, pay attention, if you encounter a vehicle in good condition, with a sturdy body, and containing a lone zombie that cannot escape, give proper instructions and then leave it to me. Today, I'm going on a killing spree. All units, move out. Yes. As the words fell, the armored assault vehicles left, right, and rear doors were opened simultaneously. The first and second combat teams quickly disembarked to the left and right, with team members covering each other as they moved forward cautiously. The combat team that came down from the rear door quickly split up, with one person following behind the vehicle and one on each side, keeping watch with guns ready. The 12.7mm machine gun on the roof slowly moved under the control of the gunner. Bang! Bang! A series of short gunshots rang out. 2 zombies lunged like mad dogs, but under the powerful kinetic energy of the bullets, they instantly fell backward to the ground. As the squad leader and main attacker, Jia Sanyu's hand gripping the handle of the Type 191 assault rifle was already slightly sweaty. These zombies are indeed a bit scary with their sudden, erratic movements. Just now they were staggering as if they couldn't stand properly. The moment they saw a person, they exploded into action, lunging forward like mad dogs. Instantaneous astonishing acceleration, and frenzied irregular running. Even with a scope, aiming in a hurry is quite difficult. Three people fired several shots in a row before hitting the heads and killing two zombies. Everyone, stay alert, be safe, and don't save your bullets. Gu Chengyuan, who had just gotten off the car, was also shocked when he saw this scene. This is different from the zombies he encountered today at the bus stop, Gu Chengyuan frowned and thought. The zombies that swarmed around when scanning the code were all like sprint champions, he guessed he would have been done for long ago. Could it be evolution? Or is it that he managed to escape today because the zombies have just turned and have poor control over their bodies? Gu Chengyuan, carrying this doubt, calmly opened the door of the assault vehicle, and the shotgun-wielding guard climbed in again. Observe a little more. Life is precious. Each profession has its specialty, and people must know their limits. Although my shooting scores were always excellent during my service, due to the branch I was in, the shooting subjects were all 100-meter prone position chest ring targets. Shooting to him was like liberal arts students studying physics, chemistry, and biology, just for understanding. At first, I thought zombies were all slow-moving old ladies, planning to bully them hard and practice standing position aiming with the gun. But who would have known that the imagined experienced veterans were actually sprinters? And who knows, the entire Shishui North Road might be full of athletes. Zombies have no chivalry to lie down and aim their guns themselves. I'd better just obediently wait for Jia Sanyu and the others to feed me. Bang bang. Another burst of short gunfire. Gu Chengyuan opened a shooting window on the car roof, stuck out half of his body, and looked ahead with binoculars. Jia Sanyu and the others killed 3 more zombies that were flying at them like runaway wild dogs. Feeling the slight sluggishness of the armored assault vehicle beneath him, it was Junpeng who was controlling the armored vehicle to push a small car blocking the road to the side. Ordinary civilian cars are like small toys in front of this steel giant, easily pushed aside. Originally, he could have chosen to break through faster, but Junpeng felt sorry for the assault vehicle and was afraid of scratching the paint, so he chose a gentler push. In just a short while, the 2 combat squads at the front of the vehicle had already killed more than a dozen zombies. From observation, the zombies really all seemed to be athletes. The worst-case scenario still happened, and Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but worry for the survivors living in the bustling area. System. No longer continuing to think about trivial matters, Gu Chengyuan called up the system, intending to see how many resources he had accumulated. The expectation in his eyes was like that of an old farmer awaiting a bountiful harvest. What? Where are my resource points? Gu Chengyuan focused intently on the system panel's big, bold characters for money. Followed by an even bigger and bolder 2. I've killed more than a dozen zombies, so why isn't there a single hair? Hair. Where's my hair? Do I really have to kill to get it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The system master can't be this inhumane. According to this mechanism, if I really cause a fuss with an infantry company, do I have to start with 10,000 kills? No, I have to use my smart brain to think about where the problem really lies. That's it. Guangchang. Here. Pu Guangqiang, who was holding a spray can inside the car acting as a guard, immediately replied. Get out of the car and dig open the brains of the zombies that were shot dead, carefully check them to see if there are any foreign objects. Yes. Although Pu Guangqiang's expression was complicated when he heard this order, he did not hesitate in the slightest. After getting out of the car, Pu Guangqiang took down the attached hammer and pick from the rear side of the vehicle and picked up a plastic sheet from the ground. Trembling slightly, he walked towards a fallen zombie corpse. Chapter 6 Harvest. Dong. Dong. Bang. A dull thudding sound of a blunt object hitting was heard, accompanied by Pu Guangqiang's effortful retching. Fortunately, he was quite clever and covered the zombie's head with a plastic sheet in advance. When the pickaxe struck the skull, the red and white substances only sprayed around onto the dark asphalt road. If you ignore the bloody, shattered pieces of broken watermelon, from an aerial view, it really has a bit of that Van Gogh impressionist feel. Hey, you wouldn't guess that Pu Guangqiang is an artist. He's just using a hammer and pickaxe to create his art. However, Gu Chengyuan was destined to never appreciate this post-apocalyptic style of dark painting. At this moment, he was already feeling intense physical discomfort, his whole body tingling, his limbs cold, and he also felt a bit nauseous. But he did not turn away because of this, on the contrary, he forced himself to keep staring. As if he wanted to deeply imprint the image into his mind. The post-apocalyptic world will only become more brutal. If you can't adapt, even holding a system will only lead to elimination. Pu Guangqiang, carrying a shotgun, used an extra piece of plastic cloth to cover his hand and carefully searched through the pool of red viscous blood for a while, then suddenly shouted. Reporting to the commander, unknown crystals have been found inside the zombie's head. Before entering the armored vehicle to hand over the crystals to Gu Chengyuan, he skillfully took out the water bottle from the waist-side water bottle pouch and carefully rinsed the crystal twice. Gu Chengyuan, who took the crystal, began to observe it curiously. This crystal is shaped like a perfectly regular rhombic dodecahedron, exquisite and translucent. It is about as thick as a little finger, with faint gray mist inside that seems to be flowing, giving a dreamy feeling. TSK so beautiful. Much better looking than those diamonds with filters. This is the true blood diamond. Growing from flesh and blood, sacrificed with fresh blood. System. Gu Chengyuan saw this and his inner thoughts were already mostly confirmed, then he immediately called up the system panel again. As expected, a red dot lit up near the system money box, and a new conversion function appeared. Gu Chengyuan chose to convert. Ding. Found, inferior biological core, X1. May I ask if you want to proceed with the transformation? Transform. Gu Chengyuan had no hesitation, only a little excitement confirming his idea. Ding. Transformation successful. Money plus 5. At this time, the panel's money reached 7. Then Gu Chengyuan ordered 2 warriors from the guard team, led by Pu Guangxiang, to search for the zombies that had been shot dead, knocking on walnuts one by one to search through them. After a short while, Pu Guangxiang happily brought over 5 crystal cores that had already been cleaned. Gu Chengyuan carefully examined them one by one and found that there seemed to be no difference in size, as if they were all made from the same mold. But the gray mist inside has extremely subtle variations in depth. As for the subsequent transformations, Gu Chengyuan did not choose to transform all at once, but one by one. Ding. Money plus 2. Money plus 3. Money plus 5. Money plus 3. Money plus 1. At this time, Gu Chengyuan already had 21 units of money. After conducting this test, he discovered that the amount of money converted was related to the depth, thickness, and shade of the gray mist in the crystal core. The crystal core with the darkest and thickest color converted into 5 units of money. The crystal core with the lightest color, almost non-existent, converted into only 1 unit of money. Gently tossed the fully converted, completely transparent waste crystal core to the rear of the armored vehicle. The alert squad, spread out and maintain a safe distance. I am about to shoot the crystal core. After the 3 members of the alert squad moved to both sides of the vehicle, Gu Chengyuan disengaged the safety on the 191 assault rifle and switched it to single-shot mode. With both elbows braced front and back on the armored roof, forming a stable triangle, he bent down and pressed the rifle butt against his shoulder socket, then finished adjusting the rifle. Using the 3XQMK-171 white light scope mounted on the fishbone, he locked onto the zombie crystal core on the ground. Consciously aiming, unconsciously firing. Bang. After a gunshot. The crystal core, as thick as a little finger, was shattered instantly, leaving only faint fragments resembling crushed glass at the spot. It seems this zombie crystal core is not as indestructible as described in the previous novels. But if that's the case, clearing out the zombies might result in relatively large losses. For example, shooting zombies in the head with light weapons might accidentally hit the crystal core inside their brains. Not to mention heavy weapons, such as grenades, or artillery that might appear later. Those powerful weapons can clear an area of dozens or even hundreds of square meters with a single blast. In this way, using heavy firepower not only has great destructive power, but its yield is actually very low, and in extreme cases, it may even result in a loss. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan also decided that unless necessary, he would try to use light weapons for cleanup in the future, since the early stage is still focused on development, and every bit of resource is very precious. Chapter 7, Cleanup in Progress. Hole 1. Hole 1. This is Hole 2, this is Hole 2. Please respond if received. Gu Chengyuan was looking through the shooting sunroof on the car roof, holding the edge of the binoculars when the walkie-talkie clipped to his chest suddenly rang. He immediately took off the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Unit 2, Unit 2. This is Unit 1. Please respond if received. Ahead, a Dongfeng pickup truck has been stopped by collision. The car door is slightly deformed but still very sturdy. Inside is a male zombie, restrained by a seatbelt. Requesting tactical guidance. Dong Yao received, Dong Liao leaving a marker, continuing the mission. Understood. After putting away the walkie-talkie, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Tactical guidance. Jia Sanyu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, has also started dealing with social niceties. If he wants to crush the weak, he just does it, yet he also acts as a tactical advisor. But really, don't say it, once he said it, it actually sounds pretty good. Junpeng, stop at the marked vehicle ahead. Yes. Hu Junpeng replied immediately. The Mengshe 3 armored assault vehicle drove forward for more than a minute, then stopped next to a Dongfeng Sancan that had collided with the roadside barrier. Inside the vehicle, the zombie's skin was bluish-gray and purple, sporting slicked-back shiny hair, dressed in formal wear, struggling as the seatbelt wrinkled their clothes tightly. Their pale yellow eyes, like pus-filled eyeballs, were full of chaos and ferocity, with pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The corners of their mouths were torn from excessive force, the entire mouth seeming to split all the way to the ears, and the wide-open mouth from the howl was filled with dense, serrated teeth. Seeing Gu Chengyuan and Pu Guangqiang approaching, it frantically pounded on the car window, trying to leap in. Gu Chengyuan, who had long since disengaged the safety and was pointing his gun at the zombie inside the car, was observing a zombie so closely, for so long, and so carefully for the first time. According to various movies or literary works, zombies arise because of a virus. So what kind of virus could be so powerful that in less than half a day, it almost turned former humans into a completely different species? Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. The zombie, which was frantically agitated just a second ago, suddenly developed a small hole on its nose as its head tilted backward. At the same time, a fist-sized spray of red and white matter burst out from the bullet hole at the back of its head, splattering bloody spots all over the inside of the car. Witnessed a scene earlier where Pu Guangqiang used an iron pickaxe to perform a cranial operation. Although Gu Chengyuan shot a zombie in the head for the first time, he did not feel as strong a sense of discomfort as before. While lowering his head to turn off the safety, Gu Chengyuan shouted. Guangqiang! Here! Before Gu Chengyuan could continue speaking, Pu Guangqiang showed an expression that said, I understand. Commander, I understand. After speaking, he shook the iron pickaxe in his hand, and the shotgun he had been holding just moments ago was somehow already slung behind his back. As time passed, Gu Chengyuan's troops had advanced nearly 10 kilometers. In the sky where the sun was gradually setting in the west, an unusually vast expanse of fiery clouds appeared, countless deep red, fire-like clouds stretched continuously, as if the entire sky was ablaze. The scene was truly magnificent. If this were before today, such a beautiful and romantic scene would definitely have countless people who just got off work or finished school wildly sharing and praising it on their moments and social media. Gu Chengyuan felt a stir in his heart and opened his phone to start editing a post. The first day of the apocalypse. Below it was a picture attached. Gu Chengyuan, dressed in combat gear, held a gun while sitting on the roof of a warrior assault vehicle, half leaning against the 12.7mm caliber vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Wearing a black mask that concealed his expression, the background behind him was a burning sky and a blood-red sunset. Click to send. Sending failed, please check the current network. Seeing the red exclamation mark displayed on his phone, Gu Chengyuan sighed lightly, put away the phone, and instead took down the walkie-talkie. Attention all units. Attention all units. This is Unit 1. This is Unit 1. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond if you hear me. Unit 2 received. Unit 3 received. Whole 4 received. Current mission complete, all units please end combat immediately, extract zombie crystals. To save time, counting is not necessary, but be sure to return to the assault vehicle before dark. Whole 4 continues to carry out guard duty. After all units return, proceed with withdrawal. Whole 2 received. Whole 3 received. Whole 4 received. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, just to be safe, Gu Chengyuan chose to withdraw the troops. The apocalypse had just broken out, the specific situation was still unclear, and it was unknown what unknown dangers might arise. Moreover, calculating it, the soldiers have been fighting with highly concentrated focus for nearly 4 hours. Although there were a few short breaks in between, they were indeed mentally very exhausted. Once night falls, without large lighting equipment, relying solely on tactical flashlights mounted on guns, visibility is still very low. At the same time, they also become easy targets in the dark, and the chances of danger increase significantly. Although these soldiers were summoned by the system, through communication, Gu Chengyuan could not feel any difference between them and real people. Everyone has their own personality and preferences, and their ways of speaking and doing things are different, and they even have their own stories. For example, just now, he was chatting with Pu Guangqiang, who was accompanying as a security guard. Pu Guangqiang said his hometown is the peak competition zone of the internet. He graduated from high school but didn't go to college, and has been hanging around various bars doing marketing, with every day filled with either DJ dance music or handsome guys and beautiful girls. He came to serve because his father forced him to. At first, he was very resistant and counted down every day, but later he gradually got used to and grew to like it here. He also said that he just likes thick and big ones, so he chose a shotgun as his weapon. Like Brother Crow, bang, one shot, directly blasting people away. I just like that feeling. Facing such a group of loyal and flesh and blood people devoted to him, how could Gu Chengyuan bear to let them take such unnecessary risks? After about half an hour, each squad stepped on the last rays of the setting sun and returned to the armored vehicle before the sun completely set. First, each of the two combat teams handed over a small bag of zombie crystal cores to Gu Chengyuan. These crystal cores were all cleaned by the warriors in the roadside ditches before being bagged. System. As soon as he got the crystal cores, Gu Chengyuan couldn't wait to call out the system. Planning to check how the harvest was today. Today, at the current location where the armored vehicles are parked, about 80 cars were cleared. The number of zombies in these cars varies, with 1, 2, 3, or even 4 in some. There is also the situation of empty cars, either the survivors ran away, or they were chased out by zombies and eaten outside the car. Gu Chengyuan felt that his luck was quite bad today. Although Shishuane North Road originally had sparse traffic, nearly 80 cars passed without a single survivor. Is it that humans were too strong and all escaped, or too weak and none got away? Estimating 2 zombies per car, a total of 160 zombies were killed today, minus a 5% loss due to mistakenly hitting zombie cores. Gu Chengyuan conservatively estimates that there are at least 152 crystal cores in these 2 bags. Next, let's see how many of these crystal cores actually fall into the pocket. Convert money. Conversion successful. Obtain 389 money. Gu Chengyuan jumped when he saw the thick and large money bar, and the total became 410. Chapter 8, First Encounter with a Survivor. Report. It's Guangchang, what's wrong? Commander, here are seafood fried noodles and Yangzhou fried rice. Which one would you like to eat? Gu Chengyuan had just finished tallying today's harvest and closed the system interface. Pu Guangqiang came over carrying 2 steaming paper food boxes. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and Pu Guangqiang, whose skin was already very dark, seemed to blend into the darkness, making his figure hard to see. But he stared into Gu Chengyuan's big eyes, which were especially bright. I want a serving of Yangzhou fried rice. I can't get used to eating things that swim in water. By the way, Guangqiang, you don't dislike seafood, do you? Pu Guangqiang grinned widely, looking somewhat happy as he said. Not dislike, not dislike. Commander, I actually quite like eating this. That's good. You should eat quickly, go tell your squad leader, arrange the rotation of the guards, and after resting for half an hour, we'll board the vehicle and set off. Yes. After Pu Guangqiang left, Gu Chengyuan started eating the self-heating rice he was holding. The system master is still quite generous. The squad supplies are equipped with new-style individual self-heating rice, with a huge improvement in variety and taste. Not only are there various fried noodles and fried rice as staple food options, but the self-heating package also includes beverage powder, chocolate, chewing gum, energy bars, dried fruit, and so on. The taste can't be said to be very good, but compared to other survivors who might still be starving and scared, Gu Chengyuan could only sigh. Luxurious. Half an hour later, after the sentries withdrew, the elite infantry squad all boarded the vehicles, and Gu Chengyuan began to issue the next set of orders. Soldiers, through everyone's bloody struggle this afternoon, we have advanced nearly 10 kilometers along the north road of the creek. We have completed the assigned combat mission to a high standard. Currently, we are only 7 kilometers away from Yizhou University. Because it is getting dark, I have chosen to advance relying on armored vehicles. During the advance, unless absolutely necessary, in principle, no personnel should dismount to fight the zombies. Saying this, Gu Chengyuan raised his hand to check the time displayed on the tactical map. 2015. Let's aim to arrive at Yezhou University before 9:30. Find a resting point before 11. During the journey, everyone should take breaks when possible. Junpeng, as the driver, must stay alert. Night conditions are complicated, so we need to be more vigilant than during the day. Set off now. Received. Boom. As the deep and powerful 6-cylinder diesel engine roared to life, the over 8-ton Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle slowly started and drove into the darkness ahead. At the intersection of Yeda Road and Shishui North Road. A Maybach S680 with a severely deformed front and a blown left front tire was awkwardly blocking the middle of the road, surrounded by zombies. The culprit that caused its miserable state was a small mud transport truck that had overturned and stopped in the nearby green belt. 3 people sat in the Maybach. The burly middle-aged man in the back seat was dressed meticulously, his hair combed very neatly, and his face hidden in the darkness, revealing no expression. But his frequent glances at the time were enough to show the anxiety and restlessness in his heart at this very moment. The burly man in the driver's seat had a rough, weathered face with a bruise the size of a baby's palm, obviously left by the recent car accident. His gaze revealed ferocity, occasionally glancing at the crowd of corpses outside, as if calculating how to attack. Sitting in the front passenger seat was a young secretary dressed in a neat suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a refined temperament. His expression management was on the verge of collapse, his face filled with panic and fear. The 3 of them, each with different expressions, felt the car body being jostled and shaken by the zombies. Inside the silent car cabin, the only sounds were the pounding that penetrated inside and the scratching noise as harsh as nails scraping a blackboard, each sound seeming to claw at their hearts. And almost every time they turned their heads, they came face to face with zombies outside the window, mouths wide open and oozing pus. In such a despairing and irritating atmosphere, it was still the young secretary who lost patience first and spoke up in a strained voice. "President, are the rescue personnel coming?" Everyone in the carriage knew this was actually a pointless question, because normally, for a minor car accident or scratch, the traffic police would arrive within 10 minutes. And today, you could say the buffs were fully stacked. Not only did car accidents happen to them and around them, but the number of murder cases they witnessed with their own eyes was more than one. One of them was the driver of that cement mixer truck. He barely managed to crawl out alive from the overturned cab, only to be surrounded and chewed into a pile of broken bones by the zombies outside. They tried to start the car to escape, but the engine broke down. Not only did they fail to get away, but they also made noise, attracting a zombie siege. They were so badly affected that they even lost the chance to escape by opening the door with their legs. What to do? If I knew what to do, I would have run away long ago. They're not the thugs from my high school days, I could have fought my way out. Hearing Chairman Kai Anshin's rough speech, the driver and secretary were already used to it and showed no surprise. Although Kai Anshin is the head of Hongtu Group with a market value of nearly 10 billion, he usually presents himself as a strategic and scholarly general to the outside world. Those who know him well are aware that he has a very strong street vibe in private. Loves reminiscing about the days when he ruled the school during high school. The proudest thing in his life doesn't seem to be building a billion-dollar group, but becoming the top dog of that high school. He is quite a legendary figure. He started as a troublemaker in middle school and became the school boss in high school, nicknamed Ba Tian. This should have been the script for a hot-blooded high school drama. But after graduating from high school, joining the army, and retiring, he immediately started living an extraordinary life. From small-time hustling, selling fried potatoes with friends next to Yezhou University at night, to now the Hongtu Group worth tens of billions, it took him less than 20 years. When facing big challenges, one must stay calm. At worst, you die, damn it. And even if you're afraid of dying, I'm ahead of you in line. I'm afraid for 100 billion fortune and a dozen mistresses. You have nothing, what do you have? You have a bird. Are you afraid of birds? You dying wouldn't be a loss at all, but I'd lose big. I can still work for at least 20 more years. So many beautiful girls. Damn. Although the young secretary was mentally prepared, she was still overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. However, after being scolded like that, the fear in his heart was greatly reduced. I never realized before, but getting scolded by the boss is actually quite relieving. /boss, how about we break out through the door, the driver Aubin suddenly said from the side. He was brought over from the construction site by Kai Anshin after he became successful. He used to drive a dump truck at the site. The two were high school classmates. Aubin was Kai Anshin's former henchman and is Kai Anshin's absolute confidant. And as a token of loyalty, he followed Kai Anshin and a group of social delinquents to fight in the second year of high school. During the fight, the other underlings fled when things went wrong, but he alone stayed with Kai Anshin and was pinned down and beaten by more than a dozen people. According to Kai Anshin's recollection, that was the only time in his life, being so strong-willed, that he was beaten to the point of wanting to kneel and beg for mercy. Are you an idiot? There are zombies everywhere outside, how can you fight? You only know how to mess around with women, look at the landlord's wife. Being bitten by these zombies will also turn you into a zombie. Are you confident you can get out unscathed among so many zombies? Running out and turning into a zombie means death, not getting out is even worse. Do you understand slow slicing? Being eaten alive. Hearing Kai Anshin's scolding, the fierce-looking strong man Aben actually shyly scratched the back of his head and said aggrievedly. Boss, you know very well that my high school grades have never been great. I don't understand foreign languages, so I can't even understand those foreign movies. Domestic ones are more interesting. If I slap you two right now, do you believe it or not? You can't understand foreign films on proper video software, but you get more excited than anyone else watching those Japanese, Korean, European, and American ones on websites. Listen to me. Just stay in the car and don't think about anything. If there's rescue, the three of us survive together. If there's no rescue, we die together. A coffin worth over 5 million, although it's a bit much for me, you two guys getting this treatment is also a way to bring honor to the family, isn't it a worthy death? As soon as the words fell, the secretary in the co-pilot's seat, who had been sulking, suddenly excitedly shouted. Boss, look, there's light. Chapter 9 Arriving at Yizhou University. What light? Kai Anshin asked strangely. It seems to be car lights, boss. In the direction of Shishui North Road. Looking at the secretary who was excited to the point of losing control, Kai Anshin involuntarily looked in the direction indicated, and sure enough, a faint car light appeared in the distance. This stirred his heart as well, but he did not lose his composure. Instead, he immediately thought of a plan and began giving instructions to the driver Aben and the secretary. The situation is unclear, so let's not rush to be happy. Let's quietly observe for a while. Also, take out your phones. If they are really survivors or rescue teams, shouting for help inside the car probably won't be heard on the other side. Then we will turn on our phone flashlights to create light and attract their attention. If that still doesn't work, Aben, remember to honk the car horn. We don't care if it attracts more zombies or not. This might be our last chance. Damn it. Let's go all out. Understood, boss. After speaking, the three of them all stared intently in the direction of the car's lights, like drowning people trying to grasp a life-saving straw on the shore. Reality did not disappoint them. In less than 10 minutes, accompanied by the distinctive roar of a diesel engine, a fierce and imposing armored vehicle appeared in their sight. As the armored vehicle pushed a van aside to leave the creek's north road, it prepared to turn onto the night highway. For a moment, the warm yellow headlights of the armored vehicle shone on this Maybach S680 surrounded by a horde of corpses, dazzling the three people inside the car so much that they could hardly keep their eyes open. If it were in the past, the three people inside the car would probably have cursed loudly at being blinded like this. But now, they only felt that the headlights shone warmly, so warm that it almost brought them to tears. Quick! Turn on your phone lights. Hold them against the car window and wave them around. Inside the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, seeing this familiar crossroads, Gu Chengyuan let out a sigh of relief. After turning onto Yedar Road in a moment, driving another 200 or 300 meters will reach the north gate of Yezhou University. Roar! Scattered zombies kept rushing toward the armored vehicle, but under the strong power and tough armor of the Mengsher 3, they were either knocked aside or rolled under the vehicle. Commander, there is a flashing light inside the black sedan ahead. Driver Hu Junping suddenly reported while preparing to turn onto Yedar Road. Light? Gu Chengyuan glanced over and indeed saw 3 light sources flickering inside a black luxury car, seemingly from phones, with faint human silhouettes visible. They must be survivors. Gu Chengyuan felt a slight surge of emotion. Humans are social animals, and in times of disaster, most tend to seek warmth in groups. It should be that they saw themselves and wanted to call for help. Gu Chengyuan quickly estimated the current rescue conditions, although he had killed and crushed some zombies along the way. But because the assault vehicle was breaking through obstacles, its speed never picked up, causing nearly 20 to 30 zombies to follow behind the vehicle. Around the Maybach, there were about 10 to 20 zombies surrounding it, some of which seemed to be running towards the assault vehicle after hearing the noise. Before the apocalypse, there were no crowds gathering nearby. As long as the noise wasn't too loud, there should be no danger, and rescue could be carried out. After making the decision, Gu Chengyuan immediately woke up the soldiers resting inside the vehicle. Because the environment was dangerous, no one was truly asleep, most were just resting with their eyes closed, so they quickly woke up. Junping, keep the vehicle moving. The road at the intersection is relatively wide. Now you drive the assault vehicle to crush and ram the zombies, first eliminating and severely injuring most of them. Other personnel, get ready for combat. Once Junping clears the vacuum zone, immediately get off the vehicle to establish defensive firepower. The snipers and grenade launchers do not need to get off. Got it. As the words fell, Hu Junping slammed the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for the Maybach. Meanwhile, the other soldiers inside the vehicle, under the organization of squad leader Jia Sanyu, began checking their gear and making simple tactical arrangements. Bang! Bang bang! Continuous impacts echoed, the armored warrior vehicle like a bowling ball thrown with full force. Dozens of zombies charging fiercely had no resistance at all and were knocked flying. Like rag dolls, they were slammed hard onto the ground, guardrails, and green belts. A few zombies landing headfirst had their necks instantly bent at a 90-degree angle, losing all movement, while others with multiple broken bones had their mobility severely impaired. Hu Junping was still pressing the accelerator while adjusting the angle. Bang! A louder crash sounded, and the zombies on one side of the Maybach were instantly cleared by the Monsi 3, this 8-ton steel giant. Get out and build defensive firepower. Watch out for the zombies crushed underfoot. Yes. The soldiers jumped out of the vehicle one by one with very skilled movements, with Pu Guangqiang holding a shotgun charging at the front. After getting out of the car, he sprayed the zombies gathering at the other end of the Maybach. Bang! The dull and powerful gunshot rang out. Charging at the front, a female zombie with a face mangled and bloody had her head instantly explode like a watermelon. Woohoo! Pu Guangqiang shouted excitedly. Bang! 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 Facing another 7 or 8 zombies, he fired continuously, the recoil of the shotgun making his face tremble slightly. In less than 5 seconds, he emptied the magazine, with each shot spraying 14 high-density tungsten alloy pellets from the barrel. The ferocious zombies shattered almost on contact under this highly penetrating metal stream, often a single shotgun blast could pierce and smash several zombies pressed closely together. The soldier who jumped out of the car behind didn't even get a chance to fire, the zombies left beside the Maybach were cleared out by Pu Guangqiang alone with his shotgun. You can only finish off zombies that have been pinned down and immobilized by the assault vehicle. Tata. The urgent knocking sounded, and the 3 of them, staring blankly at the violent cleanup outside, finally came to their senses. Get out of the car quickly. Jia Sanyu shouted from outside. Oh, okay. Quickly opened the car door, and the 3 people who had been sitting inside for a while ran out in a fluster. Secretary Kim's legs went weak, and she stumbled, falling to one knee, then let out a miserable scream. Ah! My hand! Jia Sanyu looked in the direction of the sound and realized that when he knelt down, his hand had touched the severed zombie limb crushed by the car tire. At this moment, the warriors were already exchanging fire with the mini-zombie horde chasing from behind, and Jia Sanyu couldn't bother to calm his emotions. He grabbed him and pushed him toward the car door, and Kai Anshin quickly caught him and shoved him into the car. After stuffing Secretary Jean inside, Kai Anshin then climbed into the car using both hands and feet. Cover the boarding with the machine gun, don't get attached to the fight. Gu Chengyuan issued the order through the walkie-talkie. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the order was given, the 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the roof rotated its barrel and made its own sound. After just 2 short bursts, the remaining dozen or so zombies rushing toward the rear of the armored vehicle fell down like wheat being cut. The 12.7mm bullets hit the zombies, bursting out clouds of blood mist. Wherever they grazed or struck, the zombies were cut in 2. As the muzzle swept across, only a ground of severed limbs and flesh remained. Gu Chengyuan was stunned for a moment, sighing that he had still underestimated the power of the heavy machine gun. The cover fire had actually turned into an annihilation. But he didn't rush the soldiers to collect the crystal cores. After all, there was no way to escape here, and it would be safer to collect them during the daytime tomorrow. After the last soldier boarded, the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle restarted and turned onto the night highway, reaching the familiar north gate of the West District in less than 2 minutes. Chapter 10 Unlock New Units. Bang bang. Through the electric retractable gate, Jia Sanyu used a 191 assault rifle to take down a zombie inside the north gate security room. The other soldiers in the squad relied on the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle to establish a firepower network on the spot. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 soldiers armed with QCQ submachine guns pulled the trigger briefly, and the muzzles instantly spat out tongues of fire, consecutively blasting the heads of several zombies. Bang bang bang. Pu Guangqiang and another soldier wielding a shotgun fired continuously, each trigger pull causing a burst of blood mist to erupt within the horde of zombies. The bodies of the zombies were like paper in front of the high-density tungsten alloy bullets. Without firing the roof-mounted heavy machine gun, the 20 or so zombies trailing behind had already been wiped out. Rustle rustle rustle. Led by Jia Sanyu, the 3-person assault team worked together to push open the powerless electric retractable gate, allowing the Mengsher 3 assault vehicle to enter. Then he pulled the retractable gate back up, completely sealing off the school entrance. Everyone is accounted for. Hu Junping, pay attention to controlling the vehicle speed. The machine gunner is positioned on the roof. The elite first squad soldiers, except the sniper, follow behind the vehicle. Understood. At this moment, Kai Anshin and the other two inside the vehicle huddled in the corner, watching Gu Chengyuan command through the walkie-talkie. They didn't dare make a sound, fearing it would affect the operation. From the moment the Mengshi 3 entered Yizhou University, Gu Chengyuan had already treated this place as his own territory. So before moving in, I want to take advantage of the recent noise to clean up the house. To see if there is anything unknown in the school, rather than being targeted because of the recent noise and letting the enemy lurk in the shadows to covet me. It's better to take this opportunity to see if I can lure them out and eliminate them. From the school gate all the way to the end facing the main gate is the agricultural college. This stretch of road is called Jicheng Road, about 200 meters long. On the west side of Jicheng Road, there are 9 open-air basketball courts and 4 badminton courts. Because the road surface is about 2 meters higher than the courts, the security difficulty on the west side is relatively low, basically only needing to monitor the stairs connecting the two. The situation on the east side is more complicated, with an adult continuing education center, a national-level school computer laboratory, and several abandoned haunted buildings. Due to less human activity, there are many weeds and shrubs between the buildings on the east side, and some stray animals often appear. As soon as the soldiers got off the vehicle, they pulled down the night vision goggles attached to the tactical helmet rails. Through the night vision goggles, they could clearly observe the surrounding situation, greatly enhancing the soldiers' night combat capabilities. Just as Gu Chengyuan had predicted from the start, the personnel density at Yezhou University, still on holiday, was very low, and consequently, the number of zombies was also very low. By now, they were almost leaving Jicheng Road, and only a few scattered zombies had appeared in total. It was almost immediately dealt with by a soldier wielding a 191 assault rifle as soon as it was discovered. With the 3XQMK-171 white light scope reticle, as long as the hand is steady and the mind calm, it is almost a guaranteed hit every time. Bang! Bang! The occasional gunshots echoed through the vast, empty stadium to the west, sounding like firecrackers. Damn! Pu Guangqiang, who was somewhat relaxed, suddenly panicked and shouted as he rolled to the ground. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from the greenery in front of the empty building on the east side, rushing straight at his head. In a panic, he rolled sideways, only feeling that black shadow brush past him in the air before he was sent flying. Damn it! This was the only thought in his mind as he was knocked flying. Calm down. As the squad leader, Jia Sanyu reacted quickly. To prevent anyone in the squad from firing wildly and causing accidental injuries in the panic, he immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, he didn't aim but directly swept his gun in the direction where the shadow was. Bang bang bang. The muzzle flared, and sparks flew up from the ground where the bullets hit. The shadow moved extremely fast, relying on instinct to pull the trigger could hardly keep up with it, let alone hit it. But Jia Sanyu's main purpose was just to suppress it with firepower, not giving it a chance to attack, creating reaction time for the other soldiers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The elite infantry squad soldiers all had very solid military training. Taking advantage of the gap created by Jia Sanyu, they reacted, and 2 QCQ-171 submachine guns roared first. The 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun on the roof was also turned around, ready to fire, but was stopped by Gu Chengyuan. The main concern is that the shooting target is too close, raising worries about ricochets causing accidental injuries. Pft. Pft. Ow. Although the shadow is fast, it still cannot escape Earth's gravity and is continuously hit under the dense barrage of bullets. The slender, dog-like body was continuously struck, producing a mist of blood that greatly reduced its speed, causing it to be knocked down by the bullet line chasing from behind. Cease fire and stay alert. Seeing the dark figure roll beside the greenery and fall silent, Jia Sanyu immediately gave the ceasefire order. Under the illumination of the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun, everyone finally saw clearly that it was a dog, more precisely, a zombie dog. It was lying on the ground panting heavily, like a leaking, broken bellows. Dozens of bullet holes on its torso oozed murky, dirty blood with each breath it took. Seeing Jia Sanyu and the others raising their guns to approach, its lips completely rotted away, exposing sharp teeth, and its blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the humans in front of it. Damn, this vitality is truly invincible. After being shot more than a dozen times, with his insides spilled all over the place, he can still bare his teeth at us. Guangchang, are you okay? After confirming that the zombie dog had lost its ability to resist, Jia Sanyu immediately asked about Pu Guangxiang's condition. Having seen him fly out with his own eyes, hard land on the ground, and roll over several times, he was indeed badly hurt. Under the tactical flashlight, although there were no bruises visible on Pu Guangxiang's face, his left cheek was visibly swollen to the naked eye. I guess he's too dark-skinned, so the bruise was camouflaged. Pu Guangxiang gritted his teeth and waved his hand with a carefree expression. It's nothing, I don't even feel it. Can I really be hurt by a dog? Just a dog. If it hadn't ambushed me, I'd have damn well twisted its head off and made dog meat hot pot. Ah, yes, I was knocked flying by a dog. After speaking, a short soldier holding a submachine gun beside him suddenly spoke up. His voice was quite special, as if he had something in his mouth, and it was very hoarse. Upon hearing this, Pu Guangxiang's face seemed to turn from black to somewhat red. You damn little Aben. Always bringing up the wrong thing, huh? Look at this dog, its muscles are all striated, it's practically a devil muscle dog. Only I can handle it. If it were you with that small frame, you'd be knocked straight back to your hometown in Guangxi, no need to buy a plane ticket. After confirming that Pu Guangxiang was fine, Jia Sanyu didn't bother with their bickering, having just narrowly escaped death, it was indeed necessary to vent in this way. Thinking about it now, Jia Sanyu's back still feels cold. If Pu Guangxiang hadn't instinctively dodged, with the teeth of the zombie dog in front of him, he probably would have lost half his head. Report, Commander, the zombie dog has completely lost its ability to resist. Should we execute it? Gu Chengyuan listened to Jia Sanyu's inquiry. Although his eyes were looking at him, he was actually staring at the system panel. Material activated. New unit added to the barracks, military dog. Military dog, a breed of genetically enhanced Huaxia wolf dog, with greatly improved physical qualities in all aspects. Its extremely high intelligence grants it excellent military qualities, understanding combat intentions and cooperating with soldiers for coordinated operations. Its powerful sense of smell enables effective identification of friend and foe. Don't hesitate, whoever it bites is the enemy. The drawback is its large size, making it unsuitable for special operations. Chapter 11 Trimming. After reading the information about the military dog, Gu Chengyuan was not very interested in it. Although it has a very buggy friend or foe recognition function, Gu Chengyuan understood that the military dog's deterrence and pursuit capabilities outweighed its attack power. Speaking seriously about combat power, even a small skinny monkey, the overlord of Blue Star, bare-handed, is not something a mere dog can compare to. People often run away from dogs simply because of fear and dare not fight back. But zombies do not feel fear and can infect others. Using military dogs for close combat is likely a one-for-one exchange. If you kill a zombie by biting it, you will also get infected. It can be said to be like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Especially with its price as high as 500. Don't expect it to have combat capabilities, it can only be used as a biological radar. The powerful sense of smell of dogs can still be remarkably effective when facing lurking dangers. Combat is out of the question. You can't expect zombies worth only a few or a dozen coins to confront a military dog valued at 500. Although it's not suitable for large-scale summoning, there is indeed an urgent need for one right now. If there were a military dog today, perhaps such dangerous situations wouldn't have occurred. Besides the new unit of military dogs, what concerned Gu Chengyuan even more was the update mechanism of the new unit. Capturing a zombie dog activates the military dog. Could it be that the planes and cannons behind also need to be activated only after obtaining planes and cannons? After killing the zombie dogs, Gu Chengyuan and the others continued forward, sporadically killing a few more zombies before finally reaching the designated campsite. Apartment Building Number 22. The dormitory area of the West Campus of Yizhou University is very neatly planned, with dormitory buildings arranged in pairs facing each other, spaced 25 meters apart. Every 3 rows, there is a canteen, usually located between 2 dormitory buildings. Apartment 22 is located on the easternmost side of the dormitory area, with a very good geographical location. It is less than 100 meters in a straight line from the West Campus Stadium, less than 200 meters from the school gate, and the cafeteria is right downstairs. The apartment was originally a female dormitory, with 15 floors, 25 rooms on each floor, each room accommodating 4 people, with a total capacity of 1,500 people. According to Gu Chengyuan's plan, once the troops are stationed, they cannot live on dry rations forever, and being close to the cafeteria makes it convenient to cook meals. The sports stadium on the east side, including the football field and basketball court, is very spacious and close to the school gate. It can be used as a parking lot for military combat vehicles and logistical support vehicles obtained. Another current advantage is that Dormitory 22 serves as the female dormitory while also housing sophomore and freshman girls. At this time, it is during the holiday period, so no one is living there. This saves the effort of cleaning up zombies, allowing you to move in immediately. You can even pick up bedding and daily necessities ready-made, because who in their right mind would take their living supplies home during a holiday? The Mengshe 3 armored assault vehicle stopped at the entrance of apartment 22, its glaring headlights dispelling the darkness that had settled over the dormitory area due to the apocalypse. Due to the design of the dormitories, on the first floor of all dormitory buildings at Yizhou University, except for the dormitory manager's room, the row of rooms on the north side are used as storage rooms and are not inhabited. On the south side, there are no rooms. Instead, it is converted into an activity hall with chairs, billiard tables, and other facilities for students to rest and entertain themselves. To make the space less enclosed, the south side is not surrounded by brick walls but features an open design, enclosed by a 1-meter-high iron fence. This also led to the fact that Yezhou University has no dormitory access control. It is common to see students coming and going late at night, moving around the iron bars as if the access control doesn't exist. People come and go freely, not to mention other zombified creatures. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan chose the second floor for the military dormitory and arranged the 3 survivors, including Kai Anxin, on the third floor. The 3 of them hesitated upon hearing this arrangement and approached Gu Chengyuan. "Chief Gu, could you arrange for the 3 of us to stay on the second floor? I see there are still many empty rooms there. You know the apocalypse has come, and we are all scared. We feel safer staying with Zhou Bang's troops." Gu Chengyuan could understand how cautious Kai Anxin and the others were. If it were him without the system, he would probably be even more anxious and uneasy facing the apocalypse. But the second floor was his own reserved area, and because of the system, it was impossible to let outsiders live there. "Sorry, Mr. Kai, it's really not that I'm unkind, but I can't let you stay in the empty rooms. As you have seen, currently we only have 1 squad of soldiers. According to the group's plan, new combat squads will be stationed here one after another in the short term, so I must reserve rooms accordingly. Moreover, in principle, military and civilian mixed living is not allowed. There are still troops coming." Kai Anxin and the other 2 were delighted upon hearing this. Just now, on the way in the car, they witnessed the combat effectiveness of Gu Chengyuan's troops, who were almost invincible except for the zombie dog's sneak attack that nearly caused casualties. And now they actually want to come to the troops again. The more soldiers in the troops, wouldn't the 3 of us be even safer? It's just that the group doesn't know which group army of Great Zhou it is, but since it has contact with the group, it means the command system has not been destroyed, and this small unit in front is not the scattered survivors they thought. Regardless of the speculations by Kai Anxin and others, Gu Chengyuan had no intention to explain, and even deliberately blurred things to cause misunderstanding. There are elevators and stairwells on both sides of the apartment, but now that the power is out, the elevators definitely can't come up. Even if they could come up, there probably wouldn't be zombies or mutated beasts taking the elevator. So Gu Chengyuan organized the warriors to lock the iron door on the second floor away from the dormitory entrance, and also move some empty beds to block it. The third floor where Kai Anxin and the others live was treated the same way, and they even helped seal off the stairway to the 4th floor on the main door side, so that even if there were things upstairs, they couldn't come down. Thus, a small shelter was built, with the only exit being the stairway from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Gu Chengyuan arranged 3 rooms near the stairwell for the soldiers, while he himself stayed with Pu Guangqiang in room 204. Although Pu Guangqiang was a bit dark-skinned and somewhat stubborn, he had a sunny personality and was quite capable. Gu Chengyuan planned to train him as his bodyguard and orderly. "Guangqiang. Here." Gu Chengyuan handed over a pink notebook printed with a cartoon cat. "This is tonight's guard log. 2 people per shift, fully equipped with ammunition. The guard post is at the original reception desk on the 1st floor. You can sit, but don't doze off. As my guard, you don't need to stand watch. I also included Kai Anxin and the other 2, so that actually adds 1 more watch. Take it to your squad leader. By the way, remember to notify the 3 people upstairs. Be polite and make sure they don't have any resistance. In these end times, the military and civilians are one family." When Pu Guangqiang heard he didn't have to stand watch, his eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Anyone who has served in the military knows how hard night watch is, especially after a whole day of fighting when you're completely exhausted. "Got it." Watching Pu Guangqiang turn and leave, Gu Chengyuan began to take off his clothes, planning to take a shower. "I just went to check, and the water supply on the 2nd floor is still fine. I'm not sure if it's because the floor is low or if the school's water supply control center has activated the backup power. Shampoo, body wash, and even the bath towel were all found by Gu Chengyuan in the dormitory and used directly. Except for the toothbrush, which was unusable, he also found a substitute mouthwash. By the time Gu Chengyuan finished showering and came out, Pu Guangqiang had already returned and had even made the bed for him. The sheets and quilt are both pink, printed with cartoon patterns, very girly. Guangqiang, stop working for now. While there's water, you should take a shower too, and also let everyone know to take a shower. We've all been tired all day, so rest quickly. After saying that, Gu Chengyuan climbed onto the bed. The sheets and quilt cover were probably washed by the owner before the holiday, and the scent of laundry detergent made Gu Chengyuan feel very at ease. He closed his eyes, and before long, fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 12 Survivors on Campus. After Gu Chengyuan and the others settled down, the dormitory area did not quiet down. The noise they made when entering attracted the attention of many surviving students. A certain boys' dormitory in Building 19 was crowded with people. They had been secretly watching since Gu Chengyuan and the others stopped at the door of apartment 22. Brother Jia, do you think they are from the military? A skinny, pale, bullied boy whispered excitedly. Not sure, their armored vehicles are not produced by Zhou Bang, and their combat uniforms are also different from those of Zhou Bang's active troops. The one called Jia Gu is a northern man about 1.9 meters tall, who usually has a keen interest in military equipment, so he immediately noticed the difference in Gu Chengyuan's unit. Seeming to hesitate for a moment, Zhao Jia added another comment. But it can't be completely ruled out, it might be a special forces unit, whose equipment is quite different from that of active troops. But we still can't let our guard down, we need to observe a bit more. When the apocalypse comes, the evil in human nature is all unleashed. Anyone who has read or watched apocalypse stories knows this. The other side clearly has guns, we can't rashly make contact. If we worship at the wrong temple, we might end up calling to heaven and earth for help in vain. So brothers, when you go back, make sure to calm the other brothers in the dorm, explain our considerations, and tell them not to worry, just wait a little longer. Zhao Jia turned and said to the other 8 people on the balcony. Suddenly, the apocalypse broke out, and Zhao Jia and Huang Juanrui, who were staying on campus in dorm 1411 to prepare for exams, were fortunately not infected. After a brief panic, Zhao Jia, who liked reading apocalypse novels and understood the importance of banding together, quickly used the large group chat of apartment 19 to contact survivors in the building. He continuously spoke in the group to calm emotions, enthusiastically taught classmates self-rescue methods, and organized classmates to take the lead in rescue efforts. Additionally, his tall and strong appearance was well received. He quickly established himself as a leader and was elected as the building leader. Currently, the 8 people in the dorm are either directly or indirectly appointed by him as dorm leaders, managing the small groups of survivors who temporarily formed 8 dormitory teams. Knowing Jia Gu, we will definitely calm the classmates' emotions. As a muscular boy about 180 centimeters tall spoke up from the crowd, others followed in agreement. After these dorm leaders dispersed, Zhao Jia lit a cigarette, leaned on the balcony, and looked darkly at apartment 22. His feelings about the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's group were actually very complicated. Although it had only been half a day, he had already gotten a preliminary taste of power. Before the apocalypse, although he was strong and good at basketball, his classmates were relatively polite to him. But having everyone gathered around him like this, listening to him speak and carrying out his ideas, this sense of control is really intoxicating. If the opposing side really is Zhou Bang's army, then all his efforts might have been in vain, and his ambitions for the apocalypse will turn to nothing. But at this moment, deeply troubled, he didn't notice that in the pitch-dark dormitory, a pair of eyes were staring straight at him, the curled lips full of mockery. A dorm room in the girls' dormitory building number 16. Jai, there has been noise over by the stadium just now, like firecrackers going off. I don't know what happened, a girl with a full figure and radiant skin said to another girl on the balcony. Jean Gwen, that probably wasn't firecrackers. I think it was gunshots. The girl who had been replaced by Jia was almost a head shorter compared to the 172 centimeters tall Tang Jingwen. Although she looked very cute, her eyes now showed a maturity that contrasted with her temperament. Gunshots? Could it be Zhou Bang's rescue team arriving? Jia, how should we ask them for help? Should we actively go find them? Tang Jingwen looked at Feng Jia's cute face full of collagen under the moonlight with a joyful expression. No, not only can we not ask for help now, but we also have to avoid being discovered. We have to wait until we figure out their true identity before making contact. Haven't you read apocalypse novels? What if the other party are armed bandits taking advantage of the chaos? Wouldn't we be like sheep entering the tiger's den? Captured by them to be used as RBQ. If Xiao Jie, far away in apartment 19, heard that Feng Jiayi had the same thought as him, he would definitely want to give her a thumbs up from afar, admiring how heroes think alike. Ah! Upon hearing this, Tang Jingwen, with her mature and commanding aura, parted her rosy and alluring lips slightly and exclaimed. There's such a good thing. You can go to hell, stop acting crazy here. I'm the one speaking. Feng Jiayi was speechless upon hearing Tang Jingwen's outrageous remarks. I only tried to lighten the mood because I saw your little face frown and your expression turn serious. Saying that, Tang Jingwen pinched Feng Jiayi's cheek like a rascal, then rubbed her hands like a fly and whistled quietly. Ah, you're so annoying, I'm going to sleep. After saying this, Feng Jiayi turned and fled in panic, instantly breaking the heavy atmosphere. As Feng Jiayi just left, Tang Jingwen, who had been bright and carefree just a moment ago, showed uncontrollable sadness in her eyes. Carefully glancing towards the city, she lightly wiped the corner of her eye, dared not look longer, took a deep breath, and immediately chased after. Wait for me, my beloved. Tonight, I shall have you by my side. No. In the darkness, Feng Jiayi's coquettish voice sounded, and everything seemed to return to before today. For the survivors of the entire West District dormitory area, the arrival of Gu Chengyuan's group was destined to keep them sleepless. That night, someone couldn't resist and secretly ran over. Chapter 13, Setting the Rules. The next morning, just after Gu Chengyuan got up, Pu Guangxiang, who was already dressed, reported to him about the survivors at the school. Commander, the sentry said that last night 12 students ran into the dormitory area, 8 boys and 4 girls came to seek refuge with us. Gu Chengyuan was not too surprised upon hearing this. After all, there was quite a commotion last night, and it was only natural for anxious students to come seeking shelter. It would have been strange if no one came. Go gather the students, and also bring Kai Anshin and the other 2 along. Meet in the activity hall on the first floor in 10 minutes, I have something to say. Got it. 10 minutes later, in the first floor lobby, the 12 students who had just come over showed various expressions, some fearful, some confused, and a small number with displeased faces muttering incessantly. Kai Anshin and the other 2 were much quieter, with the secretary and driver standing silently behind Kai Anshin. Kai Anshin quietly and calmly observed the suddenly increased number of people, as if calculating something. Tap tap tap. Hearing the rhythmic sound of combat boots hitting the ground. Everyone instinctively looked towards the stairway. Soon they saw Gu Chengyuan, dressed in a sharp combat uniform, tall and upright, with a handsome and resolute face, followed by Pu Guangxiang fully armed and holding a shotgun, walking towards them. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's 1-bar 3-star military rank, a few male students who were veterans looked surprised, while the other boys felt nothing much, just thinking he looked quite handsome. The 4 girls had no extra words or actions, only their eyes were noticeably brighter than before. Hello classmates. I am the squad leader of this small team, my name is Gu Chengyuan. Everyone knows the current state of the world. So I won't waste time lecturing you all. Thanks to everyone's trust and willingness to entrust their personal safety to me, Gu, I have the responsibility to protect everyone's safety. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's promise, everyone's eyes lit up. Risking their lives to rush to apartment 22 at night, wasn't it all for this promise? So for everyone's safety, I have to set some rules. First, men and women must live on separate floors, no crossing between floors. Second, military control will be enforced, all actions must follow orders and obey commands completely. Third, in the post-apocalyptic world, food is precious. A quota system for minimum living security is implemented. Food obtained above the guaranteed line is distributed according to labor, with more work yielding more rewards, and no work means no gain. Fourth, due to manpower reasons, we have more important tasks to complete. The survivors are currently under the temporary management of Mr. Kai. Mr. Kai is the chairman of Hongtu Group, which everyone should have heard of, so you can rest assured about his management capabilities. Please cooperate with Mr. Kai in this regard, and Mr. Kai will also work hard. If there are any unreasonable aspects in the management process, you can also appeal to me. These are the current regulations. They will be further improved in the future to better serve everyone. As Gu Chengyuan issued one regulation after another, some people in the crowd grew increasingly dissatisfied after he finished speaking. Immediately, a tall, thin young man wearing glasses couldn't help but speak up. Captain Gu, I think there is a problem. According to your regulations, the military's power is too great. We are students, not your soldiers. This is the era of democracy. Absolute power breeds absolute corruption. I believe power should be supervised. I suggest establishing a supervisory body composed of us students as a third party to oversee the exercise of power. The tall, thin man with glasses finished speaking, and some people below seemed to have found an outlet for their frustration, immediately chiming in. Yes, yes. We're not soldiers, so why should we be required to obey orders absolutely? Are we supposed to go die just because they tell us to? Isn't the purpose of the military to protect us? Hearing the scene gradually becoming noisy, before Gu Chengyuan could speak, Kai Anshin took the initiative to stand up and speak to persuade. Classmates, please quiet down, can I say a few words? All of you are well educated, capable, and thoughtful. I understand the meaning behind what everyone is saying. Power indeed needs to be supervised. But now we are in the end times, and I'm sure everyone has heard the saying, harsh laws in chaotic times. If we put away our swords and reduce the deterrence against creating chaos during turbulent times, it will only lead to greater disorder. So my personal suggestion is, if students are worried that their rights won't be protected and want to establish a supervisory body, then establish an institution to supervise me. After all, I am the person directly responsible for managing everyone. The military is a state institution, and both logically and emotionally, we have no supervisory authority. Moreover, military-civilian integration has always been our Zhoubang tradition. Now that the country is in crisis, everyone has the responsibility and obligation to obey the call. After hearing Kai Anshin's words, the tall, thin man with glasses slowly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows, as if his doubts had been resolved. Chairman Kai, what you said makes perfect sense. In times of national crisis, everyone has a responsibility and an obligation to contribute. I am willing to dedicate myself and do my part for the country and my fellow students. I was previously the head of the discipline department in the student council. Are there any other students willing to contribute and join me in establishing this organization to protect everyone's rights? Two boys who had been nodding in agreement from below immediately raised their hands. I am willing. I am willing to work with Minister Liu to protect the rights of the students. Seeing this scene, Kai Anshin raised her eyebrows, said nothing, and looked towards Gu Chengyuan. Gu Chengyuan also did not express any opinion, as if nothing had happened just now, and clapped his hands saying, "Since you have already discussed the plan, I won't interfere too much with the details. I'll give you autonomy. But what was said above are hard rules. They must be followed. With the apocalypse imminent, I hope everyone takes care of themselves. If anyone interferes with the execution of the military mission, don't blame me for dealing with it according to military law." The last sentence was a blatant threat, and Gu Chengyuan spoke especially seriously. Kai Anshin and the tall, thin bespectacled man Lu Xingfu repeatedly assured that they would do their jobs well and absolutely not hold the troops back. Seeing this, Gu Chengyuan did not waste any more time. After instructing them to organize personnel to handle logistics, he went out and boarded the vehicle. And the previous views that military control was undemocratic and lacked freedom were, strangely, never mentioned again. Lu Xingfu also started out influenced by student ideology, constantly talking about democracy and freedom, and always mentioning personal rights. But he was clearly not a fool. When Kai Anshin said that harsh laws are needed in chaotic times, he was startled inwardly but quickly calmed down. Yeah, it's no longer a time of peace. If you stand out on your own, you might end up being the chicken that gets killed. So his mind quickly turned, and taking advantage of Kai En's intention to divert the conflict onto himself and to curry favor by helping Gu Chengyuan out of trouble, he shamelessly volunteered himself in hopes of gaining power. Kai En thought that Gu Chengyuan, who held the truth in his hands, definitely would not compromise with the students, which would damage his authority. This act of ingratiation not only allowed him to show that he understood the bigger picture and gain trust, but also made Gu Chengyuan think that the students were ungrateful and deserved to be reprimanded, indirectly boosting his own prestige. Let the students subconsciously think that when they are opposing themselves in the future, they are actually opposing the troops. However, Gu Chengyuan saw all of this clearly. Although Lu Xingfu was a refined egoist and somewhat hypocritical, Gu Chengyuan did not like him either. But Lu Xingfu's stepping out made him see another way, which was to let the survivors form an internal balance of power, and he himself would step out as the referee. In this mode, both sides would strive to carry out the orders they gave themselves, and their threshold for obedience to themselves would become lower and lower. It feels like being trapped in some kind of bootlicking competition. If you can't keep up, those who lose favor will be eliminated. To deal with rebellious people, give them power. When they transform from warriors into dragons, they will genuinely uphold the order of the dragons. Just like the so-called young people reforming the workplace, it's nothing more than because they haven't shared in the benefits of the workplace order. When they slowly become beneficiaries of this order, they will also, like Lu Xingfu, turn from doubters into defenders. Moreover, Gu Chengyuan himself had no intention of managing these survivors. As long as the army was well developed, all conspiracies and schemes were insignificant. Grasp the gun barrel, and you grasp absolute power of speech. Chapter 14 Cleaning the Resettlement Area. Beep beep. Everyone, assemble and board the bus. The assembly whistle sounded at apartment building number 22, followed by a rush of hurried footsteps. The elite infantry squad assembled in formation beside the Mengsher 3 assault vehicle. After completing the roll call and ensuring everyone was present, they boarded the vehicle in an orderly manner and headed out of the school. Today's destination is the Phase 2 expansion resettlement area of Yezhou University, located opposite the north gate of the West District. Before the apocalypse, Gu Chengyuan often visited this resettlement area because at night there were many night market stalls, making it the best place to enjoy a feast. After coming and going, I became quite familiar with its layout. The entire resettlement area consists of 8 buildings, each 20 stories high, with 2 units per building and 4 households per floor. Calculated this way, it can accommodate 1,280 households, but considering the remote location and the fact that it is not fully occupied, a conservative estimate is that the entire resettlement area has about 1,000 households. Taking an average of 2 people per household, there are at least over 1,000 zombies, including those who have not yet turned. Although clearing room by room is quite troublesome and slow, with limited manpower on hand, this development is undoubtedly the safest approach. In a situation with a bright future, what is needed even more is a strategic composure that avoids rash moves. As for the zombies in the school dormitory, Gu Chengyuan simply ignored them. Their density was too low, and the yield per unit time was too low. The Berserker armored assault vehicle quickly arrived at the entrance of the resettlement area. Because this was the only large residential area within several kilometers, Gu Chengyuan no longer had any concerns. All personnel except the snipers, disembark and prepare for combat. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the elite infantry squad soldiers quickly opened the doors and disembarked, assuming tactical positions. Our first phase mission is to clear the wandering zombies within the settlement area. All personnel, use the Mengsher 3 armored vehicle to construct defensive works on the spot. Prepare to deliver firepower strikes on the zombies. After speaking, Jia Sanyu led the people to push the shared electric bikes parked on the sidewalk towards the entrance of the residential complex. One by one, they pushed them over and laid them down at the entrance of the complex, piling the bikes into a small barricade. Once the barricade was completed, the soldiers stood behind the wall ready to shoot, and Gu Chengyuan gave the order again. Hu Junpeng. Honk the horn. Yes. Beep. 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 A piercing honk sounded at the entrance of the community and quickly spread into the resettlement area. Within seconds, the settlement area became restless. Roar. Roar. The rising and falling cries grew closer, and the zombies wandering aimlessly in the settlement area seemed to be summoned. Like they were injected with adrenaline, they came from all corners of the community toward the whistling sound. Bang. Jia Sanyu's shoulder trembled slightly against the gunstock, and the first zombie in his sights fell with a shot. This feels like the prelude to a symphony. More and more zombies are starting to appear in sight. Bang. 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 The gunfire rises and falls, growing increasingly urgent. Almost every shot brings down a zombie. The soldiers holding submachine guns and shotguns are watching anxiously, unable to fire yet due to the optimal shooting distance. Fortunately, this anxious wait did not last long. More and more zombies gathered, and upon sensing the scent of flesh and blood, they all went into a frenzy. They launched a collective charge like wild boars. Roar roar. Amid the bloodthirsty and frenzied howls, a horde of hundreds of corpses rapidly surged forward. The warriors, numbering only about 10, seemed like a small boat in a black tide, seemingly in grave danger. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, everyone's expressions involuntarily grew serious. Among this group of zombies, a few caught Gu Chengyuan's attention. These few zombies are running at the very front of the horde, and the distance between them and the horde is continuously increasing, clearly much faster than the other zombies. Could it be evolution? Gu Chengyuan didn't have time to think much and started giving orders through the walkie-talkie. Grenade launcher operators, find your shooting positions and wait for orders. Prepare the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Open fire. No sooner had the words fallen than the heavy machine gun on the roof, long starved for action, instantly unleashed a dazzling tongue of fire, roaring wildly. The dense metal barrage swept like windshield wipers. Wherever it passed, it wiped away like water droplets on glass, breaking them into several pieces. Several speed-type zombies charging at the front were instantly shredded by the metal whip spat out from the machine gun barrel, their body parts splattering on the ground, mixing with the flesh of other ordinary zombies. This scene vividly portrays the equality of all beings under the barrel. However, a single machine gun cannot completely suppress this small horde of zombies. Quite a few slipped through and quickly approached the pre-built corpse barrier. Pop. Several zombies broke through the firepower net in succession and crashed into the pile of shared electric bikes, causing the corpse barrier to shake. Bang! 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 The zombies that failed to break through at first were quickly blasted apart, half their bodies destroyed with a single shot each by soldiers wielding shotguns. The splattering flesh and blood even splashed onto the soldier's combat uniform due to the close distance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun also roared, starting to suppress the approaching zombies with firepower. While suppressing, they also controlled the bullet consumption, alternating magazines to maintain stable firepower output. Under such intense firepower, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun was about to finish a belt of ammunition. Hearing the heavy machine gun's roar becoming intermittent, Gu Chengyuan knew it was a sign that the ammo was running low, then shouted into the walkie-talkie. Light machine gun, open fire. Heavy machine gun, reload. A sniper who had long set up a 5.8 caliber QBJ-201 squad light machine gun immediately pulled the trigger upon hearing the order. Sweeping over the tide-like wave of corpses surging forward after losing the heavy machine gun suppression, once again slowing their advance. The sniper rifle was of little use against the horde of zombies, so Gu Chengyuan had arranged a sniper in advance, using the squad's idle machine gun to supplement the firepower gaps. Under this powerful firepower, the horde of zombies was rapidly depleted like machine gun bullets. After all, it was only a few hundred zombies, and they quickly became sparse. The frequency of gunfire gradually weakened along with the density of the zombies, and in the end, just like the surging horde, it completely disappeared within the secured area. Watching the last zombie fall to the ground, Gu Chengyuan's wildly pounding heart finally began to calm down. Only by facing the horde of corpses head-on can one understand how terrifying it is when this group of zombies, devoid of fear and pain, completely driven by bloodthirsty instinct, grows to a large scale. The horde, composed of just over 100 zombies, repeatedly crashed into the pre-built zombie barrier despite the alternating fire of light and heavy machine guns and the relentless expenditure of firepower from both near and far. If this horde were encountered without any cover, the firepower of just one squad would be completely insufficient to hold them back. Fortunately, there was foresight and a steady approach, otherwise, things might have gone disastrously wrong. After playing too many low-level matches with scattered zombies, I almost thought zombies were just like that. This horde of just over 100 is already so fierce. The hordes numbering in the tens of thousands in the district and millions in the city are even more unimaginable. Looking at the ground covered with torn corpses, the joy of the harvest eluded Gu Chengyuan's physical and psychological discomfort, and he shouted with slight excitement. Everyone rest in place for 5 minutes, then start cleaning the battlefield. Chapter 15, Cleaning the Settlement Area. Reporting to the commander, the battlefield has been cleaned. About an hour later, Jia Sanyu brought a soldier to Gu Chengyuan. After counting, a total of 176 zombie crystal cores were collected. Taking the black briefcase from the warrior's hand, Gu Chengyuan opened it and saw a pile of sparkling crystal cores inside. Gu Chengyuan suddenly felt that this scene was familiar, like a déjà vu from watching a crime film where the criminals divide the loot after robbing jewels. Dispelling the strange thoughts in his mind, Gu Chengyuan immediately summoned the system. System. Transform. Because the warriors were all provided by the system, Gu Chengyuan did not avoid mentioning it. Ding. Transforming. Then a sound of money jumping echoed in his mind. Conversion successful. Current money, 1104. Seeing the system interface showing a 4-digit amount of money, Gu Chengyuan felt a bit excited. It looks like there's hope to summon a second infantry squad today. The gains here, plus the upcoming cleanup, and then collecting the zombie brain cores killed yesterday when returning, will definitely be enough. The next infantry squad leader, Gu Chengyuan, did not intend to continue exchanging for elite infantry squads. Because it seemed that elite infantry squads were not very cost-effective against zombies. Although the weapons used were relatively advanced, the idle rate was very high. For example, 3 snipers and 1 grenade launcher operator were almost never used. So in the short term, Gu Chengyuan still plans to follow the quantity route, relying on mass-producing soldiers to roll the snowball forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The Berserker 3 armored vehicle started moving again, slowly driving towards the settlement area. The sturdy, massive special tires drove directly over the pile of corpses, the over 8-ton armored vehicle carving deep ruts into the corpse heap. The crushed zombie torsos were squeezed like rotten tomatoes, oozing juice, and the blood seeped along the tracks into the freshly formed ruts, pooling into blood puddles. But Gu Chengyuan didn't care about any of this. He didn't even consider having the soldiers handle the corpses. To improve efficiency, he no longer cared about environmental pollution at this time. The tires left streaks of blood on the ground as the vehicle stopped beside the third building near the placement area gate. The snipers and grenade launchers were not left in the vehicle this time. Under Gu Chengyuan's orders, they put down their weapons and picked up shovels and picks. Since the sniper rifles and grenade launchers were useless inside the building, they might as well serve as logistics soldiers, responsible for miscellaneous tasks like digging out the zombie crystal cores. Gu Chengyuan did not choose to stay in the car as usual, but planned to act together with the elite infantry squad. Gu Chengyuan divided the infantry squad into 3 combat teams and 1 logistics group. Team 1 leader, squad leader Jia Sanyu, accompanied by a shotgunner and a submachine gunner. Team 2 leader, deputy squad leader Huang Jiechi, accompanied by a submachine gunner and a rifleman. The leader of the third group is Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by a shotgunner and a light machine gunner. The logistics team consists of 2 snipers and a grenade launcher operator, equipped with a shovel, pickaxe, hammer, and a black handbag similar to the one used by bandits. The remaining sniper, armed with a 191 precision marksman rifle, stays behind to guard the vehicle. After all, there is still a heavy machine gun and nearly several thousand rounds of ammunition in the vehicle, so they can't be careless. 3 combat teams cautiously entered the first floor of Unit 1, Building 3, in tactical formation. After quickly checking the corridor and confirming there were no wandering zombies, each of the 3 teams selected a door. Gu Chengyuan, along with shotgunner Pu Guangqiang and machine gunner Lin Zijuan, arrived outside the security door of room 101. Lin Zijuan is a stocky man about 170 centimeters tall, nearly 150 jin, about 75 kilograms, characterized by a large head and a simple, honest smile. The reason he was chosen as the machine gunner was that his physique could stabilize the machine gun. Guangqiang, break the door. Got it. Gu Chengyuan and Lin Zijuan pressed their sides against the wall next to the hinge of the security door, while Pu Guangqiang held the shotgun and moved to the side near the door lock. Pu Guangqiang hid his body behind the wall, holding the shotgun with the muzzle extended out, finding the right angle aimed at the door lock. 3, 2, Pu Guangqiang counted quietly. 1. Bang. The muzzle flash of the shotgun flickered, and the door lock was instantly pierced by a high-density tungsten pellet. At the same time, Pu Guangqiang stepped sideways in front of the door and delivered a direct kick to the security door. Bang. The security door was kicked open instantly. Roar. The zombies inside heard the noise and lunged toward the door. They were a young couple of zombies, who must have been lovers before turning. Bang bang. Chapter 16 Fairies. Pu Guangqiang, firmly gripping the shotgun and standing ready, pulled the trigger again, firing 2 consecutive blasts. As a weapon of choice for close-quarters combat, the shotgun's scattered pellets instantly knocked down the 2 snarling zombies lunging forward. Because Gu Chengyuan had given orders, the shotgun was aimed mostly below the head at the chest and neck to avoid damaging the brain core. So Pu Guangqiang fired 1 shot into the chest of a male zombie and another shot pierced the neck of a female zombie. A total of 14 bullets directly blew up his neck, leaving only a bit of skin and flesh connecting to the head, which was also torn off because it could not bear the weight of the freely falling head. The head rolled under the dining table inside the house. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's group start fiercely and decisively, the other groups did not fall behind. At the door of room 102 where Jia Sanyu's group was, the sound of the master key shotgun opening the door also rang out. The second group, lacking shotguns as this master key, worried that rifles and submachine guns lacked sufficient penetration, causing ricochet injuries. Turning to the logistics team for help, they chose the rather outdated method of breaking the door with a hammer. Bang! 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 The hammer struck repeatedly at the latch, and the security door of the settlement area, which was of mediocre quality to begin with, was quickly broken open. However, this time there was no sound of zombies snarling, but instead a sharp scream from a girl. Ah! Don't eat me! After Pu Guangqiang dealt with the 2 zombies that lunged at him, he did not act rashly but paused for a moment to confirm there was no other movement before cautiously entering. The room was relatively cramped, leaving very little reaction time if anything unexpected happened, making it very dangerous. Therefore, the wisest approach was to create some noise and then wait for the danger inside the room to reveal itself. Pu Guangqiang took the lead, while Lin Zijuan closely followed, leaving Gu Chengyuan at the very end. Search it, see if there is anything useful. The room was decorated very cozily, with fabric sofas, some paintings on the walls, and cute ornaments. Next to the TV cabinet was a photo frame. Gu Chengyuan curiously picked it up and found a close young couple inside. The boy was slightly chubby and smiled shyly, while the girl smiled brightly. Gently placing the photo frame back in its original place, Gu Chengyuan turned his head and saw two zombies lying on the ground, and he sighed softly. Guangchang, give this male corpse a finishing shot to the neck, let them die the same way. After saying that, Gu Chengyuan looked again at this pair of desperate lovers on the run. No need to thank me, it's all because of this apocalypse. This is all I can do. Lin Zijuan, any discoveries? Hearing Gu Chengyuan's voice, Lin Zijuan's broad body slipped out of the bedroom in an extremely agile manner. Reporting to the chief, nothing useful was found, but some chocolate snacks and balloons were discovered. Balloons? Gu Chengyuan looked at Lin Zijuan, noticing his eyes squinting slightly and a lecherous expression on his face. Suddenly, a moment of realization dawned. What the hell are you doing with that thing? Throw it away. Wait. Gu Chengyuan frowned, showing a thoughtful expression. Forget it, let's be good to the end. Lin Zijuan, burn the balloon in front of these desperate lovers, and be careful down below as well. After speaking, Gu Chengyuan took Pu Guangqiang and headed out the door. In fact, Gu Chengyuan had no expectations in his heart about what good things could be found by searching the room. As for food, now that they occupy Yizhou University, the reserves in the 8 canteens on campus alone are enough to feed their small group for a long time. Let's not talk about money, those who understand, you don't even need to wipe your ass. As for gold and silver jewelry, Gu Chengyuan just tried it, and the system didn't respond at all. So in these residential buildings, the most valuable things to Gu Chengyuan are actually these zombies that people fear like tigers, reeking and starting to rot. They are the top prizes in the blind box, SSR. But searching a room is also a kind of fun, right? Is it human curiosity? Or some kind of perverse desire to pry into privacy? Gu Chengyuan had just stepped out with Pu Guangqiang when they ran into Jia Sanyu, who was coming to find him. Reporting to the commander, survivor found in room 102. According to the inquiry, they are a student from Yizhou University. Understood, have him wait in the original room. As a resettlement community next to Yizhou University, it is not surprising to find students from the campus here. Many students rent houses here for the sake of convenience and comfort. Of course, most are couples. These rental places for couples are jokingly called hookup rooms by some classmates. Uncle from the National Defense Army, take me with you. Don't leave me here. The conversation in the corridor was overheard by Qin Rao at the door of room 102. That order to stand by made her mistakenly think she was being left here to fend for herself. Uncle. Hearing that name, Gu Chengyuan turned his head to look towards the door of room 102. Standing at the door was a girl who looked like a fairy, her delicate features making people sigh in admiration, especially her narrow, moon-shaped eyes, which seemed to have just cried, wet and helpless like a little fawn. The girl was wearing a white t-shirt, tall with an estimated height of about 170 centimeters, slim waist and long legs, and a very full chest. Fairy. This was Gu Chengyuan's first impression when he saw the girl. But Gu Chengyuan quickly recovered, so the girl with red, teary eyes didn't notice anything unusual. Hello, classmate. We're not abandoning you, but we still have the task of clearing out zombies. It's too dangerous to take you along. We'll take you with us when we return later, you don't need to worry. Gu Chengyuan's voice was gentle, soothing Qin Rao's panicked and helpless emotions. Having calmed down a bit, she finally had the mind to observe the man in front of her who was wearing combat gear. The man had a high, straight nose, sharp and distinct features, and eyes as clear as a pool of snowmelt. Under the crisp military uniform, the faint outline of muscles was visible, sleek and agile like a leopard, exuding a killing and stern aura from the inside out. Okay, I'll be good, please don't leave me behind. The girl's soft and dependent tone made Gu Chengyuan feel his heart skip a beat. But he still remained calm and responded in a very official manner. Don't worry, classmate, we will protect your safety. Go back to your room now, stay inside and don't come out, eat something to replenish your strength. Then pack your luggage, we will withdraw around 6 o'clock. Okay. Watching the girl retreat into the room, Gu Chengyuan exhaled a breath. No wonder they say a beautiful woman is a calamity, I still need to cultivate my heart. After a self-mocking smile, Gu Chengyuan led the elite first squad of soldiers to continue the sweep. Leaving 3 groups to clear the remaining room 104, Gu Gu Chengyuan led the first and second groups to sneak up to the second floor via the stairwell. The combat formation still had 2 soldiers armed with shotguns at the front, because shotguns have a wide pellet spread and strong close-range firepower, making them better suited than rifles for handling sudden situations. Bang! In the second-floor corridor, a pot lid fell to the ground, breaking the silent and eerie atmosphere. Gu Chengyuan and a few others stood at the stairwell entrance for about a minute. When no zombies appeared, they proceeded to the second-floor corridor and repeated the same actions they had done on the first floor. After thoroughly searching the entire floor's stairwell and confirming there were no stragglers, the sound of the Type 09 universal key unlocking the door finally rang out. Chapter 17, Summoning the Infantry Squad Again. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Chengyuan, along with the elite first squad, had finally cleared Unit 1 of Building 3. At the same time, 16 survivors were rescued from the building, including 4 couples, 2 of whom were students at Yezhou University. The rest were ordinary office workers renting here, mostly young and middle-aged adults, among whom 3 young men gave Gu Chengyuan a bad first impression. Their expressions and actions were a bit shady, giving off a restless vibe. 2 of them were not residents here but had come to a friend's place for a meal and drinks. These people were arranged by Gu Chengyuan into 3 other rooms on the first floor of Unit 1. Qin Rao's room 102 did not have any survivors assigned to it. A couple raised an objection, saying that these 3 rooms were too bloody and wanted to go to room 102, but Gu Chengyuan refused, reasoning that the original occupants were still there and their personal rights needed to be protected from infringement. However, Qin Rao took the initiative to invite 2 couples to settle in her own room, with the condition that they help with cooking. Together, thinking that since Gu Chengyuan and the others had been killing zombies all morning, they should have a hot meal. Gu Chengyuan agreed with this idea very much. Warriors are also human. Although self-heating meals taste pretty good, eating them too often can indeed become tiresome. Rather than letting these people idle with nothing to do, it's better to ensure the well-being of the combat personnel. So he immediately sent the logistics team soldiers to collect ingredients from the rooms cleaned on the second floor. The apocalypse has only been going on for less than 2 days, so even with the power outage, the food in the refrigerator has not spoiled. Soon, a few pounds of beef, pork, 2 fish, and some potatoes, vegetables, and so on were collected. Because of the time constraint, Gu Chengyuan decided to make hot pot, which is also simpler. The purchased hot pot base was put into the pot to boil, then the prepared ingredients were added one by one. While the survivors were preparing the meal, Gu Chengyuan immediately arranged for the soldiers to rest on the spot. The soldiers, organized in combat squads, went upstairs to the rooms to find beds for a nap. Gu Chengyuan climbed into the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle outside the door, while the remaining sniper was sent by Gu Chengyuan to assist in the kitchen, actually to supervise. People's hearts are hard to fathom, it's better to be cautious and not get poisoned. Because there was someone in the car, Gu Chengyuan didn't sit in the front passenger seat but instead lay down in the spacious back seat. Stretching comfortably and enjoying the car's air conditioning, Gu Chengyuan exhaled towards the system. At this moment, the word money on the system panel looked so adorable to Gu Chengyuan. Money, 1,504. This is the hard-earned gain he and his elite squad of soldiers achieved in the morning. Gu Chengyuan controlled the system interface cursor and opened the troop exchange page. Regular infantry squad, 1,500. Looking at this option, Gu Chengyuan excitedly clicked to redeem it. It wasn't easy. Although I didn't save for long, it always felt like it was very difficult to accumulate. This infantry squad, once redeemed, will become 2 infantry squads, and the speed of farming resources will double. The snowball can roll faster and faster. Gu Chengyuan seemed to already see the scene of himself commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. Exchange. As the words fell, a virtual blue frame appeared in the line of sight. However, this time, Gu Chengyuan saw 2 options on the blue frame. One was to place it on the spot, and the other was to place it covertly. Covert placement. Gu Chengyuan was a bit worried that exchanging here might be seen by some survivor in a corner, and the system's hidden placement just hit his itch perfectly. The system said it was hidden, so it should be reliable. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan immediately chose the hidden placement. Ding. Ordinary Infantry Squad X1. Distributing. Distribution successful. Where? Gu Chengyuan looked around in confusion, finding no movement. After waiting a while longer, just as he thought the system had a bug, a familiar car front suddenly turned through the gate. Immediately appearing in Gu Chengyuan's line of sight was a Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, also camouflaged in jungle digital pattern, and it was the high-end version equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Damn, this system is really something. The price is half off, but the quality of this team's vehicle hasn't dropped at all. Pfft. The sound of brakes rang out as the armored assault vehicle came to a steady stop beside Gu Chengyuan's car. The roll call at the entrance was the same as that of the elite infantry squad at the beginning. But Gu Chengyuan could still see a fairly obvious gap between the two squads. First, in terms of disembarking actions, although this regular infantry squad was also quite swift, it lacked the smooth and pleasing gracefulness of the elite infantry squad. This might be the difference between passing and good military literacy as introduced by the system. It's half the price with this configuration, what more could you want? Moreover, military literacy is something that can be improved, especially in this apocalypse where fighting is the least scarce. Attention! Reporting to the commander. Squad Leader Lu Chong of Squad 2 reporting. Squad 2 should have 10 members, all 10 are present, please advise. The class monitor of Class 2, Lu Chong, is very tall, about half a head taller than Gu Chengyuan, estimated to be around 1.9 meters, and very strong. At ease. Yes. Report on the personnel and firepower deployment situation. Report, Commander. This squad is composed of 10 people, formed into 2 combat teams, each led by the squad leader and deputy squad leader respectively, each carrying 1 walkie-talkie. Each team is divided according to combat roles into 3 riflemen, 1 grenade launcher, and 1 machine gunner. The riflemen are equipped with QBZ-191 assault rifles, carrying 500 rounds of ammunition. The grenade launcher carries a mounted 35mm grenade launcher, with 300 rifle rounds and 15 rounds of 35mm grenades. The machine gunner is equipped with the QJB-2015. 8mm squad machine gun, carrying 700 rounds, and fellow team members carry an additional 600 rounds for him. Gu Chengyuan was very satisfied with this firepower configuration. Compared to elite units that tend to have special forces equipment, this large quantity and straightforward squad firepower is undoubtedly the most suitable for zombies. Have you eaten? Lu Chong showed an awkwardness that didn't match his image upon hearing this, subconsciously scratching his head with his large fan-like hand. Hee, reporting to the commander, we haven't eaten yet. Ha. Then organize your squad to go upstairs to find food ingredients. Take as much as you need, and bring them down to the first floor for the survivors to help process. You all should also take the time to rest. We plan to launch a cleanup operation on Unit 2 in about an hour. Received. Upon hearing there was a combat mission, Lu Chong stood at attention and saluted Gu Chengyuan. At this moment, Pu Guangxiang came running out excitedly. Reporting to the commander, it's time to eat. Chapter 18, The Evil of Human Nature. The survivors did not complain about the increased workload brought by the suddenly arrived second squad warriors, instead, they all felt very encouraged. After going through those days of fear and anxiety, they wished there were more and more warriors. Gu Chengyuan and the others were very satisfied with this meal. Hot pot is very versatile and can be made delicious without much skill. Coupled with the ingredients eaten with open appetites, the warriors had huge appetites. After eating freely, they went to the 4th floor to search around again. Gu Chengyuan was very encouraging about this because if these meats and vegetables were not eaten within a few days, they would probably rot and go to waste. After both teams had eaten their fill and taken a short rest to aid digestion. At 2:30, Gu Chengyuan issued the combat orders again. This time, the 2 teams were divided into 6 combat squads, with the elite first team responsible for cleaning Building 3, Unit 2. The 3 combat squads of the second team were responsible for cleaning Unit 1 of Building 4 next door. The 3 combat squads of the first team, having gained combat experience in the morning and equipped with the Master Key shotgun, advanced very quickly in the afternoon. The 3 combat squads of the second team were relatively much slower, and Gu Chengyuan, fearing problems, personally came over to lead the team. In terms of military proficiency, apart from the squad leader Lu Chong who was very experienced, the other soldiers in the second team felt somewhat outdated and inexperienced. If I had to describe it precisely, it would be like a soldier who has just been promoted from private first class to non-commissioned officer. So whether in terms of military quality or experience in fighting zombies, the gap between Squad 2 and Squad 1 is quite significant. Gu Chengyuan could only watch and avoid any casualties. Although in the system, every soldier is just a cold number, clearly priced. But to Gu Chengyuan, they are all living people, soldiers under his command, and he is responsible for their safety. Right. Spread out the formation. Don't rush. After breaking the door, you need to open it faster with the hammer. Also, don't open fire at zombies as soon as you see them at the fire points, make sure your teammates have retreated to a safe position before shooting. Although zombies are fast, they definitely aren't faster than your bullets. Stay calm. Are you fucking stupid or what? I already said that after breaking the door, even if you kill zombies, you still have to wait 10 seconds before entering the house. The room is so narrow, if you rush in recklessly, what if you encounter them at close range? Can you react in time? Zombies have no brains and won't ambush. You just need to make some noise and wait for them to come. In the afternoon during zombie clearing time, the hallway was filled with Gu Chengyuan's instructions, and sometimes when seeing dangerous moves, people couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he truly understood why during his previous service, the superiors had such a low tolerance for mistakes and imposed such severe punishments for errors. Because in this profession, making a mistake could mean losing one's life, every error is heart-wrenching and unbearable. But that afternoon, the settlement area was not just Gu Chengyuan's alone, with only his voice. When they arrived, it was not only the zombies that roared, but also the survivors in the nearby residential buildings. The survivors, who had been cowering inside their homes in constant fear, became extremely excited when they saw the army appear. Standing on balconies or sticking their heads out of windows, they shouted loudly and continuously. "Help! Please save me! I'm trapped inside my house. I'm here, look at me." Various kinds of shouting, some even desperately waving the bed sheets and quilt covers from their homes to attract attention. But these cries did not attract rescue from Gu Chengyuan's troops, instead, they drew the zombies inside the building towards them. The zombies' roars, combined with the sharp scratching at the door, made these people even more terrified, as if drowning people trying to grasp the last straw, they became increasingly frantic in their pleas for help. Facing the requests from Jia Sanyu and Lu Chong over the walkie-talkie, Gu Chengyuan coldly and firmly issued the order to continue the mission. This was only the second day after the apocalypse broke out, and whether it was the food supplies at home or the sturdiness of the security doors, these people were quite safe. The entire community had 8 residential buildings, and the survivors were very scattered. At this time, going to rescue them would not only affect efficiency but also, from a safety perspective, it was better to proceed steadily and surely. Moreover, it was good to let them experience despair, to make these people stop living as if it were before the apocalypse, to put themselves in the right position, and to know exactly who could save them. Gu Chengyuan's willful and cold hardness was seen by the anxious survivors calling for help inside the buildings, and for a moment, many of them panicked. In a panic, it turned into inexplicable anger, and the pleas for help in the mouth became a vicious sword. "You damn soldiers, why the hell aren't you coming to save me? I get it, you're here to save the officers. Yeah, I often expose these things online, and the idiots on the internet even say I'm a spy." Someone took out their phone and turned on the camera. "Look, these are Zhou Bang's soldiers. They don't care about whether we live or die, they talk better than they act, and when danger comes, they only protect the officials. Even more, they directly switched to destruction mode, taking pots and bowls from home and throwing them towards Gu Chengyuan. Damn it, I won't survive, and none of you will either. Everyone throw things over there to lure the zombies away. If we die together." Faced with this chaotic scene of war and turmoil, Gu Chengyuan's already cold face became even more stern. Although he had mentally prepared for it, even deliberately so, he still got angry. Just now, a survivor who had been rescued had actively tried to speak out and calm the others, but these people wouldn't listen to anything. They even threw ceramic bowls at this survivor. Although the distance was far and he wasn't hit, he still got bloodied by the flying ceramic shards. Seeing this, the survivors who had already been rescued were also filled with anger. Some were so extreme that they even said to just leave them alone and let them die there. This group of people is completely stubborn. In their eyes, the fact that no one came to rescue them immediately means there is a conspiracy, and whoever gets rescued must be wealthy and powerful. Their anger made them forget that they were living in a resettlement area, where there aren't many high-ranking officials or dignitaries. Perhaps what they seek is not the truth, but rather a way to vent their fear and anger. As dusk fell, Gu Chengyuan and his second team had already arrived at the 18th floor of Unit 1, Building 4. According to Jia Sanyu's report over the walkie-talkie, they had finished clearing Building 3 and were currently clearing the 4th floor of Unit 2, Building 4. The clearing continued, with survivors being rescued one after another, but despite the survivors' heartfelt thanks, Gu Chengyuan's expression remained cold and stern. Li Kuan. Please respond if you can hear me. Got it. You asked the survivors if the cars parked downstairs in the community belong to them. We need to requisition them for personnel transportation now. We expect to wrap up here in half an hour. Understood. Commander. Li Kuan is the sniper specially left behind by Gu Chengyuan to temporarily guard the survivors. With the apocalypse coming and people's hearts unsettled, a show of force is necessary to prevent any trouble. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Gu Chengyuan spoke again to the soldiers of the second squad who had just finished clearing the 18th floor and were waiting for his next instructions. There are 2 floors left. Once cleared, we will prepare to return. Don't slack off. Make sure to finish safely. Understood. Chapter 19, Strange Creatures. Half an hour later, Gu Chengyuan gathered the troops downstairs to assemble and organize the survivors to board the vehicles. Fortunately, this area belongs to a resettlement zone, and the residents' consumption level is not very high. Family cars are mainly some SUVs, with some 4-seater sedans as well. If it were a villa area, full of 2-seater sports cars, then to transport these survivors, they would have to ride on the car roofs. Actually, they could walk over since the school is right across the street. But with so many people gathered together and exposed outside, it would inevitably attract some mutated creatures. The zombie dog ambush that night had already warned Gu Chengyuan, although his goodwill towards these survivors had dropped quite a bit because of previous events. But it is not to the extent of disregarding the lives of these people. As the 30 survivors lined up to board the 4 SUVs one by one, those who had been noisy all afternoon and were exhausted fell silent, only to become noisy again. However, this time their attitude had clearly softened a lot, and some survivors had even begun to plead. Don't leave. I'm begging you, please save me. Yeah, I'm different from the brainless idiots I scolded this morning. I have cerebral palsy. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my medical records. Please save us. The children are innocent, my child is only 2 years old, respected military leaders. Looking at these people, Gu Chengyuan felt it was surreal. The ones who cursed the loudest this morning, wishing his group would drop dead, were them. In the afternoon, he slowly realized the truth, that the ones begging for mercy and shifting blame were also them. Seeing them reminded him of the netizens who were misled before the apocalypse, and he could deeply understand how much helplessness was contained in Lu Sun's words, pitying their misfortune and being angry at their unwillingness to fight. But changing the perspective, since this group of people is already like this, why bother arguing with them? Seeing their pleading expressions, Gu Chengyuan's face softened. Guangchang. Here. Tell them to come again tomorrow, don't run around aimlessly. Yes. Pu Guangqiang received the order to announce this news to the survivors who were begging for mercy, and they immediately became excited. The scene was lively, as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of the royal troops. Warriors, go back and rest well, don't overwork yourselves. We will wait for you here, absolutely not running off. Yes, we've been killing zombies all day. Everyone rest well, don't be too selfish, warriors are human too. If you don't care for your own troops, who else will? Without listening to a single word of the following instructions, Gu Chengyuan got into the co-driver's seat. After everyone was on board, he immediately ordered the troop vehicles to start and respond. Thus, a convoy slowly drove out of the Yezhou University resettlement area, led by Gu Chengyuan driving a Warrior 3 assault vehicle, with 4 SUVs in the middle and a No. 2 armored assault vehicle at the rear. Just after leaving the gate, Gu Chengyuan had 5 soldiers from the elite first squad and 5 from the regular second squad get off to retrieve the zombie brain cores killed last night on a mission. But it wasn't long before the walkie-talkie transmitted a report from the patrol squad. Reporting to the chief, the patrol squad found that the brains of the zombies killed last night are all missing. The brains all have puncture wounds caused by different sharp objects. Upon hearing this news, Gu Chengyuan's expression grew solemn. Understood. Squad, return and be careful on the way back. What exactly is picking the peaches? There were no signs of human activity when I went this morning. Could it be some kind of mutated animal? Different sharp objects. Gu Chengyuan carefully chewed over this word. From this clue, the peach-picking thing was not just one, but a group. Although it couldn't be confirmed what it was, Gu Chengyuan was more inclined to believe it was some kind of unknown mutated monster. It wasn't that Gu Chengyuan looked down on humans, but given that the apocalypse had only broken out for less than 2 days, it was already good that they could gather to protect themselves. Let alone actively attacking to steal inedible brain cores, and at night no less. Besides providing to the system, Gu Chengyuan had not yet found any other use for these brain cores. It's kind of funny to say, but last night the zombie dog's brain core is still in his pocket, and he was conducting various experiments with it when he got up this morning. Including but not limited to meditating with the brain core, focusing his mind on it in an attempt to absorb it, and even secretly trying to drip blood on it. The only thing he didn't do was smash it and drink it directly. Thinking this, Gu Chengyuan and his group had already arrived at the door of apartment 22. Hearing the noise, Kai Anxin and Lu Xingfu immediately led people out of the building. As Gu Chengyuan got off the car, Kai Anxin immediately came forward to report on the day's work, and although Lu Xingfu had nothing to report, he also gathered nearby. "Thank you, Commander and soldiers, for your hard work. Now, please, Commander and soldiers, move to the 5th canteen. After sealing off the dormitory building corridors today, I led people to clean the kitchen in the canteen and personally killed 2 zombies." It seemed that to make her words more convincing, Kai Anshin even pulled at the bloodstained corner of her shirt as she spoke. "Exactly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chairman Kai is indeed impressive." Lu Xingfu defended him from the side. Today's scene really scared Lu Xingfu, not just the zombies, but also Kai Anshin and his driver. After finishing the dormitory chores today, the group discussed and decided to clear out the canteen. Eating dry rations all the time isn't a good thing. Chapter 20 Infantry Platoon. Gu Chengyuan and the soldiers had a warm meal together in the cafeteria. Because the number of survivors was still relatively small, no division of labor was made. This meal was prepared by all the survivors who stayed behind together. Those who could cook went to get pots and spoons, while those who couldn't cooked washed vegetables and prepared ingredients. Although the dishes were not abundant, everyone worked together. The dishes were some home-style meals like sour shredded potatoes and green pepper stir-fried beef, but the taste was still very good, making the soldiers eat with their mouths watering. Of course, there were also unexpected situations, such as Kai Anshin and the others not anticipating that so many people would suddenly appear. But regarding these extra people, the previous survivors were all welcoming. When people face danger, they tend to stick together. Moreover, having an additional squad of soldiers greatly increased their sense of security. After finishing the meal, Gu Chengyuan handed over the task of settling the survivors to Kai Anshin and no longer dealt with these trivial matters. According to Gu Chengyuan's idea, he would manage the military himself and outsource daily life matters directly to reduce the drain on his energy. In the post-apocalyptic environment, there is no concept of seizing power. As long as one holds the military force, power is just a thought away. After returning, he made some modifications to the roster in his room, removing Kai Anshin and the other 2, and added a newly formed squad. From then on, the defense work was completely taken over by his subordinate troops, making it more professional and easier to manage. Gu Chengyuan washed up, lay on the bed thinking about the development plan for a while, then thought of his parents and younger brother, and dozed off in a daze. Early the next morning when he got up, he smelled the aroma of steamed buns and rice porridge in the hallway. At first, he thought it was an illusion, until Pu Guangqiang came in pushing the door with a plate in his hands. "Chief, get up and have breakfast." Just now, General Kai brought breakfast with some people, big meat buns, with cabbage and pork filling and beef filling. "I got you 2 of each," also made a bowl of millet porridge, and brought a box of milk. Hearing this, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but feel his appetite stir and casually asked, "Did they make these?" "Yes, among the survivors rescued yesterday, 2 are chefs. After dinner last night, they found General Kai and said they would take over the canteen from now on." "Not bad, it seems there are still some people who are aware. Let the soldiers eat, we will depart in half an hour." "Understood." Half an hour later, Gu Chengyuan and the others boarded the vehicle and returned to the resettlement area. The survivors who had been eagerly waiting in their rooms saw the familiar armored vehicle drive in again and happily greeted it with cheers. The 2 teams continued the battle grouping from yesterday and quickly engaged in the fight. This time, Gu Chengyuan did not follow along. After the cleanup yesterday afternoon, the second team had already gained experience and no longer needed his nanny-style leadership. Whether he was there or not made no difference, it was better for him to rest and relax, lying in the armored vehicle enjoying the air conditioning. Wasn't that more comfortable? But although Gu Chengyuan was lying down, he did not completely let go of his attention to the 2 teams. Reports on the cleaning progress occasionally came through the walkie-talkie. Through these reports, Gu Chengyuan could clearly feel that Class 2 had made significant progress compared to yesterday, and their cleaning speed was already very close to that of Class 1. But that's normal, using a gun to open cans doesn't really require much skill. Once the steps are divided properly, it's actually the same principle as solving problems by applying formulas. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Kai Anshin brought people to deliver food, the 2 teams had already cleared Building 5 again. At this time, Gu Chengyuan's amount of money had also reached 1314, and it was estimated that a 3rd team could be formed before this afternoon. Kai Anshin organized the survivors to remove the back seats of the SUV yesterday and converted it into a food delivery vehicle. The increased capacity made lunch more abundant. Stewed beef with potatoes, dry-fried green beans, seaweed and pork rib soup, with rice and steamed buns as staples, plus 10 boxes of mineral water and 5 boxes of Red Bull were also brought. The support can be said to be very thorough, which made Gu Chengyuan even more satisfied with Kai Anshin. The original plan was just to search for some food in the building to fill our stomachs like yesterday, but unexpectedly, lunch support was proactively delivered. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Kai Anshin led the team to collect the tableware, and the 6 combat squads then resumed cleaning. At 4 p.m., the third team was exchanged out by Gu Chengyuan. Expecting it to be 10 people again, when the car door opened, Gu Chengyuan found that 11 people got out along with a military dog. Why say, dog? Because if Gu Chengyuan had not repeatedly checked the information of this creature through the system, he might have mistaken it for some kind of large ferocious beast. This military dog's appearance and color closely resemble those of a Chinese wolf dog, but its body size is vastly different, strong like a little calf, and when standing, its head almost reaches Gu Chengyuan's chin. It is armed to the teeth, wearing stab-proof armor and draped with an exoskeleton-like assistive device, which greatly enhances its body's resistance to impact while also boosting its strength. All 4 paws are equipped with dark steel claws that glint faintly with a cold gleam under the sunlight. Sitting among the team, it holds its head high and chest out, eyes full of spirit, as if it were not a military dog but a proud lion. However, the grassland lion might not necessarily win when facing this fully armed military dog with steel claws. Although the military dog sat still in the formation out of discipline when it saw Gu Chengyuan, its eyes were full of affection and a desire to get closer. Additionally, there was a person who was officially assigned as a squad under Gu Chengyuan, a communications soldier provided by the system. The communications soldier and Gu Chengyuan formed the command group, and together with 3 infantry squads, they made up a complete infantry platoon formation. Chapter 21 Cleaning the Resettlement Area, End. In the following days, Gu Chengyuan's team methodically cleaned the second resettlement area of Yezhou University every day. Along the way, they also encountered zombie dogs from time to time. As living standards improved, many people chose to keep dogs as companions. However, before the apocalypse, well-behaved and gentle pet dogs, once turned into zombies, caused quite devastating damage. Many times when encountering zombie dogs, they are basically the only undead creatures in the entire room, having eaten all the flesh and blood inside the house, including the owner, cleanly. From the scene where the bloodstains have been licked clean, it is also difficult to determine whether the owner turned into a zombie before being eaten, whether they escaped the virus but not the stabbing by their beloved dog. In terms of zombification, there is a clear difference between humans and animals. Although zombies have greatly enhanced strength, endurance, pain tolerance, and even vitality, because the intelligence they rely on to survive is extinguished, they actually seem weakened. After animals turn into zombies, they also experience enhanced vitality, physical fitness, and loss of pain sensation, but they achieve a qualitative leap. The zombies that humans turn into give Gu Chengyuan the feeling of being the lowest level expendables in the apocalypse, like slimes. In a beginner's village in a game, wild dogs at the village entrance, or the millions of minions that die every day in the canyon. Therefore, warriors would rather face being surrounded by 20 zombies than face a single zombie dog, because this thing is just too fast, too strong, and has too much vitality. It's just like the flamethrower before the apocalypse, even if you beat it to pieces, its mouth is still tough and it can still bite. As the number of people under his command increased, the number of zombies cleared daily also rose. For safety reasons, Gu Chengyuan set the daily combat task for each squad to be one apartment building, which consists of 40 residential units. Yesterday, he exchanged for another regular infantry squad. With the coordination of 4 infantry squads, they can clear 2 buildings daily, bringing in about 1,100 in monetary gains. However, this benefit only lasts for 1 day. Yes, by this afternoon, the second resettlement area of Yezhou University will be completely liberated from zombie occupation. Gu Chengyuan lay in the armored assault vehicle enjoying the air conditioning as usual. From time to time, the walkie-talkie transmitted the cleanup progress from each squad, with the squad leaders reporting. Due to the expansion of the troop size, it was no longer suitable to micromanage each 3-person combat squad, so Gu Chengyuan returned the command authority of the squads back to the squad leaders. The advantage of doing this is that it gives the squad leaders autonomy, allowing them to better adapt to situations, and secondly, it reduces Gu Chengyuan's workload. Today's cleanup went very smoothly, with almost no resistance. In a good mood, Gu Chengyuan stroked the huge dog head lying beside him. Xiao He squinted its eyes from being petted and kept rubbing its head against Gu Chengyuan's palm. Because of the combat role of the military dog Xiao He, Gu Chengyuan did not send it with the team to clear zombies, but kept it by his side for protection, which was actually just to relieve stress by petting the dog. After all, the internet is down now, there's no entertainment, and not fighting zombies, just lying around is quite boring. Moreover, Gu Chengyuan has always liked dogs since he was a child, but it seems there is some kind of curse in the family, every dog raised dies, none living more than a month. With the mindset of loving them means not hurting them, Gu Chengyuan decided to let these dogs go, so he never raised any again, but unable to resist his fondness, he often enjoys watching dogs online. He also secretly followed trends in a very Chenybio way, posting some mysterious chants like, chubby baby, hajime, hajime. Often fantasizing that after graduating and starting work, I would rent a house, decorate it warmly, put a lounge chair on the balcony, and keep a dog. Every day after work, he would lie on the chair, the dog lying beside him, looking at the distant scenery, drinking until slightly tipsy. Now with the appearance of Little Black, one of his wishes has been fulfilled, but he is lying in an armored vehicle, and beside him is not a wine glass, but a 5.8mm truth rifle. Such wild daydreaming did not last long before the sound of a report came to his ears. Upon hearing the noise, he immediately sat up. This was the squad coming to resupply ammunition. 2 armored vehicles parked here had turned the spot into a temporary ammunition supply point for the unit. Next to them was a Link & Co. 05 SUV with the rear seats completely removed. The space where the seats had been taken out was piled with food, bottled water, various sports drinks, Snickers bars, chocolate, beef jerky, and vacuum-packed ready-to-eat meats. This was also a support vehicle arranged on Kai Anshin's suggestion, specifically to provide energy supplies for soldiers carrying out combat missions. The vehicle was also staffed with 4 volunteers traveling along. Usually, after soldiers finished resupplying ammunition, they would come here to refill their water bottles, stuff some food into their backpacks, and take a short rest. Because of this, the soldiers jokingly called this vehicle the Strong Army War Vehicle. Around 5 in the afternoon, each team gradually finished their tasks and returned to the armored command vehicle. The first to arrive were Jia Sanyu and his squad. Although due to the presence of 3 snipers and a grenade launcher operator, the number of combat personnel inside the building was 2 fewer than other squads. However, as an elite squad with military proficiency rated above good, they were still the first to follow Gu Chengyuan, and their combat effectiveness was undoubtedly the strongest. After returning to the supply point, Jia Sanyu first reported to Gu Chengyuan, then led his squad directly to the strong military vehicle to rest. After completing their combat missions, the soldiers all like to come to the strong army combat vehicle area, because here there is not only food and drinks, but also volunteer young ladies who can chat with them. They speak well and are fun to talk to, the soldiers all really like this place. By almost 6 in the afternoon, as the last 4 shifts returned, the entire settlement area was completely cleared. Watching the rescued survivors board the vehicles one by one with expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster, some with tears streaming down their faces, they expressed endless gratitude to the soldiers maintaining order nearby. An old lady even knelt down and kowtowed, "I thank you, I remember you, it was you who saved the lives of the old woman and my son and daughter-in-law." Jia Sanyu was so frightened that he quickly knelt down towards the old lady, "No, no, no, please get up quickly." Watching Jia Sanyu's flustered appearance, watching the heartfelt gratitude of these survivors, he suddenly felt that clearing the zombies had meanings beyond just development. On the way back, Gu Chengyuan sat in the co-pilot seat of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, squinting his eyes as he looked at the setting sun in the distance. Thinking that the settlement area had been completely cleared, his mood suddenly relaxed and the voice of Squidward came to mind. "Mr. Krabs, I'm off work." Chapter 22, Entertainment Venue. Because the resettlement area had been cleared, Gu Chengyuan planned to give the soldiers a day of rest. Although these soldiers are products of the system, aside from their absolute loyalty to themselves, they are no different from ordinary people and can also experience psychological issues. Without professional psychological counselors, Gu Chengyuan could only relax the soldiers by giving them a day off. So the next day, Gu Chengyuan first let the soldiers sleep until 10 a.m. before sounding the wake-up whistle, allowing them to get enough rest and replenish their energy after several days of intense combat. Except for the necessary personnel on duty, the other soldiers can go to the gymnasium next to the dormitory for free activities. The gymnasium of Yezhou University has 3 floors in total, with an indoor area equivalent to the size of 3 football fields, including a table tennis hall, basketball court, badminton court, volleyball court, gym, climbing gym, and martial arts hall. With so many venues, every soldier can find an activity they are interested in. Moreover, after Kai Anshin learned about Gu Chengyuan's day-off plan yesterday afternoon, she stayed up all night with others to collect entertainment props and transformed the Taekwondo hall, which was covered with soft mats, into a chess and card room. Inside, there are many chess and board game props collected from the girls' dormitory, including Chinese chess, Gamoku, military chess, Monopoly, Werewolf, Three Kingdoms Kill, and so on. They even collected 10 laptops with built-in standalone electronic games, creating a small game room. Gu Chengyuan was wearing a jungle-colored combat uniform, with a pair of more comfortable sports shoes on his feet, strolling in the gymnasium. His pant legs were not tucked in, hanging loosely. Following him were Cai Anxin, Secretary Jean, and Lu Xingfu, the head of the supervision department. Commander Gu, look, this is what we arranged overnight yesterday for the soldiers to rest. Look at this restroom. It originally had shower facilities for the soldiers to wash up after exercising, but due to the water outage, it can no longer be used. It was during last night's arrangement meeting that Secretary Jean thought of transporting water to the rooftop water tank and having the electrician and plumber modify the water pipe route, so these shower rooms could be used again. Gu Chengyuan, upon hearing this, reached out and turned the faucet in the shower room, finding that water indeed came out. Not bad, Secretary Jean is still very sharp. Secretary Jean looked excited upon hearing this, bowing slightly and shaking her head repeatedly. Director Gu, you can just call me Xiao Jean. I also have to thank Director Gu for providing this platform. Thanks to President Kai's guidance, I have the opportunity to use these little clever tricks. Huh, you're too modest. Saying this, Gu Chengyuan stepped out of the shower room. Cai Anxin and the others quickly followed. Cai Anxin lagged a half step behind, walking beside Gu Chengyuan and continued speaking. Today, we invited Commander Gu to inspect mainly to let you see which areas still need improvement. Firstly, the arrangements were made in a hurry, so there might be some omissions affecting the soldiers' rest. Secondly, we locals tend to have limited thinking and may not fully align with the army's intentions, so we still need Commander Gu's guidance. If it were before the apocalypse, anyone seeing Cai Anxin, the head of Hongtu Group, acting so humbly toward a company commander would probably be shocked. Given Cai Anxin's social status, even a military commander would usually interact with him as an equal. It would be impossible for him to be so humble. But times have changed. The apocalypse has been raging for almost a week, and there has been no official action or even news, which inevitably makes smart people like Cai Anxin sense that something unusual is going on. That means, I'm afraid it's truly the end of the world. Before, he was quite respectful but not to the point of being so humble. He only thought he needed to temporarily rely on Gu Chengyuan for protection, so he showed respect. But now it seems that no matter how things turn out in the future, he'll have to depend on this young man in front of him. So he quickly adjusted his mindset. As for face and dignity, for a big shot like him who climbed up from the bottom, those are used to show off when in power, not for climbing higher. Who climbs a mountain without bending their waist? So even when facing Gu Chengyuan, who was nearly 3 cycles younger, he was as humble as a servant, yet he felt no psychological burden at all. And although Lu Xingfu, who was watching nearby, felt disdainful inside and looked down on a big boss with no integrity, he admitted that if given the chance, he would also want to flatter him. But unfortunately, the supervisory agency, although it can get involved in everything, has no say before anything goes wrong, which made it impossible for him to start a conversation or make a connection. He could only laugh when everyone laughed, watch when everyone watched, playing the role of a background character. Stand up. Hello, Commander. When he arrived at the chess and card room, as soon as Gu Chengyuan appeared, a soldier immediately saw him and shouted, "Stand up." The other soldiers quickly stood up from their seats and greeted him in unison. Don't mind me, everyone continue playing. I'm just here to see how well everyone is resting, Gu Chengyuan said casually, waving his hand. Although he said that, the other warriors still looked at him with respect. Gu Chengyuan didn't mind and instead took a walk around the chess and card room, checking out what game was being played on the computer. Yo, Guangjiang is still playing Red Alert and Kuan is playing too. Are you two teaming up? No, Commander, Li Kuan and I are just playing casually. Which one of you is better at playing, huh? Kuan. Li Kuan saw Gu Chengyuan looking at him, and a hesitant smile appeared on his acne-covered chubby face. That's me. I'm a bit better. Upon hearing this, Pu Guangjiang beside him immediately felt indignant. Chief, Li Kuan is bragging, I just beat him badly. Faced with such a rebuttal, Li Kuan looked even more embarrassed and stammered in response, the game just now was me letting you win. You lied to me saying you couldn't play. Looking at the two stubborn expressions, neither was willing to concede. Gu Chengyuan chuckled to himself, truly birds of a feather, both tough-mouthed. Afraid the soldiers wouldn't loosen up, Gu Chengyuan didn't stay long and went out. Passing by the basketball court, he saw a few soldiers playing ball. He didn't go in but suddenly remembered something. Chief Kai. Here, what orders does the commander have? Don't call me President Kai anymore, that was before the apocalypse. My life was saved by you, and as the ancients say, a life-saving favor deserves a lifetime of devotion. You probably don't want this old bone of mine, just call me Old Kai. calling me President Kai really flatters me too much. Kai Anshin still managed to keep some dignity in the end and didn't ask Gu Chengyuan, who is more than 30 years younger, to call him Little Kai. Huh, then I'll just call you Old Kai, it sounds more affectionate. Yes, Commander, your orders. It's not really an instruction, I just suddenly thought of it when I saw the soldiers exercising earlier. You see, it's the end of the world, and the threats to human survival have suddenly increased so much. I feel it's very necessary to improve the physical fitness of survivors. After all, zombies don't compete with us intellectually, they're not sitting in an office making plans or PPTs to be defeated. So we still need to improve the physical fitness of survivors. I'm not saying they have to fight like soldiers, but at least it can increase their chances of survival. We can't lose our sense of crisis. We don't know what the situation will be like in the future. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's worried face, Kai Anshin also deeply agreed. With the apocalypse coming, the mode of human survival has profoundly changed, it's no longer like peaceful times when you could live by brains alone. Commander Gu, rest assured, as soon as we get back, I will gather the team to hold a meeting and come up with a specific and feasible plan to enhance the survivors' physical strength. I trust you to handle this. The two were saying this up ahead when Lu Xingfu suddenly saw a student running over, standing not far away with a hesitant look as if wanting to say something, but Gu Chengyuan and the others obviously didn't notice. Lu Xingfu immediately waved him over, and after some questioning, he learned that the cafeteria meals were ready and, fearing that waiting too long would affect the taste, the student came to call the leaders to eat. Alright, I understand. Let me speak, Lu Xingfu gave the student a comforting look. The student looked grateful upon hearing this. He had been very nervous and somewhat afraid to speak with the leader just now. Now that this tricky matter was passed on, he immediately showed a joyful expression. Thank you, senior. It's nothing. It's better for the senior to handle this kind of thing since we're from the same school, Lu Xingfu said with a friendly smile. The student instantly felt a surge of admiration for him. Watching the student run away with a face full of gratitude, Lu Xingfu felt a bit of pity, some people always treat opportunities as problems. After a slight adjustment, he revealed a limited edition smile he usually reserved for school leaders and slowly walked up. Stopping half a step behind Gu Chengyuan, he bowed forward, lowered his eyebrows and eyes, slightly turned his body like an elegant butler, and said. Director Gu, I'm Xiao Lu. The cafeteria is already prepared, please have a look. Chapter 23 I am the protagonist. I am a loser. After a day of rest, the next day Gu Chengyuan arranged a new mission to clear the West Campus. The purpose of the mission is to establish a zombie-free settlement through clearing, allowing survivors to move around and even produce within the West Campus. The situation now is different from the beginning. Currently, Gu Chengyuan has 5 combat teams under his command, working together with the stay-on-campus lists in the dormitory management offices under each dorm building, enabling precise location of rooms that had activity before the apocalypse. Conduct targeted personnel searches and zombie cleanups. Besides Gu Chengyuan's troops busily preparing for combat in the morning, the survivors were also organized, unlike usual when most people were idle and scattered. After hearing Gu Chengyuan's instructions yesterday, the Survivor Management Committee formed by Kai Anshin held an overnight meeting and formulated a plan to improve the physical fitness of all survivors, which began implementation this morning. At 6 o'clock, all survivors were woken up room by room by the Survivor Committee led by Kai Anshin, thanks to Gu Chengyuan's previous methods in Settlement Zone 2. Although many survivors showed dissatisfaction and even grumbled, no one dared to directly defy the orders, because everyone knew deep down that the people here probably wouldn't tolerate disobedience. Under the organization of Kai Anshin and others, all 316 survivors, excluding children under 10, elderly over 70, and the chefs preparing breakfast, all participated in the morning exercise without exception. They were divided into about 6 formations, each with around 50 people, and ran energetically on the plastic track outside the gymnasium. As a manager, Kai Anshin also led the way at the front. Other survivors saw Kai Anshin, this little old man in his 50s who was once the head of Hongtu Group before the apocalypse, running so hard, and their resentment gradually dissipated. After arranging his work in the morning, Gu Chengyuan walked to the sports field as if for a stroll, stood and watched for a while, feeling reassured seeing them doing things properly and energetically, then he went back. After finishing breakfast, the troops set off according to the established plan. Because the distance was very short, only 2 Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles were sent, serving as ammunition supply points and heavy firepower support for emergencies. Except for the drivers, no one else rode in the vehicles, instead, they chose to follow behind on foot. The 5th Squad, fully armed and wearing tactical helmets, with bulletproof plates inserted in their tactical vests, carried various weapons and followed behind the vehicles like a flowing stream. Gu Chengyuan walked alongside the formation holding the military dog Xiao He, who was as tall as his chest, while continuously assigning tasks. Class 1 to Building 21, Class 2 to Building 20, Class 3 to Building 19, Class 4 to Building 18, Class 5 to Building 17. As Gu Chengyuan issued one combat target after another, the named classes, led by their class leaders, jogged towards the target direction. The scene was like a stream branching out and flowing in all directions. The entire process was well trained, making it pleasing to watch. Class 1, led by Jia Sanyu, was the first to reach dormitory Building 21. Upon approaching the building, Jia Sanyu raised his hand to signal a stop, then issued orders to disengage the safety and advance tactically. Kata, kata. A squad of soldiers half bent their bodies, rifle stocks pressed against their shoulders, their profiles close to the cold gun bodies. Eyes looking through the 3xQMK 171 white light scopes, constantly locking the crosshairs on places where danger might appear. Quietly walking to the door of the dormitory manager's room on the first floor, Jia Sanyu first pressed his ear to the door to listen, then made a hand gesture behind him, took a deep breath, and suddenly lifted his leg to kick the door lock. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open instantly. As Jia Sanyu dodged to the side, gunfire erupted. Bang bang! The dorm supervisor Auntie, who had turned into a zombie inside, hadn't even reacted before being shot in the head simultaneously by two 191 assault rifles. 2 blood holes appeared on her forehead, and a huge hole was blown in the back of her head. She fell to the ground, dead beyond revival. After killing the dorm supervisor Auntie, Huang Jiechi quickly advanced to the door in a shooting stance, swiftly peeking and sweeping twice to confirm there were no other zombies inside the dormitory, then gave an okay hand signal to those behind. When closing the safety, he casually swung the gun to the side, slinging it to his side, and started rummaging through the desk as soon as he entered the room. Squad leader, found something. The list is here. Jia Sanyu took a look and saw a list of students staying on campus written on an A4 sheet. Scanning the distribution of personnel, Jia Sanyu found that there were only 21 students staying in the entire building, all distributed on the 14th and 15th floors. To save time, he divided the whole class into 2 combat teams, one led by the class vice Huang Jiechi, and the other led by himself. After grouping, Jia Sanyu led the first combat team quickly up to the 15th floor via the stairs. Carrying equipment weighing nearly 30 jin, the soldiers only breathed slightly heavier after climbing 15 floors in one go. What might seem difficult to ordinary people was not exactly easy for their elite infantry squad, but could only be described as moderately challenging. After all, during previous training, before morning exercise every day, the warm-up always included an 8-kilometer variable pace run, and the total running distance in a day was nearly 30 kilometers. Armed 3 kilometers, armed 5 kilometers, and even heavily loaded 5 kilometers were routine. The training in the military might not necessarily make their strength surpass ordinary people, but their endurance was definitely beyond what ordinary people could achieve. The 4 of them quietly walked through the stairwell to the iron door leading to the corridor. After gently pushing open the iron door, Jia Sanyu turned sideways and poked the muzzle of his gun out. In the corridor, 4 zombies were gathered in front of a dormitory, frantically clawing at the security door. My name is Yi Qing, and right now I am extremely panicked. The apocalypse has been going on for almost a week. At first, I was very excited, feeling that my era had arrived and that the monotonous society had come to an end. As someone who follows the sacred way of survival, during this time, countless apocalyptic novel plots have been running through my mind. I firmly believe that I am the most dazzling golden scale. As long as I muster the courage to step out this door, I can transform into a dragon upon encountering zombies. I have even started imagining what insanely awesome skills I would gain after killing zombies and digging out their brain cores, and how many pre-apocalypse school beauties and celebrities I could charm. But the cruel truth is, I still don't dare to touch the door handle that's right within reach. The worst part is that even after finishing the instant noodles and licking the bag for 3 days, I still don't dare to go out. Just a moment ago, I was so hungry and dizzy that I fell and knocked over a chair, which attracted zombies banging on the door. I wish I had mustered the courage earlier. Now I'm so weak from hunger that I don't even have the strength to fight desperately. Yi Qing, collapsed on the ground, was too weak to move. Lying there, he watched the security door being clawed open by the zombies, the gap gradually widening. Even though his eyes were dizzy, he could still focus on the zombies' rotting faces, the big eyes of the Kazlan brand about to burst, the corners of their mouths stretched to the ears, filled with pus-yellow fluid. I, the supreme Yi Emperor of this generation, am I really going to fall into such a disgusting mouth? Although the zombie's appearance was so abstract, Yi Qing could still recognize that it was his classmate Zhao Xiaopeng. Damn it, I always joked that when you borrowed money from me and didn't pay me back, you were sucking the marrow from your father's bones. Now it's really time to suck the marrow. Damn it, this school's shoddy tofu drag security door, even if I become a ghost, I'll go downstairs to report you. Ye Dottie of the same name Yi Qing. I am your multiversal self. Please lend me your supreme power. Let me beat this bastard Zhao Xiaopeng to death. He borrows money and still wants to eat my flesh. Bang. Yi Qing, whose consciousness was blurred and was babbling nonsense, seemed to hear the sound of firecrackers. Where are the firecrackers being set off? Bang bang bang. Then came the continuous sound of firecrackers. Damn, you're not dead yet, and you're already trying to take my seat. Whatever. I'm so hungry, can I have a bite before burying it? I'm useless. Don't shoot, he's alive. Chapter 24 Classmate. After a day of cleaning, the dormitory area of the West Campus was declared completed by 5 p.m. The sparsely distributed zombies were almost powerless to fight back under the thorough cleanup by the fully armed soldiers. It was also thanks to the fact that college students tend to be homebodies. Most of the zombies were found locked in dormitories, appearing very weak due to the lack of blood meals. More importantly, the small number of students remaining on campus and their scattered distribution was also key to the easy cleanup. The reason it still took almost a whole day was mainly because the zombies were still quite spread out, and running back and forth consumed a lot of time. The harvest was that after a day of clearing, about more than 400 zombies were eliminated, allowing Gu Chengyuan to recruit another infantry squad. After recruiting an infantry squad, his system still had 562 units of money remaining. Gu Chengyuan's reserve fund ratio was to keep money equivalent to the base supply of the current troop strength to deal with emergencies. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is the zombie horde. Whether in movies or novels, the overwhelming, endless tide of zombies is an unstoppable disaster. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan must have extra ammunition prepared. Even if this slows down the development speed a bit, it doesn't matter. Having fewer people is not a problem, but if ammunition is scarce, that becomes very dangerous. Even if the number of people doubles now, without enough ammunition, encountering a zombie horde of just over 100 would force them to tail between their legs and run. Zombies may have no brains, but they are fierce. They possess immense strength, unlimited stamina, no sense of pain, and no fear. They are beyond human ability to fight against. Currently, Gu Chengyuan's forces have reached the size of 2 platoons. Once another platoon is gathered, the actual formation will reach the size of a company, matching the captain rank he currently holds. Gu Chengyuan had a feeling deep down that when the actual establishment reached the peak of the military rank, the system would definitely undergo significant changes. Besides the income from eliminating zombies, they also rescued 113 students. Coincidentally, among them were more than a dozen of Gu Chengyuan's classmates. Several classmates, upon being rescued, immediately saw Gu Chengyuan standing next to the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, wearing combat gear and holding Xiao Hei's leash. At that time, Gu Chengyuan was sitting by the flower bed, petting Xiao Hei while listening to the communications officer Zhang Jichuan's report on the battle situation. Zhang Jichuan is not tall, stocky in build, and what leaves a deep impression is his head of black and white streaked youthful gray hair. Along with the system setting him as a Cantonese from Guangdong province, speaking softly and gently with a unique ending tone, "Wah." For example, "Chief, that's exactly how things are, wah." This contrasting tone made Gu Chengyuan also very captivated while listening. As for Pu Guangqiang, he was holding a shotgun, vigilantly watching the surroundings beside him, fulfilling his duty as a guard. It must be said that this is also one of the reasons Gu Chengyuan likes Pu Guangqiang. Although he has various minor flaws, he is very serious about his primary duties. "Chengyuan." A slightly anxious voice came from among the survivors being led to the safe zone by a soldier, just as he was coming out of the building. Gu Chengyuan looked up in confusion toward the direction of the voice. As he turned his head, the voices in the crowd grew even more excited. "It's me. I'm Zhao Jie." Zhao Jie. Gu Chengyuan was a bit surprised to see the tall and strong Zhao Jie, but not shocked. Zhao Jie was the sports committee member of the class he returned to after military service. He was straightforward and enthusiastic, skilled at sports. Gu Chengyuan had played many games with him and had a good impression of him. "Chengyuan, have you been recalled?" Seeing Gu Chengyuan dressed in combat uniform, Zhao Jie looked envious, instinctively thinking that the apocalypse had broken out and that Gu Chengyuan, as a retired soldier, had been recalled by the Zhoubang National Defense Ministry. This secretly pleased Zhao Jie. Just a moment ago, he had felt a sense of panic and helplessness about the future, but Gu Chengyuan's appearance instantly alleviated most of it. He wasn't actually very familiar with Gu Chengyuan, He just saw that Gu Chengyuan was retired and returned, and because he kept to himself in the class and seemed lonely, he often intentionally invited him to join activities. But there was no deeper understanding beyond that, only knowing that Gu Chengyuan's basketball skills were pretty good, and he was especially handsome. Because I had played basketball with Gu Chengyuan, classmates and senior students from my own or other colleges often came to me for his contact information. To be honest, he was very jealous inside, and often when inviting him to play basketball, there was also a little intention to tease him. But all these complicated emotions vanished the moment I saw Gu Chengyuan turn his head, leaving only an overwhelming sense of warmth. That feeling is like when the teacher is about to check the homework and yours is still completely blank, making you panic inside, but then you suddenly see that your deskmate's homework is also blank. So Zhao Jie's call of Chengyuan was truly heartfelt and full of affection. Something like that. Why are you here? Gu Chengyuan didn't explain in detail and chose to change the subject. Because they are just classmates now, explaining might only lead to more questions. When he discovered it himself, because of his identity, even if he didn't understand, he couldn't ask directly and would only keep the doubts in his heart. I'm reviewing at school because I have to prepare for the graduate entrance exam. Oh, you go with them first. We're going to regroup the team here soon. I'll find you to chat when we get back. Okay. Then I won't bother you. Zhao Jie was also afraid of disturbing Gu Chengyuan while he was on a mission. He had heard that the military discipline was very strict and feared that if he caused Gu Chengyuan to be punished, it would be bad. Although he also wore combat uniform, from playing ball and chatting in daily life, Zhao Jie roughly knew that Gu Chengyuan was just a conscript in there. He was at the very bottom of the military rank system, with many people above him like veterans, squad vice leaders, squad leaders, and platoon leaders pressing down. Greeting Gu Chengyuan was purely a kind feeling born from shared hardship. He didn't think much about what kind of connections he could establish. After Zhao Jie finished his conversation with Gu Chengyuan, the group of survivors, led by that warrior, headed towards Building 22 again. He didn't even notice why the whole team stopped for him as soon as he spoke. After Zhao Jie left, Gu Chengyuan vaguely felt that there were still some ambiguous glances from the crowd directed at him. Just after leaving, Zhao Hu, a muscular man about 1.8 meters tall in the survivor group, couldn't help but speak up, "Awesome, brother Jie, you even have acquaintances in the army." Someone nearby immediately chimed in, Yeah, brother Jie has a wide network. Make sure to watch out for us in the future." Although he had no intention of showing off, the flattery from these people still made Zhao Jie secretly pleased. He deliberately did not explain in detail, just pretending to be profound and said lightly, "It's nothing, he's a very good buddy of mine, just happened to meet." The others were even happier upon hearing this. After the apocalypse broke out, they had followed Zhao Jie for a long time. They originally thought Zhao Jie would fall when the army arrived, but unexpectedly, it seemed his backing had become even stronger. Meanwhile, amidst the somewhat lively crowd, two girls were whispering to each other. "Yak, hearing that name, is it the Gu Chengyuan from the IoT class you told me about?" The girl called Yak had light yellow permed shoulder-length curls, a delicate face, red lips and bright eyes, about 1.7 meters tall, very spirited, standing out among the group of girls like a crane among chickens. "Yes, it's him," Yak's hoarse voice carried fatigue and distraction. "So handsome, how could you be so indifferent back then, not even wanting to reply to messages?" The short, chubby girl with glasses spoke excitedly, as if questioning why Yak would waste such a treasure. What's the use of being handsome? There are plenty of handsome guys around me. That day I met him at the academic affairs office. He's a senior still trying to earn credits and pick courses. Do you think someone like that deserves me? But he served in the military, you see how handsome he looks in his combat uniform. The girl is clearly a fan of good looks. Served in the military? I'm not an ignorant girl. Regardless of how well he performed there, even if he was strong, he's still just a private. Forget about him, let's think about what we'll do when we go to the new place. Yak's expression was calm, but his eyes hid worries about the future. Chapter 25, Different Thoughts. Zhao Jie and 113 other new survivors were taken to Building 22, where they were greeted by Kai Anshin. Kai Anshin first gave a brief self-introduction and read out the shelter rules and the red lines that must not be crossed to the new survivors. For example, it is strictly forbidden for men and women to enter each other's floors, strictly forbidden to commit sexual harassment, strictly forbidden to fight or brawl, and so on. Once discovered, the light punishment is solitary confinement, and the severe punishment is immediate execution on the spot. Students, we have no prison here. Nor do we have conditions for reform. Once you offend, we do not accept repentance, nor do we accept reform. You only need to prepare to be reborn and live a new life in your next life. Students, think twice before you act. Finally, the Survivor Management Committee is recruiting long-term. Those who are willing to serve everyone and have certain professional qualifications are welcome to come for an interview. After saying this, Kai Anshin began to arrange the groups, 4 people per group, basically forming a dormitory. Then, leading the people to line up in groups in an orderly manner, they went up to the 7th and 8th floors. More than 70 girls were arranged on the 7th floor, which is lower and requires less stair climbing, considered a favor for the girls. Taking advantage of the free grouping time, Yak and Aun stood together, so the 2 of them were assigned to the same room. As soon as she entered the room, Yak frowned slightly when she looked at the things on her bed and quietly complained to Aun, "If I had known, I would have brought the quilt and sheets when I came over just now. There's only a mattress on this bed, and no one has slept here during the holiday. I don't know how much dust there is. Kiki, why don't you sleep on my bed? I have both the quilt and sheets on my bed." Aun pointed to his own bed and said that the condition of the bed depends on luck. Some original owners of the beds are quite lazy and leave their things at school without taking them home to wash. But if you get a more particular bed owner, they might not leave anything behind, like the one Yak was assigned to, who took everything home to wash. Aun's words made Yak slightly tempted, but she still couldn't do anything that would make her friend suffer a loss. She waved her hand and said, "It's okay, I'm just complaining a bit. I can manage, I'll just sleep here." At this time, the other 2 roommates also finished tidying their beds and took the initiative to start a conversation. These 2 were also quite unlucky, each having only a bare mattress. The status of Aun, the only lucky one in the dorm, was firmly established from the very beginning. "Hello, my name is Tang Jingwen, this little cutie is Feng Jiai, and we are economics majors." Tang Jingwen, with a full figure and radiant skin, has a very mature voice that gives off a subtle charm when heard. While introducing herself, she was also gently ruffling Feng Jiai's head beside her and introduced her as well. "Tang Jingwen. Don't touch my head, or you won't grow taller." Feng Jiai, who was being Rua-ed, frowned her delicate little nose in displeasure. "Hello, my name is Yak. I recognize you, the goddess of the School of Economics. This is Zhang Wenwen by my side, you can just call her Aun." Yak looked at Tang Jingwen and also introduced herself on behalf of Aun beside her. Tang Jingwen smiled upon hearing this and said, "I wouldn't dare accept the title of goddess in front of the campus belle. I've long heard of Yak from the School of Arts, you're the face of the school's major events as the host." The 2 quickly became familiar with each other in this atmosphere of mutual compliments, and the dormitory vibe gradually shifted from unfamiliar to friendly. Before long, they began to call each other sisters. As for Feng Jiai and Zhang Wenwen, they are merely accessories to the 2, without any independent consciousness. As long as Tang Jingwen and AI could have a harmonious relationship, the entire dormitory will be harmonious. After gradually getting familiar, the girls couldn't help but gossip when chatting. The one who just talked to the boys in the team, the soldier, is Gu Chengyuan from the Internet of Things class, right? How is he a soldier again? Didn't he return to the Internet of Things class? Tang Jingwen asked curiously. Who knows, maybe they were recalled. After all, the world has turned out like this now. The phone has no signal either, I don't know what's going on outside. Seeing Ai's worried expression, Tang Jingwen knew she was probably worried about her family and spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, trust Zhou Bang. Besides, rescue troops have already been sent to the school, so the situation elsewhere shouldn't be bad either. Look, the zombies are in the hands of the army, almost powerless to fight back." Tang Jingwen nodded to herself while speaking, as if comforting Yak and at the same time comforting herself. Hopefully. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy at this point. After such an accident, almost everyone who was rescued was filled with worry for their own families. "Don't you think Gu Chengyuan is very handsome? Someone posted his basketball photo on the school's confession wall before, and our class has many little fans of him. Right, Jingwen?" Feng Jiai seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and immediately shifted the topic back to Gu Chengyuan. Jiai is definitely right. There really are quite a few girls in our class who are attracted to his looks. She's the biggest Gu fan in our economics class. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with being a Gu fan? Handsomeness lasts a lifetime. And now that he's joined the army, he looks so cool in his combat uniform. I love him even more. Feng Jiai seemed lost in memories, her face full of infatuation. Aiko was non-committal about her words but always felt that focusing on looks was too superficial, or maybe there was some other emotion involved. He is indeed handsome, but it doesn't really have much to do with us. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiayi immediately wanted to say something, but at that moment, a voice announcing mealtime came from the corridor. Everyone, gather in your dormitory groups in the corridor. Line up and get ready to go downstairs for the meal. Woohoo, it's mealtime. We've had enough snacks these past few days. I want to eat chicken. The announcement for mealtime made Feng Jiayi, who was about to refute Ai's words, instantly forget them, her eyes filled with a strong craving for food. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor upstairs, the boys also rushed out of their dormitories eagerly as soon as they heard it was time to eat. No boy can resist the temptation of a meal. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there's something wrong with your brain. Because the more than 40 new survivors on the 8th floor mostly followed Zhao Jie in Building 19 after the apocalypse, Zhao Jie was still the center of attention while they lined up in the corridor. A group of people gathered around him, continuously talking to him, but Zhao Jie was somewhat absent-minded at the moment, his mind occupied with a certain matter. What exactly is the current situation in the world? Has it completely spiraled out of control like the apocalyptic stories he used to read, or has the government managed to control it? This information was very important to him. If it was under control, then he would just continue as usual, obediently being a student and waiting for order to be restored. If things collapse just like in the novels, then we have to find a way out, and the best opportunity right now is to join the military. Compared to being an ordinary person, being an armed soldier in the apocalypse undoubtedly grants more status and security. Whether it's about understanding information from the outside world or joining the military, the key lies with Gu Chengyuan. As a low-ranking soldier, he definitely can't get himself into the military, but a recommendation should be possible. Zhao Jie secretly thought about how to further strengthen his relationship with Gu Chengyuan later. Chapter 26, Is Gu Chengyuan the leader? As the survivors lined up one by one to enter the first floor of the cafeteria, the spacious dining hall gradually filled with people. It was already past 7 in the evening, the sky outside was gradually darkening, and the lighting inside the cafeteria was even dimmer. Nearly 800 people crowded into the first floor of the cafeteria. It was noisy everywhere, visibility was low, and Yak and his group, having just found their seats, all felt a sense of melancholy at the scene. Isn't this the same refugee camp from some country that I saw online before? The same dimness, the same noise, just like their uncertain future. Especially hearing the people around chatting, my mood gets worse and worse. Brother Wang, how are your parents' family? Have you been able to contact them? I remember they live in Yonghui community, right? Contact them? No signal at all. I think it's a bad sign. It's been a week since the apocalypse broke out, and there's no news from the authorities. I guess they're struggling to survive too. Sigh. Isn't that right? Our great Zhou has always been known for its efficiency, but now it's been so long without any response, it's tough. A middle-aged man beside them also chimed in, I think so too, and besides. Saying this, the middle-aged man suddenly lowered his voice, looking very mysterious. According to my guess, the troop that is rescuing us now might be the only military force in the entire night market. Upon hearing this, someone nearby immediately sneered. Bro, your statement isn't right. Haven't you noticed that the number of troops in this unit is gradually increasing? It might be that the military district is continuously sending reinforcements from behind, aiming to use Yezhou University as a bridgehead for the counterattack on the urban area. The middle-aged man, hearing someone contradict him, immediately became displeased and unconsciously raised his voice a bit. Counterattack the urban area? It's amazing you can even think that. Do you think this is the eastern coast? The far western plateau? Or the northern capital? There's no way there are that many troops to launch a counterattack. Don't forget this is Yezhou province. Located in the southwestern heartland of Zhoubang, and it's very mountainous. There's basically no need for any defensive forces, having a single battalion stationed in Yezhou is already more than enough for defense. Calculate again how many people are in the entire community, how many are infected, then double the death rate and apply it to this one regiment. How many are left? Even if the soldiers here aren't all of Yeshur's forces, they still make up a relatively large portion. You expect to launch a counterattack with this few people? The first barrage of words hit several fragile hearts like a Gatling gun, and everyone suddenly broke down. The atmosphere froze, and a sense of despair began to gradually spread. Most of these survivors were residents of the resettlement area, almost all locals, with family and blood ties all within this city. Everyone had originally hoped that their family members who had lost contact were also rescued, or at least waited for the troops to regroup and launch a counterattack to rescue the city. But the middle-aged man's analysis was like a bucket of cold water, chilling everyone to the bone. Does that mean the people in the city can only wait to die? A thin young man in the crowd said unwillingly. But no one responded, the answer was already very clear. With so few people, trying to rescue others in a provincial capital city with over 10 million residents, no one is a fool. At the very least, they would count on their fingers. Ah, doesn't that mean Director Gu is likely one of the most powerful people in the current night market military system? He looks just a little over 20. That can't be, he's only a captain and a company commander, while the district's armed forces minister is a colonel. What's the use, he doesn't even have troops. Do you think it's like before? It's the apocalypse, you know, guns. That's still not quite. The topic quickly shifted to a strange place, from concerns about the apocalypse to a debate over Gu Chengyuan's current status. Meanwhile, Yak and the other three sitting nearby remained silent, especially Yak, whose family is local to Yesheng. She had originally been nostalgic, but after hearing the discussion, she felt nothing but despair. Tang Jingwen and Feng Jie were not in such a bad mood, because one of them was from the eastern coast and the other from Xinjiang. The eastern coast has the most powerful eastern war zone of Zhoubang, with over 500,000 troops equipped with Zhoubang's most advanced weapons across land, sea, and air. Xinjiang, on the other hand, is guarded by 200,000 of Zhoubang's elite Xinjiang garrison troops. In comparison, the survival rate of their families is relatively high. As for Zhang Wenwen, she doesn't feel much, she has been an orphan since childhood, grew up in a welfare institution, with no attachments, and has relied on the support of the Zhoubang government and caring members of society to attend the current Yezhou University. It's not that she lacks gratitude or doesn't worry about those who helped her, but because the support she received did not come from any specific individual, but from a group, it is difficult for her to worry about particular individuals. Her concerns are more about the entire Zhoubang and society, rather than about individuals. Wow! Just as several people were each lost in their own thoughts, a sudden shout rang out, and the canteen lights gradually turned on from left to right, each one a 100-watt lamp illuminating the canteen as brightly as daylight. The gloom that filled everyone's heart seemed to be dispelled by the light emitted from these lamps, making it feel much less heavy than before. Hey hey! Kai Anshin's voice echoed through the canteen, amplified with a buzzing electric sound from the megaphone in his hand. Could everyone please be quiet? Could everyone please be quiet? The survivors in the cafeteria looked towards the direction of the sound and noticed that in front of the cafeteria window, there was an extra table with Kai Anshin standing on it. About 1.7 meters tall, not very tall, with a big belly but not bulky, instead giving a sense of strength. Because the generator voltage was still unstable, under the flickering headlights, his expression was a mix of light and shadow. His rare inverted triangular face and deep, slender eyes reminded one of a venomous snake called the Mongshan Ironhead. Hello survivors, my name is Kai Anshin. I believe everyone should know me by now, and some of you might have known me even before the apocalypse, or my Home2 group. But that doesn't matter anymore, it's all in the past. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, all identities have become fleeting memories. As for me, due to some modest management experience, I have been entrusted by Director Gu and am now appointed as the director of the Survivor Management Committee at Yezhou University. Tonight, I won't introduce myself further, but I believe we will have many interactions in the future. At this point, Kai Anshin's voice suddenly rose. Now, let us warmly welcome the night market people's guardian deity, who has faced life and death alongside the soldiers, risking his own safety to save our lives. Gu Chengyuan, Chief Gu. Please say a few words to us. Please give a warm welcome. Clap 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 clap. As the words fell, the entire cafeteria erupted in a loud round of applause. The enthusiastic atmosphere almost seemed to lift the cafeteria ceiling off. Hello, Chief Gu. Thank you, Chief Gu, for saving my life. Chief Gu. When Kai Anshin mentioned the name Gu Chengyuan, several survivors in the cafeteria felt their hearts being tightly gripped. When Gu Chengyuan, dressed in a sharp combat uniform, stepped onto a stool and stood before all the survivors at the dining table, Aiku and Zhao Jia almost shouted out in surprise at the same time. Gu Chengyuan. How could it be him? Several people stared fixedly at Gu Chengyuan standing by the dining table, their faces full of disbelief. At this moment, the voltage had stabilized, the incandescent light no longer flickered, shining on him like a spotlight. The bridge of the nose was high and prominent, the shadows beneath it gave the contours a deep and distinct definition. After these few days of battle, his bright eyes were full of determination, carrying a faint calmness as they swept over the crowd. Gu Chengyuan originally thought he might get stage fright because he had never spoken in front of so many people before, but the moment he stood on this table, his heart instantly calmed down. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, it felt like they were hundreds of wooden stakes, and his gaze gradually became sharp and fierce. Gu Chengyuan is actually the leader. Zhao Jie was first shocked, then got excited. At first, he was just satisfied thinking Gu Chengyuan could help him a little, but he didn't expect it might actually take off directly. The other boys sitting around him shouted even more excitedly. Damn! Brother Jie is awesome. Your buddy is actually the chief here. Brother Jie is awesome. From now on, no need to worry about taking off. Me too. Brother Jie is awesome. Aiko was full of disbelief. She never would have imagined that the man she used to ignore and look down on, who was good for nothing but being handsome, had suddenly transformed into the so-called chief. Her mind was in a daze, and the discussion from the crowd just now echoed in her head. He might be one of the most powerful people in the current military system of the night market. It feels like this sentence is a bit exaggerated, but reason tells her it doesn't seem very exaggerated. Chapter 27, Post-Apocalyptic Rationing System. Gu Chengyuan stood on the dining table and didn't say much, only briefly mentioning the execution of the cleaning tasks and the results achieved. In other words, he was just showing off. The ancient said, only tools and reputation cannot be faked to others. Although Gu Chengyuan did not want to get involved in tedious management, having too low a presence was also not acceptable. Reputation is something that seems useless most of the time, but it is crucial at critical moments. His goal was to create an image of someone who does little, has high reputation, and strong influence. After his appearance ended, the focus shifted back to Cai Anxin's dining table. Tonight's speech was not a mere formal appearance, but an announcement of significant reforms that would affect everyone's interests. As the troops continued to clear the area, more and more survivors were rescued. Now, the number of survivors in Building 22 had increased to nearly 800, and the consumption of food had correspondingly risen. The average daily food consumption has reached about 1 ton. Due to a week-long power outage, vegetables and meat have basically been cut off to the survivors since yesterday, only ensuring supply to the combat personnel. The staple food every day is still mainly rice, with only easily stored potatoes as vegetables, accompanied by some pickled vegetables and spicy sauce. Cai Anxin and others have now developed a new supply system, which has been approved by Gu Chengyuan, and will be implemented as a rationing system throughout the shelter area of the West Campus of Yizhou University. For the benefit of the majority and for long-term sustainability, even though it is known that this will cause dissatisfaction and even chaos among the survivors, it is a system that must be implemented. Nowadays, the number of survivors is still relatively small. Although the normal supply can be afforded, it is precisely because there are few people that the ship is small and easy to turn around. We must prepare for a rainy day, plan in advance, and design the system well. Otherwise, when the number of people increases to thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands in the future, cutting benefits at that time will face great resistance. You can't expect most people to have a global perspective and a sense of the bigger picture. People are short-sighted, the vast majority only think based on their own position and interests. Just like a phrase Gu Chengyuan often saw online before the apocalypse, I earn 3,000 a month, what does it have to do with me? Although it is necessary, this villain Gu Chengyuan definitely won't take the role, so Cai Anxin, the director of the Survivor Management Committee, will play the bad guy. To deal with possible emergencies and the very few emotionally agitated survivors. For today's meal, the soldiers didn't even take off their gear, they came armed and ready to eat, fully prepared to shed blood. When Cai Anxin was reading aloud, she changed from her usual gentle smile to a cold and stern expression, speaking firmly with no hint of hesitation or consultation. Because he knows that reform is not a dinner party, if you're not careful, it will lead to bayonets and blood. The more conciliatory the attitude, the more people harboring illusions there will be, and the stronger the backlash that may be triggered. This reform of the material rationing system mainly involves changes in personnel treatment, shifting from everyone eating from the same pot, those who can eat more do, those who can't eat less, to distribution based on labor and matching treatment to contribution. This reform is driven by 2 reasons. One is to reduce the logistical burden and pressure, and to improve the survival rate of the majority. The apocalypse has already come, this is obvious, but how long it will last and when it will end, there is no answer. Therefore, to ensure long-term survival, we must be frugal and fight a protracted war. We cannot consume tomorrow's life-saving food today for the sake of indulgence. Hence, lowering the basic treatment standards for everyone has become inevitable. The second reason is for fairness. Absolute egalitarianism is the greatest unfairness. Those who can't do it shouldn't do it, and those who can should work their hardest. In the end, the treatment is still the same. What kind of situation is this? Who would still want to work? Speaking of this, the kitchen staff wearing white uniforms at the canteen window couldn't help but nod or show agreement with their eyes. Now, the most exhausted among the survivor group are these people, simply because they have relevant work experience. They get up earlier than the chickens every day to prepare breakfast and go to bed later than dogs to prepare ingredients for the next day. Meanwhile, the other survivors are either sleeping or bragging, and when they're bored, they even complain about their cooking skills. Damn, the treatment is clearly the same, so why do people like us have to work like oxen and horses? Some might question, everyone is a victim of the disaster, so we should do our best to protect everyone. Promote humanitarian spirit. But everyone. The world has already undergone profound changes. Director Gu pointed out at the recent meeting that the apocalypse is no longer a disaster. It is the daily life that you all must adapt to in the future. Therefore, our shelter's disaster relief operation model must also make corresponding changes. To survive in the apocalypse, you must abandon the victim mentality, stop waiting for rescue or handouts. You are no longer victims. You must become producers like before the apocalypse. We must be self-sufficient. Otherwise, who are we waiting for to send supplies? Zombies? Rescue organizations? Or are we waiting for them to fall from the sky? Everyone must make the most of their own strengths to create value within our current survival framework. On a larger scale, it's for the continuation of humanity, on a smaller scale, it's for yourselves. If the skin does not survive, where will the hair attach? After Kai Anshin finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. The survivors showed various expressions, some were confused, some were fearful, and others were stubbornly resentful. But so far, no one has spoken up, everyone is waiting for the specific policies to come. Now, I will announce the specific adjustments to the benefits. Later, there will be postings in the cafeteria and dormitory bulletin boards. If you can't remember, you can go check again. Ordinary survivors, those who have not taken on any shelter staff duties, receive a daily food ration totaling 500 G. Contributory survivors, i.e., personnel assigned shelter work tasks such as cooks and managers, receive a daily food ration totaling 2000 G. High-risk survivors, i.e., combat personnel and logistics support staff, receive daily treatment equivalent to combat personnel. High-tech talent survivors, personnel who can enhance the overall strength of the shelter, receive daily treatment equivalent to combat personnel. Note, infants can apply for special nutritional products such as formula and milk. Children under 10 receive treatment equivalent to contributory survivors. The current treatment stratification is simply a distinction based on contribution. Those who do not contribute can only receive the minimum standard of living, being well-fed is definitely impossible. This is also a purpose built into the system designed to reduce freeloaders. Using benefits to motivate these people to move, otherwise they would just lie around in the dormitory doing nothing every day, eat until full, sleep until rested, and when bored, they can go to the gym for entertainment. Except for the lack of mobile phones and internet, wouldn't life be even better than before the apocalypse? So what has Gu Chengyuan's group become? Are these people slaves and long-term laborers? Have they come here just to serve the master? Therefore, making stratification is very necessary, and the status of the warriors must be subtly elevated to the highest level through special treatment. This is also a consensus shared by Gu Chengyuan, Kai Anshin, and others. As for the children, although there are no short-term benefits, the more important thing is long-term investment. It is impossible for humanity to end with our generation, survival depends on the next generation. The choice of 10 years old as the dividing line is also deeply considered. Children under 10 are relatively fragile, and the medical standards in the post-apocalyptic world have drastically declined. It is better to ensure they have a relatively comfortable life and reduce the mortality rate. After 10 years old, they start to be exposed to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. This period is the golden time for shaping their values, to prevent arrogance and cultivate a sense of crisis. Do not take the treatment before 10 years old for granted. Once this system is introduced, I wonder if there will still be children who always want to grow up. Chapter 28, Establishing the Militia Team. After dinner, Gu Chengyuan ran into Zhao Jia on the way back to the dormitory with Pu Guangqiang. As soon as he saw Gu Chengyuan approaching, Zhao Jia immediately showed a smile. Brother Yuan, what a coincidence, have you just finished eating too? Yes, we happened to meet, let's walk together. Gu Chengyuan didn't mind that his name had changed from Chengyuan to Brother Yuan, nor did he care if it was a real coincidence, he just wanted to hear what Zhao Jia had to say. From their interactions before the apocalypse, Zhao Jia seemed to be a decent person. Although being good at scheming among students is not a compliment, in the adult world it is indeed a valuable quality. We used to have some kind of acquaintance, and if the request isn't too much, Gu Chengyuan is still willing to help him. Chatting along the way, Zhao Jia actively looked for many topics, talking about interesting things from school and recalling the first time he met Gu Chengyuan. It wasn't until they entered the dormitory and the few of them were about to part ways that Zhao Jie finally couldn't hold back and voiced his request. Brother Yuan, you know me, I like to be active, I prefer movement over stillness. Just now, Director Kai's speech was very inspiring. I don't want to be a parasite waiting for relief, I want to do something for everyone. To create value for our shelter. Can you see if you can let me join our army? I also want to kill zombies and want to pick up weapons to protect everyone. Gu Chengyuan looked thoughtfully at Zhao Jie, who was full of anxiety. He had thought Zhao Jie came to him seeking some favor or power, but unexpectedly, he wanted to join the army. But currently, Gu Chengyuan has no intention of recruiting ordinary people into the army. Firstly, the weapon issue cannot be resolved. System weapons cannot be exchanged individually. Although there is ammunition supply, they can't just give them bullets, maybe they could use a small hammer to strike and fire. Secondly, there is the issue of loyalty. Currently, the size of the troops is still not large enough. If firearms are distributed to ordinary people whose absolute loyalty cannot be guaranteed, the risk is relatively high. Recruiting ordinary people results in poor combat effectiveness, most of them don't even know how to use a gun. Besides increasing one's own risk, it won't significantly improve combat capabilities. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan immediately dismissed this idea halfway. The reason it was only halfway dismissed is that he had a compromise in mind. That is to establish a logistics unit similar to the auxiliary troops in ancient times, responsible for supporting the regular army. For example, transporting supplies, carrying loads, and extracting zombie brain cores, directly accompanying the troops to the front line. Judging from the recent zombie clearance operations, whether it was extracting the zombie brain cores or temporarily settling survivors on the spot. All these matters outside of combat took up a lot of the warriors' time, reducing their combat efficiency. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan spoke up. Sorry, Jie, currently our army has no intention of recruiting combat personnel from ordinary people. Zhao Jie felt a sudden shrink in his heart and instantly cooled down. Although he had already mentally prepared himself for rejection, hearing it with his own ears still brought a sense of disappointment from dashed hopes. Oh, I see, Brother Yuan. I was just asking casually, no plans or anything. It's fine, contributing elsewhere works just as well. Seeing Zhao Jie trying hard to hide his disappointment, Gu Chengyuan didn't continue to keep him in suspense. Although there is no recruitment plan for formal combat personnel, there is a militia recruitment plan. Are you interested? Militia? Zhao Jie felt hope rekindled upon hearing this. Yes, they operate alongside the regular troops, but without directly confronting the zombies. They handle battlefield support tasks. For example, transporting battlefield supplies, providing logistical support for combat personnel, and so on. Also, if the regular troops later need to recruit civilians as fighters, they will prioritize selecting from the militia. This militia is similar to a reserve force. When it comes to making empty promises, Gu Chengyuan can now do it effortlessly, perhaps this is a talent skill gained after switching to a leadership role. Insult the leader, understand the leader, and finally become the leader. Are you interested? Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Jie's mood at this moment was like riding a roller coaster. He had been very disappointed before, but now there was a compromise option, and the outcome seemed quite good. At least I won't lose face in front of others for failing to get things done. Brother Yuan, where do I need to report? You don't need to report anywhere, just report to yourself. Seeing Zhao Jie's confused face, Gu Chengyuan didn't continue teasing him, but instead said. This militia team is just an idea for now, but I need you to turn it into reality. I remember you are quite popular among your classmates. I am appointing you as the leader of the militia squad. You are responsible for recruiting and managing the militia. Your first task is to recruit members, and you have a quota of 50. Do you have confidence? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie felt his head burning and became excited. He originally just wanted to be a regular soldier, but he never expected to become the leader of a militia squad. This management authority is neither self-appointed nor voted in like a child's game, but comes from an official appointment. To all the survivors, Gu Chengyuan's group represents the official side, with high legitimacy and credibility. If they were just a bunch of armed militants, although Zhao Jie would be happy, he wouldn't feel so comfortable inside, because there would always be a sense of someone proclaiming themselves emperor in a mountain valley, not fit to appear on the stage. Confident. I will definitely live up to the leader's trust. With red eyes, Zhao Jie quickly switched roles and instantly integrated into the system. Seeing Zhao Jie so excited, Gu Chengyuan was also quite satisfied. Genuine emotion can't be faked, at least not by someone Zhao Jie's age. Gu Chengyuan didn't really care who was put in charge of the militia captain, as long as they could complete their tasks and not hold others back. Anyway, Gu Chengyuan had no plans to equip this militia with weapons, at least not for now. The militia was just a nice-sounding name. In reality, they were laborers doing miscellaneous tasks alongside the army. Gu Chengyuan had his reasons for having Zhao Jie recruit 50 people at once, mainly to solve the food supply problem. The canteen's food supplies were also limited, so it was impossible to just sit and wait for them to run out. Therefore, before the 2-week deadline to rescue his parents, Gu Chengyuan planned to make a move. After all, having food in hand keeps the mind at ease. He remembered there was a military supply store on Zhonghuan Road in the Shishui district and planned to raid some supplies there. At that time, the militia team could be put to use. The soldiers would handle the zombies, while they would be responsible for transporting the food supplies. Zhao Jie, who received the assignment, cheerfully returned to his room after bidding farewell to Gu Chengyuan. On one hand, he wanted to share the good news, and on the other, he wanted to show off that he had become a manager. After all, youth is wasted without a bit of showing off. Such good news would be much less joyful without some exclamations like, WTF and awesome. Chapter 29 Militia Training. After selecting the militia leader, Gu Chengyuan did not continue to focus on it the next day, but completely handed it over to Zhao Jie to handle. Zhao Jie benefited from the foundation he had laid when the apocalypse first broke out, having served as a building leader for a while, plus his eloquence. Gu Chengyuan painted a promising picture for him, and he did the same for his former classmates. That night, the militia was assembled with 32 members, all of whom were students from Yezhou University. This was actually intentional on his part. Although the militia currently does not have any specific benefits, in the apocalypse, joining a violent organization is something that many people would not refuse. However, recruiting a large number of people from society is obviously not conducive to his own management. The seasoned veterans who have struggled through society are not as easy to fool as these students. Therefore, after consideration, Zhao Jie decided that the initial members of the militia would mainly be students, making it easier to consolidate his leadership position. The remaining spots would be filled with a small number of social recruits, using the majority of students' influence to enforce minority obedience and pressure others, achieving complete control over the militia. The next day, right after breakfast, Zhao Jie excitedly came to report to Gu Chengyuan that the militia team was already fully recruited. He also took out a training plan for Gu Chengyuan to approve. Gu Chengyuan looked at the seemingly official, militia training manual, in his hand and asked Zhao Jie where it came from. Zhao Jie said it was compiled by himself and his group based on some understanding of troop training, then created. First of all, there must be plenty of formations, which are essential for improving troop discipline. There are also some military subjects, such as first aid bandaging, tactics, grenade throwing, light weapon shooting, and so on. After reading it, Gu Chengyuan immediately reduced the proportion of military subject training to only 1 day a week out of 7 days. The proportion of Q and physical training has been increased to the maximum. The purpose of establishing the militia is only to assist the regular troops with some miscellaneous tasks, and their combat attributes are not strong. What is urgently needed now is a militia that listens to commands, obeys orders, and has strong physical strength, so that they can do a good job in support work. For example, carrying ammunition, generally, light weapon ammunition boxes weigh 25 kilograms, and carrying wounded personnel is about 60 kilograms per person, so the physical fitness requirements for the militia are higher than the military quality requirements. Especially for the upcoming military operations, these are the main forces carrying grain and oil. If their physical fitness is poor and they struggle to carry 2 bags, that won't do. After revising the outline of the militia training manual, Gu Chengyuan emphasized to Zhao Jie the importance of physical training, ordering him to adjust the soldiers' condition within these 2 days to ensure that the upcoming military support in a few days goes smoothly. Zhao Jie immediately patted his chest and promised to definitely complete the tasks assigned by the commander. He was originally a sports enthusiast and usually liked to watch sports-related videos in his spare time, so he was somewhat of an expert in physical training. After reporting to Gu Chengyuan, he gathered the militia team members and led them to the stadium to start training. A sparse line of 50 people arrived at the football field. Having served as the sports committee member since middle school, he skillfully organized the team. Then he called Zhao Hu out from the team. This boy, who shares his surname, had been known to him since his sophomore year and had experience of retaining his student status while serving in the military. Although from chatting with him, he learned that this guy was a slacker in the army, not learning much during the 2 years of military life, mostly thinking about how to slack off and when to be discharged. But at least he stayed there for 2 years. His personal skills were lacking, but he understood the military routines better than this outsider, such as formation training. Like many leaders, Zhao Hu himself may not be capable, but he makes demands and finds faults. And such a consultant, who lacks ability but has insight, is just perfect for Zhao Jie. Even if he is entrusted with military training, there is no worry that it would threaten his own position. Privately, his requirement for Zhao Hu is that the training must be strict, which perfectly matches Zhao Hu's mindset. Previously, because of his average quality, he was often the one being scolded inside. Now that he has the opportunity to openly scold others, he is eager for it. As a result, during the 3-hour morning Q training, Zhao Hu's demands were extremely strict. Any militia member with incorrect posture was harshly criticized by him. Squeeze your thighs tight. Tighten your thighs. Wang Hongbing, are you a sissy or what? Can't keep your legs tight. Zhao Haoran, why are your legs shaking? No strength in your legs? Come on, get on the track and run 400 meters first. Train your legs. Yo Zhang Guifang, about to faint, huh? This is just the beginning. The more you act like this deadbeat, the harder I'll train you. Keep your eyes wide open, chest out. Show me your spirit. After his operation, by noon, except for Zhao Jie, the whole militia team looked at him with varying degrees of fire in their eyes. What the hell are you showing off for? He really took a chicken feather as a command baton. If the captain hadn't said to let him be the military instructor, I would have beaten him to death. Yeah, he usually looks so pathetic, and now he actually dares to mock me. LOL, when he does the military stance, he stands even less straight than my grandma. How does he have the face to talk about us? Sai better say less, or he might take revenge under the guise of official business. Maybe he'll be the instructor for all future military training. Failing to endure small annoyances will ruin great plans. After finishing training, everyone dragged their tired bodies to the cafeteria and eagerly sat down. Suddenly, Zhao Hu's shouting rang out. Who the hell told you to sit? Did I give that order? Everyone stand up. Have you all forgotten the strict orders I gave this morning? You are no longer local personnel, but militia, combatants. Everyone, stand up and line up. The huge commotion caught the attention of other survivors dining in the cafeteria, who all looked over in astonishment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Hu felt increasingly pleased, his pride greatly satisfied. Especially noticing that among the crowd, several pretty female classmates who usually wouldn't even glance at him were now, admiringly, staring at him, making him feel even more impressive. The militia team members slowly and reluctantly stood up one by one, seemingly expressing their dissatisfaction, while about 10 simply remained seated, motionless. Zhao Hu was about to scold, but Zhao Jie immediately spoke. Wang Wei, are you guys feeling unwell because the intensity was too high this morning? If you're not feeling well, try to hold on a bit longer. I also have sore waist and legs, just standing for a little while. If it's really uncomfortable, you can ask for leave this afternoon. Zhao Jie's voice was also loud. Wang Wei and the others, seeing the looks from the people around, especially some of the girls, all stood up one after another. They had originally decided that if Zhao Hu dared to confront them again, they would react, but Zhao Jie suddenly spoke, making them feel as if their energy had been drained. One is Zhao Jie, their team leader, the real direct superior, tall and strong, and still feared for his authority. Secondly, the training was not organized by Zhao Jie, so you can't really get angry at Zhao Jie. Moreover, after Zhao Jie said this, everyone was watching, and if a commotion broke out, others would think they couldn't endure hardship or were physically weak. Zhao Hu beside him felt that Zhao Jie was backing him up, and his expression became even more proud. Sit. As the newly established militia team officially started their meal, a brewing storm quietly dissipated. After finishing the meal, everyone took a normal afternoon rest, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they gathered again and were taken to the athletic field for physical training. The main trainer this time was Zhao Jie. Because Gu Chengyuan said there would be a mission soon and required everyone to adjust their condition, Zhao Jie did not organize high-intensity physical training. Instead, he led everyone to start jogging slowly, running 5 kilometers, and then did some simple strength training like push-ups and sit-ups. The rest of the time was spent leading the team members in some small games to train their reaction speed and agility. The afternoon training undoubtedly gave the team members a clear contrast. After every scolding of Zhao Hu, there was always a compliment for Zhao Jie. With this pattern of criticism and praise, Zhao Jie quickly established a good image in the militia team and gained the heartfelt recognition of almost everyone in the militia. Chapter 30, Clearing Shuefu Street. Zhao Jie's militia team entered into intense training, and Gu Chengyuan's regular troops were also busy. After finishing breakfast, the 2 platoons, totaling 62 soldiers, were fully armed, holding various types of light and heavy firepower, carrying digital camouflage tactical backpacks filled with magazines and various combat supplies, and quickly assembled in front of the building. Now that Gu Chengyuan's forces had expanded to 2 platoons, the personnel formation was also organized by platoon, divided into 2 small square formations. The command issues caused by the expansion of active personnel were resolved during the military meeting last night, which was attended by all 12 squad leaders and deputy squad leaders. After Gu Chengyuan's nomination and a vote by all personnel, Jia Sanyu, the original elite 1st squad leader, and Huang Jieqi, the deputy squad leader, were appointed as platoon leaders of the 1st and 2nd platoons respectively. At the moment the two were appointed as platoon leaders, the system supplies also arrived, and Gu Chengyuan received 2 sets of platoon leader supplies. Inside were insignia uniforms for lieutenant officers, the specially assigned Type 92 pistols for officers, radios used to establish platoon command, and 2 copies of the Infantry Platoon Tactical Training and Command Manual. The personnel vacancies caused by the promotions were filled after Gu Chengyuan spent 600 gold. The promotions of Jia Sanyu and Huang Jieqi ignited a fire in the eyes of the other squad leaders and deputies present, sparking a desire for the future, as no one wants to be left behind. However, no one was jealous or thought it unfair that 2 people were promoted at once in one squad, especially since Huang Jieqi jumped 2 ranks. This was because the promotions of Jia Sanyu and Huang Jieqi were truly flawless. In terms of seniority, they were the earliest to follow Gu Chengyuan. In terms of ability, they all came from elite infantry squads, and their military literacy was impeccable, so everyone was very convinced by this appointment. On the road in front of Dormitory Building 22, 6 Humvee 3 armored assault vehicles were arranged in 2 rows, parked on both sides of the road in pairs, neatly aligned and very orderly. The soldiers stood in formation with resolute faces and heads held high, their stern demeanor attracting the attention of passing survivors. The looks directed at them were filled with a complex mix of curiosity, admiration, respect, and awe, emotions that made the soldiers instinctively straighten their backs even more, as if undergoing an inspection by the people. Jia Sanyu and Huang Jieqi, with lieutenant rank insignias and 92 Type pistols tucked beside their tactical vests, were each arranging combat tasks at the front of their respective squads. Last night's military meeting not only resolved personnel appointment issues but also focused on discussing today's combat plan. With the completion of the clearance tasks in the Phase 2 resettlement area and the western dormitory area of Yezhou University, the troop strength has greatly increased, expanding from an original squad to 2 platoons now. The increase in strength led Gu Chengyuan to assign the next combat mission to Xuefu Street, located next to the West District 1 of Yezhou University. Xuefu Street is a commercial street built relying on Yezhou University, specifically designed to serve students, with a focus on dining, entertainment, and leisure. Apart from a gym and a cinema, almost all the shops on the street are restaurants. Its main structure is a high-rise building, with the 1st and 2nd floors along the entire street used for commercial purposes, and the upper floors used for the sale and rental of residential units. In other words, although this street mainly serves students, as a community, it also accommodates many members of society, with more than 800 households. As for this combat mission, Gu Chengyuan has already made it clear to the platoon leaders and squad leaders below that the main objective is not rescue, but to eliminate zombies and build strength. The combat mission determines the combat method. This operation will not adopt a door-to-door carpet sweep inside the building, as this approach is highly dangerous and inefficient. The main approach is to eliminate zombies by concentrating on entire streets, similar to the method used previously to clear the wandering zombies in the Phase 2 resettlement area. First, find advantageous terrain, then build defensive lines, create noise and movement, and wait for the zombies to take the initiative to attack, achieving the tactical goal of eliminating a large number of living zombies in one operation. Gu Chengyuan stood aside, and after squad leaders Jia Sanyu and Huang Jieqi finished conveying the combat plan, he immediately gave the order for everyone to board the vehicles. The squad of Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles, with the vehicle Gu Chengyuan was riding in as the lead, maintained a distance of 20 meters between vehicles, and with the roaring sound of diesel engines, headed toward Xuefu Street filled with killing intent. Chapter 31, Clearing Xuefu Street. The weather in September was just right, with clear skies, gentle breezes, and the blue sky dotted with clusters of white clouds like bunches of cotton candy. The convoy drove along the wide roads inside Yezhou University, with dense green trees on both sides gently swaying in the light breeze. Gu Chengyuan sat in the front passenger seat of the lead car, opened the window to let the wind flow inside, bringing a refreshing feeling, while observing the situation ahead and contemplating the specific battle deployment for later. Not much time passed, as the convoy drove past the Moon Lake in front of the school library. It quickly arrived at the school gate in West District 1 that connects to Xuefu Street. This gate is quite unique, it has a double-door structure, meaning that the passage connecting the school and the commercial street has two gates, one built by the school and the other constructed by Xuefu Street itself. The gate on Xuefu Street is a large iron gate resembling iron bars, with a relatively simple structure, while the school's gate is made of reinforced concrete. You must first pass through a turnstile before going through the iron gate. By a twist of fate, there are actually 3 checkpoints from the school to Xuefu Street, so it's no wonder that students in West District 1 jokingly say that leaving school feels like being released from prison. Because the road from the school's main road to the gate of Xuefu Street is about 20 meters long, the school designed it as a pedestrian path, and the entrance is blocked by huge concrete spheres, so electric scooters usually cannot enter. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan's unit could only park the warrior armored vehicle by the main road, then get off and walk to the gate of Xuefu Street. As soon as they got off the vehicle, the 2 squads under the command of Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi mobilized tactically in squad units. The first squad, as the vanguard fire unit, quickly conducted an inventory of the security booths at the pedestrian path entrance and the gate of Xuefu Street. The security booth on the pedestrian path was empty. Judging by the arrangement of items inside, it is more likely that someone escaped alive. Inside the gate guard room on Xuefu Street, 2 zombies dressed in security uniforms were found. They were from Holy Shield Security, and judging by the uniforms, they were the school's property security. Bang bang. Gunshots rang out. Seeing the zombies roaring and trying to break out, they were easily shot dead by a group of soldiers through the window, blocked by the security room. Black, dirty blood mixed with milky white liquid sprayed onto the pure white lime wall of the gatehouse. Because the outbreak happened during the day, both the school gate and the gate on Xuefu Street were wide open, saving the trouble of opening the doors. But precisely because of this, the earlier gunshot had already attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, and several zombies had wandered in through the iron gate opened on Xuefu Street. A group of soldiers reacted quickly and had already established a simple fire point relying on the school's concrete gate within this short time. The moment the zombies and the warriors met, it was like enemies meeting with intense hatred. The zombies, who were limping just moments ago, immediately triggered their berserk apocalypse mode upon seeing the living, drooling, baring sharp teeth, wagging their large tongues, and pouncing like wild dogs off their leashes. The school gate and the gate of Xuefu Street were about 5 meters apart. At such a short encounter distance, the elite squad of soldiers did not panic, their muscle memory took over as they raised their guns and opened fire. Bang bang. Boom boom. After the roar of the Type 191 rifle and the Type 09 shotgun suddenly erupted. The 7 ferocious zombies were instantly killed, 3 of them shot in the head by rifle bullets, collapsing to the ground, dead on arrival. The other 4 were completely obliterated, with no bodies left behind, under the powerful scatter shot of the close combat weapon Type 09 shotgun, their jaws and necks exploded like watermelons. Quick, the entire platoon immediately exit the school gate and move to establish a defensive line between the school gate and the main gate of Xuefu Street. After clearing several zombies that charged forward, a row of personnel quickly seized advantageous terrain under the orders of platoon leader Huang Jiechi. The school gate was almost sealed off by concrete walls, leaving only 2 small doors that a single person could pass through, using the main gate on Xuefu Street as the battle defense line. This choice was made because the school gate's entrance and exit were too small, making it difficult even for a single class to pass through, while the main gate on Xuefu Street, being a large iron gate resembling iron bars, allowed soldiers to use the gaps between the bars as firing ports, which could just accommodate a platoon. Open fire freely. Watching the zombies pouring out of Xuefu Street like ants because of the gunfire, Huang Jiechi immediately issued a blocking order, while taking off the walkie-talkie on his chest to report. Reporting to the commander, a squad is engaging the enemy. Chapter 32, The Big Tough Zombie. Bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under Huang Jiechi's order to open fire freely, the entire platoon's firepower was unleashed. More than 2,191 assault rifles, aided by 3 XQMK-171 white light scopes, almost achieved precise firing. Every gunshot caused a zombie to fall to the ground, and the sloped road facing the school gate was less than 8 meters wide. Relying solely on rifles, they had already achieved complete cross-sectional fire coverage, with even a large amount of overflow firepower. This led to the 3 machine gunners being stopped by Huang Jiechi after only a few shots. Although the country's strength and military budget had grown richer over time, the idea of conserving ammunition was still deeply ingrained in every soldier's mind. What the hell are you shooting at? The light weapon's firepower is more than enough, any more would just be a waste. Snipers, grenade launchers. Get me to a high point. Climb onto the school's main gate. The school's main gate includes a guard room, so although it's called a gate, it actually resembles a small house blocking a gap in the school's perimeter wall. The 3-meter-high gate had 2 snipers interlocking their hands as a cushion, while another sniper lightly stepped on the hand cushion, pushed off forcefully, grabbed the eaves, and pulled himself up with both arms. Using the same method, another sniper climbed up, and then the 2 on top pulled all the remaining snipers up. Several snipers took positions one after another on the roof of the security room, briefly communicated to assign tasks, and then began to keep watch in different directions. Actually, from a tactical standpoint, the sniper positions were clearly inappropriate, too exposed and concentrated. Anyone with military knowledge would spit twice upon seeing this arrangement. But the environment was indeed limited. The main adversaries were zombies, with no long-range strike capabilities, so Huang Jiechi adapted on the fly in command, using the snipers as riflemen. Bang bang. Amid the continuous gunfire, the entire university commercial street seemed like it was being boiled in gradually heating water, with the movements of living creatures inside growing louder and more intense. Zombies kept emerging from the streets, hot pot restaurants, milk tea shops, supermarkets, and residential green areas, converging toward the school gate. Bang! A row of soldiers who were shooting suddenly startled, vaguely seeing a dark shadow flying across the sky, followed by a loud bang. A zombie broke through the corpse swarm formed by the firepower net and the 20-meter vacuum zone in front of the gate, crashing into the door. Splattered foul blood covered the surrounding soldiers, and a nauseating stench of rot immediately filled the air. Jia Sanyu, who was relatively far away, immediately opened fire and shot dead the zombie that was about to fall behind the door and was struggling to get up. Damn! What the hell is this? Zombies can fly. Just as the words fell, several more black shadows flashed by in quick succession. Bang! 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 Ah, damn! Damn! As the sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out, the temporary stronghold at the school gate echoed with the warriors' cries of pain. Open fire! Jia Sanyu's urging mixed with the shouts and curses, causing the previously orderly stronghold to seem somewhat chaotic. 2 zombies smashed between the soldiers, their cervical spines broken, with multiple fractures on their bodies. Their unsupported heads swung back and forth with inertia, crawling twistedly on the ground like aliens, still trying to launch attacks. Bang bang. Several consecutive gunshots rang out within the position. These 2 zombies, falling from the sky, ended their painful lives. Their brains exploded and scattered on the dark asphalt road, emitting a foul stench that irritated the soldiers' nerves. Medic! Medic! Quick! Quickly move the wounded to the security room. After shouting this, he immediately took off the walkie-talkie. Snipers, take a look quickly, what the hell is going on? Zombies can fly. Whether they fly or jump, shoot them all down. Damn it, now you guys are the anti-aircraft guns. Got it. A few seconds later, Jia Sanyu's walkie-talkie rang. Report to the squad leader, the sniper team has spotted the target. The sniper team has spotted the target. It's not that zombies can fly, but there is a very strong big zombie throwing other zombies. Boom. Before the voice had fallen, the explosion roar sounded, and Jia Sanyu, caught off guard, felt a shudder in his heart. Then the radio transmitted the sniper's somewhat calm voice. Report to the platoon leader, the target has been neutralized, the big guy was blown up by the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle. Mission complete. Chapter 33 Mutated Monkey Horde. Big Guy Zombie. Gu Chengyuan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Could it be some kind of strength-type evolved zombie? Using ordinary zombies as weapons to throw? Although a zombie is severely decayed, it should still weigh around 70 gene, capable of throwing a 70 gene zombie over 50 meters. It should be known that during service, a normal soldier who could throw a 260-gram Type 82-2 grenade 40 meters away was already considered excellent. At that time, because I could throw 54 meters, my performance was among the top in the company, although my unit was an equipment unit with a different focus. But individual soldier quality wouldn't differ too much, at least representing a physical fitness slightly above average. Roughly calculating, assuming a zombie weighs 35 kilograms, being able to throw a zombie the same distance as Gu Chengyuan means the strength is nearly 130 times that of Gu Chengyuan. The strength of an average adult is almost equivalent to their own body weight. Based on Gu Chengyuan's 73 kilograms, this big zombie's instantaneous strength burst reached at least around 9 tons. This made Gu Chengyuan involuntarily gasp in shock. Terrifying beyond words. All I can say is terrifying beyond words. Even if his strength doubled during the burst, his usual strength in everyday movements is at least close to 5 tons. What does 5 tons mean? An ordinary small car only weighs about 1.2 to 2 tons. To big guys, these cars are just toys. If a person fights it up close, there's a high chance of a famous scene from The King of Fighters happening. A punch that pierces the stomach, shatters the brain, and sends limbs flying. The human body is no harder than a block of tofu in the face of its absolute strength. But there is no if in this matter, because thanks to having firearms, Gu Chengyuan does not need to engage in hand-to-hand combat with it. I heard you're incredibly strong. I fired a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle. Wang Chang, wielding the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle, was ecstatic. He thought, finally, there are zombies I can take down. The previous zombies were too small and flimsy, even regular rifles could penetrate them. Using an anti-material sniper rifle felt like using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot mosquitoes. After all, the original goal of developing the Type 10 anti-material sniper rifle was to target light armored vehicles, personnel, fortifications, and important targets like radar at distances up to 1,000 meters. The appearance of this big zombie really surprised him. Just thinking about it makes him want to cry. Other comrades have almost reached 100 kills, while he has been in this world for over a week and hasn't fired a single shot. He was often teased by other comrades, saying it would be more useful to carry a shovel on his back, so he could even scoop out zombie brains. Now he can finally hold his head high. Just now, the sniper next to him fired a 5.8 precision rifle but still couldn't break through the big zombie's skull. He took the shot himself and took the zombie down with one bullet. To avoid excessive power, he aimed for the zombie's neck, but unexpectedly, part of the chest was also shattered. Previously, it was mostly target practice. This was the first time experiencing the feeling of striking carbon-based lifeforms with a weapon in hand. After hitting, the burst of flesh and blood was clearly visible to Wang Chang through this day and night usable white light sight combined with infrared imaging, an intelligent assisted aiming scope. After easily killing targets that his teammates couldn't break through defenses against, he even took the time to imitate the cold tone of a killer from a movie, calmly showing off to the squad leader. Haha, awesome! Wang Chang shouted in his heart. Wang Chang's psychological activities were so rich that Gu Chengyuan was unaware of them and had no interest in exploring them, simply because a new trouble had appeared. According to the report from the alert personnel dispatched by the second row, first class, a group of mutated monkeys appeared in the nearby forest, seemingly observing, slightly restless, and somewhat eager to try. Monkey group? Gu Chengyuan in the security room frowned after hearing this. He knew there were monkeys around Yizhou University, and quite a lot of them. They often ran into the student dormitories in the West District 1 to scavenge for food and drinks, jokingly called senior brothers. The main reason for this is that the location of Yezhou University is indeed quite remote. The area around the school is not just a simple suburb, but also because Yezhou province has a mountainous geographical environment. This has resulted in many remote and rarely visited forests around Yezhou University. After all, as people have become wealthier, the economic activities of relying on the mountains have decreased. Now, people can survive by simply finding a job, so who would still be willing to take the risk of going into the mountains? This has also led to a relatively large population of wild animals such as monkeys living and breeding in the surrounding forests. It's just that the monkeys are more active and often enter the living areas, which has caused them to have a bigger reputation. Moreover, according to the campus legends known by Gu Chengyuan, there is not just one well-known wild animal, the monkey, in the nearby forests. It is rumored that whenever night falls, a large number of students experience atavism and retreat into the mountains, transforming into a kind of wild mandarin duck that only appears in pairs. After the activities of these wild mandarin ducks, they often leave behind rubber, an essential item of the industrial age. This rubber, not derived from rubber trees, can indeed be considered a rare local specialty of the mountains near Yezhou University. Chapter 34, Fierce Battle with the Monkey Troop. According to the report from Class 1 of the second row, the number of monkeys is about 50, and this news disrupted Gu Chengyuan's deployment. The original plan was for the first and second squads to alternate in conducting the sweep, and depending on the combat situation, the front line could even be advanced, with both squads conducting fire sweeps simultaneously. But now, with the appearance of the monkey group, Gu Chengyuan had to keep the second squad as a reserve force to guard against possible attacks from the monkeys. Gu Chengyuan left the third team of the second squad as a rear guard for the first squad, and took the second team of the second squad up the stairs to the rooftop of the Ziqian building located to the right of the school gate. Seeing Gu Chengyuan come up, Ho Xian, the squad leader of the first team of the second squad of the monkey group, immediately walked over and saluted Gu Chengyuan. Report, Commander, the troop of monkeys is right ahead in the forest. Picking up the military binoculars hanging around his neck, Gu Chengyuan looked towards the forest behind Ziqiang building, and sure enough, many monkeys were gathered at the boundary between the forest and the school. They seemed to be attracted by gunshots like firecrackers, scatteredly standing on some treetops, gazing out. According to Gu Chengyuan's observation, these monkeys did not appear to be zombified, but there were still visible unknown changes in them. First, their body size has increased. Monkeys that used to stand only up to waist height can now almost reach human height. Secondly, their fur has all fallen off, leaving them bald and pale white, with muscles bulging, resembling Daredevil from an American TV series. The arrival of Gu Chengyuan and the others quickly caught the attention of the monkey troop, and pairs of bloodthirsty red eyes looked over in this direction. Awo! The largest monkey in the troop suddenly let out a call, and all the monkeys turned sharply to look at the rooftop of Ziqiang building, baring their huge fangs. Cock the safety, prepare to fight. Gu Chengyuan immediately issued the order to prepare for battle upon seeing this scene. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, before figuring out what abilities the monkeys had, especially at this critical point of clearing the zombie-infested Academy Street, Gu Chengyuan was unwilling to provoke this group of monkeys. But now the monkeys' reactions forced Gu Chengyuan to be cautious, though he still did not intend to open fire prematurely and planned to continue observing the monkeys' intentions. Hiss. About 100 meters apart, the Monkey King continued to bare its teeth in a threatening manner towards Gu Chengyuan and the others. At this moment, the soldiers who had completed their battle preparations had at least one light machine gun and 4 or 5 rifles aimed at it. Awo! Seemingly unable to tolerate the provocation from the humans in front of it, the Monkey King let out a sharp cry, then a dark shadow flashed as it instantly leapt up to the height of 4 floors, pouncing towards the rooftop of the Ziqiang building. The troop of monkeys seemed to have received an attack order, as more than 50 monkeys leapt from various treetops towards the Ziqiang building, with the lowest jumps reaching the height of 2 floors. The suddenly attacking troop of monkeys came at Gu Chengyuan and the others like raindrops. Open fire! Gu Chengyuan gave the order to open fire, and the guns in the soldiers' hands roared instantly. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 5.8mm caliber light machine guns spat flames, and 2 orange-red bullet belts whipped fiercely at the leaping troop of monkeys like whips. The mutated monkeys hit in the air exploded in bursts of blood mist and fell straight to the ground. However, due to the monkey's strong jumping ability, fast movement speed, and agility that almost follows no movement pattern, the damage caused is still very limited compared to the corpse horde. Many monkeys, even if hit by rifle bullets, as long as they are not wounded in vital areas, will grunt and continue to rush over here. The soldiers' gunfire did not intimidate them, instead, it further provoked their ferocity, causing them to screech and dodge left and right. Wah 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 wah. Clap 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 clap. Gu Chengyuan, who had been keeping his eyes on the Monkey King, finally caught a trace of its trajectory as it leapt into the air, and emptied the entire magazine through the reticle of the 3x bibioscope. Several tiny bursts of blood appeared on the Monkey King's belly, but it seemed largely unaffected. After landing, it quickly climbed up the trees surrounding Ziqiang building. The other monkeys closely followed, and after sacrificing more than 10 monkeys, they also successfully approached the base of the wall of Ziqiang building. Grenade! Jia Sanyi shouted. Some soldiers holding Type 191 assault rifles stopped firing, pulled out the Type 82-2 grenades from their waists, pulled the safety pins, and threw them downstairs. These soldiers didn't even look, pulled the safety pins and released their grip, letting the grenades fall freely, then continued to pull out the next one, repeating the above actions. Boom! 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 After 2 or 3 seconds, a series of explosions rang out at the bottom of the building, accompanied by the monkeys' agonized screams. Each explosion of the Type 82-2 grenade was accompanied by the scattering of 1,600 steel balls inside the shell, which caused great suffering to the monkey troop. Within seconds, more than a dozen monkeys were blown to death or completely incapacitated, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. The Monkey King was caught off guard and got hit by one as well, the dense steel beads scattered all over his back, covering his pale flesh with countless black bullet holes, like a honeycomb. Anyone with trypophobia would get goosebumps weighing at least 2 gene. But as the Monkey King's skin quickly turned red like burning hot steel, these steel beads were suddenly squeezed out of the skin, and the original bullet holes returned to normal. However, its skin then seemed to become even paler. Chapter 35, The Valuable Mutant Monkey. Commander, please retreat to a safe place first. Huang Jiechi saw that the battle line was about to reach the rooftop, and for Gu Chengyuan's safety, immediately made a suggestion. Gu Chengyuan, upon hearing this, did not try to show off. After all, in the era of cold weapons, it was said that swords and knives have no eyes, let alone firearms. A wealthy son does not sit in the front hall. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan obediently retreated behind the others and withdrew into the building under Pu Guanqiang's protection. Just as Gu Chengyuan withdrew inside, a monkey jumped onto the rooftop, and the Monkey King, seemingly affected by the earlier grenade, had his bloodshot eyes clear up, his intelligence suddenly taking control of the high ground. No longer charging ahead as before, but retreating behind the troop of monkeys, directing them through howling sounds. Ow! The monkey that just landed on the rooftop let out a miserable scream, was hit by concentrated fire until it looked like a beehive, and fell to the ground bleeding black blood. Following closely behind, 7 or 8 monkeys jumped up at the same time, some were still holding stones, and before landing, they hurled them at the soldiers. 4 or 5 fist-sized stones were violently thrown by the monkeys. The second row of soldiers was caught off guard and hit directly, with several soldiers groaning and falling to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. But the monkeys throwing stones seemed to emit their final glow. The not-so-spacious rooftop also limited their movements, and soon they fell to the ground riddled with bullet holes under the concentrated fire of more than a dozen guns. After 2 consecutive failed attempts to attack the building, combined with casualties at the base of the building during the earlier charge, more than 30 of the original 50-plus monkeys have now been killed or wounded. The remaining dozen or so monkeys were all injured, hesitating as they climbed the pipes leading to the rooftop. Ow! Seeing this, the Monkey King's eyes revealed a human-like fear and hatred, and he let out a mournful howl to the sky. The troop of monkeys quickly withdrew from the pipeline and, led by the Monkey King, swiftly jumped into the jungle. Huang Jiechi waited for about 2 minutes. Seeing no movement from the monkey troop, it was only when someone was sent out to scout that they discovered the monkeys had long since disappeared without a trace. Report to the commander, the monkey troop has been repelled. For personnel injured, 3 with minor injuries, 1 suspected of a leg fracture. Gu Chengyuan stood on the rooftop holding a telescope, observing the surroundings for a while. After confirming there were no signs of monkey troop activity nearby, he gave the order. Quickly transfer the wounded to a safe location, power up the generator, and instruct Kai Anshin to organize rescue forces relying on the West District Clinic. Properly treat the injured. Leave necessary guards to prevent monkey troop sneak attacks, and have the rest quickly clean up the battlefield. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Huang Jiechi immediately organized personnel to clear the mutated monkeys on the rooftop and downstairs. Bang! Bang! The occasional gunshots were the soldiers finishing off the mutated monkeys. Knowing the strong vitality of mutated animals, the soldiers would first shoot twice in the head before approaching the mutated monkey corpses, then extract the brain cores. After about 10 minutes, Huang Jiechi came to find Gu Chengyuan carrying a small bag of brain cores. Report to the commander, the mutated monkeys have been cleared. A total of 32 mutated monkeys were killed, and 30 brain cores were extracted. Among them, 2 were found to be shattered after inspection. Gu Chengyuan took the small plastic bag from Huang Jiechi's hand and opened it to reveal yellow diamond-shaped crystals. Compared to the brain cores of zombies, the color was different and the hue was deeper. System, convert the crystal core. As the system sound rang out, the color of the brain core instantly became transparent, and all the material inside was extracted. Obtained 1,515 money. Damn! This monkey is actually worth so much. If I had known, I would have been more aggressive earlier. Gu Chengyuan instantly felt like he had lost 100 million, calculating it, a single monkey was worth nearly 50 units of currency. Suddenly, the row of zombies surrounding them didn't seem so appealing. If only the number of these monkeys was as many as the zombies. No. No. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan shook his head. These mutated monkeys still had very strong combat abilities, with super strong physical fitness, brains, and sharp claws. If it hadn't just happened to collide with Gu Chengyuan's gun muzzle, it would probably dominate the entire Xibei district. Ordinary survivors would probably only be able to throw in the towel. Chapter 36, The Militia's First Mission. Around noon, the supplies for the soldiers, escorted by the militia team led by Zhao Jie, arrived at the gate of West District 1. Along with the supplies came all the members of Zhao Jie's militia team. This 50-person militia team unloaded all the meals for the soldiers from the vehicle. To make it easier for the soldiers to eat, the meals had already been portioned out in the canteen. After finishing the unloading, the militia team, having received no further orders, began to move about freely, all heading toward the direction of the gunfire. These militia members had never even seen a gun in real life, the only time they had seen one was on the soldiers coming and going. The image of these guns being used to shoot zombies was like a distant spectacle to them, so as soon as they had the chance, they immediately moved closer. But after not watching for long, many people's faces turned pale and they tilted their heads to avoid looking, after walking a few steps, some were already crouching by the roadside vomiting. The zombie cleanup scene was extremely bloody, with brain matter splattered everywhere, and the fallen zombie corpses piled up several layers deep, their deaths looking extremely gruesome. At a glance, the best-looking deaths were those with a large hole smashed in the head, with red and white brain matter slowly oozing out. A random gust of wind blowing from the direction of the corpse pile was enough to make the militia members roll their eyes repeatedly in disgust, teetering on the edge of fainting. Jiegu. This is freaking terrifying, totally different from the computer games before. Zhao, who considered himself quite brave, daring to watch horror movies alone and even face deceased bodies directly. Although he was prepared for extreme gore, he thought that having played various zombie-themed games for years would give him some immunity, but he didn't expect to have overestimated himself. He expected it to be scary, but never imagined it would be this terrifying. Even now, when talking to Zhao Jie, his face is still pale, and his calves are trembling. Zhao Jie squatted nearby, smoking a cigarette without speaking, but from his heavy breathing, it was clear he was struggling to suppress something. Seeing that Zhao Jie didn't say anything, Zhao Hu thought he had performed so poorly that Zhao Jie was displeased, so he planned to force a joke to salvage his image. But Jie, honestly, that brain matter really was just like tofu pudding, truly authentic. As soon as the words fell. Ugh. Just as Zhao Jie, who was already close to suppressing his nausea, suddenly had a vision in his mind, the food inside him erupted like lava. Zhao Hu, who was crouching beside Zhao Jie, was splattered unexpectedly. Seeing the vomit on himself, Zhao Hu also lost control. The two of them started vomiting wildly by the roadside as if competing. When Gu Chengyuan came over and saw the mess all over the road, he couldn't help but frown. Could there be a problem with lunch? Was there food poisoning? He called over Zhao Jie, who looked pale and had nothing left to vomit, to ask questions. Gu Chengyuan, who knew the whole story, couldn't help but smile a little, but at the same time expressed understanding. He himself was also very embarrassed when he saw these scenes and did not blame them much, but instead instructed them to quickly carry the food to the lobby of the Ziqiang building. A floor covered with vomit is indeed not suitable for dining. After the soldiers took turns eating lunch and resting briefly, Gu Chengyuan rotated the second platoon of soldiers on duty, while the first platoon stood guard and rested. As time passed and the density of zombies decreased, Gu Chengyuan estimated that the zombies on Xuefu Street were nearly wiped out, and issued the order to take the initiative to attack, with the firepower squad entering Xuefu Street to clear out the zombies. At this point, there was no need to keep a guard. Except for the 6 wounded soldiers who were sent back, all 56 soldiers from the 2 platoons were fully mobilized and set out for Xuefu Street. As the gunfire gradually became sporadic, Gu Chengyuan ordered the militia to fully protect themselves and enter Xuefu Street to extract the zombie brain cores. 50 militia members wore various raincoats collected from different sources, with bright yellow firefighter rubber boots from the main buildings of the West Campus on their feet and dishwashing gloves from various canteens on their hands. In their left hands, they carried colorful plastic bags, and in their right hands, they held iron tools capable of breaking heads, such as fire tongs, hammers, shovels, and picks, with anxious expressions, some even showing fear. Looking at this ragtag crowd and undisciplined army in front of him, Gu Chengyuan showed no sign of disappointment. As ordinary people, having the courage to stand here, even if their legs tremble, their mindset is good. Being able to help dig out the brain cores would save a lot of time. Compared to the soldiers digging by themselves, regardless of their performance, it is an improvement in efficiency. In front of this assembled militia team, Gu Chengyuan also emphasized 2 points. First, pay attention to protection. If the skin is accidentally cut, it must be reported and disinfected immediately. Do not conceal injuries. The military will not give up on treating anyone who has not turned into a corpse. If concealment of injuries is discovered, execution on the spot will be carried out for crimes against humanity. Second, all zombie brain cores must be handed over and not hidden. If hiding is discovered, execution by shooting on the spot will be carried out for wartime theft of especially important military materials. Gu Chengyuan's 2 words, summary execution on the spot, were spoken with great force, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Those in the crowd with evasive eyes instantly became much more obedient, though of course some were indifferent, thinking Gu Chengyuan was just bluffing. After all, since modern times, there really hasn't been a case of troops shooting civilians in Zhoubang. But Gu Chengyuan didn't care about what these people thought, the line had already been drawn firmly here, don't say you weren't warned. As the militia team entered, the soldiers had basically finished clearing zombies on the first and second floors of Xuefu Street, leaving a row. To protect the militia team's safety, while the second row of soldiers dragged their exhausted bodies to the outside, strong military vehicle. They picked out some snacks and drinks to relax and replenish energy. Scientific studies have shown that eating snacks does help soothe tense nerves. As the sun was about to set and the sky darkened, Zhao Jie finally arrived in front of Gu Chengyuan. Chapter 37, Militia Team Battle Losses. Report, Commander. All the zombie brain cores have been completely cleared, a total of 813 pieces. Zhao Jie saluted Gu Chengyuan properly, then had the two militiamen behind him carry over the black luggage bags. Gu Chengyuan did not rush to open the bags to check the zombie crystal cores, but patted Zhao Jie, who looked tired but whose spirit was clearly very different from 2 hours ago, on the shoulder encouragingly. Well done. I didn't expect the militia team's first mission to be completed so well, it really exceeded my expectations. I definitely made the right choice having you lead the militia team. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's admiring expression, Zhao Jie felt a warmth in his heart, as if all the hardships were worth it. He even felt an impulse to die for someone he regarded as a confidant. College students are definitely easier to fool than seasoned veterans in society. Although each one shouts, "My life is mine," not controlled by fate, and acts arrogantly as if they are number 1 or 2, they can be deeply moved and start crying as soon as they receive enough respect and recognition. Not hard at all. Serving the people. Seeing Zhao Jie puff out his chest proudly, Gu Chengyuan continued to encourage him. There is still some time before going back. You inform Kai Anshin by phone that the combat personnel will have extra meals tonight. Give the militia brothers a good reward. Were there no casualties in the militia team? Hearing this, Zhao Jie's excited expression suddenly darkened, and he said somewhat self-reproachfully. There were 2 casualties. One was injured while moving the zombie force, underestimating the sharpness of its claws and getting cut, the other unfortunately fell on the slippery corpse pile while extracting the zombie brain core, and his buttocks were pierced by the zombie's broken bones. It was my fault for not being meticulous enough in safety work. I asked the commander to punish me. Watching Zhao Jie, who was proud just a moment ago, bow his head like a child who made a mistake, Gu Chengyuan did not blame him too much. Safety accidents can only be prevented, not completely avoided. Nothing can be perfect. Gu Chengyuan had long anticipated casualties among battlefield logistics personnel. You have just started handling this and have done very well. Don't be too hard on yourself. Since the problem has occurred, focus on how to solve it. The isolation, observation, and treatment of these 2 people must be done well without any mistakes. Also, before this matter is completely settled, do not spread it around. Seeing Gu Chengyuan's final meaningful look, Zhao Jie immediately nodded, indicating that he would explain the situation to the militia team when he returned. Although this accident was no one's fault, the militia team's first mission resulted in an unexpected casualty. If not handled properly, it will inevitably have a very negative impact on the survivors. If the survivors unintentionally come to see the militia team as a high-risk profession, it will be hard to say if anyone would still be willing to join when faced with life and death. Gu Chengyuan tends to gently guide the survivors to participate in the war against the apocalypse. Because this is not a war fought by Gu Chengyuan alone, nor by any single group, this is a people's war, a racial war. Therefore, besides the system warriors, all available forces should be mobilized. If the survivors are scared and unwilling to participate right from the start, then harsh measures must be used to coerce them. Although it can be done, it is not what I want to see. Clearly, this is for the survival of humanity, so why make oneself an outcast? Wouldn't it be better to handle things amicably? Therefore, guiding public opinion is very important. Thinking of this also reminded Gu Chengyuan that perhaps establishing a mouthpiece similar to a broadcast should be put on the agenda, as there are now nearly 1,000 people in the shelter. A certain great person once said, public opinion is also a battlefield, if you don't occupy it, others will. The zombie crystal core was also obtained, and Gu Chengyuan no longer lingered. He found someone to siphon gasoline from more than a dozen abandoned cars by the roadside and poured it all over the densely packed piles of corpses on Xuefu Street. A convoy composed of 6 Humvee vehicles and more than a dozen civilian cars, led by the bright headlights of the white-hot vehicles, broke through the darkness and drove into the deep twilight. Behind the convoy was Xuefu Street, rolling with thick black smoke, where orange-red flames curled over piles of corpses, devouring everything like a greedy glutton. From time to time, crackling explosions echoed through the empty streets, the black smoke drifted upward with the wind, then scattered into ash that fell to the ground. In the corner of this apocalyptic scene, a pair of blood-red eyes stared venomously at the convoy gradually disappearing into the night, hopping along and blending into the darkness. Chapter 38, Promoted to Battalion Commander. At dinner, Kai Anshin followed Gu Chengyuan's instructions and arranged for the kitchen to provide extra meals for the combat personnel. Fresh meat was no longer available, but it was replaced with vacuum-packed braised beef in soy sauce, sliced and plated, and each militia member was also given a bottle of juice. The heated braised beef in soy sauce was distributed on each combat personnel's plate, the unique aroma of the beef mixed with the flavor of the marinade, and the steam carried the scent throughout the entire dining hall. The other survivors in the canteen smelled the aroma and secretly swallowed their saliva. After eating vegetarian food for several days, their mouths were almost numb. The scent of this spicy beef lasted only a moment, but it had already tempted the survivors hundreds of times. To improve contrast and increase the survivors' enthusiasm for participating in military operations, Gu Chengyuan did not separate the dining areas for combat personnel and ordinary people. He was also not worried that the difference in meals would cause dissatisfaction among others. He wanted all survivors to know that only those brave enough to face zombies deserved to eat meat. Those without courage were only fit to barely survive. He had no extra food to feed freeloaders. Setting aside the unease of the other survivors, unlike the system warriors who had grown accustomed to mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and were feasting heartily, the militia members had no appetite at all for the beef that smelled so delicious, and some even felt a bit nauseous. Looking at the large pieces of beef braised to a deep red color, the militia members couldn't help but frequently recall the scenes from this afternoon, the blood pits made of brain matter and plasma, the dark red, fragmented human tissues. Ugh! Gu Chengyuan did not observe the militia's condition too closely. Humans are the most adaptable creatures in this world, and he believed they would quickly overcome this pain point. He now has more important things to do, which is to go back to the dormitory and digest today's gains, turning them into strength. In the dormitory, there was a black handbag in front of Gu Chengyuan, filled to the brim with zombie brain cores, shimmering with a psychedelic glow under the light, very dazzling. Even diamonds, known as the crystallization of love, would pale in comparison to this bag of brain cores. After all, this is truly a treasure that one can only have one of in a lifetime. Just imagine, if a man is willing to grow one of these things in his head for you, what else could that be if not love? System, exchange money. Ding. Exchange successful. Money plus 4,060. Total money, 6173. Gu Chengyuan looked at the current amount of money with some excitement, over 6,000 gold coins, enough to summon 4 squads. But he couldn't summon them all. With the army expanding, enough money needed to be reserved as ammunition supply for emergencies. System, summon an infantry platoon. Understood. The infantry platoon will arrive by the host side within half an hour. Ding. The host unit's actual troop strength is fully staffed at the company level. Host permissions upgraded. System functions upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade complete. Military rank promotion, Battalion Commander. Host military rank promotion, Lieutenant Colonel. Unit template infantry company upgrade, Combined Battalion. Recruitable unit types increased. Battalion level rewards distribution. Battalion headquarters, 20 people, X1. Deputy Battalion Commander, 1, Battalion headquarters platoon leader, 1, military doctor, 1. Clerk, 2, correspondent, 3. Guard squad, 7 people. Cooking squad, 5 people. Mengsure 3 armored command vehicle X1. Mengsure 2 battlefield ambulance X1. Mengsure 3 communication node vehicle X1. Shangxi Auto 2190 transport vehicle X2. Field kitchen vehicle X3. It's here. The moment Gu Chengyuan saw the system rewards, the only thought in his mind was that it had arrived. The system, which had always been stingy, suddenly issued so many rewards at once, not to mention giving 8 military vehicles of various types all at once. It also gave a battalion headquarters with a 20-person staff. Included were 3 officers. Besides the basic platoon leader, there was a technical officer who was a military doctor, and a command officer who was the deputy battalion commander. The usefulness of military doctors goes without saying. The injured soldiers are still lying in the West District Medical Room after simple treatment. It's not that Gu Chengyuan doesn't care, but there are no medical personnel under his command. He has the will but lacks the ability. The arrival of the military doctors completely resolved the urgent situation, allowing the injured soldiers to receive professional treatment. And a deputy battalion commander, this kind of professional military command talent, is exactly what Gu Chengyuan urgently needs. After all is said and done, Gu Chengyuan was just a minor volunteer soldier before. His knowledge of company-level command and management is superficial at best. He's merely seen pigs run. Ahem. After all, often being commanded. But now the troops are about to expand to the battalion level, and without the support and guidance of professionals, the combat effectiveness might actually decrease even if the troop size increases. This round of system rewards can truly be called a timely help for Gu Chengyuan, so it's no wonder he is so excited. Chapter 39 Armored Units. Claim. After Gu Chengyuan claimed the promotion reward, the system indicated that the personnel from the headquarters would come along with the 3rd platoon, and they would arrive in half an hour. When Gu Chengyuan opened the system again, he found that the system interface had already changed. The troop interface displayed a template option, and Gu Chengyuan's current troop template showed the words, Composite Battalion. I wonder if new troop types will be added. Gu Chengyuan thought with great anticipation. Although the current infantry is still sufficient, who wouldn't want their arsenal to be richer? Having only a single infantry type is simply too limited. When Gu Chengyuan entered the composite battalion template with a slightly nervous heart, the screen full of new units made his heart race wildly. Template, Synthetic Battalion. Tank Company. Armored Infantry Company. Firepower Company. Air Defense Company. Combat Support Company. Logistics Support Company. Damn! Looking at this new unit that almost can't fit on the row of system screens, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but shout, WTF. The richness of this troop type once made Gu Chengyuan suspect that he might have accidentally entered a system cheat code while sleep-talking. Happiness came too suddenly. I just felt that the troop types were a bit thin, but I didn't expect the system father to have thought of everything. And he even arranged it for me. If the system could speak, Gu Chengyuan would just want to say, a wanderer drifting half a lifetime without meeting a wise lord, if you do not abandon me, I am willing to be your sworn son. After a brief excitement, Gu Chengyuan couldn't wait to open the tank company. A real man, even if he can't pilot a Gundam, can still use a tank as a substitute. Big, thick, and powerful. Who wouldn't like it? The tank company interface is very simple, seemingly aware of the pain of choice, so it doesn't give Gu Chengyuan the option to choose, but only a lonely tank icon with a thick cannon barrel. ZTZ-99A Main Battle Tank, 8,000, First Conscription 10,000. 99A. 99A. It's actually the 99A. As a military enthusiast, it's impossible not to know that this model has an equivalent armor thickness reaching a crazy 1,000 mm. It is known as the Wall of Size, a top-tier main battle tank. And as Gu Chengyuan looked at the 99A tank icon, the information parameters flooded into his mind. ZTZ-99A Main Battle Tank. Gross weight, 55 tons. Vehicle length, 7.3 meters. Vehicle width, 3.5 meters. Crew, 3 people, driver, commander, gunner. Power, equipped with a 1,500 horsepower turbocharged engine. Maximum speed of 80 km per hour, maximum range of 600 km. The new fully automatic hydraulic mechanical integrated transmission system not only achieves zero radius 360-degree turning on the spot but also supports dual-flow transmission. Firepower, armed with a 125 mm improved smoothbore gun, with a caliber length of 48, the largest among current main battle tanks worldwide. It uses tungsten alloy armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot rounds, capable of penetrating 800 mm of homogeneous armor at 2,000 meters, and can automatically aim and track targets. It carries 41 rounds. Equipped with a 14.5 mm anti-aircraft heavy machine gun, capable of both air defense and ground attack. Armor, 3-layer armor, from inside to outside consisting of vertically sloped armor, composite ceramic armor, and externally mounted explosive reactive armor. It uses externally mounted constrained composite armor technology, modular design allowing replacement of damaged parts. Equivalent armor thickness reaches 1,000 mm. Also equipped with battlefield situational awareness, information interaction, and friend or foe identification capabilities. Truly worthy of being the king of land warfare. The top-tier main battle tank produced by Oriental Dragon. A masterpiece of land combat weaponry. After learning these specs, Gu Chengyuan immediately became extremely eager for the 99A main battle tank. If this thing comes out, won't it dominate everywhere? A 125 mm main gun, tungsten alloy armor-piercing sabot rounds, what carbon-based life form can withstand a shot? With 1,000 mm armor, plus explosive. Reactive armor attached, even if zombies or mutated beasts get close, a single hit will blow them to pieces, not to mention there are 2 layers inside. An absolute battlefield fortress. Tough and capable of fighting. Among all the zombies and mutants known so far, none can even scratch its foot skin. So fierce. So strong. I really want to have it. But the price marked in red next to the tank made Gu Chengyuan's fiery heart cool down a bit. What? 8,000 for one. Good. Worth it. Understandable. But why does the first conscription cost 10,000? Is the extra 2,000 the mold fee? Okay. Keep understanding. As a poor guy with no more than 2,000 on him, Gu Chengyuan chose to look at the next troop type. Armored Infantry Company. Regardless of whether it's armored or not, now that it includes the word infantry, the price should be more affordable, right? The Armored Infantry Company interface is just like the Tank Company, with no options, only an armored vehicle icon. ZBD-04A Infantry Fighting Vehicle Squad, 4,000, 6,000 for first conscription. Fortunately, it's only 4,000. Gu Chengyuan had just looked at the price of the tank. Even though he still couldn't afford to conscript it, psychologically, compared to the two, he actually felt this was somewhat cheap. Another 2,000 for the mold fee? Alright, that's quite reasonable. For some reason, Gu Chengyuan suddenly accepted the extra 2,000 money. Since you can't resist, just lie down, and you will suffer less. At this moment, the information of the ZBD-04A Infantry Squad flooded into the mind again. ZBD-04A Infantry Squad. Organization, 10 people, 3 crew members, 7 transported combatants. Tank parameters. Length, 7.2 meters. Weight, 24 tons. Power, 440 kilowatts 6-cylinder turbocharged engine, maximum speed up to 90 kilometers per hour. Armor, on top of the basic armor, dozens of additional armor plates are added. It can withstand 30 mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds at 500 meters from the front and 14.5 mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds at 200 meters from the side. Weapons, 100 mm caliber low-pressure rifled gun, equipped with 40 high-explosive grenades with a maximum range of 4,000 meters, and 8 laser-guided missiles fired from the cannon. 30 mm coaxial machine gun, with the barrel connected to the main gun, used to fire at lightly armored targets, low-altitude low-speed or stationary targets, with 500 armor-piercing rounds in reserve. 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun, located to the left of the main gun, capable of engaging medium and close-range living targets, with 2,000 rounds in reserve. Additionally, there are 10 smoke grenade launchers. Equipped with amphibious capabilities, there is a large anti-wave board at the front lower part, and 2 water jets on the left and right under the rear door serve as propulsion. This one is also very strong. A 100 mm main gun, capable of firing gun-launched missiles, certain armor protection, and the price is also half that of the 99A. Gu Chengyuan suddenly had an idea when he saw this. Although its combat power is significantly lower compared to the 99A main battle tank, for someone like me who lacks armored units, the cost performance is already sufficient. Thinking of this, I silently adjusted the conscription priority of the armored infantry squad above the 99A. Because currently, zombies cannot be defeated by either the 04A infantry fighting vehicle or the 99A main battle tank, the extra combat power of the 99A main battle tank compared to the 04A infantry fighting vehicle is essentially excess combat power and is a waste. The cost of one tank is enough for Gu Chengyuan to conscript 2 armored infantry squads. The last armored unit is the Firepower Company. After Gu Chengyuan opened the Firepower Company, the display showed the PPL-05 120mm self-propelled mortar. This self-propelled artillery uses the WZ-551 6x6 chassis, with a combat weight of 16.5 tons, carrying 36 rounds, with an elevation range of -4 to 80 degrees, and a 360 degrees traverse. Crew of 4, commander, gunner, loader, and driver. Amphibious, engine power of 320 horsepower, maximum speed of 80 km per hour on land, 8 km per hour in water, and a maximum range of 500 km. Fully enclosed turret, equipped with a 120mm rifled gun and a 12.7mm QJC-88 vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun, firing 120mm artillery shells and rocket-assisted high-explosive shells. Grenades fire 6 to 8 rounds per minute, and mortars fire 10 rounds per minute. Chapter 40, Troop Expansion. After looking at the armored units, Gu Chengyuan then looked towards the Combat Support Company and the Logistics Support Company. Combat Support Company. Engineer Platoon, 5,000 experienced combat engineers who clear paths through mountains and build bridges over water. Skilled in using various manual and automatic tools. When there is no heavy machinery, they are the most reliable engineering equipment. Transport platoon, 5,000 veteran drivers familiar with all kinds of battlefield environments, able to speed through even the worst roads. Communications platoon, 10,000 technical personnel responsible for battlefield connectivity and information exchange, from wire to wireless, from shouting to computers, always able to build a communication network for you in some way. Reconnaissance platoon, 10,000 ghosts on the battlefield, skilled in various stealth and infiltration techniques, able to bring you information beyond the sandbox. Logistics support company. Medical platoon, 10,000 medics who can heal just by a glance, the angels in white on the battlefield, skilled in various battlefield first aid techniques, greatly reducing your casualty rate. Repair platoon, 10,000 with their skillful hands, they are the best doctors for war machines. They may not always fix it perfectly, but they will definitely get it running. Cooking platoon, 5,000 although they are greasy, blackened, and chubby, their excellent food support is definitely the soldiers' second combat power after their guns. Transport platoon, 5,000 as drivers of the logistics troops, the places they can drive are definitely not limited to just roads. After reading, Gu Chengyuan found that the exchange methods of these two companies were obviously different from those of the previous companies. Tanks, armored vehicles, and even infantry can be exchanged by individual squads, but these two companies can only be exchanged by platoon. However, this is not the main point, the key is that one platoon consists of 3 squads. The squad prices of these two companies are more expensive than those of ordinary infantry squads. As for those priced at 10,000, no need to mention. Scouts is almost equal to special forces, and medics, communications, and repair belong to high-tech troops, so the higher price is justified. But the transport squad behind. The places where you can drive are definitely not limited to just the roads. Could a spa treatment also count as a bonus? After an inner rant, Gu Chengyuan exited the system interface, leaned back slightly in his chair, stretched, and let out a long sigh. Now the system has prepared everything, all that's left is to risk one's life to take the zombies' lives in exchange. Guangchang. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan suddenly stood up. Here. Pu Guangxiang's voice came from the next dorm room, probably playing cards there. After the soldiers finish their day's combat tasks and return, Gu Chengyuan usually makes no other demands and lets them have free time. So after dinner, many soldiers generally choose to play cards or chat casually in their rooms to relax. Commander. Any orders? Pu Guangxiang came to Gu Chengyuan and stood at attention. Call the first squad to come with me to the playground to receive the newcomers. Also notify Kai Anshin to have the canteen staff work a bit harder to prepare a dinner enough for 60 people. Prepare dormitories for 52 people, and there must be a separate barracks room for the deputy battalion commander to live in. Commander, are there new brothers coming again? Pu Guangxiang looked excited upon hearing this. Yes, go quickly. Gu Chengyuan replied with a smile. At this moment, thinking about the additional 52 people, he was in a very good mood. Class 1 was truly elite. In less than 2 minutes, they had already put on their gear and were fully armed, lined up downstairs for assembly. The passing survivors saw Gu Chengyuan and his group and couldn't help but speculate that something was about to happen, because according to their observations, this protective unit rarely went on missions at night. On the other hand, Kai Anshin was very happy after receiving the order. Upon learning that 52 more soldiers from the troops were coming, her sense of security immediately increased significantly. She immediately instructed the staff of the Survivors Management Committee to organize people to clean the rooms and also notified the cooks in the canteen to start cooking. The cooks in the canteen, who were originally ready to rest, did not show any impatience about working overtime upon hearing this. Instead, they were excited to take on the task, looking full of energy. As soon as the cleaning task was announced, a group of people immediately signed up to participate. Such high enthusiasm naturally has its reasons. If money was a sense of security before the apocalypse, then after the apocalypse, nothing is more reassuring than armed soldiers. Upon hearing that a large group of soldiers was about to arrive, even the 1,000-person shelter became slightly excited, spreading the news everywhere like gossip. Yak and the others in the dorm were also discussing it, but they were more concerned about Gu Chengyuan's status. Have you heard? A troop of more than 50 soldiers is about to arrive. Feng Jiayi said mysteriously. Ah, if only I had known earlier. Weren't we just organizing people to go downstairs to clean the rooms? It's good that they came, this way more of our people can be protected. Today, the militia said it was terrifying. Xuefu Street was full of severed limbs. They just went to do odd jobs, but they came back with huge psychological trauma. You can imagine if it weren't for Gu Chengyuan and the others protecting us, we probably wouldn't have survived even one episode. Seeing how tired and hardworking they are every day, having a new unit is a good thing. It can help share the burden. Chen Rao, sitting on Feng Jiayi's desk with her round, perky buttocks, swung her long, fair legs as she spoke. It might be a good thing for us, but not necessarily for Gu Chengyuan. I just heard that they want to clean out a separate room for a company commander or deputy company commander to live in, and they even instructed to be careful about it. That company commander or deputy company commander must have a higher rank than Gu Chengyuan, right? I heard a few boys chatting before, saying Gu Chengyuan is a captain company commander. Maybe they'll try to take away Gu Chengyuan's authority then, Feng Jiayi said in a low voice, her face serious and full of concern. After hearing this, Tang Jingwen pinched Feng Jiayi's face, which was full of collagen. You, dog-headed strategist, are even speculating. The one who's worried is Gu Chengyuan, so why are you frowning and looking so troubled? Do you like Gu Chengyuan? That's how it's shown on TV, two tigers cannot share one mountain. Of course, I hope Gu Chengyuan becomes the boss. After all, we're classmates from the same school, so he should look out for us a bit. So what if I like him? Who doesn't like a handsome guy? That actually makes some sense. Gu Chengyuan can't fall. If some unknown leader comes in, what if he's a pervert? That would be the end of the world, the collapse of humanity, and we'd be doomed. Then who among us would be the first to serve him? Ignoring Tang Jingwen's nonsense, Feng Jiayi's words and part of Tang Jingwen's remarks indeed left Ai Ku and others in the dormitory, as well as Chen Rao who came to visit, in silence. People always hate unknown changes when they are in danger. Chapter 41, Arrival at the Camp. Gu Chengyuan was unaware of the survivors' thoughts, or rather, even if he knew, he didn't care. After all, they knew nothing about the system. Gu Chengyuan led the elite first squad, walking quickly with flashlights through the pitch-black night until they reached the playground. Considering the exercise needs of the survivors and warriors, as well as the distance to the school gate, Gu Chengyuan did not set up the parking lot on the plastic track field, but instead placed it at the basketball court next to the school gate. Upon arriving at the basketball court, several warriors from the first shift wearing reflective vests were arranged to act as guides at the school gate, directing the incoming deputy battalion commander and others. Afterwards, Gu Chengyuan casually found a place to sit down. Pu Guangxiang took the remaining few people to spread out nearby for guard duty, to prevent any unknown dangers. Gu Chengyuan looked around and found that everywhere was pitch black, not even a hint of light from the city area. At this time, it would usually be bustling with traffic and bright lights, even the basketball court where he was sitting should be filled with the noise of energetic basketball youths venting their energy. But now, all he saw was an empty, dark, and dilapidated scene, giving Gu Chengyuan the illusion of a post-apocalyptic world that had lasted for years. He gloomily raised his head to gaze at the stars in the high sky, which shone brighter day by day. I can't help but recall that summer of my childhood, the hot and humid evening, the backward small town in the southwestern mountains, my father taking me to the riverbank to catch dragonflies, carrying a bowl of shaved ice that I had craved for a long time on the way home, and the sky full of stars visible just by looking up. And now, as I grow older, the stars that once shone brightly seem to be dimming, yet they appear to be returning. Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but wonder if the shining galaxy at the end of the world meant that only humanity had grown dim. The melancholic reflection caused by the environment didn't last long before it was interrupted by a voice coming through the walkie-talkie. Report, Commander, the lead vehicle of the Deputy Company Commander's convoy has arrived at the school gate. Quickly composing himself, Gu Chengyuan immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and replied. Operations Officer, guide the convoy and direct them into the parking lot. Got it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bright white headlight flashed from the nearby darkness, and with the sound of engines approaching, more lights appeared, forming a not-so-grand line of lights, but enough to pierce the darkness ahead. Seeing this scene, Gu Chengyuan suddenly scowled fiercely and cursed. Damn it, even if humanity's star river dims in the apocalypse, I will still use cannons, tanks, and armored vehicles to make the stars shine again. Even if the light that shines is the light of explosions. Gu Chengyuan didn't have to wait long before a convoy led by a Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle entered the basketball court under the guidance of the directing personnel. Following closely were the Warrior 2 battlefield ambulance, the Warrior 3 communication node vehicle, 2 6-wheel-drive Shaanxi military transport trucks, 3 catering vehicles, and 3 rearguard Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles. The orange turn signals, red reversing lights, the shouts of the traffic controllers holding tricolor traffic wands, the ticking sound of reversing, and the unique air brake sounds of the transport trucks. The convoy's arrival instantly livened up the previously quiet basketball court, dispelling Gu Chengyuan's sudden gloom. Seeing the Warrior 3 armored command vehicle already parked, Gu Chengyuan, accompanied by Pu Guangxiang, proactively walked over. The front passenger door opened, and a major-ranked officer got out. He was about 36 or 37 years old, around 1.8 meters tall, with a sturdy build, a square face, a mole on his chin, and slightly narrowed phoenix eyes that held a sharp, fierce light. A very charismatic soldier. This was Gu Chengyuan's first impression. Upon seeing Gu Chengyuan, the major immediately raised his hand and gave a military salute. Reporting to the commander, Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin leads a team of 51 soldiers to report to you. Gu Chengyuan also raised his hand in salute. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Once the vehicles are in place, organize the soldiers to go to the mess hall for a meal first. After eating, staff will arrange accommodations. Yes. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin turned and called over the company platoon leader and the platoon leader of the 3rd platoon, then issued Gu Chengyuan's orders. This temporary squad of more than 50 people quickly organized and packed the accompanying supplies, and under the leadership of driver Hu Junpeng, headed to the canteen for a meal and to settle down. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyuan stayed behind at the vehicle yard with the rest of the first squad to keep watch, and planned to set up a checkpoint at the yard later. Now that the yard had more equipment and supplies, it was necessary to allocate forces to guard it, otherwise, losing supplies or damage to vehicles would be quite troublesome. After arranging everything, the deputy battalion commander accompanied Gu Chengyuan, following closely as they headed to the canteen, and the two started chatting along the way. Through their conversation, Gu Chengyuan discovered that this deputy battalion commander had a very impressive background, having graduated from the Red Infantry Academy, known as the Eastern West Point Military Academy, starting as a platoon leader and participating in many large-scale international and domestic exercises. Repeatedly awarded for meritorious service, during his time as a company commander he was named one of the top 10 exemplary soldiers of the Army by the Daxia National Defense Ministry, receiving 3 individual second-class merits and 4 individual third-class merits. Later promoted to battalion commander, he led 2 companies to earn collective second-class merits and was also honored with the title of Most Combat Effective Officer in his group army. With such an outstanding resume, it's no surprise that Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin is destined to become a general at least. Such a fierce person is now demoted half a rank to serve as his deputy. Gu Chengyuan suddenly felt a sense of unworthiness, but at the same time, his worries about his own lack of ability completely disappeared. If asked, it's me and the Deputy Battalion Commander who are wreaking havoc. Chapter 42, Fierce Battle of the Great Zhou Internal Guard. Beep beep beep. Beep beep. As the lights-out whistle sounded, the survivors at Yezhou University ended their day and gradually fell asleep. The entire campus, except for the sentries at the gate of Building 22 and the parking lot, gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city in Jingyang District, the intense sound of gunfire and explosions signaled another sleepless night. At the Internal Guard detachment located on Fuxing Road in the southern part of Jingyang District, the detachment headquarters building was brightly lit. Personnel dressed in Internal Guard combat uniforms hurried back and forth, while several diesel engines outside the building emitted an irritating roar non-stop. Inside the command operations room, Liang Yeming, a fatigued man with graying hair and a senior colonel police rank, sat in the main seat, rubbing his brow with one hand. Several captain-level staff officers held materials and continuously marked points on the large screen in the operations room via computer, displaying the progress of the battle in real time. Pop. A sudden sound of the door being pushed open was heard, and Lu Zhanpeng, the chief of staff of the detachment with a colonel police rank, quickly walked in. The huge noise startled everyone quietly working in the operations room. Old Liang, just now Captain Wu Yuan of the 1st Brigade called, the crossroads over there can't hold on. Requesting support. Ammunition consumption is very high, and casualties are increasing. Upon hearing this, Brigade Commander Liang Yeming opened his fierce eyes wide. Even if they can't hold, they must hold. Damn it, they always brag to me about how brave and tough their brigade is. At the critical moment, they want to quit on me. What about the 2nd Brigade if they retreat? What about the thousands of civilians currently evacuating? What? You don't dare to speak to me directly, thinking that you, the Chief of Staff, are easy to deal with? Xiao Wu, get me a captain from the 1st Battalion. Yes. Upon hearing this, a captain staff officer picked up a wired field telephone. Now that communications were cut off, the troops relied entirely on telephone lines laid by wiremen for contact. On Shitzi Street in Jingyang District, over 100 internal security soldiers dressed in forest combat uniforms took cover behind some car wrecks and fired frantically towards the north of the block. However, bullets swept through the horde of corpses as if they were free, like pouring into a surging sea. The endless horde of zombies surged like a tide. The zombies at the front were just blown apart at the head, and the ones behind immediately pushed forward. Under such an overwhelming tide of zombies, very few internal guards could remain calm enough to aim at the zombies' heads. Most of the bullets hit the zombies' bodies and limbs, causing damage far less than the volume of bullets fired. Bang! Bang! A large squad position continuously echoed with the crisp firing sounds of 35mm grenade launchers, followed by small bursts of flames erupting within the horde. Each explosion in the dense crowd of corpses could knock down a dozen or so zombies. But often, among the dozen or so that were blown down, 7 or 8 would still struggle to get back up, a scene that made Captain Wu Yuan's scalp tingle. Damn it, they just won't die. Watching the zombies, missing arms and legs from the blasts, stagger left and right as they charged toward the position, Wu Yuan couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, several dark shadows appeared in the sky, and Wu Yuan immediately shouted. Watch out for the airstrike. Yes, Wu Yuan also felt it was really absurd. His damn mother opened the door for the absurd to the extreme. These living dead have actually evolved to have long-range attacks. As soon as the words fell, 7 or 8 dark shadows precisely smashed into the position. These thrown zombies looked like giants swollen from being soaked in water, their entire bodies were inflated like balloons about to burst, their skin stretched so tight it was translucent, as if it could break open at any moment. The moment they landed, these suicide zombies exploded instantly, unleashing a power like a methane gas explosion. Several nearby soldiers were caught off guard and were instantly torn apart by the massive energy. Pieces of severed limbs and flesh were scattered everywhere. Even the soldiers a bit farther away were splattered by the green slime bursting from the zombies' explosion, with a strong corrosiveness comparable to sulfuric acid, causing their combat uniforms to instantly emit a sizzling, black smoke. Those accidentally splashed on the skin screamed in unbearable pain, as the green slime rapidly burned through the epidermal tissue, followed immediately by infection. Their heads grew dizzy, pupils dilated, whites of the eyes turned red, oral mucosa peeled off and secreted large amounts of yellow pus-like saliva, the muscles at the corners of the mouth uncontrollably pulled sideways, tearing the mouth open all the way to the ears, with sharp teeth breaking out from the mouth like bamboo shoots. The warrior, having lost control of his body but still clearly feeling pain, wailed and begged his teammates to kill him. Ah, away, kill me. Quickly kill me. I don't want to become a zombie. It hurts so much. I'm in so much pain. Bang. Bang. The sharp sound of gunfire rang out within the position, as a tearful comrade beside him pulled the trigger aimed at the forehead of the infected comrade. Wu Yuan turned his red eyes to the side, not daring to look any further, the team of 500 before the apocalypse. Now only about 100 remain, and the number is rapidly decreasing, it is estimated that soon it will drop to double digits. These lost are not cold data, but familiar faces once seen day and night. Captain. Deputy Captain is on the phone. A communications soldier ran over, holding a wired telephone in his hand. Wu Yuan anxiously put the phone to her ear. Hello, Commander, this is Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, this is Liang Yuming. I'm telling you, there is no reinforcement. Whether you can hold on or not, you have to hold on. Think about the oath you took when you enlisted, think about the thousands of civilians evacuating from Jingyang district. I'm asking you now, can you complete the mission? Listening to the roar on the other end of the phone, Wu Yuan's neck veins bulged as he shouted loudly. I guarantee the task will be completed. Then the two fell into a brief silence, and before hanging up, Wu Yuan choked up softly and said. Uncle, take care of your health. There was no response on the other end of the phone. After a sigh, a busy signal sounded. Beep beep beep. Chapter 43, Troop Relocation. Early the next morning, Gu Chengyuan got up early, and after washing up, he changed his combat uniform to display the rank of lieutenant colonel with 2 stripes and 2 stars, commonly known as 2 Mao 2. When he went out for exercise, he happened to meet Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, who was also heading to the training ground. The two walked together, chatting about the future development of the unit as they made their way to the field. Commander, I took a walk around last night and wanted to offer you some suggestions. Wu Bin's expression was thoughtful as he chose his words, a smile on his face, and the corners of his phoenix-shaped eyes stretched obliquely. Oh. Great. I've never been a professional, so I really need the opinion of an expert like you. Gu Chengyuan was somewhat pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. He didn't expect the deputy company commander to start playing a role so quickly. Then I'll be straightforward. First, I think our unit's management is not standardized enough, mainly reflected in rough ammunition management, insufficient security forces, and the mixed living of military and civilians. Our soldiers are all armed with live ammunition. Last night, when I went to inspect the dormitories, I found major safety hazards such as guns and bullets not being separated and ammunition boxes being carelessly piled up. Such negligence could easily lead to serious problems. In the past, our military has paid a heavy price in this regard. The security forces are insufficient. Places where sentry posts should be set up either have none or only have them at night. I believe we cannot save those few combat forces. Important points like the vehicle yard and our dormitory area must have permanent guard forces on duty around the clock. The last issue is the mixed living of military and civilians. As a combat force, it is really inconvenient for the troops to live together with ordinary people. I see there are quite a few vacant houses in the school. I suggest separating them. Hearing Wu Bin point out so many problems at once, Gu Chengyuan did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he was very pleased, marveling that the system rewards were indeed worthwhile, and also thought that what Wu Bin said made a lot of sense. This was indeed my oversight. After breakfast, let's have a brief meeting with the Survivor Committee to organize things. It will also be a good opportunity for you to meet the management personnel from the survivors' side. As the two of them talked and arrived at the playground, they found it was full of people. The soldiers of the unit were running in formation. Several hundred survivors were also divided into multiple formations, doing morning exercises. A few leaders of the Survivor Management Committee were leading the exercises on stage. Director Kai Anshin stood in the center position. Although a bit overweight, he really looked the part when exercising. Since there were tasks today, Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin did not practice much. They jogged about 3 kilometers and then headed to the cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, in the dormitory management office of Building 22, Gu Chengyuan convened a meeting. The attendees mainly included officers at the platoon level and above, as well as key figures from the Survivors Committee such as Kai Anshin. First, a brief introduction was given about Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, Battalion Platoon Leader Chen Chang, and Military Dr. Fang He, mainly for the members of the Survivors Management Committee. During the introduction, Kai Anshin was secretly surprised. He had originally thought that a superior of Gu Chengyuan would come. Last night, he was still considering how to connect with the new leader to secure his own position. Unexpectedly, it was an assistant who came, and seeing Gu Chengyuan's rank as lieutenant colonel today also shocked him. He knew about the battlefield promotion, but skipping 2 ranks at once seemed impossible, right? Gu Chengyuan did not dwell on the thoughts of the people below but directly arranged the tasks according to Wu Bin's suggestions. First, the troop relocation, moving out from Building 22 to the Management College building opposite. The Management College has a total of 5 floors, each with more than 40 classrooms, complete with restrooms, conference rooms, and offices. Most importantly, it also has a large underground parking garage. By simply replacing some classroom desks with beds, it can fully meet the accommodation needs of the troops. Moreover, the underground parking garage of the School of Management is built to the standards of a nuclear, biological, and chemical shelter. Both entrances and exits have half-meter thick sealed doors, making it very safe to park tanks, armored vehicles, and the like inside. You can start them right after going downstairs, allowing for more convenient and rapid response. In terms of comfort, the offices and meeting rooms of the School of Management were all used by the school leaders before the apocalypse. Whether in comfort or professionalism, the hardware far surpasses the dormitories, and meetings are held in much more spacious rooms. Unlike now, where a group of people cram into the dormitory supervisor's dormitory, like desperate college students illegally gathering to play games together. Secondly, regarding the issue of male and female dormitories, they are separated by building. Female dormitory is Building 22, male dormitory is Building 21. You can form your own groups or wait for assignment. The purpose of forming teams by oneself is to soothe people's minds. The apocalypse has caused many people to have psychological breakdowns. Living with familiar people may have a calming effect. But in any case, no opposite sex is allowed in male and female dormitories. Before the apocalypse, this might have been the slogan at the dormitory doors. Female dormitory, males keep out. Male dormitory, females keep out. But now, when Gu Chengyuan said this, he knocked on the table, emphasizing that this is a hard line, once discovered, immediate execution by shooting. The chaos in male-female relationships is the beginning of all chaos, at least that's what Gu Chengyuan believes. Whether it's a man invading a woman, or a woman invading a man, comrades must be treated equally. All will be shot. When Gu Chengyuan said this, he spoke with exceptional iron will, causing the heads of the management committee present to be shocked. This rule is not because Gu Chengyuan is unfeeling, but because if the issue of men and women is relaxed under the current circumstances, many dark sides are likely to emerge, power and sex, coercion, framing, seduction, a whole bunch of problems will arise. Gu Chengyuan is currently focused on development and has no energy to deal with these issues, so he can only deal with the people who might cause these problems. After finishing the internal issues meeting, Gu Chengyuan had several leaders from the survivors leave first, then closed the door to continue the military meeting. The meeting content centered on the next steps or the afternoon's action plan. There was plenty of time in the morning for the relocation, and now Gu Chengyuan was racing against every second. Because in 2 days he will have to fulfill his 2-week agreement and send someone home to rescue his parents. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy, worried whether his parents were safe at this moment. 2 days' time, saving up for an armored infantry platoon should be no problem, right? 14,000 in money. Gu Chengyuan mentally calculated the ratio of crystal cores to zombies and concluded that to save up for an armored infantry platoon, he would need to kill about 3,000 zombies. After a bit of thought, Gu Chengyuan decided to change his approach. Isn't the essence of the war system just a snowball effect of mass-producing troops? For the next couple of days, I'll focus on recruiting regular infantry squads. The more troops, the greater the benefit. First, build up the troop numbers, keep a small reserve, and make sure to recruit an armored infantry squad on the last day. Currently still weak, blindly rushing for these high-cost units would actually hinder development. The firepower of the infantry squads is sufficient for now, summoning an armored squad will just serve as firepower reinforcement. Chapter 44, Capturing Chaoyang Street. After the meeting ended, Gu Chengyuan, after considering the advice of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, decided to focus the next operation on Chaoyang Street in the east district of the school. Chaoyang Street consists of 2 streets, Upper Street and Lower Street. The buildings are self-built bungalows from decades ago. Because it is adjacent to the east campus of Yezhou University, it has developed into a dining street with the help of the school's teachers and students. It usually has a large flow of people, which is beneficial for quickly obtaining zombie brain cores. In addition, Chaoyang Street is also the connection point between Yezhou University and the center of Shishui District. Normally, if students want to go to the bustling area of Shishui District, they generally have to pass through Chaoyang Street first. Therefore, from a geographical perspective, it is very necessary to take control of Chaoyang Street, which can serve as a base to establish a defensive line and choke the westward advance of the corpse horde in the Shishui area. After waking up from the noon break, Gu Chengyuan gathered the troops and headed towards Chaoyang Street in the eastern district. This was the first time the entire company conducted a military operation as a unit, deploying a total of 1 Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle as the command center, 3 Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles as firepower support, 1 Mengshi 2 battlefield ambulance for medical aid, and 2 Shaanxi military trucks for personnel transport and ammunition carrying. The personnel formation was him and the deputy battalion commander with 2 signalmen riding in the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle, the military doctor with 2 medics in the battlefield ambulance, and the 1st, 4th, and 7th squads riding in the Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles. The remaining 6 squads were transported 3 squads per Shaanxi military heavy truck, which also carried ammunition. Originally, Gu Chengyuan planned for all to travel in Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles, which would have meant 10 armored assault vehicles and 9 12.7 mm heavy machine guns. Adding the light and heavy weapons carried by the soldiers themselves, except for the lack of artillery, Gu Chengyuan was confident enough in this firepower scale to take them to attack some smaller towns. But this idea was discouraged by Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, who reasoned that Chaoyang Street is an old street with only 2 lanes, and a very irregular 2-lane road at that. Civilian cars can barely pass each other, but 2 large armored assault vehicles side by side is impossible. When there are too many vehicles, they either get stuck on the streets unable to move or can only be parked within the east campus, which not only fails to leverage their firepower advantage but also restricts the mobility of the troops. Gu Chengyuan was also receptive to the analysis and suggestions from the professional commanders. The Humvee 3 armored command vehicle carrying Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, serving as the lead vehicle of the convoy, was followed by 6 various military vehicles as they exited the underground garage. The dark, reflective machine gun barrel on the roof reflected a deep gleam under the sunlight, exuding a faint aura of lethality. Driving on the campus road, Gu Chengyuan first conducted a line test with the vehicle behind through the onboard intercom, and then confirmed the upcoming battle deployment with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin using the map on the onboard computer. Due to the satellite network interruption, the onboard map cannot provide navigation, but it can still be used as a regular map. Gu Chengyuan, a new recruit, had received training in using military maps, and Wu Bin, a military academy graduate, was even more proficient, so there was no embarrassing situation of not understanding the military map. However, if it were ordinary people, they would probably be at a loss and might not even be able to determine their own position on the map. The two of them zoomed in and out on the map several times, finally deciding to place the battlefield at the East District's small gate, which is the connection between the school and Chaoyang Street. Chaoyang Street as a whole forms a Y shape, with the two branches at the top being Upper Street and Lower Street, and the stem of the Y being the road from Chaoyang Street to the East District's small gate. Positioning the front line here helps increase the density of zombies, narrows the combat front, enhances unit firepower, and better utilizes penetration and destructive power. At the same time, the crowded environment also helps restrict the zombies' movement, since when zombies run, they really are like runaway wild dogs, with a very rapid burst charge. As the convoy entered the East Campus area, sporadic gunshots began to ring out. Because the East District had not been cleared, some zombies were still wandering around, mainly elderly zombies with graying hair. This is also because the East District is closer to residential neighborhoods, and retired old men and women nearby often treat the East Campus as a park for activities like walking and dancing. Bang! Gunshots rang out. By the fountain in front of the main auditorium, a tall, thin old zombie fell in response, blood splattering onto a wheelchair that had toppled nearby. If the virus didn't erase the host's consciousness, it would truly be a medical miracle drug. That old man Gu Chengyuan is still remembered. It is said that he is a retired staff member of the school, paralyzed in both legs for over 10 years, often pushed by his wife to watch himself and other old men dance. This matter even appeared on the campus confession wall, and Gu Chengyuan laughed for a long time after reading it. Unexpectedly, this zombie virus actually made him stand up, although now he has fallen again. As they were about to reach the East District school gate, the command vehicle Gu Chengyuan was riding in began to slow down and stop, while two Humvee 3 armored assault vehicles behind accelerated, overtook, and crashed into the two barrier poles on the left and right sides of the school gate. Using the front ends of the vehicles on the left and right to block the entrance and exit of the school gate, a rear seat car window suddenly rolled down, sticking out the barrel of a Type 191 assault rifle, and fired without hesitation at the security booth wedged between the two vehicles. Bang bang bang. A few light shots caused the two zombified gate guards inside the security booth to fall backward, their bodies colliding with a pile of debris inside the booth due to inertia, producing a clattering noise. Zombies slowly wandering the street heard the noise and all turned their heads stiffly. After confirming the presence of living humans, they seemed to be activated by a system, baring their pus-dripping bloody mouths, and sprinted wildly towards the two Humvee vehicles. Roar! Roar! The two machine guns on top of the Fierce Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, operated by the gunner, rattled the ammunition belts. The muzzles swung toward the horde of corpses, eagerly spitting out bright yellow tongues of fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Both machine guns fired simultaneously, but since the zombie density hadn't increased yet, to conserve ammunition, they didn't use sweeping fire but rather short bursts. With the support of a triple magnifier on the machine gun, each short burst sweep of the flame tongue can tear apart several zombies, with irregularly moving pieces of severed intestines and kidneys scattering around. Meanwhile, the other soldiers inside the vehicle, wearing masks and carrying tactical backpacks, quickly disembarked, slightly bending their waists, adopting tactical postures to reach designated positions, pulling the trigger to consolidate the defense line. The defense line has been initially established. The squad leader's voice sounded over the walkie-talkie. Gu Chengyuan picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the next command. All combat personnel, proceed according to plan. The 3rd platoon will rely on the 7th Squad's armored assault vehicle to establish a defensive line behind us. 3rd platoon received. To be safe, Gu Chengyuan assigned the strength of 1 platoon to guard the rear. Although the scattered zombies in the East District along the way didn't seem to pose a threat, there was no need to specifically use a whole platoon for defense. But as the ancient said, caution steers the ship for 10,000 years. Gu Chengyuan's way of handling matters mainly emphasizes steadiness, trying to eliminate any risks at the cradle stage. Moreover, constrained by the battlefield area, adding this squad at most speeds up the clearing process, but if there is a sneak attack from behind, it could very likely cause the front line to collapse. There is no need to take risks just to chase output, staying alive is the only way to produce output. Chapter 45, The Death of Wang Hu. Hurry up. Follow me. Charge. Quickly seize the shooting positions. Damn you, Azhou, if I see you dawdling and shaking that big butt again, I'll kick you. The 1st and 2nd platoons, along with the remaining 4 squads, all jumped down from the transport trucks under the urging of their platoon leaders Jia Sanyu and Huang Jiechi, and quickly ran towards the houses on both sides of the East District's small gate. Battering ram. Quickly. Smash the door for me. Commander Jia Sanyu led a row of soldiers running to the 3-story house on the right. Seeing the tightly closed door, he immediately shouted while opening fire on the zombies gathering around. "Here we go." Just as the words fell, the soldier holding the battering ram gave a sharp shout, and the hammerhead struck the lock on the security door with a heavy boom, instantly breaking the door open. "Move in, move in, move in. Squad 2 covers Squad 3 as they enter the building, be careful of zombies inside." Bang bang bang. The soldiers of Squad 2 kept firing continuously, successfully holding back the surge of zombies in the residential area. Under the cover of Squad 2 soldiers, Squad 3 soldiers entered one after another, quickly moving upstairs in tactical formation according to previous building assault training. Before long, gunshots rang out inside the building. The Squad 3 leader led the team in a continuous breakthrough, killing 7 or 8 zombies wandering in the corridor. Just as they were about to go to the rooftop from the 3rd floor, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Because of the proximity to the school, the surrounding homeowners were quite smart and made simple modifications to their houses to rent them out to students on campus. Each floor had 4 or 5 rooms, and almost every room was occupied by a household. The cramped rooms caused some students to pile miscellaneous items in the corridor, making the corridor environment quite cluttered, with shoe racks, books, suitcases, and so on. Class monitor Wang Hu, feeling somewhat relaxed after easily breaking through the first 2 floors, only killed a few strap-wearing female zombies on both sides of the corridor at the stairwell, then hurriedly tried to rush to the rooftop. Behind the pile of clutter that he didn't notice, a full-grown German Shepherd-sized, completely hairless teddy with visible fascia was drooling and took the opportunity to pounce. Damn! Wang Hu, who was just turning to go upstairs, suddenly felt a huge push on his back, then he was thrown down the stairs. A sharp pain came from his neck, and before losing consciousness, he only heard the sound of gunfire and someone calling his name. Zhang Jian, following behind Wang Hu, saw the squad leader make an OK gesture and instinctively thought the 3rd floor corridor had been cleared. At the moment the gun barrel turned, he suddenly saw a shadow flash by. When he reacted, he saw his squad leader already tackled by a completely hairless creature covered in muscle tumors and sores. He hesitated for a second, worried about accidentally shooting the wrong target, when he should have fired decisively. But in that very second, the slick, disgusting beast had already bitten the squad leader Wang Hu's neck. Bang bang bang. The belated bullet hit the zombie teddy, splattering blood, but this beast, long numb to pain, still bit through Wang Hu's neck. After biting through Wang Hu's neck, the zombie teddy lunged at Zhang Jian. At such close range and with the zombie dog's sudden attack, Zhang Jian had no time to react. In a hurry, a few shots were fired at the lunging zombie teddy, but they only hit the torso. Aside from a few splashes of blood, it was completely ineffective. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out again, and the zombie teddy twitched rapidly in the air. Its body, following the momentum, slammed Zhang Jian down, then its head tilted and it collapsed onto Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian instinctively closed his eyes but did not feel the expected pain. When he opened them, the creature was lying in his arms, its huge mouth just inches away, filled with densely packed sharp teeth covered in bits of torn flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Is this torn flesh the squad leader's? A strange thought suddenly popped into Zhang Jian's dazed mind. Zhang Jian. Are you okay? The voice of the class vice president Wang Weifeng came to his ear, pulling him out of his strange state. I am fine. Zhang Jian's voice trembled slightly. This was the second time he had been so close to death. Once was the moment the class monitor was bitten to death right in front of him, and the other was this moment when he himself was almost bitten to death. Get up quickly if you're okay. Saying this, Wang Weifeng ran over to Wang Hu's side, crouching down to look at the palm-sized, irregular holes on Wang Hu's neck. The trachea and carotid artery were brutally torn apart, and blood pooled into a small puddle beneath the body. Wang Weifeng was silent for a moment, then gently closed Wang Hu's wide-open, somewhat disbelieving eyes with his hand wearing a black tactical glove. Whispering softly, as if speaking to Wang Hu, yet also as if speaking to oneself. No one dares to believe that they will be the one to die, but we are indeed ordinary people. Climb the tower. Take down that damn apocalypse. Chapter 46 The monkeys reappear. Bang. Gunshots rang out, a bullet hole appeared between Wang Hu's eyebrows, and Wang Weifeng led a squad rushing up to the rooftop without looking back. The soldier carrying the 5.8 caliber squad machine gun quickly found a gap in the rooftop railing post, opened the mount, and pushed the barrel out. The other soldiers also quickly took their positions under Wang Weifeng's command, without any unnecessary movements, and Wang Wei directly gave the order to open fire freely. Da-da-da-da-da. Within seconds, intense gunfire also erupted from the rooftop of the opposite inn, where 2nd Platoon leader Huang Jiechi led his men to occupy the high ground and was striking the zombie horde. The advance of the zombie horde was instantly halted and visibly pushed back by a barrage of metal bullets, stalling about 10 meters from the small gate in the East District. Da-da-da-da-da. The two squads in the center, coordinated with two 12.7mm heavy machine guns mounted on top of the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, fiercely broke into the zombie crowd. The three fire points cooperated to form a fierce trident of firepower, with wildly flickering tongues of flame weaving a massive net of fire that tore into the zombie horde, which fell in large swaths like wheat in a storm. Zombies are as fragile as window paper in front of 12.7mm caliber tungsten core bullets. When the barrage swept through, bursts of blood mist exploded, the air was filled with a strong metallic smell of blood, shattered flesh and tissue scattered everywhere, and the once leisurely and bustling Chaoyang food street turned into a bloody meat grinder, frantically crushing the incoming horde of corpses. Bang! Lin Zijuan, standing on the roof of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, felt a strong gust of wind on his scalp, and immediately heard a loud bang behind him. He instinctively turned his head to take a look. An electric motorcycle crashed into the pile of garbage behind, shattering the hard plastic trash bins, and even the hard cement ground was broken with small pits. At this moment, Gu Chengyuan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Attention all units at the position, strength-type zombies have appeared in the corpse horde, beware of thrown objects. The sniper starts working, find it within 1 minute. Shoot to kill. Sniper team received. Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin were sitting in the back seat of the car, both looking at the military map on the vehicle's computer, marking points on the map based on the real-time data transmitted by the observers. The first casualty has occurred. Just now, platoon leader Jia Sanya reported that squad leader Wang Hu of the 2nd squad was killed in an attack on the building, caught off guard by a zombie dog ambush. Now deputy squad leader Wang Weifeng will take over the squad leader position and continue to command. Listening to Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin's report, Gu Chengyuan was only silent for a moment before speaking. How about using Wang Hu as a typical case? Now that this battle is over, it's necessary to give everyone a warning education lesson. Sacrifice is the highest contribution of a soldier, but it is not the greatest dedication. Such avoidable sacrifices must be learned from. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin was full of praise after hearing Gu Chengyuan's words. When he received the news, he was worried that Gu Chengyuan might not accept it. After all, a few days ago he was still just an ordinary college student. But Gu Chengyuan's current performance was clearly beyond his expectations. Kindness does not command troops, righteousness does not manage finances. A qualified commander learns to see the essence through the phenomenon and grasp the meaning from the surface. The first thing to do after casualties occur is not to focus on the casualties themselves, but to consider the meaning behind the casualties, or rather the value beyond the casualties. This does not mean Gu Chengyuan is cold-blooded, it's just that all soldiers have an awareness, that they must always be prepared to sacrifice. If sacrificing oneself means whining and crying all the time, then after a war, the commander wouldn't have to do anything at all, just cry from beginning to end without ever having enough. Contact platoon leader Lu Chong. Have him strengthen the alert. I have a bad feeling. Understood. The communications soldier sitting inside the vehicle immediately relayed Gu Chengyuan's order. At the school fountain, Lu Chong led 3 squads, using the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle as the firepower center to establish a rear defense line. Listening to the intense gunfire at the school gate, Lu Chong felt a tingling sensation in his heart. As the former squad leader of the 2nd squad and newly promoted platoon leader after the military expansion meeting, he was very eager to prove himself at this moment. Damn, it's so intense up ahead, but there's barely a damn thing here. Got any pubic hair? Little Ben. Take it out and show me. I said we should send our 3rd squad too, leaving just 1 squad here is enough, otherwise fighting zombies is like fighting monsters. Lu Chong was bored chatting nonsense with the communications soldier beside him when suddenly there was a light sound, as if something had hit the communications soldier's tactical helmet. Damn it, who threw something at me? If you're a dog, bark at me, if you're a human, get the hell out here. The communications soldier was a rough guy and cursed right away. Seeing this, Lu Chong pointed at the communications soldier with a big hand like a fan and laughed heartily. You kid, making a fuss over nothing. No one threw anything at you. There are barely any zombies here, it's probably just pine cones falling from the trees. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chong's tactical helmet rang out as well, a fist-sized stone hit it. Although it had a shock-absorbing layer, Lu Chong's head was still knocked to one side. Damn you. Which bastard smashed me? Come out. I won't let you off. Get out here. Cursing, Lu Chong raised the QCQ submachine gun hanging around his neck and disengaged the safety. Bang bang bang. A shadow flew across the sky, and Lu Chong shouted loudly upon seeing it. Air raid. Then, with agility that belied its large size, it quickly rolled sideways past the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, but the other soldiers who were focused on shooting the zombie targets weren't so lucky. Several were caught off guard and hit, screaming in pain repeatedly. Although they wore tactical helmets, these stones weren't lethal, but they were painful enough. Damn! Damn! Where are these stones coming from? They hurt so much when they hit me. Damn it! This hurts like hell. On the trees to the northeast. Squad 9, keep watch for ground zombies. Squad 7 and 8, fire freely. After the cat dodged behind the armored assault vehicle, Lu Chong quickly confirmed the enemy's position based on the trajectory of the flying stones. Damn it, it's those wild monkeys from last time. Seeing the attacker clearly, Lu Chong cursed angrily, pressed the butt of the gun against his shoulder without hesitation, and pulled the trigger, sweeping towards the northeast direction of the forest. At this moment, the Monkey King standing behind the troop on the treetop, seeing the stick in the human's hand pointing at him, opened his mouth and let out a sharp scream. The troop began to scatter and retreat, hiding deeper into the forest. Chapter 47, The First Appearance of the Corpse Tide. Dense bullets rained down like raindrops towards the direction of the monkey group, but because the Monkey King retreated in time, except for a few unlucky monkeys who were hit and let out a few miserable screams, not a single one was taken down. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Not a single one taken down, your shooting is terrible. Tonight when we get back, you better practice aiming with your gun. Lu Chong cursed in frustration, but at the same time, his vigilance towards the monkey group reached an unprecedented level. The previous skirmish on Shuefu Street made Lu Chong think that these stupid monkeys were infected with a virus, all brainless, only rushing blindly towards the gun barrels. Looking at it now, these monkeys actually understand guerrilla tactics, they strike and then run away, not at all eager to fight, and judging by their behavior, they also hold grudges quite strongly. If the commander hadn't made arrangements in advance to prevent trouble, if this guy had launched a sneak attack from behind, there probably would have been casualties. But what troubles Lu Chong the most is that these monkeys seem very difficult to deal with, they watch from the shadows and occasionally come out to poke at you, then run away after poking. This is very annoying. If you pull out enough troops to defend, they feint an attack. But if you don't pull out enough troops, you're afraid they'll launch a strong attack. Forget it, let the higher-ups deal with the headache. I'm just a small squad leader, thinking too much will only make me go bald. Thinking of this, Lu Chong held his forehead, trying to soothe his severely receding hairline, while shouting to the nearby radio operator. Little Aben, give me the walkie-talkie, mine just broke from a fall. Commander, this is Lu Chong. This is Lu Chong. Speak. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's calm and magnetic voice through the walkie-talkie, Lu Chong's restless heart instantly calmed down, and his tone became steady. Just now, my third squad was attacked by a group of mutated monkeys, with no casualties. Preliminary judgment is that it was the group from Shuefu Street. The monkeys threw stones at our side, missing their target, then quickly withdrew decisively. The monkey group must have considerable intelligence. Received. Continue to strengthen vigilance. Listening to the usual calmness over the walkie-talkie, Lu Chong opened his mouth, wanting to emphasize something, but in the end, he still didn't press the talk button. Gu Chengyuan was not surprised by the appearance of the monkey troop. As relatives of humans, monkeys themselves are relatively intelligent and have a strong sense of revenge. After that encounter, Gu Chengyuan suspected that the mutated monkeys possessed intelligence. After all, compared to the infected zombies, monkeys could still run, and this alone was enough to prove the point. However, the damage caused by the 3 rows of monkey guards was just so. Currently, there is a more troublesome problem. According to reconnaissance soldiers, zombies from the streets of Tsinghua, Tai'an, and Wangshui in the creek area are showing a trend of moving this way. The zombies on these few streets probably add up to tens of thousands. If this trend continues, the local cleanup will soon turn into a defensive battle. If triggered and spread throughout the body, the cleanup on Chaoyang Street might become a butterfly effect that stirs up the entire Shibei district's zombies, attracting hundreds of thousands, or even tens of thousands, of the undead. Not to mention having only a company of soldiers under command, even if it were a battalion, Gu Chengyuan has no confidence in holding the line. For now, the only option is a swift and decisive battle. To reduce the time spent cleaning the battlefield, Gu Chengyuan has already called Zhao Jia, preparing to have the militia team come by vehicle. Cleaning up zombies and clearing the battlefield must be done simultaneously, otherwise, if a horde of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands forms, it will be too late to clean the battlefield, and all the effort will be in vain. Zhao Jia and the militia team arrived quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the militia was on site. After putting on protective gear, under Zhao Jia's leadership, they entered the battlefield swiftly, carrying bags in their left hands and picks in their right. The militia entering the battlefield had experienced cleaning the battlefield on Xuefu Street. They originally thought their endurance had improved, but they clearly overestimated themselves or underestimated Gu Chengyuan's trust in them. Although the soldiers raised their gun barrels instinctively to avoid accidental injury from stray bullets due to the militia entering the battlefield to clean up. But for the militia members crouching among piles of zombie corpses, moving on all fours and trembling as they collect zombie brain cores, this task was still way beyond their capabilities. Who understands this? Commanders. Calling them to dig out bodies and knock on each brain core is one thing, but what's with the bullets constantly flying over their heads? Gu Chengyuan sat in the command vehicle, watching the noticeably slowing collection speed, feeling somewhat helpless, but he did not urge them on. After all, this was indeed an unfair task. No one should be made to work under a hail of bullets. The fact that they could overcome their fear and enter the field was already surprising. Hopefully the zombie horde won't form. Take as many as you can. Gu Chengyuan's current hail of bullets aside, the survivors still alive in the nearby blocks of Chaoyang Street are more excited by the gunfire than the zombies. Like the survivors currently inside the Yonghui supermarket on Qinghua Street. Chapter 48, Summon the Armored Platoon. Yonghui Supermarket is a 24-hour convenience store located at the end of Qinghua Street. When the apocalypse broke out, Zhang Chao, who worked late into the night at the opposite Kaihua nightclub and had just woken up, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, was sitting at a table inside the supermarket with his 4 brothers, eating freshly bought cooked food for lunch. There was an even more important reason: to admire the female high school students from Qinghua High School, wearing school uniforms and short skirts, coming in and out of the supermarket. As a private high school with an aristocratic nature, most of the students attending Qinghua High School come from relatively affluent families. As the saying goes, money nurtures people. Most of the female high school students at Qinghua High School have a good temperament, exuding confidence from the inside out. They are gracefully developed, and many wear light, elegant makeup. The advantage of age and the difference in temperament mean that even when they wear makeup and dress similarly, they do not have the worldliness of girls in nightclubs. Every time Zhang Chao says he takes his subordinates to see female high school students, he actually has a secret hidden deep in his heart. He is indeed looking at female high school students, but only at one. Xiong Yuding, a girl so dazzling that even Zhang Chao felt saying he liked her would be a form of blasphemy. Because Yonghui Supermarket is run by a retired couple, who are famous far and wide for their delicious cooked and marinated foods, every noon there are always many students who don't want to eat at the school cafeteria and take various excuses to leave and buy food there. And Xiong Yuding was someone Zhang Chao happened to meet at the convenience store once. Since then, that radiant girl deeply embedded herself in Zhang Chao's heart, becoming the only thing he could never bring himself to say, no matter how much he could curse about everything else. On the day of the apocalypse, Zhang Chao, as usual, brought his younger brothers and arrived at Yonghui Supermarket just before class ended. Sitting at the table looking dissolute, joking crudely with his buddies, occasionally making comments about passing girls, his lecherous laughter causing the girls passing by to frown. But his attention never left the supermarket entrance for even a second, afraid of missing anything. Every time the welcome announcement sounded, Zhang Chao would reflexively look toward the door. At the 48th welcome announcement, a beam of light seemed to shine at the door in Zhang Chao's eyes, and the flow of time slowed down. A girl wearing a white shirt, a blue plaid pleated skirt, and a high ponytail walked in, her round-toed leather shoes tapping. Even the breeze that blew in carried the scent of gardenias. The girl appeared to be about 1.7 meters tall, with long legs under her pleated skirt that looked like they had stepped out of a comic, a slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, and her shirt stretched tight across her chest. Her slightly made-up fair face had flickering eyes, a high nose bridge, red lips, and white teeth. The occasional smile she gave while chatting in line with her friends was like a shining sun, captivating Zhang Chao so much that he didn't even hear his younger brother calling him repeatedly. But this breathtaking picture was mercilessly torn apart in the next moment. Suddenly, the frenzied crowd, flying blood and flesh, and painful wails dyed this dreamlike noon a dark red. Among all the culprits behind this, there was Xiong Yuding. She had turned into a corpse. Her bright eyes had turned into a gray-white filled with deathly aura and bloodthirsty desire. Her slender, bony fingers grew jet black, sharp nails. The alluring white teeth and red lips transformed into a bloodthirsty mouth cracked to the ears, filled with dense sharp teeth like a shark's jaws. But so what? Zhang Chao still worshipped her like a deity. A kitchen knife used for cutting meat on the supermarket counter, years of training at a military civilian school, the toughness gained from mingling in the dark side of society, and his genuine desire to protect her. Zhang Chao went berserk. After the chaos in Yonghui supermarket settled down, Zhang Chao was panting heavily, half leaning against the shelf, holding a serrated kitchen knife with the tip pointing down, dark red blood dripping down with a tick-tock sound. Zhang Chao gently touched the deep, flesh-flayed scar on his face, his index finger stained with warm, fresh blood that still smelled of rust, and brought it to his lips to lick. This was the most striking image in the eyes of the survivors that day, far more intimidating than the ferocious zombies, because Zhang Chao alone had taken down 8 seemingly ferocious zombies with a single knife. This also became a legendary masterpiece passed down by word of mouth among the old and new survivors of the Yonghui shelter. As the place with the richest resources nearby, Yonghui Supermarket is the first-choice destination for many survivors fleeing, so the number of survivors in Yonghui Supermarket has been continuously increasing throughout these days of the apocalypse. The increase in numbers inevitably led to a mixed crowd, and during this time, there were reckless individuals who, not believing the stories, tried to molest the female students in the Yonghui shelter. But when his head was placed on the supermarket counter, replacing the position of the lucky cat, the atmosphere in the Yonghui shelter suddenly became exceptionally gentle, courteous, and humble. Why is there the sound of firecrackers? Wang Kaisen, who was crouching in the corner of the supermarket, suddenly opened her eyes and pressed her ear against the wall. After a moment, her voice rose another octave, trembling slightly. There really is the sound of firecrackers. Huh? Firecrackers? Are you kidding? Where is it? Let me listen. The Yonghui supermarket, which had been as still as dead water a moment ago, suddenly boiled with excitement. Although Yonghui supermarket was well stocked, the closed and dark environment made everyone feel like they were on a deserted island. Oppression and fear of the future were the main themes here. Now, hearing the noise outside, all the survivors inside the supermarket became excited. What kind of firecracker sound is this? This is clearly gunfire, and very intense gunfire, a member of a pre-apocalypse shooting club shouted excitedly. Gunfire. The army is here. Damn. Are we going to be saved? Woohoo. Finally here. I was about to give up. Upon hearing the news of the troops' arrival, many survivors in the supermarket burst into tears of joy. Are these days of despair and oppression, with no hope in sight, finally coming to an end? While everyone in the supermarket was immersed in this joyful atmosphere, Zhang Chao in the lounge frowned. The setting sun was like blood, the distant horizon was golden, dusk spread like water, and the earth was slowly losing its contours. From somewhere came the mournful cawing of a crow. Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin sat inside the command vehicle, each holding a meal box in their hands, eating silently. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The gunfire at the small gate in the East District remained intense, showing no sign of weakening. From noon until now, more than 6 hours have passed, and the density of zombies has not decreased at all. The narrow end of Chaoyang Street had completely turned into a hellish battlefield. Zombie corpses covered the entire street and, piled nearly 2 meters high. The stench of blood and filth gathered into streams, surging through the old drainage ditches on both sides of the street. Gu Chengyuan didn't know how many zombies he had killed, only that he had resupplied ammunition twice. The entire company had consumed over 1,000 units of currency worth of ammunition. Of course, the gains were quite gratifying. At this time, the amount of money displayed by the system had already exceeded 10,000 thanks to the efforts of the militia squad, reaching 13,452 units of currency. Reporting to the commander. Outside the car door, Zhao Jie's voice sounded. Wu Bin opened the car door, and after Gu Chengyuan, who was sitting inside, took a bite of rice, he looked toward Zhao Jie. Commander, these are the recently collected zombie crystal cores, a total of 282 pieces. Zhao Jie said as Pu Guangqiang, standing outside the car, reached out to take the black briefcase from his hand. Have the militia brothers eaten? Gu Chengyuan did not mention the crystal cores but asked about the militia team situation. Reporting to the commander, the militia team members are taking turns eating. To ensure the efficiency of collecting crystal cores, 10 people rotate to eat each time. So far, 30 people have finished their meals. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan showed a satisfied expression. That's right, we must organize well and proceed in an orderly manner. By the way, was anyone injured in terms of personnel safety? Reporting to the commander, after the lesson learned from the last injury, we have made significant improvements. Now, when entering the site for work, everyone wears cotton pants and cotton jackets, and gloves are worn in 3 layers. It is a bit hot, but safety has greatly improved. This improvement is well done. You are a capable person, and I feel assured in trusting the militia team to you. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's praise, Zhao Jia felt emotionally stirred. Wasn't all his hard work to lead the militia well just for this recognition? With Gu Chengyuan's approval, his position became even more secure. After Zhao Jia left, Gu Chengyuan exchanged the crystal cores in the black bag for system currency in front of Wu Bin. System exchange. Exchange successful. Money plus 1,410. Money, 14,862. Seeing the system display 14862 money, Gu Chengyuan directly chose to recruit an armored infantry platoon. System recruits an armored infantry platoon. Chapter 4904A Infantry Fighting Vehicle. Ding. Please choose placement. Concealed placement. The armored infantry platoon will appear beside the host in 10 minutes, please be prepared. Upon hearing the system prompt confirming the successful enlistment, the heaviness in Gu Chengyuan's eyes dissipated considerably. Originally, according to the plan, all this money was to be exchanged for infantry squads, which could directly be converted into an infantry company. However, based on the current battle situation and reconnaissance feedback, it seems that the movements of zombies in the entire creek area have been disturbed by this butterfly, with a faint trend of flowing in this direction. Let's put this aside for now. It can be said that it still remains at the level of speculation, but the fact that zombies from several surrounding blocks are converging here is already established. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that from noon until now, the zombies on the small Chaoyang Street haven't been completely eliminated, and even their density hasn't changed much. Facing what seems like endless zombies, even Gu Chengyuan, who wields the system, can't help but feel a bit anxious and irritated, constantly sensing a lack of firepower. So after discussing with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, it was decided to replace the infantry company with an armored platoon, specifically for the 100mm smoothbore cannon and laser-guided missile launcher on the infantry fighting vehicles. This greatly enhances the firepower. After all, with only the machine gun as heavy firepower, there is still uncertainty in the mind when facing possible unknown situations. About 10 minutes later, a rumbling sound of tracks rubbing against the ground arose, and 404A infantry fighting vehicles with night lights on, like beasts, drove out from the tree-shaded campus road in the East District. The 3rd platoon, acting as the alert force, immediately sent people to block them, and this scene also caught the attention of the militia members who were eating and resting. Hey old Tang. Look. Here comes the big guys again. A militia member sitting on the curb with a lunchbox excitedly nudged his buddy beside him with his elbow. Damn, an armored vehicle. This thing is fierce. The man called Old Tang shouted excitedly, attracting the attention of the other militia members. Look at that cannon barrel. It's way more powerful than a machine gun. One shot and it makes the zombies cry for their lives. I was thinking we might have to retreat, but it seems the higher-ups are determined to take down Chaoyang Street. Old Tang whispered quietly to his buddy beside him. This thought was also a consensus among the militia. Everyone felt that Chaoyang Street might not be taken and that they should retreat. After all, the shell casings flying around for free from noon until now have almost piled up into a small mountain, and the density of zombies hasn't decreased. Any clear-sighted person wouldn't believe this small unit's logistics could consume endless zombies. Mainly, there's no cost-effectiveness. Although they don't know what use these broken brain cores have, they definitely can't be turned into ammunition, right? When input and output are disproportionate, retreat is the best choice, but unexpectedly, 4 armored vehicles showed up again. Old Tang, where do you think this unit came from? Why haven't we seen them before? It should have come from some military base. Don't ask too much about military matters, they are all classified. Be careful, or you might be shot dead. Gu Chengyuan did not know the survivor's thoughts. At this moment, he had already arrived at the checkpoint set up by the 3rd platoon with Wu Bin. They saw that 5 people got off the first armored infantry vehicle at the front, 11 got off the second vehicle, and 10 got off each of the other 2 vehicles. Seeing Gu Chengyuan approaching, the entire armored infantry platoon quickly formed ranks into 4 rows. The first to 3rd rows each had 10 people, and the 4th row had 5 people. At ease. Attention. Reporting to the commander, Armored Infantry Company Commander Li Kun, leading the 1st platoon of armored infantry soldiers to report to you. For armored infantry fighting vehicles. Company Commander. It was only then that Gu Chengyuan realized that the extra 2,000 gold summoned the first time was probably the recruitment cost for company-level officers, used to build the command structure, and it even came with a company commander's armored vehicle. At ease. Yes. Gu Chengyuan excitedly looked at the row of armored infantry, 2 captains and 1 lieutenant, corresponding to the company commander, deputy company commander, and platoon leader. Wow, earlier I was secretly complaining that the system was unfair, but it turns out the system Daddy's love is as strong as a mountain. For 2,000 gold, I got 2 company-level officers and an infantry fighting vehicle worth 4,000. This move is like Qin Shi Huang touching an electric wire, totally winning. Chapter 50, Blood Mine Plan. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang. Bang. Boom. Boom. The battle continued until 8 in the evening, and the sky had completely darkened. The entire East Campus was pitch black except for the lights of the armored vehicles and the tongues of fire from various firepower equipment. During the occasional pauses in the gunfire, a few cannon shots would ring out, followed by huge fireballs erupting among the corpse horde, the dazzling flames illuminating more than half the street. After being violently torn apart and destroyed by 100 caliber shells, the surviving human tissue would scatter irregularly in all directions. The tactical squads blocking the street corners might be lucky enough to receive some unknown charred and hardened objects falling from the sky. For example, a piece of charred animal skin or a small animal finger bone, before the apocalypse, either would have caused great social attention, but this is the apocalypse. The soldiers unlucky enough to be hit by these animal tissues would only pick them up with a surprised exclamation. Damn Sharira. The next second, he threw it aside like trash, then increased the pressure on the trigger, trying to make up for the few seconds lost just now with a faster rate of fire. The zombie density had not decreased, and the battlefield situation was developing in the direction predicted by Gu Chengyuan and Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin. This originally planned annihilation battle had turned into a protracted war, becoming a reality. The two who confirmed this situation did not panic. Although the development exceeded expectations, reality is not an RPG game with scripted plots, it cannot unfold according to preset scenarios. Both had long been prepared for this. Inside the same Mengsher 3 armored command vehicle, the rear seats where Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin were sitting had been partially reclined. The two were lying sideways on the seats, with the dim yellow light on the car roof casting a somewhat tranquil atmosphere inside the vehicle. Just received a report from the drone squad. According to reconnaissance photos, in the northern part of the Shishui area, the zombies on 9 streets have condensed from a scattered state into clumps. The current situation is that these clumped zombie groups behave like quicksand, wherever a piece is missing, others will flow there to fill the gap. And Chaoyang Street has already become a leakage point for this quicksand. However, the good news is that most of the zombie groups are unaware of the situation on Chaoyang Street and are aimlessly filling gaps. Only when entering the northern streets of the Shishui area is there a faint unrest. The berserk aggression is only triggered when entering the few streets around Chaoyang Street. Saying this, Wu Bin handed Gu Chengyuan the printed paper photo taken by the drone aerial photography, while continuing. We now have 2 plans. One is to ignore the sandglass mouth at Chaoyang Street and withdraw directly, letting the quicksand leak out. As long as we retreat quickly, the targetless ones can be dispersed and dealt with by the East Campus. We can also free ourselves from the pressure and danger of facing the hundreds of thousands of corpse hordes in Shibei District head-on. The second is to reinforce the Chaoyang Street defense line, turning it into a firepower fortress with a permanent garrison, relying on the narrow terrain to firmly choke the neck of the zombie horde, making it continuously bleed. But the downside is that most forces are restrained in the early stage, having to bear the risk of a full outbreak of the zombie horde caused by unknown situations. After Wu Bin finished speaking, he fell silent. Inside the car, only the soft rustling sound of Gu Chengyuan flipping through photos could be heard. This silence lasted for about 2 minutes. Gu Chengyuan stopped flipping, handed the photos to Pu Guangqiang in the back seat, and looked at Wu Bin with a somewhat excited gaze. I want both plans. What is our purpose in clearing out the zombies? Is it to liberate enemy-occupied areas? No. To gather resources? Not entirely. To rescue survivors? Just a side effect. The goal is that we need the zombie brain cores. We need to plunder resources from the zombies to develop. Nowadays, we have the chance to pinch the still very thin blood vessel of Chaoyang Street and safely bleed the zombies. How can we let go? If we let go, the zombie horde will enter the East District, and the impact area of the zombie swarm will expand hundreds of times, turning the blood vessel into an artery. With our strength, not to mention pinching it, we wouldn't even dare to touch it. The West District will also be oppressed, and we will live cautiously like mice, afraid of provoking them. Our development will also become like mice stealing grain, only daring to steal a little from the zombies each time, and we must avoid being discovered, or else we will either lose our mouse nest or be crushed by tens of millions of zombie hordes. And what if we hold this blood vessel? Speaking of which, Gu Chengyuan paused for a moment and looked intently at Wu Bin. Defend against the enemy outside. The huge and complex area of the East Campus combined with the distance to the West Campus forms a massive buffer zone. The narrow terrain of Chaoyang Street, combined with the current flowing sand-like state of the zombie horde, can completely turn it into a brain core mine, where zombies continuously bleed and we can steadily produce brain cores. So why not implement both plans together? Plan 1 will be executed after the brain core mine fails, the zombie horde riots, and we lose control of the situation. And now, what we need to think about is how to build this place into a qualified mine. Chapter 50 Blood Mine Construction. Beep 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 beep. Reverse, please pay attention. Reverse, please pay attention. The tail lights of the transport truck covered in yellow mud flashed red in the dark night. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Move aside, move aside. Reverse. 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 Reverse again. Okay. The brick movers, carry the bricks to the wall building team. Move quickly. Each person in the cement team, carry one bag to the bus stop. Kai Anshin held a megaphone and stood on the fountain near the East District gate, shouting. Everyone, move quickly. The zombie horde is advancing very fast, we are racing against time. We must build a defensive fortification before dawn. To survive. For the wife and children in the rear. After Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin finalized the blood mine plan, they immediately notified Kai Anshin in the rear via radio, instructing him to organize personnel to execute it. But considering the impact, the purpose of the blood mine plan was publicly declared as defense to contain the out-of-control zombie horde and protect the safety of survivors. Even the plan's name was changed to the Wall of Hope Project. To improve work efficiency and consider the survivors' emotions, the danger and urgency of the zombie horde on Chaoyang Street were deliberately exaggerated, making survivors feel that a breach was imminent and that everyone could be overwhelmed at any moment. The effect of doing this currently appears very remarkable. The radio signal sent out at 9 o'clock in the evening took only 10 minutes for the first batch of nearly 100 construction workers to arrive at the East Campus. After half an hour, survivors brought engineering transport vehicles from a nearby construction site to haul building materials, and they arrived one after another. Of the 638 men in the West District, almost all who were still able to move came. Kai Anshin, who started in engineering, has very strong on-site command abilities. Since most of the survivors are students or office workers, he appointed a few construction workers as the leadership backbone. Using experienced survivors to guide newcomers and a few to lead many, the survivors quickly got the hang of things. Coupled with his central command and coordination, this temporarily assembled engineering team was able to carry out their work in an orderly manner. However, the main reason for such smooth progress was that the threat of zombies hung like a sword over everyone's heads. In the face of death, no one dared to slack off. Additionally, the defensive engineering was not complicated and did not require much technical skill, just some muscle to move bricks and mix cement was enough. This project mainly involved building sufficiently reliable interception walls on the 3 roads from the small square at the East Campus gate leading into the campus interior. The first phase of the interception wall project aimed to reach a height of 6 meters, roughly 2 stories tall, with a thickness of half a meter on the side facing the zombies. The wall's surface would have 2 layers of shooting holes, one upper and one lower, and the top would be sealed to prevent zombie air raids. Phase 2 involves building fortresses based on the interception walls, with the interior of the fortresses available for stationed soldiers to rest, wash, eat, and so on. Using 3 fortresses as points, connected into a line, the zombie horde is locked inside the small square in the East District. The most important project of the blood mine plan is to build an electric sliding door at the small gate in the East District. When the number of zombies killed in the small square reaches a certain amount, this sliding door will close like a reservoir gate, temporarily blocking the influx of the zombie horde. Militia and other logistics personnel can enter the small square to manually and mechanically transport zombie corpses to a safe area for brain extraction and corpse incineration. In this way, not only is the safety of logistics personnel when extracting zombie brain cores improved, but the accumulation of zombie corpses can also be controlled, reducing the risks of disease outbreaks and elevated terrain. Inside the armored command vehicle of the Fierce Warrior 3, the pale yellow interior light emitted a soft glow. Gu Chengyuan lay on the fully reclined seat, covered with an army green blanket. He had just fallen asleep when the report outside the door woke him up. Startled awake, he instinctively raised his hand to check the tactical watch. 2:13. Meanwhile, a white streak flashed across the horizon, illuminating the trees outside the car window in a ghostly white, followed immediately by a piercing thunderclap. Carrara. Like a silver snake slashing across the sky. Before the apocalypse, Gu Chengyuan would probably have been startled by this sudden noise, but now, just hearing the sound of gunfire has almost made his ears calloused, let alone this little noise. Enter. After receiving permission, the person outside the car opened the door. It was Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie wore a raincoat stained with blood, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, and with the lightning flashing over the distant mountains, he looked like a murderer from a rainy night in a novel. Reporting to the commander, this is a new zombie brain core. Zhao Jie said as he handed the travel bag in his hand to Pu Guangqiang, who was standing guard outside the car door. The hand holding the bag did not look disheveled like his clothes, it seemed to have been deliberately washed and was very clean. Gu Chengyuan ignored the nauseating rotten stench on Zhao Jie and asked with concern. Didn't we say you three should work in shifts? Why aren't you resting yet? Reporting to the commander, I have conveyed all your orders, but everyone knows about the zombie tide crisis, and the militia brothers have all volunteered to work overtime. Although we don't know how the zombie brain cores help, seeing hundreds of brothers in the Western District working through the night, we also want to do our part. Facing Zhao Jie's eyes, red but resolute, Gu Chengyuan helplessly shook his head. If you feel uncomfortable, you must rest in time. Your health is the most important. Yes, Commander. I'll continue excavating the brain core. Watching Zhao Jie's hurried departing figure, Gu Chengyuan opened the travel bag packed to the brim. System exchange. Ding. Converting. Conversion successful. As the voice fell, the brain core in the travel bag instantly lost its flowing light and became dim. Money plus 7,786. Total amount of money, 10332. Chapter 51, Zombie Rebirth. Rumble rumble rumble. Lightning silver snakes cut through the thick black clouds, revealing an indescribable corner of the distant mountains. Splashing sound. Like a torrential downpour from the sky, the heavy rain pounded on the trees and eaves, gathering into a waterfall hanging from the eaves of Yonghui supermarket. The howling wind roared like ghosts and wolves, swirling the rain curtains on the street, with rain from different directions clashing and tearing into a mess. In the restroom of the Yonghui supermarket lounge, the zombified Xiong Yuding was buried in the bathtub, with only her head exposed. The withered face, covered with fine blue veins, was inscribed with twisted dark red sutras written with a brush. The mouth torn by the corpse mutation was also covered by a mask made of copper coins woven with red cords. Zhang Chao knelt in front of the bathtub, draped in a black robe, his right arm forming hand seals covered with dense knife scars, eyes calm, murmuring. Sun and moon open thrice, cloud ghosts, defying heaven. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhang Chao, who controlled Xiong Yuding, thought he could finally have her all to himself, but in her zombie state, Xiong Yuding had completely transformed into a bloodthirsty beast without any rationality. This was something Zhang Chao could not accept at all. He couldn't accept that she was once so beautiful, and now had become a monster that could only be locked in a cage. If we refine Yuding into a zombie, she should be able to regain her consciousness, right? Zhang Chao, whose cultural level was never high, really couldn't find a direction and could only pin his hopes on the mysterious side, or rather, in Zhang Chao's eyes, this apocalypse was a disaster that descended from the mysterious realm. Zhang Chao's idea was also influenced by his family background. His ancestors had been yin-yang masters for generations, but it was only in his father's generation that the line was broken. After all, being a rogue Taoist priest was not as lucrative as making money. Although he did not become a Taoist priest, Zhang Chao, who grew up as a left-behind child under his grandfather's care, was not enlightened by reading Andersen's fairy tales, but rather strange and peculiar thread-bound books like 300 Explanations of Yin Corpses, Secret Techniques of Corpse Raising on Mang Mountain, and Illustrated Dual Cultivation of Yin Corpses. Zhang Chao had only regarded it as ordinary at the time, but now it unexpectedly came in handy. Zhang Chao buried Xiong Yuding's body in the most Yin spot of the toilet, using the bathtub to form a decayed formation. The soil used to bury the body was the extremely Yin earth that Zhang Chao secretly dug up under the ancient locust tree beside the public toilet. The copper coin mask on the face was also made by Zhang Chao from the 5 emperor coins found at a nearby pawnshop, said to trap the last breath of the dead. Zhang Chao used feng shui to nurture the corpse, with the copper coin mask gathering energy. To make the reanimated corpse of Xiong Yuding recognize its master, the crow's blood he originally fed daily was replaced with his own blood. And tonight at midnight, the moment when 2 days alternate and yin and yang invert, is the day the zombie is reborn. Yuding, I'm doing this all for your own good, I believe you will definitely get better. After finishing the incantation, Zhang Chao remained kneeling, his eyes full of tenderness, slowly reaching out as if to caress Xiong Yuding's terrified face. Beep beep. Beep beep. At this moment, the clock hands inside the supermarket pointed to 12 o'clock, and the hourly chime sounded. Xiong Yuding, who had her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened her eyes wide, showing all the whites. Zhang Chao, who saw this beside her, showed no fear at all. Instead, he let out an excited and crazy low laugh. Ha ha ha. Yuding, you're finally awake. Woo woo. Yuding, no one will ever separate us again. Yuding, you must be hungry. Speaking incoherently, Zhang Chao staggered to his feet. Because he exerted too much force, the black robe draped over his body fell off, revealing severely decayed flesh. Most of the skin and flesh on Zhang Chao's upper body had already peeled away, with crimson ribs sticking out, clinging to bits of flesh. The beating of his heart inside was faintly visible, and the only intact part, his back, was wrinkled and layered like dragon scales. But Zhang Chao felt nothing about this. He hurriedly grabbed the fruit plate placed nearby, which was piled with dozens of crystal-clear cores that reflected a strange red glow under the dark red candlelight. Picking up one of them, he gently fed it into Xiong Yuding's mouth, which was cracked near her ear, his expression as if he were feeding her a grape. Yuding, you need to eat more, so you can recover faster. Clatter. A flash of lightning streaked outside the window, illuminating Zhang Chao's sinister face, which turned pale, with dense veins writhing beneath the skin. Chapter 52, The Prime Minister's Town. Zaixiang Town, located in the southwest of Yi Prefecture, is a subordinate township of the Southwest Ethnic Autonomous Prefecture. It was originally called Makheng Town. However, a century ago, a man named Lu Yu emerged, who served as the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou Empire for 2 terms. During Lu Yu's administration, the southwest region received significant policy support. As his hometown, Makheng Town also experienced tremendous development, growing from an obscure and remote small town into the second largest township in the entire Yi Prefecture, with a permanent population of nearly 300,000. The infrastructure of Makheng Town is considered luxurious, guarded by 2 4A-level scenic spots, filled with orchards, hotels, and farm stays, and it has planned modern transportation facilities such as an airport and a high-speed rail station, which are not even found in many county-level cities. To thank Lu Yu for his contributions to the development of his hometown, and also to add some cultural attractions and diversify the development of Makheng Town, which mainly features natural scenery, in order to enhance competitiveness in the increasingly fierce tourism market. Makheng Town was officially renamed Zaixiang Town 2 years ago, and the former residence of Lu Yu was also restored as a tourist attraction. Gu Chengyuan's family lives on the pedestrian street of Zaixiang Town. His mother runs a small supermarket, while his father works as an ordinary imperial civil servant. Nearly 2 weeks after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the once picturesque, peaceful, and livable Zaixiang Town has been completely shattered, with charred car wrecks scattered all over the streets, blocking the escape routes of countless people. Dark red blood splatters are everywhere, and the streets are filled with aimlessly wandering zombies, but at the slightest sound or movement, they surge forward like sharks sensing blood. Zaixiang Town South Ring Road is a key focus in the next phase of Zaixiang Town's planning, and government agencies have already moved in ahead of schedule. Since the planning and construction have just begun, the South Ring Road area is still quite desolate. Besides government agencies, there are also some residential complexes under construction. Fortunately, due to the area's desolation and sparse population, when the apocalypse broke out, the police officers from the nearby town government police station, led by Chief Fong Wu, quickly took control of the situation and promptly launched rescue operations. The government agencies located here retained some vitality after the apocalypse outbreak, preventing total annihilation. Under the leadership of the surviving government, Prime Minister Town relied on the South Ring to initially establish a small settlement. But soon a series of problems arose: how to carry out rescue operations, how to exert government functions, and how to organize. Faced with the earth-shaking changes in human civilization, these grassroots leaders rooted in the town found it truly difficult to manage, given their abilities and insights. Just maintaining the operation of small settlements and dealing with the survivors flooding in from various places every day was already exhausting. Not to mention the issues of base development, survival, and planning the dispatch of rescue forces to the city. At this moment, Fong Wu, the chief of the town police station, had a sudden inspiration and thought of Gu Jiangwo, who was on vacation at home. As the mayor of the neighboring Tianzi city, he was a big shot. Not only could he lead the entire town's rescue efforts, but he could also lead the work of the entire autonomous prefecture. In terms of rank and seniority, there was no problem at all. Gu Jiangwo, who was rescued by the police officers at the local police station, also gladly accepted the invitation and began leading the work at the gathering place. At the Prime Minister's gathering place, Gu Jiangwo had just finished a day's work. He casually turned off the desk lamp, stood up to stretch his sore shoulders and neck, then slowly walked to the office window, quietly gazing toward the northwest, a trace of indelible sorrow evident between his brows. Click. The sound of a lighter flicked, and a flickering red dot appeared in the dim room. Who? As the vaporized cigarette smoke passed through his lungs and was exhaled from his nose and mouth, Gu Jiangwo felt much of his pressure being released along with it. After his vigorous efforts to rectify the situation, the originally chaotic and disorderly gathering place has gradually stabilized. But precisely because he was deeply involved in the work at the gathering place and witnessed too many families destroyed by the apocalypse, Gu Jiangwo became increasingly worried about his two sons. In a county with such a low population density and survival rate, how difficult must it be for his two sons living in a big city with over 10 million people to survive? Although he is still the local leader, the power he can wield now is far too small compared to before the apocalypse, so small that even in a gathering place with just a few thousand people, there are many people and forces he has to compromise with. Especially among these people and forces, there still exist the black and evil forces that dared not show their heads before the apocalypse due to strict crackdowns. The gathering place has just stabilized, but the flames of many people vying for power and influence have started to ignite again, desperately trying to grab as much benefit as possible for themselves. If I can't even consolidate my strength in the gathering place and am besieged and stretched thin, how can I talk about going to save my own son? Gu Jiangwo has recently thought about leaving, taking his wife to personally find his child, but when he thinks about the ordinary people in the gathering place, even with the authority and prestige he had before the apocalypse, he couldn't fully protect them. If he leaves, wouldn't those beasts run even more rampant? Moreover, as the apocalypse dragged on, the great Zhou court fell silent, and the hooligans and bandits in the gathering place seemed to become increasingly reckless. Especially during today's meeting, even the police station chief who had always supported him showed a subtle change in attitude. Gu Jiangwo was well aware of the reason. He had ordered the execution of the chief's distant relative, a loafer and social scoundrel before the apocalypse, who after the apocalypse believed that his uncle, the station chief, had risen to power. Together with a gang of cronies, they dared to rape a middle school girl in the gathering place, which undoubtedly touched Gu Jiangwo's reverse scale. Ignoring the pleas of station chief Fang Wu, Gu Jiangwo resolutely executed the group, but this also left a rift between him and Fang Wu. Gu Jiangwo had also heard those divisive rumors, which were nothing more than saying that Fang Wuzhong was loyal and devoted, but Gu Jiangwo showed no consideration and treated him like a dog for nothing. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. The changing attitude of the armed groups in the gathering place made Gu Jiangwo's control and deterrence over the area rapidly decline. Family and the people, it seemed he couldn't take good care of anyone. Thinking of these things, Gu Jiangwo felt a tightness in his chest and a surge of frustration that he could not vent. Chapter 53, Summoning the 2nd Infantry Company. Human potential is limitless. Sometimes, if you don't push others, you won't know how outstanding they truly are. Gu Chengyuan, who was inspecting the construction project while eating breakfast, deeply agreed with this statement. The project progress had reached its final stage, and hundreds of survivors were methodically carrying out the finishing work like marching ants. Kai Anxin, who was introducing things behind Gu Chengyuan, was soaking wet. His wet white shirt clung tightly to his plump body, and the layers of fat around his waist and back, like swimming rings, were clearly outlined. Even more eye-piercing was that the white shirt became semi-transparent after getting wet, clearly revealing the tender pink flesh, the coarse chest hair, and the 2 points that needed to be censored. But Kai Anxin didn't mind, because after last night's heavy rain, none of the survivors present were dry. In the face of survival, forget about wet body temptation, people present could even run around naked. Chief, the project has now entered the final sprint phase. At most, there are 2 more hours until it is completely finished. If it weren't for last night's storm, it would definitely have been completed by now. The impact of force majeure factors is understandable, and the progress has been very fast already. You've worked hard. But when will this project be put into use? The Chaoyang Street side is almost impossible to hold, saying this, Gu Chengyuan showed a worried expression. This sentence was not Gu Chengyuan trying to scare Kai Anxin, but rather that Chaoyang Street was indeed almost impossible to hold. It wasn't because the firepower was weakening, but because the piles of zombie corpses were nearly overflowing onto the streets. Even though the defense line kept retreating and the militia squads continuously cleared the bodies, they still couldn't keep up with the rate at which zombies were dying. Just before Gu Chengyuan arrived, in some areas the corpses had already piled up to nearly 3 meters high. Gu Chengyuan's words made Kai Anxin's heart flicker, and after thinking seriously, he said. Report to the commander, for the fortification to solidify enough to withstand a certain impact, it will probably take at least until noon. Noon. Gu Chengyuan raised his watch and glanced at it. 8:33. Hold for 4 hours. At worst, bring all the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicles from the parking lot, 9 armored vehicles and 4 infantry fighting vehicles, that should be enough to hold for a while, right? Alright, then have them finish up quickly, give us more time to clear the area and deploy personnel and weapons. Understood, I'll arrange it now. Alright, I trust you to handle it. I'll head over to the front line first. You keep a close watch here. Take care, Commander. After Gu Chengyuan turned to leave, Kai Anshin took the megaphone from Secretary Jean and quickly walked to the fountain located at the engineering center. Kai Anshin no longer cared about how Gu Chengyuan was arranged, as long as the final result met her own requirements, that was enough. When Gu Chengyuan returned to the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle, Pu Guangxiang reported that while he was away just now, Zhao Jia had delivered another bag of zombie brain cores. Recently, the yield from brain cores had surged, and Gu Chengyuan no longer cared about the quantity as he used to. Brain cores? I'm not interested in brain cores right now. Gu Chengyuan opened the travel bag and directly chose to exchange. Money plus 5,442. Money, 15,774. Seeing the amount of money over 15,000, Gu Chengyuan planned to directly summon an infantry company to test whether there is any hidden mechanism when summoning a whole company at once. According to the original mechanism, if summoned squad by squad, the company and platoon officers would have to be promoted from the soldiers themselves. Although they could barely manage, there would still be a certain gap in a short time compared to officers who have undergone professional command and combat training. If armored infantry can send command officers, there's no reason why my infantry is nothing, just struggling, right? System, summon an entire infantry company at once. Ding. Summoning. Summon item not found. Infantry unit slot updating. Update successful. Summoning. Please choose whether to summon immediately or summon covertly. Hidden summon. Ding. Summoning successful, the 2nd Infantry Company will arrive at the host's location in 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed very quickly. Before long, Gu Chengyuan received a report from the 3rd Platoon leader Lu Chong, saying that a company appeared at the rear checkpoint and inquiring whether to let them pass. While ordering to let them pass, Gu Chengyuan, along with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, also headed towards the small fountain square in the East District. When Gu Chengyuan arrived at the place, he saw brand new Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles quickly parking in position under the guidance of the 3rd row of soldiers. Gu Chengyuan roughly counted and found there were 10 vehicles, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. It seemed his guess was correct, summoning in full formation really came with benefits. Originally there were 9 Mengshi armored assault vehicles, but now there were 10, and the extra one should be the company command vehicle. Thinking this, when lining up, the system indeed did not disappoint Gu Chengyuan. The entire armored infantry company was divided into 4 small formations, 1 small and 3 large. Each of the 3 large formations had 12 people in the first row, and 10 people in the second and third rows. The 2 extra people in the first row were an officer platoon leader with the rank of lieutenant and a communications soldier carrying antenna equipment. The small formation was just a solitary row of 6 people, presumably the company headquarters, because the platoon leader was a captain, likely the deputy company commander, since the company commander was organizing the formation and reporting to Gu Chengyuan. At ease. Attention. Reporting to the commander, Captain Zhu Jun, commander of the 2nd Infantry Company, along with 103 men of the 2nd Company, reporting to you. The captain stood straight with a serious face and reported to Gu Chengyuan. Meanwhile, Gu Chengyuan was also sizing up the officer gifted by the system. Company Commander Zhu Jun was short, had a baby face, skin slightly tanned from long exposure to wind and sun, with sharp and determined eyes, carrying a bit of iron-blooded spirit. Not simple. This was Gu Chengyuan's first impression of Zhu Jun. At ease. Yes. Comrades, it's been a hard journey coming here. We'll hold the welcome ceremony when we get back. But the battle situation is very tense now, and our brothers on the front line have been awake for nearly a full day and night. So, without further ado, Zhu Jun. Here. Hearing his name called, 2nd Company Commander Zhu Jun responded loudly, while his gaze towards Gu Chengyuan was sharp and bright, as if he was also looking forward to the upcoming mission. The time has come to review the combat effectiveness of your 2nd Company. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare before battle. After 10 minutes, lead your company to the front line. Can you complete the mission or not? Report, mission guaranteed to be completed. Action. As Gu Chengyuan finished speaking, Zhu Jun saluted him and took over the command. All units, organized by squads and platoons, prepare equipment and supplies before battle. Assemble here again in 5 minutes, I will issue the combat orders. Dismissed. After finishing speaking, the entire company, led by the squad leaders of each platoon, dispersed in an orderly manner and jogged towards their respective platoons' armored assault vehicles. Zhu Jun, on the other hand, led the company headquarters personnel jogging towards the small gate on Chaoyang Street, presumably to scout the battlefield situation. Watching the second platoon quickly enter wartime readiness, Gu Chengyuan turned back and smiled as he asked Wu Bin. How is it? Wu Bin also smiled, causing the corners of his phoenix eyes to stretch into long lines. At present, the combat power seems to be quite strong, possibly even stronger than the overall strength of the first company. It looks good, whether it's useful or not, we'll only know after trying it out. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The arrival of the second company eased the shortage of troops, and his mood brightened as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. Chapter 54, Operation of the Blood Mine. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers of the first company retreating from the small gate on Chaoyang Street organized themselves by platoon, with 3 platoons each stationed at an interception wall to prepare for combat. Gun barrels of varying thickness protruded from the shooting holes in the wall, their deep metallic gleam exuding a dangerous and deadly aura. After a morning of rest, the soldiers took a short nap for a few hours. Now they have eaten and drunk their fill. Although the amount of sleep is still far from enough, it is already considered a luxury during the battle. Most of the soldiers have regained their energy and spirit, adjusting their weapons and preparing to shoot while chatting with their comrades nearby to relax. The shooting wall is divided into upper and lower levels, with a squad stationed on each level. The extra squads are kept as reserves for rotation and can also serve as support forces in emergencies. Although facing the zombies' relentless 24-hour attack, the number of troops still seems insufficient, but this is already the maximum that can be mustered at present. Just now, Zhao Jia delivered the crystal cores collected by the militia team again, but this time only exchanged for a little over 2,000 money, mainly. Because the accumulation of corpses on Chaoyang Street has become increasingly severe, and it is no longer possible to stop the advance of the zombie horde. Seeing the sharply reduced gains, Gu Chengyuan also ordered the militia team to withdraw from the battlefield and rest in the rear. Continuing to collect is very cost-ineffective and prone to danger, causing fear and resistance. It's better to let the militia, who have been working for almost 24 hours, withdraw to rest. After all, once the blood mine plan is operational, they will still be the main force opening the skulls of zombies. After the militia completely withdrew, Gu Chengyuan's command vehicle also retreated to the East District Stadium behind the interception wall. The second company must withdraw in an orderly manner through the East District small gate with no one left behind. At the same time, the main gate will be closed. Remember, you only have 5 minutes to evacuate the blood mine. 5 minutes is the interception time of the main gate. The retreat route is via Shuefu Road, where the interception wall gate has already been opened. Report immediately once the troops have completed evacuation preparations. Got it. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Zhu Jun immediately conveyed the evacuation preparation order to the entire company and issued the evacuation plan, while instructing the communications officer to notify the Armored Infantry Company Commander Li Kuan. The entire 3rd platoon on rear guard boarded the vehicles, and 3 Manchu 3 armored assault vehicles with digital jungle camouflage paint drove to the roadside in a single file. As the ka-ka-ka sound of the roof-mounted machine gun transmission device started, the gunners on each vehicle also took their positions at the vehicle-mounted machine guns. 404A infantry fighting vehicles parked on the side started their engines with a roar, their tracks pressing shallow ruts into the asphalt road at the school gate. They parked in a trapezoidal formation outside the East District school gate, leaving 2 gaps for the Manchu 3 armored assault vehicles to pass through. Zhu Jun. This is Li Kuan, the 1st platoon of the Armored Infantry Company is ready to provide support, you can withdraw. Received. The 2nd company begins to withdraw, both sides high points fire and then retreat to board the vehicles. All platoon leaders must keep a close watch on personnel, not leaving a single person behind. Report any emergencies promptly. Platoon 1 received. Platoon 2 received. As the voice fell, in less than a minute, at the small gate and the stairwells on both sides, soldiers from Platoon 1 and Platoon 2, led by their platoon leaders, filed out in single file, wearing helmets and goggles, carrying guns and tactical backpacks, orderly running toward the fountain in the East District. During the run, they consciously kept the scopes on their gun rails away from themselves. For the convenience of withdrawal, the previously used Mengsher 3 armored vehicles had already been driven away by the second company, while 2 Shaanxi trucks were left behind. When the 2 platoons arrived, the trucks had already started, and the rear tailgates were opened. The 2 platoons, each with 40 soldiers who were well trained in military discipline, quickly boarded the vehicles. The Shaanxi trucks showed no hesitation as they turned their heads and drove along Shuesha Road toward the interception gate. At the small gate in the East District, the gunfire did not weaken, instead, it grew louder due to the personnel withdrawal. The machine gunners on the 2 Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles operated the heavy machine guns, roaring wildly. The surging zombies were blown apart by the 12.7 caliber machine gun bullets, releasing bursts of crimson blood mist. However, the speed of killing the zombies was nowhere near enough to keep up with the advancing horde. Just as the horde of corpses was about to advance to the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, Zhu Jun's walkie-talkie transmitted the voice of Gu Chengyuan. The second company armored unit, withdraw immediately along the predetermined route. The armored infantry company commander Li Kuan's unit will provide cover. Execute immediately. Received, X2. As the 2 Mengsher 3 armored vehicles began to accelerate backward while their machine guns swept fire, they quickly passed through the trapezoidal formation of the 04A infantry fighting vehicles. After seeing Zhu Jun's troops withdraw, Li Kuan no longer hesitated and grabbed the internal communicator to directly issue the order to open fire. Armor-piercing rounds, ready. Fire. Boom boom boom. Several consecutive explosive bangs, accompanied by the sliding and retracting of the smoothbore cannon barrel, caused the rainwater on the vehicle to jump with the brief vibrations. The powerful and unmatched kinetic energy propelled 3 tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds toward the horde of corpses, the first zombie to come into contact with the armor-piercing round instantly exploded into a mist of blood, followed immediately by the second, third, and fourth. Clouds of blood mist lit up like signal indicators. The 3 armor-piercing rounds plowed through the horde like the tip of a plow with effortless ease. Every zombie they touched or grazed exploded into blood mist and shattered into chunks of flesh. In almost the blink of an eye, the densely packed horde was split by 3 huge gashes of blood and flesh. Li Kuan looked through the in-car imaging device and couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. This is seriously freaking awesome. If this isn't a horde of corpses but a crowd of people, the entire clan would be dragged before a military tribunal, right? Supply ammo, supply ammo. Artillery, fire at will. Damn it, where's the machine gun? Start roaring. Are you all dumbfounded or what? Not even a few seconds passed. Boom boom boom. Several more rumbles sounded again. The smoke from the muzzle had not yet cleared, and the horde of corpses was plowed into several blood furrows. The once dense crowd of corpses became sparse, like the thinning hair on the top of a middle-aged man's head. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun spat out yellow flames, beginning a frenzied slaughter. Just now, the infantry's second company had barely withdrawn from the precarious small gate in the East District, but immediately stabilized the situation. Not only that, they pushed the horde of corpses back by more than 10 meters. Armored Infantry Company. Armored Infantry Company. The small gate barrier is closing immediately, withdraw at once. Withdraw at once. Hearing Gu Chengyuan's order through the walkie-talkie, Li Kuan, who was in the middle of enjoying himself, looked somewhat resentful but still gave the retreat order without hesitation. Kaka-kaka. A harsh metallic scraping sound rang out as a 30-centimeter thick alloy sealed door, dismantled from an underground parking lot in the West District, slid out along the newly built ground track, completely sealing the small door. Li Kuan's armored infantry platoon showed no hesitation. The 04A infantry fighting vehicle made a sharp turn on the spot. Leading with Li Kuan's infantry fighting vehicle, they gradually accelerated along Shuesha Road, heading toward the interception gate in front of the East District Gymnasium. Gu Chengyuan and Wu Bin stood on the interception wall, watching the last 04A armored infantry vehicle drive out. After the closing door slid shut, the road was completely sealed off. Picked up the walkie-talkie again. Control room, attention, open the small gate and main gate of the east area. Trap them. Got it. SSSSSS. At this moment, the corpse-blocking gate, being frantically clawed at by the horde of corpses, slowly retracted to the right, revealing a gap. The piled-up corpses, stacked like a small mountain and trampling over each other, burst forth like a flood, rushing into the east campus. Looking at the horde of corpses flooding like the waters over Jinshan, the warriors behind each interception wall instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, as if that could bring some sense of security. When the horde spread to 20 meters in front of the interception wall, Gu Chengyuan calmly spoke into the walkie-talkie. According to the original plan. Open fire. Chapter 55 Brain Core Sorter. 3 interception walls simultaneously unleashed dozens of fire lines, weaving a massive firepower net that frantically harvested the rampaging zombies, the horde falling like grass being cut. The originally bluish-black campus pavement was immediately stained red by flying severed limbs and blood, the foul-smelling, dark liquid flowing along the asphalt grooves into the drainage ditches on both sides, soon turning into a trickling stream. Li Dateo and Zhang Fuchuan, who were waterproofing on top of the first interception wall, stared blankly at the scene before them, both somewhat dazed. Oh my gosh. The two came back to their senses, opened their mouths and looked at each other, as if they had something to say, but in the end, nothing could be said, only a sigh was uttered. Time flew by like the life of a zombie, and soon an hour had passed. Gu Chengyuan looked at the thousands of zombie corpses fallen inside the blood mine and gave the order to close the gate to the control room. SSSSSS. At the East District School gate, a harsh scraping sound rang out. Under the strong thrust of the motor, the thick sealed door slowly slid out along the track, slowly but irresistibly pushing the horde of corpses aside. An unlucky zombie got stuck between the wall and the closed door. After a stalemate of 2 or 3 seconds, it was directly crushed against the school wall at a certain critical point, bursting with a pop like a ripe tomato on the gray, decayed fence. The horde of corpses inside the fence was cut off at the rear, losing reinforcements. Under the slaughter of modern weapons, they were rapidly consumed until the last few zombies fell, and the sporadic gunfire finally fell silent. The gates of the 3 interception walls opened simultaneously, and engineering vehicles such as bulldozers and transport trucks began to enter under the control of the militia team members. The militia members who had previously worked in related fields skillfully operated the engineering vehicles, first pushing the vehicles like pushing potatoes, gathering the scattered corpses from various angles into piles. Meanwhile, the loader operator was maneuvering the bucket, quickly scooping soil into the dump truck's bed 1 scoop at a time. Occasionally, the operator accidentally crushed 1 or 2 zombie corpses with the bucket, and he could only silently apologize in his heart before continuing to work vigorously, swinging wide and forceful. There is no respect for the dead here, after all, the commander has already said, efficiency comes first, no matter the losses. With the joint efforts of a dozen large construction machines, the corpses fallen in front of the barricade wall were quickly cleared up to about 70 or 80%. Several dump trucks, fully loaded with zombies lying in disorder, limbs intertwined, slowly drove away, the stench of blood seeping through the gaps in the tailboards. The huge tires crushed the ground, leaving streaks of blood everywhere. Survivors resting on both sides of the road behind the barricade, who hadn't left yet, all covered their mouths and noses. Those with weaker nerves were already so terrified that their legs went weak and they felt dizzy and nauseous. Damn it. This is way too bloody. Crap. Ugh. I should have gone back earlier, I really deserve this. Stupid me for staying to watch the chaos. Ugh. Brother Chien, I think I just saw my great-grandma. What the heck, don't scare me in broad daylight, it's making me feel chilly. No, I mean it looks like my great-grandma is in that truck bed. Damn. Let's follow and check it out, see if we can bring her back, at least give your great-grandma a proper burial. Chien, better not, I'm scared, my legs are trembling so much I can't even walk. Alright, how about this, do you have any photos? My buddy is with the militia team, and when the time comes, he'll make soap out of your grandma for you. What scent do you want? Strawberry is okay. It's quite girly. Brother Chien, no. Engineering vehicles dragged the bodies to the basketball court in the East District. Due to historical reasons related to the school's construction plan, there is a huge pit about 10 meters deep next to the East District basketball court. Gu Chengyuan decided to use this as a cremation pit. The removal of the zombie brain cores was carried out on the spacious and flat basketball court. The iron fence between the basketball court and the pit had already been dismantled. The processed zombie bodies were simply pushed into the pit with carts, making it very convenient. The engineering vehicle carried the corpse into the basketball court, immediately followed by militia members dressed in white protective suits guiding the way. With the tick-tock alarm sounding from the rear of the vehicle, the truck bed lifted, dumping the corpse at the designated spot. Surrounded by fully armed militia members in white protective suits, they immediately swarmed in and, according to their assigned tasks, sorted the zombie corpses, performing craniotomies to extract the brain cores. After several days of intense work with high psychological trauma, the militia members have gradually adapted and begun to take it as normal. Those who might have been scared off by a severed hand before the apocalypse have now become accustomed to mountains of corpses and seas of blood. People may not learn from being told, but they will definitely learn from experience after just one time. Now, extracting zombie brain cores for them is as simple as adding chocolate chips to Chips Ahoy cookies or poking holes in soda crackers. First, use a sharp small pick to pry open the skull, enlarge the wound, then reach in with hands wearing 6 or 7 layers of medical gloves to search around. The searching process is also very simple. Grab the brain and squeeze it. The hard part is the zombie crystal core, while the crushed part is useless brain tissue. Of course, this is for brain core sorters with average talent, who can only rely on brute force. Talented brain core sorters usually hold tweezers and can locate the core by feel, precisely and elegantly extracting the zombie brain core by inserting the tweezers into the zombie's brain. Of course, a master of this level emerged from the 50-person militia team, and that was the captain, Zhao Jie. This almost artistic skill brought Zhao Jie great satisfaction, and gradually he no longer found it bloody. The blood-soaked pile of corpses seemed like his material library, from which he selected one specimen after another, as if he were creating art. The zombie brain core is the crystallization of life. Harvesting this crystallization must be done with reverence for life, using exquisite, almost Taoist techniques, so as to ensure that life is not desecrated to the greatest extent. Zhao Jie is honing his skills with this kind of mindset, striving for perfection, enjoying it tirelessly, and even becoming immersed in it. Chapter 56, Potential Threat. Gu Chengyuan watched the blood mine operate until 5 in the afternoon, and only after confirming its stable operation did he return to the West District in the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin stayed behind to hold the fort. After all, the blood mine had 2 infantry companies and 1 armored infantry platoon stationed there, and with 3 company commanders of equal rank, the command authority was hard to assign. Wu Bin staying was the most appropriate. Moreover, the blood mine currently belongs to Gu Chengyuan's most important plan, producing nearly 3,000 zombie brain cores daily, but this is far from the limit and is affected by personnel. After all, the militia team only has 50 people, and there have been casualties due to accidental injuries. Even if they swung the skull-breaking hammer with all their might, they still couldn't keep up with the army's speed in killing zombies. Therefore, the next key task lies in civilian matters. It would be best to mobilize 200 people to participate in this great work of opening skulls, but Gu Chengyuan can only think about it. Having just transitioned from a civilized society to the apocalypse, if someone actively participates in the work of opening skulls, Gu Chengyuan's first thought would probably be to arrest them and see if they are some kind of psychopath. So it can only be done through guidance, training, and habit formation, 3 steps, but the most important thing is still the incentive system. As the saying goes, someone will do a profitable job, but no one will do a losing one. But how do you attract ordinary survivors to do this dirty work? Pay them? They wouldn't even want to wipe the floor for money. Feed them? For regular work, that might be okay, but for this bloody job of opening skulls, it probably won't work. Currently, Gu Chengyuan has set the meal standards basically to barely keep a person fed, at most eating a bit more vegetarian. Would anyone really open skulls just to eat a bit more and have some meat? But apart from food, Gu Chengyuan really couldn't find any other way to enhance motivation in the post-apocalyptic world. Since there is little room for improvement in treatment and the incentive strength is insufficient, the only option is to lower the basic standards, reduce the individual food ration, and force the survivors to actively participate. However, this is considered the worst method, and it still depends on whether the survivors are willing to respond to the call voluntarily. Hopefully, everyone has a strong spirit of dedication, otherwise, Gu Chengyuan silently thought, they would have no choice but to force everyone to contribute. Besides livelihood issues, there is also a significant shortage of military personnel. Although many soldiers have been recruited in the past few days, the situation is still very tight. First is the blood mine. Currently, the 2 regular companies plus an armored infantry company as firepower support seem substantial, but the number of zombies that need guarding reaches tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Any accident could instantly be overwhelmed by a zombie horde, especially some evolved zombies, strange evolved zombies. The concept that zombies can evolve has already been accepted by Gu Chengyuan's troops. After multiple sightings in different places of similar zombies, like the big, bulky, big base zombies, the possibility of special mutations can basically be ruled out. Based on experience from previous films and TV works, it is very likely that in the future we will encounter more and various types of zombies. Perhaps right now, at the outbreak of the apocalypse, they are still quite rare. But with such a large number of zombies defending the East District, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Who can guarantee that strange, powerful zombies or mutated beasts that current weapons cannot handle won't appear? Therefore, in Gu Chengyuan's plan, the East District, blood mine, must at least station an infantry battalion as a cleansing force, along with 1 armored infantry platoon and 1 tank platoon each. Only then can there be a barely sufficient sense of security. Another issue is the current security problem in the West Zone. Nearly 1,000 people live here, but because all armed forces were dispatched to the East Zone due to the blood mine, the West Zone is left almost completely undefended with virtually no guard troops stationed. This is an urgent problem that needs to be resolved. Although the West Zone has already been cleared once, there is no guarantee that no mutated creatures will appear. For example, that group of vengeful monkeys might be secretly watching. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan opened the black bag beside the seat, which contained the harvest of 845 zombie brain cores collected from operating the blood mine all afternoon. Without hesitation, Gu Chengyuan chose to exchange. Ding. Money plus 5,070. Money, 6,457. Gu Chengyuan was looking at the system interface when Pu Guangxiang, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke. Report to the chief, just now when our car passed by the academician forest, I vaguely saw several shadows jumping on the trees in the forest, it felt like they were following us. Could it be mutated monkeys? If the light is strong, Gu Chengyuan's heart tightened. Speak of the devil, the monkeys really showed up. It's just unclear whether they are merely following or planning to attack this small detachment. Junpeng, watch your surroundings. Everyone else, get ready for battle. Yes. As Gu Chengyuan finished speaking, the 4 guards and 1 communications officer inside the vehicle all showed a flicker of expression and began checking their combat gear. Chapter 57 Darkness. The Mengshe 3 armored command vehicle, under a slightly tense atmosphere, finally arrived safely at the current military headquarters building, which was formerly the Management Academy building. Only after the armored command vehicle had fully entered the underground garage did the guards on board finally relax. At the moment they first detected the monkey troops' traces, Pu Guangxiang was about to call for backup from blood mine, but Gu Chengyuan stopped him. The reason was that with the armored command vehicle's defense capabilities, even if the monkey troops suddenly launched an attack, it could fully hold out until reinforcements arrived. Since the situation was unclear, there was no need to make a fuss and cause unnecessary trouble. Commander, we've arrived. After parking the vehicle steadily in the parking spot, driver Hu Junping spoke to Gu Chengyuan, who was sitting silently in the back seat. Don't get off the car yet, I'll be quiet. Upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's words, the other soldiers exchanged glances, then all stopped their actions of organizing their gear and preparing to get off the car. They quietly sat back down, doing their best to avoid making any noise that might disturb Gu Chengyuan's thoughts. Gu Chengyuan sat quietly in the front passenger seat, his eyes slightly closed. His slender, fair right index finger gently rubbed the grip of the Type 171 assault rifle in his arms. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, showing that his mind was not at peace, as if he was waiting for something. About 5 minutes passed like this, when suddenly Kai Anshin's panicked voice came through the walkie-talkie on Gu Chengyuan's chest, accompanied by crackling static and various frantic shouts. Chief! Calling the chief! This is Kai Anshin. Ah! Help! Don't come closer. The West District gathering place is under attack by a mutated monkey group. Requesting protection. At this moment, Kai Anshin's mind was completely thrown into chaos, and the usually calm expression on his face had lost its composure. Just now, he was inspecting the dinner preparations of the East District defense troops in the cafeteria when he suddenly heard a scream outside, followed immediately by a huge commotion. Just as he frowned and leaned out of the second-floor window of the cafeteria, preparing to loudly scold whoever was causing the disturbance, the bloody scene before his eyes shocked him. Outside the cafeteria, a group of humanoid creatures with long arms and legs and smooth, hairless bodies appeared, rampantly hunting down the survivors fleeing outside the building. Even strong and healthy adult men are like toys in the hands of these monsters, they can easily catch up within a few leaps. In front of the long, several decimeter hook claws, human skin is no more resilient than thin paper. In just a moment of distraction, he saw with his own eyes a burly middle-aged man being caught from behind by a slender humanoid monster, whose metallic gleaming hook claw pierced through from the man's back to his chest as if stabbing tofu. Crimson hot blood gushed out from the wound, splattering around. The fresh blood made the humanoid creature even more excited. The hooked claws exerted force to both sides, and the man's upper body was torn apart with a pop. The mutated monkey stretched out its hand with slender hooked claws toward the man's head and twisted lightly, as easily as when he used to pick apples at a farmhouse. The man's head was twisted off by the humanoid creature, with the trachea, various blood vessels, esophagus, and other parts connecting the head tangled together like messy cables on a construction site. Their elastic resilience stubbornly connected the severed head and torso. From a distance, it looked as if the man's neck had been stretched somewhat. The humanoid monster extended an anteater-like slender tongue, wrapping the entire bundle of connecting tissues, pulling it into its mouth to bite off and chew. From over 10 meters away, Kai Anshin seemed to hear the crisp crunching sound coming from its mouth. The humanoid creature casually threw the man's shattered body aside, like discarding a useless rag doll. Picked up the bitten-off head, stretched its mouth to the wound on the neck, and like drinking coconut water, caught the blood that was dripping. Then it sucked on the wound with its mouth. The rapid movement of its cheeks showed it was vigorously sucking on this fresh head. As its cheeks puffed, the man's eyeballs shrank, and the contents of his brain passed from the neck's broken opening into the mutant monkey's mouth. Watching the mutated humanoid creature vigorously chewing in place, with red and white fluids dripping from the corners of its mouth, Kai Anshin almost vomited. The humanoid monster actually sucked out the entire contents of the skull from the neck's broken opening. Does its mouth really have that much suction power? Even the eyes, the visual organs not fully in the brain, were sucked away. Or is it using that slender tongue, like an anteater's? But damn, who cares about that? Kai Anshin shook her head hard, throwing her strange curiosity out of her mind. Mutant monkeys. After suffering severe mental contamination, Kai Anshin has slowly regained his composure. As a senior figure at the gathering place, he had heard about the mutant monkeys, though he had never seen them. However, these monsters currently matched the description perfectly. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and called for backup from Gu Chengyuan. Chief. Requesting support. Mutant monkeys are attacking the gathering place. The current casualties have already reached dozens. Gu Chengyuan listened to the trembling voice on the walkie-talkie and shouted in shock. The gathering place was attacked. Dozens of casualties have already occurred. I now order you to immediately organize personnel to resist. You must control the casualty situation. Ensure your own safety. Support will arrive in 10 minutes. Got it. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Kai Anshin was anxious and worried. Just during the recent call, several more survivors were knocked down and killed. But the killing speed has clearly slowed down. One reason is that the survivors wandering outside are almost all killed, and the other is that these mutated monkeys are enjoying their spoils. Quick. Hide in the kitchen operation room. Seal the door. At the same time, notify the news broadcast room. Sound the alarm. Everyone find a sturdy shelter and hold out while waiting for the troops to return. The news broadcast room immediately sounded the air raid alarm audio upon receiving the order. Woo 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 woo. The piercing and shrill alarm sounded from the tops of the dormitory building and the cafeteria. The sudden noise scared the mutated monkey group into freezing their movements, and they stood up alertly, looking around cautiously. Mutated monkey group attack. Mutated monkey group attack. All survivors please find shelter on your own and hold out while waiting for rescue. All survivors please find shelter on your own and hold out while waiting for rescue. Gu Chengyuan, in the command vehicle in the underground garage, heard the air raid siren outside and his mind calmed down to the system interface. System, summon an infantry platoon. Ding. Please choose the summoning method. Immediate summon or covert summon. Upon hearing the system prompt, Gu Chengyuan's eyes struggled for a moment. Covert conscription. 10 minutes later, the infantry platoon will arrive at the host's location. After finishing all this, Gu Chengyuan casually turned off the car light, and the interior fell into darkness. Wu Bin, continue carrying out the Blood Mind mission. Got it. Wu Bin just received news that the West District was attacked and is preparing to request support. Given the distance between the West and East Districts, he can definitely arrive within 5 minutes by car. He stopped the call, and even after the walkie-talkie screen went dark, Wu Bin still maintained the action he had just before cutting off the device. Deputy Battalion Commander, are you alright? Seeing Wu Bin's expression change after ending the call, the communications soldier responsible for supporting him nearby became somewhat worried. Deputy Battalion Commander. Huh. It's nothing, maybe just a bit tired. Wu Bin came back to his senses and waved his hand, indicating he was fine, then led the communications soldier to the corpse barrier to check the battle situation. Inside the Warrior 3 command vehicle in the West District underground parking lot, except for a few indicator lights flickering with red light stubbornly resisting, the rest of the space was swallowed by darkness. Chapter 58, The Army Arrives. For all the survivors in the West District, today was the darkest day since they entered the Night State University gathering place. This was also the apocalypse's response to all survivors. Those who thought entering the gathering place meant they could rest easy relying on the army's protection, those who thought the Apocalypse was only this much, and those who tried to lie flat and wait to die, all were met with a bloody reply from the apocalypse. Outside the West District's 5 canteen, grayish-white hairless zombie monkeys brandished their sharp claws and teeth, wantonly slaughtering all living creatures they could see. The survivors were like lambs disturbed by a wolf pack. Besides screaming and fleeing, they showed no courage to resist. The casually scattered limbs of their kind were enough to intimidate anyone who wanted to fight back. By this point in the massacre, the nature of the situation had changed. The survivors no longer focused on battling the monsters but began to see each other as opponents. They didn't need to run faster than the mutated monkeys, only faster than their companions. Yi Qing was extremely grateful at this moment for being a university student, which gave him the opportunity to be forced to exercise regularly at school. The sweat that was once unwillingly shed finally nurtured the fruit of victory in front of many physically weak office workers. Running through the crowd, Yi Qing suddenly caught a glimpse of a mutated monkey using both hands and feet, rapidly approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye, frightening his heart to nearly stop. Seeing the middle-aged man beside him gasping for breath with his mouth wide open, panting like a dog, Yi Qing made a decision in an instant: if my fellow cultivator dies, I won't survive either. With a sudden burst of speed, he pulled the middle-aged man ahead by a body length. As long as he maintained this, he could soon leave him far behind. Just as Yi Qing slightly relaxed, his right leg, which was swinging like a fiery wheel, was suddenly stepped on from behind. The next second, he lost his balance and staggered forward, rolling 2 or 3 times before falling on his back onto the ground. The middle-aged man who was just 1 step behind him didn't even look at him as he stepped over him, his back quickly fading into the distance. At this moment, Yi Qing couldn't even feel the pain, his fury was so intense it seemed like it would ignite him. That idiot definitely stepped on me on purpose. Just to use me as a scapegoat. The zombie monkeys chasing from behind didn't care about human scheming. The prey that originally required some effort was delivered right to their door, and they could only be grateful for nature's gift. Seeing the blood-stained claws coming at him with a bloody stench, Yi Qing suddenly regretted it. He regretted his weakness, regretted his laziness, thinking that relying on the army's protection would allow him to live off others without effort. While other survivors eagerly signed up for the militia or the construction team, he was still calling others fools, saying they were not smart, and that they went to suffer and serve the army just to eat a little more. It's the end of the world, so why be a damn beast of burden? Go let the army exploit yourself. Isn't that just pure madness? The army belongs to them, but life belongs to oneself. The settlement is developing well, but what does that have to do with me eating vegetarian every meal? Recalling the words that this group of smart people often complained about in private, Yi Qing finally felt his own foolishness. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely be braver. Feeling the sting on his skin, Yi Qing instinctively closed his eyes. Approaching death was not as terrifying as imagined, instead, it brought a heartfelt sense of peace and relief. Goodbye, damn apocalypse, I'm quitting the game. Bang! Blood splattered, but the expected pain never came. Instead, a warm, foul-smelling liquid splashed all over his face. Blurrily opening his eyes that were covered, Yi Qing vaguely saw the familiar camouflage. At this moment, he was almost too excited to speak, his mouth stammering but unable to make a sound, only tears uncontrollably surging out. The army has arrived. Someone shouted, but no one knew who. A ray of light pierced through the despairing darkness of the Western District. The army has arrived. The army has arrived. These 4 short words seemed to possess immense magic, instantly sweeping away all the fear and gloom in the hearts of the survivors. Even the survivors hiding in the corner, trembling and too scared to make a sound, mustered the courage to shout along. Echo! Echo! The army is back! Look! In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Wenwen was so excited she almost jumped up, hugging Echo and shaking her wildly, her voice choked with tears. Chapter 59, Annihilating the Monkey Horde. Zhang Wenwen's excited expression infected the 3 people trembling in the room. They all gathered courage, came out to the balcony, and craned their necks to look downstairs. When the troop of monkeys attacked, the 4 of them happened to arrive at the dormitory entrance together. Hearing the noise, they immediately ran back to their room, thus narrowly escaping disaster. But the severity of the scene was so horrific that they dared not even look. Usually lively and skeptical Feng Jie was scared to tears on the spot, and the normally strong and aloof campus goddess Tang Jingwen and Ai Ko also turned pale and cold-limbed from fright. When the tragedy happened right before their eyes, the helpless feeling of only being able to wait for death suddenly made them realize that the pride they had always cultivated was worthless in the apocalypse. When real danger arrives, they realized they were no different from ordinary people, unable to do anything, only timidly hiding and hoping for mercy from fate. When they saw the familiar camouflage from the balcony, the four of them felt as if they were enveloped by a huge sense of security, feeling light and airy, and the same phrase spontaneously came to their minds. There is no such thing as the mercy of fate, it is simply that a group of ordinary people gathered the courage to stand in front of us. At this moment, the survivors at the night university gathering place reached an unprecedented peak of admiration and reliance on Gu Chengyuan's troops. The newly summoned infantry platoon, after entering the dormitory road, saw the combat personnel disembark one after another to follow behind. The vehicles, advancing toward the zombie monkey horde relying on three brand new armored beasts emitting a cold, hard metallic sheen. Da-da-da-da-da. The rapid burst of gunfire sounded, as the 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine gun first spat out the orange-yellow whip of God. Under the focused attention of the gunner, the densest parts of the monkey group were the first to suffer. These mutated monkeys, still immersed in wanton plundering and focused feeding, were caught off guard and suffered a devastating blow. The trajectory swept through, and the zombie monkeys that were lively just a second ago instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist, turning into scattered chunks of flesh. The large-caliber machine gun bullets easily passed through the zombie monkeys' bodies with undiminished momentum, continuing to blast the concrete ground, kicking up clouds of gravel and dust. Under the skilled operation of the soldier, the triple-mounted vehicle machine guns transformed into the most ferocious farming machinery, their trajectories like plows repeatedly carving bloody furrows through the horde of zombie monkeys. The soldiers following behind the vehicle fired simultaneously, aided by a 3x scope. Even the monkeys that narrowly avoided the machine gun's line of fire were not spared, each one precisely shredded into a puddle of gore. Inside the canteen, the Monkey King was happily devouring half a person when the sudden unexpected change nearly made its eyes bulge with rage. Gur! A piercing shriek sounded, like nails scratching a blackboard. In just a few breaths, the tribe was almost completely wiped out. Bang! The tempered glass wall on the first floor of the cafeteria shattered, and the mutated Monkey King statue, changing from gray-white to bluish-black, crashed out like a cannonball. The third squad soldier responsible for the right side watch reflexively swept his weapon toward the Monkey King. A series of muffled sounds came from the Monkey King's body, splashing tiny dark greenish-black blood spots. Roar! The Monkey King's spinning was extremely fast. The rifle bullets that could cause fatal damage to ordinary monkeys did not hit its head, but instead provoked its ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the Monkey King attacked. It did not immediately target the fragile ordinary soldiers, but chose to attack the green-skinned monster that was crazily slaughtering the tribe in front of it. In its understanding, other small figures pose no threat to it, only the three monsters before it can. Kara! A grating, teeth-gnashing scraping sound rang out as the armor of the Brave 3 armored assault vehicle, which can withstand single-soldier rocket launchers, was scratched with a half-meter-long shallow mark. The machine gunner on the roof sensed a strong localized vibration, braced his waist, and under his control, the CSLM 512. 7mm rotary barrel machine gun swung 90 degrees to the side. Years of training had formed muscle memory that instantly locked onto the Monkey King attacking the assault vehicle. Whir! As the machine gun barrel spun, the terrifying rate of fire of 3,000 rounds per minute delivered a metallic shower to the zombie Monkey King up close. Just a moment ago, the mutated Monkey King was arrogant and ferocious, but at the moment it took the metal storm head-on, its body seemed to melt. Like ice and snow, shattered explosively, and the splattering black blood sprayed onto the vehicle, as if painted with a layer of apocalyptic colors. The gunfire gradually weakened. At the once clean and tidy entrance of the canteen, the glass was shattered, and everywhere were severed limbs, the flesh and blood of zombie monkeys mixed with human flesh and blood, smeared on the ground. Black, dirty blood trickled slowly along the uneven terrain, drawing several thin blood lines on the gray-white cement ground. A breeze swept over the pile of corpses, bringing a nauseating stench of blood, as if it were old manure fermenting in a cesspit for half a month. Chapter 60, Great Love is Ruthless. After confirming the main force of the monkey group was eliminated, the infantry squad leader assigned one squad to stand guard, while the other two squads began shooting the monkey corpses on the ground one by one. Even when looking at zombie monkeys that have already been beaten into a pulp, cautious warriors will never hesitate to use their bullets, insisting on completely smashing their heads before stopping. Because anyone who has watched sci-fi movies knows that these mutated animals have extremely strong vitality, and their lethal points are also very variable. Only by completely cutting off their immortality physically can these warriors feel at ease. As the combat mission officially entered the final cleanup phase, the infantry platoon leader also took out the walkie-talkie and reported to Gu Chengyuan immediately. Report, Commander, the assigned combat mission has been successfully completed. The monkey group, including the Monkey King, has been annihilated, with only 2 or 3 injured individuals escaping. Please, Commander, issue the next mission instructions. Count personnel casualties and assist survivors in restoring order. Yes. Ending the call, Gu Chengyuan switched the walkie-talkie in his hand to Channel 2, which is the channel he uses exclusively to communicate with civil affairs personnel. Kai Anshin, this is Gu Chengyuan. Received. Commander, this is Kai Anshin. I'm still alive. The troops have cleared the mutated monkey group, please give your orders, Commander. On the walkie-talkie, Kai Anshin's voice trembled, filled with a sense of resurrection and uncontrollable excitement. Organize survivors, collect the bodies, carry out disinfection, and restore order. Yes. Please rest assured, Commander, I guarantee to complete the mission. Gu Chengyuan's few brief orders were almost like an imperial edict to Kai Anshin, who sincerely respected him from the heart and wanted to do well. This was unthinkable before the attack. Although he also behaved very respectfully before the attack, that was for survival. Adults, after all, are all actors, aren't they? Before the apocalypse, he could chat and joke with the army commander. How much respect he truly had for a battalion commander was known only to himself. But after experiencing this attack, he suddenly realized that he was nothing more than a humble ordinary person struggling to survive. When danger comes, the only thing he can do is to crouch in a corner like an ant and pray not to be noticed. What does it matter how great his past achievements were? When danger comes, he can only face it like an ordinary person, resigned to his fate. At this heartbreaking moment, the troops appeared like heroes riding on colorful clouds, smashing the danger that had plunged him into despair with an almost invincible and brutal force. Thus, the once billionaire Kai Anshin died in this attack. The man who lives now has rebuilt a shrine deep in his heart, worshipping the god of firepower and caliber. In his heart, Gu Chengyuan was the anchor point of the god of martial power in the real world. After ending the call, under Kai Anshin's organization, the survivors gradually emerged from the building shelters, asking each other and searching for their own relatives and friends. In the crowd, when people found that the person they were looking for was still alive, they hugged excitedly. When confirming that the person they sought had died in the attack, they held their heads and wept bitterly. Hope and despair intertwined on the bloody quagmire, sketching a grotesque ukiyo-e of the apocalypse. Gu Chengyuan's Jiazhua Warrior 3 armored command vehicle had already driven out from the underground garage and stopped on the main road beside the dormitory. Through the thick bulletproof glass, his gaze crossed over the gruesome corpses on the ground and looked toward the agitated survivors. The human tragedy so close at hand caused his eyes to flicker with a barely perceptible hesitation, but he quickly regained his resolve. Yes, the slaughter by the zombie monkeys was something he deliberately allowed. He could have immediately dispatched a platoon from the East District or chosen to summon a platoon right away. But he still chose to hold his position, opting for a covert summon that would take as long as 10 minutes. Behind this seemingly cold demeanor, it was only because he noticed the early signs of pathological imbalance in the gathering place. People like Yi Qing are increasing in number, and the atmosphere in the gathering place is also changing. Some survivors came to the gathering place, received protection through force, and had stable food. The selfish base nature of humans began to show. Each started weighing things in their own little calculations. Gu Chengyuan did not oppose people having their own interests, but the premise was that it must not harm the overall situation. Gu Chengyuan keenly noticed some bad signs. The most convincing evidence was that passive and indifferent remarks like those from Yi Qing and others were starting to gain traction. Direct purging is also unrealistic. Having just transitioned from a peaceful era, punishing people for their speech would likely backfire, causing the remaining survivors to grieve together. A certain great person once said that in struggle, one must use methods, make many friends and few enemies. Therefore, the moment he discovered the traces of the monkey group, Gu Chengyuan suddenly realized this was an opportunity to purge negative voices, consolidate internal forces, and enhance cohesion. True unity means those willing to fight for the collective are all working on construction in the East District, while most of those left behind in the West District are laborers shirking work by feigning illness, along with some women who have not yet been assigned jobs. Chefs and girls are generally indoors, only those idle loafers with nothing better to do wander outside. Even within 10 minutes, the expansion of casualties can be controlled. This is the greatest consideration Gu Chengyuan can make. As for those innocently caught up in it, all he can do is silently offer his apologies. If anyone is to blame, blame this apocalypse. Since he obtained the system and took on the role of the head of the family, script as the chief, his considerations could only be made from a global perspective. From a young age, his father told him that there is no perfect solution in the world. If a leader tries to take care of everyone, he must be a fool. Any decision chosen is bound to harm someone. What a leader does is take responsibility for benefiting the majority. As the saying goes, great love is ruthless. when love is focused on the collective, the choices made are often cold and ruthless to a very small number of individuals. Based on the feedback from the scene, Gu Chengyuan felt that he had done the right thing by elevating the trust of ordinary people and raising crisis awareness. He believed that for a long time, the entire gathering place would be united as one, without any petty scheming, only a collective effort towards upward and positive development. Chapter 61, Death Battle. Death Battle. Considering that after several days of intense combat, both the soldiers and the survivors engaged in support work were very exhausted. After running the blood mine for 2 rounds, Gu Chengyuan issued the order to shut down the blood mine early and rest. Accompanied by the sunset, more than 600 survivors participating in the construction of the East District walked back to the West Campus under the protection of an infantry platoon. The news of the mutated monkey attack in the Western District has already spread, but this group of exhausted survivors did not show much sadness. The post-apocalyptic reality has lasted less than 2 weeks, yet in their hearts, it feels as long as several centuries. Their hearts are as cold as a skull-cracking hammer that has dissected corpses on a basketball court for 10 years. Except for a few survivors who lost relatives and friends in the attack, the others seem to be accustomed to death. They have no mood to be sad. What this group of survivors thinks about more is how to live well under the leadership of the military from now on. Even those who were scheming and shirking inside have put away their tricks. The attack in the Western District made them realize that it is not yet time to lie flat. At dusk, the 5th canteen was brightly lit, and the survivors sat quietly in their seats waiting for the meal to be served. Although the area had been cleaned up, the faint smell of blood lingering in the air constantly reminded everyone present of the recent bloody events. A sense of inner crisis forced them to subconsciously move closer to the military. This was clearly reflected in their choice of seats, as the tables around the guard troops were especially sought after tonight. Ahem. Everyone, please look over here. Gu Chengyuan's calm voice came through the speakers around the cafeteria, and the survivors, feeling gloomy, instinctively looked toward the front of the cafeteria. Gu Chengyuan wore a neat combat uniform, standing upright and heroic, his waist straight as he stood on a temporarily moved dining table. His expression was neither serious nor relaxed, but it gave people a sense of reassurance, as if they didn't need to worry even if the sky were to fall. Facing the hopeful gazes of many survivors, Gu Chengyuan did not shy away and tried to respond with a sweeping look. In this anxious atmosphere, Gu Chengyuan stood before all the restless survivors, and at this moment, the canteen lights seemed to focus on him like holy light. Comrades, I believe everyone already knows about the tragedy that happened today. On behalf of the military, I extend my deepest condolences to every victim. Please also stand, everyone, and observe a minute of silence for today's victims. Everyone stand up. Remove your hats. As Gu Chengyuan finished speaking, the entire cafeteria of about 800 people rose up with a roar, bowing their heads and closing their eyes. A mournful atmosphere quickly spread through the air, and some sensitive people awakened from numbness, unable to hold back their sobs. The moment of silence is over. As the words fell, Gu Chengyuan did not let the survivors sit down, but continued to speak under the watchful eyes of many survivors. The dead have gone on their way, and as the living, we must still find our own path. Remembering the dead is the enduring affection of the living, but excessive indulgence is not what the dead would wish. Speaking to this point, Gu Chengyuan's voice gradually grew passionate, veins faintly bulging on his neck, his right hand raised high. Comrades! Do not harbor any more illusions. The apocalypse has truly arrived. We, the people of Zhou State, have never lacked the courage to fight against heaven, nor the determination to die heroically. Before this apocalypse, there is no division of north or south on earth, no distinction between old and young among people. Everyone has the responsibility to resist and must embrace the spirit of sacrificing everything. I ask all of you to follow me. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. As the words fell, the entire hall was almost silent enough to hear a pin drop. Gu Chengyuan's rapid breathing and the drumming of his heartbeat echoed clearly in the ears of the more than 800 survivors present. At this moment, it was like a tsunami rising to its peak, about to unleash a sky-shattering calm. The next second, a huge wave slammed down fiercely, and the canteen roof seemed about to be submerged by the rising and falling sound waves. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Damn this damn apocalypse to death. I'm going to tear a hole in the sky. All the survivors flushed red in the face, shouting desperately, venting their inner repression, fear, and unease. Desperately showing their determination to fight to the death against the apocalypse. Even the usually quiet and rational AI Kuan Tang Jingwen couldn't help but be infected by the man on stage, joining the fervent crowd in shouting wildly. Standing under Gu Chengyuan's desk, Kai Anshin looked up at the man before him. Under the dazzling lights, Gu Chengyuan's face seemed to be bathed in a holy glow in his eyes, and something called faith quietly took root and sprouted in his heart. Every survivor present at this moment believed without exception that Gu Chengyuan could lead them through the darkness and rebuild civilization. I hereby announce, the militia will expand by 200. Chapter 62, Yi Qing's Transformation. After Gu Chengyuan's morale-boosting speech last night, the survivors gathered at the Night University site showed a noticeable change in their spirit the next day. Especially when the news of the militia expanding by 200 members came out, all the survivors eagerly signed up, wanting to join, and even some women were clamoring to get in. Faced with such high enthusiasm for enlistment, the militia team members were grinning from ear to ear. Several squad leaders didn't even bother to wash their faces after getting up and just squatted at the militia recruitment point watching. Several militia captains each had a big, yellow-capped heavy cigarette dangling from their mouths, sitting on the curb, pointing and gesturing at the registration line, their expressions and mannerisms exactly like old farmers picking livestock at the market. Damn, this young guy is pretty good, you can tell by his legs he's strong, perfect for carrying or dragging bodies. That one's not bad either, just look at the size of his arms, he must be great at swinging the skull-breaking hammer. Guifeng, why are you just smiling without saying anything? Hee hee, now that they're coming in, I can open 2 fewer heads, hee hee. What nonsense. Even if our skull-breaking hammer sparks, it can't kill faster than the blue flaming Gatling gun, right? Ah. No more hee hee. It's no wonder the militia squad leaders treat recruitment like a festival, pulling out the big cigarettes they usually wouldn't smoke to celebrate, it's just that the militia life is too tough. Many corpses, few people, and high work intensity. The psychological torment is even more perverse. Who would have thought that before the apocalypse, people needed the market's help just to buy a live chicken, but in the apocalypse, they open dozens of zombie heads a day. The level of bloodiness is such that even Hannibal would stand at attention and call them master, but fortunately, humanity's greatest advantage is adaptability. The apocalypse forces them to do it, and gradually their mindset changes. Through constant self-hypnosis, many of them no longer see zombies as their own kind. In their eyes, zombies are like ape-like humanoid animals. So when it comes to craniotomy, the more you do it, the lighter the mental burden becomes. Sometimes, when talking among each other, it's almost like asking how many fish were caught today. Of course, not everyone can adapt. If the psychological pressure is truly unbearable, they can only take on secondary jobs, such as operating excavators to dig up bodies, transporting bodies, cremating bodies, and so on. Perhaps before long, the militia team will spontaneously develop a hierarchy of disdain, with those who can directly face the bloodied brain extraction specialist sitting at the top throne, and the others being looked down upon as juniors. The militia team's recruitment is very fast because there is only one standard: first come, first served. You go first to prove that you are proactive and have a good mindset. If you can squeeze to the front, it proves you are physically strong, those behind can't push past you. Why can't they push past? Oh, you yield. That's even worse. In a post-apocalyptic survival, it's all about fighting, a yielding personality doesn't fit and will be directly eliminated. It's just that simple and plain, the great way is extremely simple. To enable the new militia recruits to quickly get to work, after Zhao Jie reported to Gu Chengyuan made a decisive move and upgraded the militia team to a full company-level unit. This really made Zhao Jie extremely happy. Regardless of whether he personally has a rank appointment, if the management unit's level rises, doesn't that mean his own level rises too? Just thinking that he's only 22 and not even a full age yet, holding the rank of company commander, he was really awesome before the apocalypse. Now our old Zhao officially has an authorized position. And it's a company commander level position. The happy Zhao Jie also promoted all the old members of the militia team by 1 rank. Ordinary team members became squad leaders managing 10 people, and 4 squad leaders became company leaders managing 50 people. This was certainly not because he was arrogant, but because he wanted the new recruits to quickly adapt to the work, which required using experienced members to guide the newcomers. With this arrangement, basically every 4 new recruits could be assigned to 1 veteran for care, saving a lot of training time. Because the entire group was promoted by 1 level, the morale of the militia team is now very high. After finishing breakfast, Gu Chengyuan originally wanted to give Zhao Jie a few more instructions, but when he asked, he found out otherwise. Wow, under Zhao Jie's leadership, the militia team has already reached the East District. They said they want to work hard to increase production and not hold back their brothers on the front line. If efficiency can't keep up, they'll make up for it with time. Hearing Zhao Jie express the determination of all the militia members through the walkie-talkie, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but smile silently. After giving a few words of verbal encouragement, he put down the walkie-talkie. Could it be that in terms of public speaking skills, I have the talent to catch up with art students who failed the entrance exam? Yi Qing, are you okay? How about switching to the corpse transport team? At the zombie disposal site in the East District, squad leader He Wei watched Yi Qing for half a day without forcing him to act. The job of a brain core extractor is really not something just anyone can do. Don't scare yourself sick. You can shine just as well in logistics, there's no need to be on the front line. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing didn't think about the militia team assigned to logistics or how they internally divided the front line and logistics roles. Right now, all he can think about is defeating himself. Since he wants to defeat himself, he definitely has to go to the place that can train him the most. Just thinking that he has already died twice, and now to retreat again. Should he wait until the next time he's close to death to continue regretting? That helplessness when death is approaching but there's nothing you can do, Yi Qing never wants to experience that again. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's eyes hardened, and he raised the skull-breaking hammer and shouted curses loudly. Damn it! I'm not afraid to die, so why should I be afraid of you, you damn thing? Die for me! Bang! Bang 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 bang! After the first hammer strike, Yi Qing seemed to have flipped a switch, going mad. With continuous strikes, the skull crusher hammer even left afterimages. The zombie beneath him splattered brain matter everywhere, smashed so badly it was pitiful to look at. Damn! No corpse looting or abuse, little benefactor. Watching the crazed Yi Qing, the squad leader He Wei swallowed nervously and didn't dare to speak, considering whether to report it later. This guy looks not like a good person. Chapter 63, Huge Harvest. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Jia, along with 2 squad leaders, arrived at the military headquarters building with ease. After a thorough inspection by the guards, they were taken to the operations room. Report. Enter. Gu Chengyuan, dressed in combat uniform, stood with his back to the group. On the wall in front of him hung a large map of the creek area. A civilian staff member from the battalion, under his command, was marking points on the map with various colored markers. Zhao Jie glanced at it but didn't dare to look around carelessly. With his level of understanding of military TV dramas, the marked map was classified military information. Although he also felt that what he was doing was unnecessary, after all, there couldn't possibly be corpse abuse, right? And he himself wouldn't be leaking information to zombies. But when facing leadership, whether something is useful is one thing, whether you do it is another. Leaders look at attitude. Gu Chengyuan turned back and saw that the 3 were behaving obediently and not looking around everywhere, which raised his evaluation of them by 2 points. Honest and well-behaved people are liked everywhere, especially by leaders. Reporting to the leader, we have brought today's harvest. Saying this, the 2 people behind Zhao Jia presented 2 cloth bags. They have all been cleaned and disinfected. In total, there are 4,231 zombie brain cores. Not bad. The new recruits in the militia didn't cause any problems today, right? Gu Chengyuan glanced over and then asked about the new recruit situation. To be honest, this outcome was somewhat unexpected for him. Considering that ordinary people suddenly engaging in this restricted level work, not causing trouble on the first day would already be excellent, yet they managed to produce so much. Reporting to the commander, the militia team's approach of pairing experienced members with new recruits has been successful. Although the new comrades stumbled a bit at first under the guidance of the veterans, they quickly adapted to the work afterward. After speaking, Zhao Jia hesitated slightly, then continued to say. Among the new recruits, there was one named Yi Qing who performed exceptionally well. Today he single-handedly took down 40 zombie brain cores. 40. Gu Chengyuan was also somewhat surprised. Setting aside the fact that he was a new recruit, it should be noted that to take care of the new recruits' mental health, he had already called them back early at 4 p.m. to shower and rest. Sustainable development is the key. Starting the first day with high intensity for new recruits could cause psychological problems, which would be troublesome and would reduce manpower out of nowhere. All in all, the entire militia team only spent 8 hours at the processing site today, extracting 40 zombie brain cores. Even without eating, drinking, or taking breaks, that's an average of 1 core every 12 minutes. Don't think the time is long. Extracting brain cores is hard physical labor. Zombies don't line up and walk over for you to knock on their heads. People who often move corpses know very well that bodies are extremely heavy. Conduct a thorough inspection. Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Gu Chengyuan changed what he was going to say. Before dinner today, let's especially commend the survivors gathered here. Tonight's meal is also arranged at my table. After saying this, just before Zhao Jia left, Gu Chengyuan reflexively made some empty promises. You lead the militia team well, making it very impressive. Keep it up, I believe in you. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. I promise to lead the militia to make even greater contributions. After Zhao Jia left, Gu Chengyuan directly chose to convert the zombie brain core in the bag. Money plus 25,386. Current money, 26843. Has the amount of money exceeded 20,000? Looking at the huge sum lying in the system, Gu Chengyuan's emotions surged. My blood mine plan really wasn't a mistake. You have to understand, this isn't a one-time deal like clearing out a residential area, but a sustainable source of income. Considering the militia team's proficiency growth and the speed at which the blood mine kills zombies, I made an estimate by combining the two factors. The blood mine can generate a daily income of about 5,000 brain cores for itself. In other words, barring any unexpected events, it can bring in over 30,000 currency daily in the short term. To maintain the operation of the blood mine, the station troops consume about one base unit of ammunition daily. The cost for supplying one infantry company with a base unit of ammunition is 450 currency, 2 infantry companies cost 900 currency. Li Kuan's armored infantry company only has 1 platoon, and it only occasionally fires 2 rounds when under heavy defensive pressure, so the consumption is negligible. So even after deducting ammunition costs, I can still steadily earn about 30,000 gold per day. Take off. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Chengyuan began to think about how to spend this money. Saving it won't help me breed more, I need to spend it quickly to improve my strength and start a snowball effect. Chapter 64, Troop Reorganization. Strengthening Firepower. At dinner, following Gu Chengyuan's instructions, Zhao Jia gave special praise to Yi Qing in front of all the survivors, calling on everyone to learn from him. Standing on the stage, Yi Qing could no longer remember what Zhao Jia had praised him for. He was so excited that his head was dizzy and his whole body was trembling. A huge sense of satisfaction tightly enveloped him, slowly lifting him up. He felt as if he was about to float up to the sky. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Is this what you get from smashing zombie heads? Tomorrow I will definitely pick up my pointed skull-crushing hammer and smash the heads of these damn zombies hard. Yi Qing silently vowed in his heart. No one knew that it was precisely because of today's praise that Yi Qing opened a brand new door, and also that a supreme workaholic was born at the night university gathering place. While having a meal with Yi Qing, Gu Chengyuan casually chatted with him for a few words, encouraged him once again, and then left the cafeteria for the military headquarters building under his excited gaze. Hello, Commander. In front of the military headquarters building, the armed guards immediately saluted Gu Chengyuan with their rifles upon seeing him. Good. Gu Chengyuan also raised his hand slightly and returned the salute to the other party. Although the monkey gang's attack on the West District was deliberately allowed by Gu Chengyuan, it also served as a warning to him. The apocalypse is full of dangers, and you never know what might be secretly lurking behind you. Gu Chengyuan, who always adhered to the principle of survival above all, directly appointed the infantry squad that was summoned to put out the fire as the camp guard squad, to protect his own safety and guard the military headquarters building, which serves as the core of the troops. Currently, on the first and second floors of the military headquarters building in use, all external windows have been sealed shut, and the needed ones have been welded shut with steel bars by welders among the survivors. At the same time, an infantry squad has been stationed on each of these 2 floors to serve as the daily security force for the floors, with an extra squad serving as support and rotation. Gu Chengyuan quickly arrived at the operations room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin and 2 other company commanders already seated inside. Old Wu, you're still the fastest. The East District got here before me. I'm fast because I followed the commander's lead. The East District is a position, so they eat earlier, which is why I arrived earlier. Everyone is here. Let's start the meeting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Chengyuan sat down at the head of the long table and officially started today's meeting. There are only 3 topics for today's meeting. The first is the position of the company commander of the first company. The first company is my old unit, and I have deep feelings for it. Previously, due to the intense combat situation, after I was promoted to battalion commander, the position of the first company commander remained vacant, which is not conducive to combat effectiveness. So I would like to propose that Jia Sanyu, the platoon leader of the first platoon of the first company, be appointed as the company commander of the first company. What do you all think? Agreed, X3. When it comes to personnel appointments, there is absolutely no question of system soldiers loyal to Gu Chengyuan opposing him. Raising such issues is just a formality to appear official. Zhou Guihong, draft the appointment document, stamp it with the battalion seal, and send it to Jia Sanyu tonight. Gu Chengyuan casually instructed the battalion clerk. Yes, Chief. Seeing the operation getting bigger and bigger, unlike when leading just one or two squads before, the procedures definitely need to be formalized, otherwise, the transmission of orders can easily become chaotic. Alright, now on to the second topic, which is the adjustment of troop deployment. This adjustment does not involve the most basic squad units, mainly the platoon and company levels. I discussed with the deputy company commander today. Through recent combat observations, we found that the current platoon and company configuration somewhat lag behind the pace and firepower demands of end times combat. So after our 2 rounds of research and analysis, we have come up with a plan. A small boat turns easily, better sooner than later. Now the deputy company commander will read out the specific configuration changes. Upon hearing the commander call his name, Wu Bin suddenly stood up and saluted the people present. Company commanders Zhu Jun and Li Kun exchanged concerned glances, waiting for the orders closely related to themselves. Now announcing the battalion command's troop deployment adjustment order. To address the issue of insufficient firepower in our unit's key nodes during the fight against zombies, our company and platoon will make the following adjustments. The company unit composition is changed to 1 elite infantry squad paired with 2 regular infantry squads, plus 1 platoon leader, 2 communicators, with a platoon strength of 35 personnel. The company unit adds 1 infantry platoon on the original basis, consisting of 4 infantry platoons. The company headquarters is composed of 1 company commander, 1 deputy company commander, 1 driver, 1 clerk, and 2 communicators, with a total company strength of 146 personnel. The battalion commander's order has been read. Is everyone clear? Clear. Zhu Jun and Li Kun answered in unison. Alright, now let's proceed to the final topic of discussion, regarding the choice of a unit to rescue my parents. Report. As the words fell, 2 reports sounded simultaneously. Zhu Jun and Li Kun exchanged a surprised glance, seemingly not expecting the other to be so unscrupulous. Alright, no need to argue. The deputy company commander and I agree to send the first company. The first company is an old unit, has participated in multiple zombie clearance operations, including street fighting and building sweeps, and has rich combat experience. It's nearly 300 kilometers from here to Zaixiang town. The distance is far, and the mission is complicated. It's more suitable to assign it to the first company. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun and Li Kun slowly sat down. Although neither of them wanted to admit their troops were weak, the commander's words left them no room for argument. After all, they arrived late. After all, he came before me. Moreover, those are the commander's parents. For the sake of a moment's pride, failing the mission would be unforgivable. Li Kun, when the time comes, you will detach an armored squad to reinforce Company 1. He thought he had nothing to do with it, but upon hearing Gu Chengyuan's words, Li Kun immediately broke into a smile, glancing at Zhu Jun with a hint of provocation. Recently, C has been idle and always sulking because his armored company has barely any personnel, and the armored vehicles are used as family cars. Seeing Li Kun's proud expression, Zhu Jun tilted his head and pretended not to see it. Alright, does anyone else have anything to say? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Reporting to the commander, I have something to say. Second company commander, what's the issue? Well, I want to ask the commander if we could allocate more ammunition. Although what we have now is enough, it's always only replenished at the last minute when we're almost out. The brothers reported that without a few boxes of ammunition piled up, they all felt a bit uneasy and couldn't fully relax. Ha ha ha. The fear of insufficient firepower acting up again, huh? Today, Gu Chengyuan, who just received a huge income, was also very generous and waved his hand as he said. Alright, issue the supplies. Starting tomorrow, the combat units in the East District must maintain a base ammunition stock of 3 units. Have someone come early tomorrow morning to haul the ammo. How much do 2 sets of triple base propellant ammunition cost? Less than 3,000, not even close. Does this even count as money? Gu Chengyuan thought arrogantly. Zhu Jun's face brightened upon hearing this. Damn, I've never fought such a wealthy battle before. Now we can openly train the troops, a company with rich combat experience. Humph. I'll feed them bullets directly. Let's see who the commander assigns the mission to next time. Thinking this way, Zhu Jun walked with a breeze as he left, while Li Kun beside him scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. So who actually lost today, me or Zhu Jun? It seems I took the face, and Zhu Jun took the inside. Let's call it a draw. Li Kun comforted himself like this. Chapter 65, The 3rd Infantry Company. Early the next morning, as soon as the militia team arrived at the zombie disposal site, they saw 13 Humvee M3 armored assault vehicles and 104A infantry fighting vehicle lined up neatly in a column along the road north of the East District Stadium. What caught their attention even more were the rows of dark-colored vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns and the thick black barrels on the armored vehicles. That was truly a man's romance. A group of fierce-eyed warriors, whose very steps carried a bloody aura, were preparing to board the vehicles. This was the 1st company led by Jia Sanyu. After receiving the appointment letter from the battalion clerk Zhou Guihong last night, Jia Sanyu was very excited, his heart filled with gratitude towards Gu Chengyuan. Being able to rise from an ordinary soldier to a company-level officer was something he never dared to imagine before, but now it has been achieved so quickly. Beyond excitement, there was more pressure. The commander entrusting him with the mission to rescue his relative fully demonstrated the commander's trust in him. Determined not to disappoint the commander, Jia Sanyu turned and asked 2nd Company Commander Zhu Jun for a platoon from the 2nd Company. The unspoken rule in the military is that Unit 1 is always the elite. This really hit home, hurting Zhu Jun so much that he could hardly breathe, and the worst part was he couldn't refute it. Jia Sanyu's reason was to better accomplish the rescue mission. Unit 1 should indeed be prioritized for reorganization, and drawing mature combat forces from other brother units fully meets the operational needs. He even suspected that Jia Sanyu could hear his inner thoughts. Just last night, he was full of ambition to surpass Unit 1, but in the blink of an eye, Unit 1 stabbed a knife right into his heart. Stole the heart of the 2nd Company. Pain. It hurt so much. Zhu Jun was certainly very willing to complete the commander's task, but he still felt a bit upset inside, especially when he saw the Armored Infantry Company Commander Li Kun, slurping his porridge while watching the show with a smug look. Company Commander, Company Commander. The voice of Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin came through the walkie-talkie. Received, Deputy Battalion Commander, please instruct. The entire 3rd Company has taken their battle positions, handover is complete, you may proceed. Understood. The 3rd Company was summoned by Gu Chengyuan this morning. Originally, he thought that changes in the organization would require assembling squads one by one, but after entering the system, he found that the company-level configuration was actually programmable and could be freely configured. 6. Gu Chengyuan can only say that having money is really good. Whether it can make ghosts push the mill, he doesn't know, but the system is definitely willing to work hard. Start the vehicles in succession, depart. Jia Sanyu's voice was accurately transmitted to every squad in the entire company through the intercom. The lead vehicle turned on its left turn signal and slowly started moving. The entire convoy flowed forward in an orderly manner like a long snake, heading towards the West District Gate, with a 04A infantry fighting vehicle trailing at the rear. According to the commander's instructions, today is the adjustment period for their rescue team, used to coordinate and adapt to marching on the road and tactical cooperation with the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. This outing revolves around operations on the Night Great Ring Road, practicing road encounter emergency responses and rehearsing some tactical subjects that might be used. Everyone, stay alert for the upcoming drill. Safety first, and secondly, we must emphasize drill efficiency. Give your all for each subject and strive to pass in one go. The commander said, after we complete the scheduled drill today, we can rest. Nobody wants to skip resting, right? As soon as they heard they could rest, the whole company instantly felt like they were injected with adrenaline. We guarantee to complete the mission, X-13. Hearing the excited voices of the squad leaders over the radio, Jia Sanyu couldn't help but smile. The East Campus Stadium, which is now the zombie corpse disposal site, did not quiet down after the troops left. Instead, it became even noisier. Captain, where do you think this troop is going? I saw them rushing towards the school gate. Are they going out on some mission? Who knows? I have enough trouble dealing with you guys, how could I possibly manage the troops? They're carrying guns and ammo, and even armored vehicles. If they're not going on a mission, are they going to a banquet? He glanced irritably at Zhang Tao beside him. This kid is good at everything, except his curiosity is too strong and he's a careless chatterbox. But that's good too. Dealing with zombies is inherently a very depressing job. Having this kid liven up the atmosphere makes opening zombie skulls a bit more enjoyable. At least he's better than that kid Yi Qing, right? Thinking this, He Wei secretly glanced at Yi Qing, who was completely ignoring everything around him, focusing solely on smashing zombie heads. Is it really that fun? Seeing Yi Qing so invested, He Wei couldn't help but doubt himself. Could there be some gameplay in the zombies that I haven't discovered yet? Why is he so obsessed? Hey, Captain, why are we messing around with these zombie brain cores? Zhang Tao suddenly lowered his voice and said. Well, we're working on this zombie brain core because it must be useful, and as for how to use it, it definitely has a use. You kid, don't think too much. Knowing too much isn't a good thing. Besides, we've discussed this many times before and still haven't figured it out. Zhang Tao's clever mind quickly turned, as if he thought of something, and he immediately said excitedly. Captain, do you think this zombie brain core can make people evolve? Just like in the novels, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Handsome and stylish. After hearing this, his expression instantly became serious. I'm telling you, kid, don't mess around. Now we don't have to worry about food or clothes every day, and there's no danger. Although life is a bit dirty, we've adapted. Don't do anything reckless. The militia team really can evolve, they spend every day with the troops, so how could they not see it? The troops that collected so many crystal cores haven't evolved, but you, kid, have evolved. From now on, you are not allowed to mention this matter again, and no matter what others say, our squad members are strictly forbidden to talk about zombie crystal cores in private. Until he saw every member of the squad, including Yi Qing, nod once, he stopped staring. What can the zombie crystal core do? It's not just the new recruits who are curious, the veterans in the militia have gone through mountains of corpses, bloodbaths, and hailstorms of bullets for this thing. How could they not be curious about it? Actually, they have all done various experiments secretly to some extent, but the results were all fruitless, so gradually they lost interest. Just staying alive is good enough. Instead of overthinking, it's better to sleep a couple more minutes. Tomorrow, there will still be zombies all over the place waiting to be dealt with. The heavy workload has gradually worn down their morale. Chapter 66, Thugs. After exiting the west gate of the Night University, Jia Sanyu led the troops to start clearing the zombies on the road. Thanks to the remote location of the Night University, the traffic volume was relatively low when the apocalypse broke out, so the road congestion was not severe. Out-of-control vehicles crashed one after another on both sides of the road, with a few stalled in the middle of the road, but no large-scale congestion was formed. Advance the formation. Upon receiving the order, the team of Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicles began to slow down, while the 04A infantry fighting vehicle accelerated and overtook to the front of the convoy. Weighing 25 tons, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle is undoubtedly more suitable as a breaching vehicle compared to the Mengsher armored vehicle, which weighs only 8 tons. Buzz. The 6-cylinder water-cooled diesel engine on the 04A infantry fighting vehicle let out a roar, attracting the wandering zombies on the road. The beast sleeping inside the body has awakened. Zombies activated from standby mode are unusually ferocious, baring their teeth and snarling as they sprint, full of craving for flesh and blood. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the barrel rotated, the 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun showed no mercy to the wild dog-like zombies. Flames spewed from the gun muzzle, sweeping down this small group of zombies from a distance, with severed limbs and arms flying in 3 directions. The cold, hard tracks of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle crushed straight ahead as it moved, severed limbs bursting like tomatoes, with bloody, dark gore dragged along by the tracks, staining the entire street. Because the area around Night University was extremely desolate, the company made a full circle without encountering any significant resistance. The zombies that charged without exception became shredded meat stuck under the vehicle tracks. The greatest achievement might have been the infantry fighting vehicle using its wide and heavy body to push aside many traffic-blocking accident vehicles, clearing the transport route around Night University's ring road. On the way, they encountered a zombie trapped inside a car, and the armored vehicle driver kindly ended its suffering. Stepping on the accelerator, he drove the armored vehicle right over it, crushing it into a tight iron-wrapped mess. The armored vehicle driver, the mischievous Jia Sanyu, did not scold them. Balancing strictness and leniency, after so many days of intense combat, handling zombies in a safe, interesting, and stress-relieving way within the safety range was not against the rules. Looking at the tactical wristwatch on his hand, then at the gas station marked on the electronic map, since he was already here, Jia Sanyu decided to refuel before heading back. If he encountered a fuel tanker, he might even be able to get some vehicle fuel to store. All units, proceed to the Bamboo Grove gas station. Got it. As the words fell, the lead vehicle, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, began to accelerate. Its powerful 440 kilowatt engine meant that even as a tracked vehicle, it was not much slower on the road, with a top speed of around 75 kilometers per hour. At this moment, 2 modified pickup trucks were parked at the Bamboo Grove gas station. The windows and front and rear windshields were welded with steel bars, and the tires were simply protected with wire mesh. The front of the vehicle was welded with a pure steel anti-collision guard bar, which reflected a cold, harsh light on the outside. It was clearly polished to the standard of a sharpened blade, like a huge, sharp razor. The generator roared loudly as two middle-aged men climbed up and down, working together to refuel the barrels in the pickup truck bed. At the three directions of the gas station stood three buzz-cut men holding guns, carrying police shotguns. Their exposed skin was covered with dragon and phoenix tattoos. Occasionally, they glanced back at the two clumsy middle-aged men with eyes full of impatience. "Damn it, hurry the hell up. Have you eaten too much? Refueling and still dawdling. Making so much noise, if it attracts zombies, I'll be the first to feed you to them." One of the short-haired men holding a gun suddenly shouted angrily. Two middle-aged men carrying oil were so frightened that they shuddered. One slipped in panic and fell out of the truck bed, dropping the spray gun he was holding, spilling fuel all over the ground. "Damn it, was that on purpose? Today, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. Every time we try to work, something goes wrong. Chang, just rough him up a bit, don't hit too hard. Transporting the oil is important, finish him off when we get back." "Okay, Brother Long, I promise to handle him in a way that's both comfortable for him and improves efficiency." The young man called Chang sneered as he walked up to the middle-aged man, grabbed the police shotgun in his hand, and slammed the butt hard. The middle-aged man, who was about to get up, was slammed back to the ground, his head instantly bleeding. Slinging the gun over his back with a reverse grip, Chang climbed on top of him and started firing slaps left and right, delivering more than a dozen smacks in quick succession. Within seconds, the man's face was swollen like a pig's head. "Still going to pretend? Huh? Speak." "Brother Chang, I really wasn't pretending. I haven't eaten much for days, I'm both thirsty and hungry, and I just don't have any strength." You mean I'm abusing you? Want to eat? Come on, eat it." Chang randomly grabbed a few lumps of some unknown stuff from the ground and stuffed them into the middle-aged man's mouth. Spit. In the end, she grabbed the man's chin and spat a mouthful of thick, sticky phlegm into his mouth. "Here's a treat for you, my precious nectar." After saying that, Along violently threw the man to the ground and laughed as he stood up. "Ha ha ha. Awesome. Brother Long. This apocalypse is really damn awesome. Back when we were in prison, that old dog used to lord over us. Now we can do whatever we want. Too bad we didn't run into any women this trip. The women at the military factory are all mothers with several kids, too old, not attractive at all. I heard there's a university nearby. How about we fill up the gas and take a stroll inside? Maybe we can run into some female college students, be heroes and save the day, then take them back for some fun. Ha ha ha." Speaking of which, Chang and another young man holding a gun both had eyes full of excitement. Brother Long, a fair and tender female college student, so white and smooth. Another sharp-faced accomplice licked his lips and also urged. Brother Long was so parched that he showed a struggling expression. The boss specifically asked him to bring people today to collect fuel. But the school doesn't seem to be that far away, with my firepower and vehicle, it shouldn't be too dangerous. All right. Then in a moment, add. Wait. What's that noise? A burst of dense car sounds rang out, it seems a convoy is rapidly approaching. After confirming it was the sound of a car, the three of them exchanged a glance and all showed a sinister smile. Brother Long, maybe if we don't go to school, there will be young girls to play with. It's like a pillow delivered just when you're sleepy. The sharp-featured accomplice showed a lecherous grin. Let's do it like before when we tricked the guards at the military factory, hide the guns first, lure them out of the car, and then take care of them once we're close. Okay. Warden Wong, you better behave. If you ruin our plan, it won't matter if you die, but I'll take out my anger on those two lousy prison guards from the factory. As the words fell, the prison warden Wong, whose eyes flickered, turned back into the marionette from just now. Chapter 67, I could tell at a glance that you are not human. Brother Long and the other two hid their guns under the seats of the pickup truck, standing by the open doors on both sides of the vehicle, ready to grab their guns at a moment's notice. Listening to the engine sounds getting closer and closer, the three grew more and more excited, their eyes sparkling as they stared at the corner of the highway and the gas station. There must be women. There must be beautiful women. Hee hee hee. As the angular front of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle turned in, the deep barrel of the turret pointed at them as the vehicle turned. The three of them, including Brother Long, suddenly felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet straight to their foreheads. The fiery desire that had been burning fiercely just a moment ago, along with the nearly drawn, scorching hot golden spear, instantly cooled down. All 9 of their legs went weak beyond measure. Then, a dozen or so Humvee 3 armored assault vehicles arrived one after another, each equipped with a heavy machine gun, completely deflating the 3 of them. Hey, come over here. A Humvee 3 armored assault vehicle stopped not far from the 3 of them. The bulletproof window was rolled down, and a large hand wearing camouflage and black tactical gloves reached out from inside. "Chang, I'm calling you, hurry over," Long said quietly to Chang. No way. Long, I feel like I'm the one calling you." Chang's calves trembled, although he had been arrogant just a moment ago, the shadow of the state's violent machinery in his mind had not lessened at all. "I said he's calling you, so you go. Hurry up." Long whispered harshly to Chang, never daring to look up at the window of the Monsi 3 armored assault vehicle. "All right." Under Long Ge's intimidation, Chang trembled as he shuffled to the window of the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle, showing a smile that was even more pitiful than crying. Mill. Bang. With a muffled thud, the big hand wearing a tactical glove, like a palm fan, slapped him hard, making Chang see stars. "Did I call you? And you just came over? Damn it, go back. Let him come over. It's that fat guy with a tapeworm tattooed on his neck." Lu Chong impatiently started cursing directly, seeing these guys with dragon and tiger tattoos, they're clearly no good. Yes. I'm going right away." Tears held back from being slapped welled up in Chang's eyes as he quickly walked over to Brother Long, his tone full of grievance. "Brother Long, I told you they were calling you, but you insisted I go, and I ended up getting slapped." "What do you mean, it's me? Although I have a dragon tattoo on my neck, I'm not fat. It must be the chicken feet they were calling for." "Chicken feet, you go." Big brother, I don't have a dragon tattoo." The sharp-faced, monkey-like chicken feet beside me took a step back in fright. "You beat Chang, are you going to beat me too? Damn it. Stop dawdling." Lu Chong got off the car directly by opening the door, and the soldiers inside the car got off with their guns raised. The roof-mounted machine gun on the Monsi 3 armored assault vehicle also turned towards them. The 1.90-something tall Lu Chong took 2 long strides and came right in front of Brother Long. He raised his hand and slapped 2 big slaps. The fat flesh on Brother Long's face bounced like jelly after the slaps. Duong trembled violently a few times. "You motherfucker, are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? I called you a few times and you didn't hear. Do you want me to come and invite you? Is it so hard to move your damn car?" Bang. Saying that, Lu Chong slapped the sharp-faced, monkey-like Ji Jiao with the back of his hand again. The skinny Ji Jiao was caught off guard and spun around on the spot from the slap. "And what the hell are you, looking so ugly? Just like a stinky rat in a gutter. You can tell right away you're no good. Execute. Execute. Drag him over and execute him." Hearing Lu Chong say, "Execute," Long Gu, who was dizzy from being beaten, immediately sobered up, knelt on the ground and grabbed Lu Chong's pants. "Sir, we are good people. Please spare us." The other 2 also knelt down together, their eyes turning dark. "Is this really a soldier? How come he's fiercer than us and looks like a gangster? Not only did he slap one person twice right away, but he's also ugly and wants to execute us. Is there still any law left? Is there still any justice?" Platoon leader, this. Little Aben, the communications soldier, hesitated upon hearing this. These few people really don't look like good guys, but to shoot them outright just because of their appearance, isn't that wanton killing? Report, platoon leader, 3 guns were found in their pickup. A soldier in the platoon excitedly raised the police shotgun he had just taken from the driver's seat. Seeing the gun in the soldier's hand, Long Gu and the other 2 suddenly went black before their eyes. They had just been thinking about an ambush and casually left the car door open. Now there was no need to search, the 3 of them had already exposed their tracks. "I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Men, pin down those 5 and execute them immediately." Lu Chong waved his hand and called over a squad of soldiers. "Officer! Officer! I want to report." At this moment, the prison warden Wang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted out. Chapter 68, Military Factory. Reporting to the chief, these are the 5 people. In the operations room of the military building located in the west campus of Yezhou University, Long Gu and 2 others were tied up and kneeling on the ground, while the other two middle-aged men stood nearby, having avenged their great grievance. Gu Chengyuan, sitting in the chair, listened to Jia Sanyu's report, turned his head to stretch his neck, and calmly stared at the three thugs on the ground. According to the interrogation of Jia Sanyu, these three individuals belonged to a criminal gang. Before the apocalypse, they were all heavy criminals imprisoned in the east suburb prison. The leader, Zheng Gu, was even a death row inmate. The Qin Xiaolong, known as Long Gu, was just a minor leader inside. When the apocalypse broke out, this group, led by Zheng Gu Su Zheng, took advantage of the chaos to ruthlessly kill police officers and escape, carrying firearms on them. While on the run, they happened to pass by Factory 1411, also located in the east suburb. Su Zheng sent a few trusted men disguised as survivors to gain the trust of the factory guards and trick them into opening the factory gates. Then, by ambushing the security personnel inside, they effortlessly took control of Factory 1411. Gu Chengyuan did not expect that sending Jia Sanyu to lead the team out for adaptation training would result in catching such a big fish. This big fish certainly does not refer to the small minions in front of him, let alone that so-called useless Xinggu. In Gu Chengyuan's eyes, these are all insects that can be crushed casually. What he valued was this Factory 1411. According to the report from Director Wang standing nearby, Factory 1411 is a subordinate unit of the Zhou Bang Weapons Group located in Yezhou Province. Although the factory in the eastern suburbs is not the main factory, it also undertakes part of the ammunition manufacturing capacity. Not only can it make bullets, but it can also produce small-caliber shells. This is undoubtedly good news for Gu Chengyuan. Although the proportion of ammunition replenishment expenses to daily income is not large with the current daily monetary earnings, if reality could be supplemented, it would still save a lot. It can save almost the cost of an infantry squad per day. Especially as the subordinate troops expand, will the future combined battalion be fully staffed and expanded to a combined brigade? An army group? How much would it consume if relying solely on system replenishment? So Gu Chengyuan is determined to seize the 1411 branch factory and even the main factory. The only concern is how many skilled workers are left in the factory and whether the production line can be put into operation. Of course, these three lackeys in front of him definitely can't answer these questions. Su Zheng is not a fool. Upon discovering that they had occupied a military factory, he immediately took control of the production line along with all the workers. Now, only Su Zheng and about a dozen of his trusted men can enter the factory's core production workshop. The specific situation is not something peripheral members like Chen Xiaolong can understand. The three police shotguns have also been examined. Their quality is very rough, more like homemade shotguns disguised with police shotgun shells. It is initially estimated that they were hand-turned on a lathe and might also be experimental models. Chen Xiaolong and the other two knelt on the ground, not daring to move, but they still vaguely felt Gu Chengyuan's oppressive gaze. Facing death, the three were sweating profusely, their clothes already soaked through, like loaches nailed to a chopping board, unable to move. It was only on the way being escorted that they realized what kind of group they had encountered. This is a fully intact, organized modern army with a complete command system. What terrified them even more was that the apocalypse not only lifted their restrictions but also unleashed the restrictions on this fierce tiger of a military unit. This was clearly demonstrated by that platoon leader who kept threatening to execute people at the slightest provocation. To understand what happened, Gu Chengyuan leaned back slightly, relaxed against the back of the chair, speaking in a calm tone. Keep these two here, drag the other three out and deal with them. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the warriors waiting in the conference room, fierce as wolves and tigers, immediately stepped forward, two of them holding down one person and dragging them out. Chen Xiaohu and the other two completely lost the ferocity they showed when tormenting ordinary people. One by one, they began crying and begging for mercy. Officer, don't kill me. Spare my life. I am still useful, I can be your informant. Yes. Sir. Please spare us. We will be your dogs, go back and be your informants. Regarding the three people's pleas for mercy, Gu Chengyuan didn't even raise his eyelids. The three were quickly dragged out of the operations room, and the sounds of begging gradually faded away. Bang bang bang. As the gunshots rang out, Chen Xiaolong and the other two hastily ended their life of crime. It was not until just before his death that Chang realized that the era of peace truly protected ordinary people like themselves who were self-righteous. When you make a mistake, you can still go to jail, unlike now, where you don't even get to go to jail. Chapter 69 Su Zheng. The gunfire outside did not affect the conversation inside the command room. After so many days of bloody battles, Gu Chengyuan and the others had become accustomed to life and death. They were not indifferent to life, but they did not place much importance on it either. San Nyo, since your company caught them, this matter is handed over to you to resolve. One last effort before departure. Jia Sanyu instinctively straightened his body, his eyes shining brightly. Please, Commander, give the order. You will depart immediately, with Warden Wang leading the way. Take over this military factory today. Every time I think about the national assets being occupied by such a group of rioters, I feel heartbroken. How many weapons and ammunition can be produced daily? How much benefit can these munitions generate? Gu Chengyuan was somewhat pained that he only received this news now, but it was not too late. At the latest, it would be his by tonight. As for those rioters, I think they have long been courting death themselves. Evil must be eradicated. Understood. Reporting to the commander, if the rioters use survivors as hostages. Jia Sanyu couldn't help but voice his concerns. The two prison wardens Wang nearby couldn't help but glance at Gu Chengyuan upon hearing this, their eyes somewhat hesitant. Gu Chengyuan did not respond directly to the question, but instead changed the subject. Lu Chong did well today, give him an extra meal tonight. Jia Sanyu trembled all over upon hearing this. Lu Chong's attitude towards these people today can be described as iron-blooded. It's not that he denied Lu Chong's suggestion, these three won't live to see the military headquarters building. So the commander's opinion is to disregard the sacrifice of survivors. Yes, Commander. We guarantee to complete the mission. Time is tight, please follow me, both of you. After speaking, the remaining soldiers in the room did not wait for the prison warden Wang and the other to react, they immediately surrounded them and walked out. Standing by the window of the operations room on the second floor, Gu Chengyuan watched a convoy speeding out of the school grounds until it disappeared from sight, without a trace of emotion in his heart. He knew that there would definitely be innocent survivors who would die because of his words, but so what? He is human, not a god. Even in Marvel movies, every time the superheroes save the world, countless ordinary people die, don't they? But who cares? Even the movie audiences, who are ordinary people themselves, don't care. One only needs to maintain the overall upward growth of the collective interest. As for those individuals consumed by friction, just consider it normal metabolism. Inside the director's office of Factory 1411, Su Zheng leaned back in the large boss chair, casually resting his legs on the dark red solid wood desk, his expression full of relaxation and pride. What does "a bright village appears after a dark willow" mean? What does "to be placed in a deadly situation and then survive" mean? Su Zheng, who didn't even finish elementary school, used to not understand at all, but now his understanding of this is incredibly profound. Who would have thought that a week before his scheduled execution, he not only survived but also gathered a group of followers and took control of a military factory. The manufacturing of firearms has initially succeeded. With guns and a factory that can continuously produce bullets, isn't this a direct takeoff? When the time comes, I'll also get a big handsome guy to show off. Thinking of this, Su Zheng, overwhelmed with emotions, couldn't help but grin widely and did a tactical lean back. Brother Zheng, the three people including Chen Xiaolong who went out early to collect fuel still haven't returned. The report from his subordinates interrupted his ongoing planning, making him a bit unhappy. After all, he had already planned to ascend the throne and restore the dynasty, and was thinking about what the name of the country should be. This really troubled him, making him so anxious that a slight sweat appeared on his forehead. How could he ascend the throne without a country name? But unfortunately, he had only read a bit of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Young and Dangerous, so his knowledge was quite limited. Su Zheng, feeling restless, spoke with a tone of impatience. If it's late, then it's late. Making a fuss over nothing, maybe he caught a woman. Mentioning women, Su Zheng suddenly got angry. That son of a bitch Chen Xiaolong, if I really find out he's secretly messing around with women behind my back, I'll ruin him. Su Zheng always looked down on Chen Xiaolong. After all, even among criminals there is a hierarchy of contempt. The top tier is someone like Su Zheng, a death row inmate who committed a major crime and carries a powerful soul ring. The lowest, bottom tier are rapists. In the past, if anyone in prison was found to be there for rape, they would definitely become the target of bullying and abuse by all the other inmates. It just so happens that Chen Xiaolong is a rapist, but he had only just arrived and hadn't yet endured the prison's brutal beatings when the apocalypse broke out. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower, Su Zheng and his group would have dealt with him long ago. So Su Zheng could openly show his disdain for Chen Xiaolong right in front of his subordinates without any hesitation. But Brother Zheng, the three of them each took a gun and left. I'm afraid those three will run away. Who told them to take the guns? The younger brother awkwardly scratched his head. If Chen Xiaolong hadn't given him a 95 pistol and promised to get him a beautiful woman in the future, he wouldn't have agreed to let Chen Xiaolong take the gun. Because these people were Su Zheng's trusted aides, Su Zheng assigned them the safest guard duties. However, because of this, they basically had no opportunity to go outside. Usually, when there was evil fire, they could only direct it at a few female employees from the original Factory 1411. But those women, the youngest of whom was known as the flower of Factory 1411, had only 5 years left until retirement. Brother Zheng, there are zombies all outside. They don't carry guns. If something happens, it's not a big deal. I'm just worried about our 2 modified pickups. You damn. Su Zheng suddenly burst out, kicking his subordinate in the chest and sending him flying more than a meter away. Looking at the little brother curled up on the ground clutching his stomach like a shrimp, Su Zheng's eyes were full of fierce light. Do you fucking think I'm easy to fool? When I was lying, you little bastard were still wearing open crotch pants messing around. Speak. The little brother lying on the ground was sweating profusely from the pain. Knowing Su Zheng's personality well, he immediately spilled the beans and explained the whole story. After hearing it, Su Zheng's forehead veins bulged. He kicked his little brother hard in the abdomen again. You damn. What the apocalypse lacks most is guns. Not women. With a gun, you can have countless women, with women, you can only face countless bullets. You idiot. Go call Lao Er and the others. If you hadn't followed me for so long, I would have definitely taken you out today. Hurry up. The younger brother, hearing this, gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled up using both hands and feet. Just as he was about to leave, he bumped right into a strong, burly figure. Big brother, the troops have arrived. Chapter 70, I blocked him, he didn't dare to fire. What the heck? The army? Su Zheng's sudden burst of fame faded, his face showing confusion. After so many days in the apocalypse, the officials haven't seen a single hair, several police officers have been killed, so how did an army suddenly appear? Could it be that they are on the same side? Su Zheng couldn't help but think of the time he had someone put on a uniform to disguise themselves as a prison guard. Yes, Brother Zheng, it really is the army. There are more than a dozen armored vehicles parked outside our factory, and there's even a tracked one with a cannon. It's pitch black and really scary. Hiss. Su Zheng couldn't help but take a breath and paused for 2 seconds. What did they say they came for? Su Zheng's mind was racing as he pondered the army's purpose. Could it be to resupply ammunition? Their firepower definitely couldn't take on us head-on, but what if they disguised themselves as employees of the munitions factory? Outside, it's chaos and turmoil, the other side probably can't verify anything, right? Even if exposed, I still have survivors and workers in the factory as hostages. I doubt they would dare to launch a direct assault. If all else fails, I can still use the entire arsenal factory as a threat. Thinking of this, Su Zheng instantly regained his confidence. Second brother, everyone knows what we did after the jailbreak, even if we were executed 100 times before the apocalypse, it wouldn't be enough. If the army really caught us, none of us would survive. So we have to burn our boats and seek life through death. You take a few clever and reliable brothers to plant explosives all over the factory. Connect the fuses together, make sure they can be detonated immediately. I'll go negotiate with them. If they don't let us live, we can't let them off easily either. Did you hear that? After listening, Lao Er swallowed hard, a crazed look appearing in his eyes. Alright, Brother Zheng, if they won't let us live, we'll fight to the death with these corrupt officials. Watching the resolute figure of the second brother, Su Zheng spoke again. Aren't there several types of explosives? Just use the one called suction 4. I see in movies that when they blow up buildings or whatever, they always use that one. It's really powerful. Alright, big brother. I promise to use suction 4. As Su Zheng's top confidant, Lao is someone Su Zheng trusts completely when he goes to handle matters. After finishing the arrangements, Su Zheng adjusted his ill-fitting suit and then tidied his hair in the full-length mirror behind the door. Spitting twice into his hand, he rubbed them together and smoothed his somewhat messy crew cut. Pushing open the office door, the corridor was filled with loyal henchmen holding guns who had received the notification. Outside Factory 1411, Jia Sanyu was eyeing the factory gate, growing somewhat impatient, and was considering whether to just have the 04A infantry fighting vehicle crash through it. At the entrance, a young man with a crew cut wearing a factory uniform timidly appeared. Sir, please don't shoot. After saying that, the crew cut youth put down a speaker and then took off running. Just as Jia Sanyu was on full alert thinking it was some kind of bomb, a hoarse male voice suddenly came from the speaker. Greetings, officers. I am the director of Factory 1411. May I ask what brings you to my factory? This sentence made the entire company burst out laughing. Damn it, these idiots are playing Mission Impossible with us. They scared me so much I didn't dare hit their heads later, afraid stupidity would spread. Lu Chong patted the car door and smiled at little Aben. We are here to resupply weapons. Please open the factory gate to let the troops in so we can also protect your safety. Jia Sanyu did not rush to expose the other's clumsy lie but instead went along with it. What if it actually works? Sorry, gentlemen officers, I'm afraid our factory can't accommodate you. Damn you, hurry up and open the door for me, don't force me to shell you. After hearing just half a sentence, Jia Sanyu knew there was no chance of a clever capture and was too lazy to argue further with them. The commander demanded the attack be completed before dark. There's no time to waste chatting with them. Better to finish work early and rest early. In the warehouse not far from the main gate, Su Zheng and the others looked at each other. That fierce? Opening fire at the slightest disagreement. I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll start shooting. 3. Seeing the panic in his subordinates' eyes, Su Zheng immediately spoke to reassure them. No, we still have so many ordinary people inside. The army has discipline, it's absolutely impossible for them to open fire. Bang! A loud explosion erupted from the ground, violently shaking the 04A infantry fighting vehicle and kicking up dust all around. A 100mm high-explosive howitzer shell was fired from the muzzle, effortlessly passing through the gate of Factory 1411, almost instantly demolishing the concrete wall of the factory warehouse. Hearing the blast coming from the nearby warehouse, Su Zheng and the others all broke out in cold sweat. Are they really that bold? How dare they? How can they be so unruly? So wild? The driver floored the accelerator, and the fierce-faced 04A infantry fighting vehicle crashed straight in. Heading straight to the warehouse where Su Zheng and the others are. Jia Sanyu knows the main person should be right there. This old guy thinks that hiding behind with a microphone means I can't catch him. Did you forget that your little brother ran back in front of us? Before a group of people could recover from the shock of the shell explosion, the sound of tracks scraping against the concrete floor rang in their ears. Bang! The 04A infantry fighting vehicle brutally and fiercely crashed through the warehouse wall where Su Zheng was, bricks flying and dust rising. Caught off guard, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle hit the bullseye, crushing through the crowd, its edges nearly brushing past Su Zheng. The protruding edges on the side of the vehicle hooked onto his suit. Wham! By the time Su Zheng came to his senses, most of his men had been crushed into the floor by the steel giant before them, with crimson blood spraying everywhere. Su Zheng's eyes were dazed as he looked at the tattered suit hanging on the edge of the tank, then glanced down at the only remaining white vest on his body. He suddenly felt so cold. Chapter 71, Suffering from Not Having Studied. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Seeing the fierce warrior 3 armored assault vehicles appearing one after another, Su Zheng showed a bitter smile. It was all just an illusion. Since that's the case, let these people compensate me. Bang! The sound of a heavy slap rang out. Su Zheng's laughter abruptly stopped, like a duck with its throat pinched. Lu Chong had long been boiling with anger. According to him, for such a rotten and vile guy, just blast him with the big cannon directly. Why so many things? But he still had to obey the orders of Company Commander Jia Sanyu. At the very moment the 04A infantry fighting vehicle fired its cannon, he was the most excited. The Warrior 3 armored vehicle that was riding almost crashed right up against the back of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, he saw this guy grinning foolishly, which made Lu Chong even more furious. You son of a bitch, what the hell are you laughing at? Now that I've caught you, I won't let you off without a beating. Damn it, just open the door already, stop dawdling. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. Drag them out and shoot to kill. Finish off those lying on the ground with a follow-up shot. Heh, if you won't let us live, I won't let you have it easy either. Let's die together. Su Zheng's face was grimacing, and he shouted loudly. Number 2. Ignite and detonate device 4. Let's all die together. Got it, brother Zheng. Let's die together with the corrupt officials. At this moment, Lu Chong finally saw the communicator attached to Su Zheng's waist. Bomb. Retreat. With lightning speed, Lu Chong immediately realized that this old guy was going to blow up the armory. grabbed Su Zheng in one swoop and quickly climbed into the Warrior 3 armored assault vehicle. Everyone connected to the bomb explosion news immediately started to retreat. The explosion at the munitions factory is no joke. With such a massive amount of gunpowder stored, if it goes off, forget hiding in a vehicle, even hiding in a fortified structure would be doomed. The energy from the explosion alone could churn up the inside like a storm. The entire company quickly withdrew. The 04A infantry fighting vehicle made a sharp turn on the spot, the tough armored vehicle crashed through 2 walls and escaped, and the drivers of the Fierce Warriors 3 armored assault vehicles each showed their skills. After several minutes, the first company had almost retreated from the eastern suburbs to the boundary of Monk Village, yet the explosion was still nowhere to be seen. Slap slap slap. The sound of a slap rang out again. Lu Chong, blushing, shouted angrily at Su Zheng. "You bastard, how dare you mess with me?" Su Zheng could no longer care as Lu Chong's palm, as big as a fan, slapped wildly on his face. All he could think about was why it didn't explode. Why didn't it explode? Lying in the dry land a few kilometers from the munitions factory, covered in grass fragments like a guinea pig, Lao Er was also completely baffled. All the people in the arsenal were locked in the operation room by him, and it's absolutely impossible to open it without the key. I was afraid that this thing called a fuse wouldn't explode, and it had several fuses attached. I saw with my own eyes the fire burning all the way in before it crawled through the dog hole to escape. That doesn't make sense. Lao Er stroked the stubble on his chin. Forget it. If it doesn't explode, it doesn't explode. Consider these corrupt officials lucky. It's just pitiful that my good big brother died in vain like this. Thinking of how Su Zheng cared for him like a younger brother after going to prison, even the cold-blooded second brother had tears in his eyes. With a solemn expression, he slowly knelt down facing the munitions factory and kowtowed several times. The dull thudding sound echoed across the wilderness. The dry ground beneath quickly got a small pit knocked out. "Big brother, may you and the brothers rest in peace. With my current abilities, I definitely cannot avenge you. But if I cannot avenge you, how do I still have the face to call myself your brother? So today, I hereby completely sever brotherhood ties with you. This blood feud, I, the second brother, will avenge in the next life." Having said that, he stood up with a dirty, disheveled face, turned around, and quickly walked towards the distance. His strong and powerful thighs soon began to move up and down like fiery wheels. The setting sun was like blood, dragging his shadow long and long. Before long, the elite infantry squad sent by Jia Sanyu to scout the munitions factory returned, each with faces flushed red. "Report, Company Commander. Our squad went ahead to scout the munitions factory and found that there really were bombs, and they were still burning." "Then why didn't it explode?" Jia Sanyu was a bit confused listening to this. "Because that is C4. Pfft. Speaking of which, the squad leader reporting couldn't hold back and laughed out loud first, then everyone burst into laughter. As everyone knows, detonating C4 requires a detonator. Burning it with fire is safer than firewood, not even a spark will jump. Pop. Damn it, I told you to study hard, kid. Now look, you're suffering because of your lack of knowledge, huh? Chapter 72 Bullet Production Line. When the battalion clerk came to report to Gu Chengyuan, he was walking on the night university playground with Deputy Battalion Commander Wu Bin, taking a stroll to aid digestion. Not far from the two was an elite infantry squad responsible for security. Before dinner, Zhao Jie delivered 4,455 zombie brain cores, a slight increase compared to the previous day, and everything was moving in a positive direction. Feeling confident and arrogant due to his wealth, he directly replaced the previous guard platoon with the current elite guard platoon composed entirely of elite infantry squads. After all, having money means life is definitely more valuable, so naturally there should be higher security investment. The original guard platoon was reassigned to the second company to fill the troop shortage requested by Jia Sanyu. The elite veteran platoon was replaced by an ordinary infantry platoon, and Zhu Jun's resentful little eyes still make Gu Chengyuan want to laugh when he thinks back now. A gentle breeze blew softly, bringing a refreshing coolness through the forest in the evening. Evening walks are really comfortable. He and Wu Bin both took a break from their busy schedules to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. "Commander, the company commander has sent a battle report. The company has successfully completed the assigned mission, not only annihilating the criminal gang led by Su Zheng but also fully recapturing Factory 1411. This is the detailed battle report." After speaking, Zhou Guihong respectfully handed over the battle report with both hands. Gu Chengyuan took it and casually flipped through it, unable to help but laugh out loud. Then, with Wu Bin's puzzled look, he handed the battle report back to him. Before long, the top two military figures gathered at the night university hub burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. It wasn't really that funny, it was just that in this apocalypse full of people eating and being eaten, finding a bit of joy was rare. Even if that joy was stained with blood, it was still precious beyond measure. After a brief moment of relaxation, the two started talking about business. I wonder how the commander plans to handle Factory 1411. Staring at the magnificent red clouds filling the sky, Gu Chengyuan pondered for a moment. I plan to move the bullet production line from the military factory here. In the current situation of troop shortage, dispersing forces is not wise. Moreover, according to the report, only 24 workers remain alive in the military factory, and almost all of the management, which was already scarce after the apocalypse, have been wiped out by criminal gangs, leaving only a single workshop director. Moving to our main base will also better inject fresh blood and quickly restore production. However, it's a bit unfortunate that half of the shell production line was dismantled, and the most important hydraulic press was also taken away, otherwise, we could have salvaged a shell production line. Speaking of this, Wu Bin took over the conversation and comforted him. I saw in the battle report that a company commander said these two production lines combined have a daily output capacity of 100,000 bullets, which far exceeds our current consumption. Just these two production lines alone can support doubling our military expansion. Yes, this is indeed good news. At present, the majority of our consumption is bullets. With these two production lines, we can basically cover the daily consumption of our troops completely. Thinking this way, Gu Chengyuan's mood improved again, silently admitting to himself that he was still too greedy. We've already gained so much, what more could we possibly want? But the last piece of news in the battle report is even more noteworthy. It mentioned the 1411 General Factory located in Guanshan District. This general factory is incredible, funded by the Zhoubang Weapons Group and built as a fully automated intelligent factory. The workshop director said the factory's artillery shell production capacity can reach 50,000 per day, and bullets can exceed 1 million per day. If he could get it, Gu Chengyuan wouldn't even dare to imagine how happy he would be. If it weren't for the fact that Shishui District and Guanshan District are separated by an urban area, with the current military strength, even going around wouldn't be enough to occupy and control it. Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but want to take action. But thinking that the main factory is right in the night market, Gu Chengyuan wasn't in such a hurry anymore. Being in the night market equals it's mine. Anyway, it definitely can't run away if left there. Even if someone occupies it, I'll just take it back myself. He really didn't believe that there could be any power in the night market that could arm wrestle with the army under his command. After thinking this through, Gu Chengyuan spoke to the clerk Zhou Guihong beside him. Guihong, draft an order from the camp headquarters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guihong immediately took out the pen and notebook she always carried. Order the 4th Infantry Company to carry 4 basic ammunition units to Factory 1411 and hand over defense duties to the 1st Infantry Company. 3 of the basic ammunition units are to be handed over to the 1st Infantry Company as the ammunition to be carried for tomorrow's mission to Zaixiang Town. The above handover tasks must be fully completed before midnight tonight. Go, Guihong. Yes. Commander. After Zhou Guihong left, Gu Chengyuan opened the system interface. Money, 13,573. With earnings around 25,000 money for 2 consecutive days, Gu Chengyuan did not have the habit of saving money, except for keeping some for emergencies. He exchanged the rest into troops. The Infantry 4th Company was the first unit he summoned immediately after converting today's core brain benefits. The unexpectedly appearing military factory disrupted his military reform plan, and upon realizing that the current economic strength could not support the extension needs of the new military reform's military forces, Gu Chengyuan had no choice but to continue building companies according to the old organization. The 3rd Company, including the newly summoned 4th Company, although like the 1st and 2nd Companies each consisting of 4 infantry platoons, did not have elite infantry squads. It can only be said that the new military reform plan is a long and arduous task. It also proves that expensive things have only one drawback: they are expensive. Gu Chengyuan, who was a wealthy man for just one day, suddenly felt poor again. Clearly the income is increasing, so why is there still more and more shortage of money? Chapter 73 Military Factory. At 5 o'clock in the early morning, as the distant sky just began to lighten with the first light of dawn, car lights converged like a long dragon on the village road outside the 1411 military factory. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the sound of engines warming up, the company soldiers each checked their own supplies, making the final preparations before boarding the vehicles. In the convoy, Besides a line of fierce Type 3 armored assault vehicles, the lonely 04A infantry fighting vehicle finally welcomed a similarly solitary brother, a Shaanxi 6-wheel-drive transport truck fully loaded with ammunition. The Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicle can carry 10 people, an elite infantry squad of 12 is already a tight squeeze, and carrying one basic load of ammunition is even more extreme. The commander once allocated 3 basic loads of ammunition at a time, which was a happy problem for Jia Sanyu. Having more ammunition is great, but the problem is that it's difficult to carry. Fortunately, the battalion headquarters considered this issue and subsequently assigned a Shaanxi 6-wheel-drive transport vehicle directly under the battalion to accompany them, specifically for logistical support for Company 1. Otherwise, Jia Sanyu would really be a bit troubled. Although he could gather local civilian vehicles, he was still a bit uneasy about civilian vehicles transporting ammunition. Company Commander Jia, I wish you a smooth journey. Perfectly complete the mission assigned to you by the military leaders. At the door of the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle, 4th Company Commander Huang Haoyang came to see off 1st Company. Definitely, definitely. This arms factory is now handed over to you. The mission is urgent, so I won't exchange pleasantries. We'll meet again when I return. Alright. Take care on the road. Take care. SSSSSS. One after another, get ready to set off. As Jia Sanyu's voice came through the radios of the entire company, this long dragon made up of car lights slowly moved along the rural village road, like a lightsaber piercing into the distant darkness. It was only after the convoy completely disappeared from sight that Huang Haoyang turned around and returned to Factory 1411. Beep beep beep. Wake up. Carrying out consecutive missions, even 4 in a row is not easy. Their mission was to escort the bullet production line safely back to the Night West campus, so as soon as the 1st Company left, he had someone blow the wake-up whistle. Why are you up so early? Inside the factory dormitory, workshop director Wang Dehai heard noises outside and sleepily opened his eyes, with 2 clumps of eye gunk still stuck at the corners of his eyes. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Urgent knocking sounded at the doors of the dormitory rooms, and the corridor was filled with voices urging everyone on. Get up. Hurry, hurry. Gather in the open space in front of the dormitory in 5 minutes. Get up quickly. Stop sleeping. There are 5 minutes left to assemble. Hearing the soldiers outside urging, the survivors inside the factory dared not delay, scrambling out of bed one by one, fumbling in the dark to put on their clothes in a panic. Hey hey hey. Where the hell are you pulling your hand? Do you think this hardness is like your soft, flimsy belt? Where are my shoes? Where the hell are my shoes? Which damn person took my shoes? Step back, step back. You're pushing against my ass. After a chaotic scramble, a phalanx of 28 survivors managed to assemble just before the deadline. But compared to the fully armed and disciplined 4th Company phalanx beside them, they looked like a defeated royal militia. Huang Haoyang only gave a rough glance and saw several people wearing their shoes on the wrong feet, clothes inside out, and even a few who had put short sleeves on as pants. Upon closer look, there was a shirtless young man at the end of the formation holding a pair of pants in front of his chest. Regarding this, Huang Haoyang did not blame him much and just pretended not to see it. After all, ordinary people are untrained, so being able to assemble on time within 5 minutes already shows that the company was well drilled yesterday. To be precise, it was the platoon leader named Lu Chong of that company who did the drilling well. It is said that when that guy executed Su Zheng's criminal gang, he forced all the survivors to attend and watch, and each one had to go up and give their reflections. If the speech was less than 500 words or not profound enough, they would be treated as accomplices. Accomplices are to be shot, dragged away and shot. After all the fuss, it caused great psychological torment to these survivors, each scared like a startled quail, becoming weaklings, terribly sick. Now that everyone is so obedient, how could I possibly make things difficult for you? This makes it very difficult for me. The survivors' obedient behavior made Huang Haoyang feel somewhat disappointed. I was still thinking of making an example by punishing a few who didn't arrive on time, but that plan seems to have fallen through. But he didn't stay disappointed for long. Huang Haoyang quickly got to work and first handed out breakfast to each survivor. A can of 8 treasure porridge, a bag of bread, and a vacuum-packed marinated egg. While everyone was having breakfast, he began to arrange today's tasks. Today's task is very simple, to dismantle all the bullet production lines and useful equipment in our factory and transport them to Yezhou University. We don't need our factory workers to handle the transportation, people sent from the gathering place will take care of it. You are responsible for providing technical guidance, such as which machines need to be dismantled, how to dismantle the production line, how to transport the raw materials for making bullets, how to classify them, and so on. I won't interfere with professional matters, I'll leave it to you professionals. My mission is to eliminate all possible violent terrorists who attempt to sabotage the production line. To safely and intactly escort the bullet production line to the assembly point. One last thing. About how to define the violent terrorists who must be resolutely eliminated. Speaking of which, Huang Haoyang suddenly raised his voice, and his expression became stern. Then whoever damages the production line is a violent terrorist. As soon as the words fell, all the chewing sounds on the open ground disappeared, and the few survivors who were eating noisily became as quiet as cicadas in autumn and winter. Sitting among the crowd, Wang Dehai seemed to smell the overwhelming scent of blood, and the sweet treasure porridge in his mouth suddenly had a faint rusty taste. The originally relaxed dining atmosphere suddenly became tense because of Huang Haoyang's words. After the meal, Wang Dehai, in order to prevent himself and his group from being labeled as terrorists, immediately gathered the workers to start the preparations. However, among them, 4 people were kept behind, with the workers showing strange expressions on their faces. Your name is Wang Chunhua, right? Compared to the previous cold and harsh tone, Huang Haoyang's voice was relatively mild at this moment. Yes, Chief. The woman who was called over was about 50 years old, wearing a dull gray factory uniform, her hands tightly twisting the hem of her clothes, timidly lowering her head. What are your plans for the future? Later. Thinking back on the hellish experiences she had endured these past few days, Wang Chunhua really couldn't imagine what could come next for her. The only thing she could do was slightly tilt her head back, struggling to hold back the tears that were about to well up in her eyes. You all know how to cook, right? Wang Chunhua opened and closed her mouth several times but couldn't say a word. She was afraid that if she made a sound, she would start crying. Because crying is the most useless act in the world, she never wants to cry again in her life. I can cook some home-style dishes. Among the 4, a woman with marks of strangulation all over her neck suddenly spoke up. Enough, I will report to the military commander and arrange for you to be assigned to logistics. You will be transferred from Factory 1411, no objections, right? Huang Haoyang tried to control his tone, making it as gentle as possible. No objections. No objections. Upon hearing this, the 4 people's somewhat numb eyes finally showed some change. Every minute and second spent here torments them, every single thing and every person here is a wound to their souls. It will remind them of that desperate and unbearably long painful ordeal. Alright, you don't need to participate in the upcoming work. When you return to the gathering place by vehicle later, go directly to the logistics office to report to Director Kai Anshin, just say that old Huang arranged it. Don't carry any psychological burden, it's all in the past. Life must go on, let the past be the past. Alright, you all rest. I still have tasks to do, so I won't say much. Watching Huang Haoyang's retreating figure, Wang Chunhua and the other 3 finally couldn't hold back. They hugged each other, crying in a heap. Chapter 74, Building an Informationized Force. Report, Commander, this is a report sent by Huang Haoyang, the commander of the 4th Company. Zhou Guihong came from the adjacent operations room to Gu Chengyuan's dormitory and handed him the report she had just printed out. Gu Chengyuan was eating breakfast while reading the report. He had already moved from the student dormitory to the military headquarters building. To facilitate command of the troops, the dormitory was arranged right next to the operations meeting room. Taking a bite of the braised beef bun, the spices mixed with the unique beef fat aroma burst on the taste buds, and the minced dried tofu in the filling offset the greasiness of the beef fat, making Gu Chengyuan feel especially satisfied. A wonderful day starts with a delicious breakfast in the early morning. Gu Chengyuan doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't like playing cards, and hardly pays attention to women. He has been practicing the Tiangang child's kung fu for nearly 20 years, and his only hobby is eating. Since he became the head of the troops, although he never deliberately pursued any indulgences or openly showed his hobbies, he happened to have a clever orderly named Pu Guangqiang. Having worked overnight shifts and as a bar manager, he has a keen sense for people's preferences, with a nose as sharp as a military dog. Does the leader not saying anything mean they don't want it? Of course not. Pu Guangqiang, who conscientiously fulfills his duties as a service soldier, quietly switched Gu Chengyuan's daily meals to a small pot after determining his preferences, with a dedicated person ensuring the provision. Because of work issues, Gu Chengyuan has recently rarely gone to the cafeteria to eat, so he didn't think too deeply about it and privately thought that the overall level of the cafeteria had improved. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, he has been accustomed to the lifestyle of leading cadres since childhood. Becoming a leader inevitably makes one a target for those around to seek favors, trying every means to meet demands, and even if there are no demands, they will create needs for the leader and then fulfill them. A glance, an expression, countless people interpret, understand, and contemplate them as if solving a math problem. So what if you know? Gu Chengyuan is a mundane person who only feels pleasure. Power is a man's aphrodisiac. This is not just an empty saying. Of course, there's no high flying, because after the pleasure comes the refractory period. They are all unfortunate people. Approve it, and tell Kai Anshin to arrange proper placement. Understood. When Zhou Guihong left, she also took the empty plates on the table with her. After filling his stomach, Gu Chengyuan leaned back in his chair and began pondering the issues related to the development of the troops. Now Gu Chengyuan once again felt the bottleneck in the development of his forces. This feeling mainly stemmed from two aspects. One was that the size of the troops was limited by the upper limit of monetary income, and the monetary income was further restricted by the available labor force. Based on the throughput of blood or to zombies, with sufficient troop rotation, killing over 10,000 zombies a day should not be a problem. Converted into money, that amounts to 70,000 to 80,000. However, the current daily income is only about 26,000. Although it is still increasing, the growth rate is too small. The root cause still lies in the shortage of labor resources. After all, handling zombie corpses, ensuring troop logistics, maintaining the operation of settlements, civil engineering construction in settlements, and the upcoming resumption of bullet production lines all require a large amount of manpower. So where do the people come from? Recapturing zombie-occupied areas is one method, but it is not fast enough. Suddenly, Gu Chengyuan seemed to have thought of something. He summoned the system panel in his mind and quickly flipped to the troop summoning section. Combat Support Company. Communications Platoon, 10,000 technical personnel for battlefield communication and information exchange. From wire to wireless, whether by mouth or by leg, they can always find a way to help you build an information connectivity network. Yes. That's it. You can completely set up a high-power radio station yourself, broadcasting signals 24/7 to survivors across the entire city and even within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Tell them there is plenty of food, clean water, and military protection here. This way, there will definitely be survivors who will actively come to surrender. If we tackle both reclaiming zombie-occupied areas and recruitment simultaneously, we should be able to quickly solve the manpower shortage problem. Hidden Summon. Ding Summon successful. The communication squad is on the way. 10 minutes later, hearing the sound of a car outside the window, Gu Chengyuan stood up and walked to the window to look outside. In front of the military headquarters building, 3 specially designed vehicles, 1 large and 2 small, were parked. The large one was an 8-wheeled box-type military truck painted with digital camouflage. On top of the cargo compartment was an inverted semicircular lid, and at the rear of the compartment was a chimney-like straight pipe welded on. 2 years of service experience greatly broadened Gu Chengyuan's knowledge. He immediately recognized this as a box-type integrated radio access command vehicle used for regional networking and also serving as a command center, also known as a node command vehicle. The other 2 smaller vehicles are armored radio access node vehicles. These vehicles are primarily 8x8-wheeled armored vehicles equipped with radio node access modules. With this amazing node command vehicle, it means Gu Chengyuan can achieve network interconnection among all his troops even without a network or satellite signals. It should be noted that whether it is the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle, the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, or the future 99A main battle tank, all are equipped with information modules and can connect to the unified network built by the node command vehicle, enabling real-time information exchange, interconnection, and battlefield situational awareness. This will provide great convenience for the troops' coordinated combat. It should be known that modern troops are strong in combat capability because of informatization. The appearance of the communication squad means that Gu Chengyuan's troops' combat level, excluding the use of those major national heavy weapons, can almost be restored to the pre-apocalypse level. Not to mention fighting zombies, if it is against some wild survivor forces, they can completely beat them like primitive people. I just wanted to create a post-apocalyptic radio show, but it ended up becoming a deadly weapon. Life is indeed full of surprises everywhere. Chapter 75, Setting up the Radio Station. Under Gu Chengyuan's will, the preparation work for the Night University Gathering Place radio station progressed very quickly. After the communications team was in place in the afternoon, they immediately began setting up the radio station. The setup of civilian radio stations is basic knowledge for professional communications soldiers. Relying on the high-power antenna on the roof of the box-type node command vehicle, the task was successfully completed before dinner. Concurrent with the construction of the radio stations was the selection of radio hosts and related supporting staff. The talents in Gu Chengyuan's unit are still mainly military-oriented, unafraid of violence and skilled in using it. For example, someone rough like Lu Chong is in his element when it comes to fighting, his big ears swing with exquisite skill, and he has 100 ways to eliminate the enemy. But if you ask him to say 2 sentences, he can only speak elegant military jargon, starting with "mom" and ending with "bitch," which is quite graceful. Obviously, the purpose of setting up the radio station is to attract, not to intimidate. Therefore, choosing a professional and reliable host becomes very important. Survivors can compensate for the talent imbalance in the war system in this regard, which is also the reason Gu Chengyuan established a gathering place to bring survivors together. The more people gathered, the greater the talent reserve. The fields of human development are vast and numerous, a single violent organization ultimately cannot sustain itself. Matters of human civilization ultimately still rely on people to resolve. The system is just a baton in Gu Chengyuan's hand. Cai Anxin, who is responsible for selecting radio hosts, is very attentive because the radio station is a card for external publicity, and the performance of the radio hosts represents the overall image of the gathering place and the leader. Cai Anxin cannot forgive himself if the leader's image is damaged due to human error. Therefore, at the very beginning of the selection, he set strict standards, not only limiting the relevant majors and work experience for applicants but also personally conducting one-on-one interviews to ensure quality. Even with such high requirements, after dinner, the number of people coming to his office to participate in the selection was overwhelming. This is also due to vested interests, because in the radio station post-treatment measures formulated by Gu Chengyuan, it is clearly mentioned that the treatment of radio hosts is based on frontline combatants. After all, the front line of public opinion is also a battlefield, and if the role of public opinion is well utilized, it is no less powerful than artillery. Of course, the target group is limited to humans. Zombies don't understand what you're saying and express a desire to eat your brain. In modern military tactics, psychological warfare has also been explicitly included as a major strategy. A well-known example is how the U.S. used hacking technology in the war against the locals, broadcasting a prefabricated video of the local leader announcing surrender on the local TV station. Treatment is equivalent to frontline combat personnel. The work tasks are easy and carry no life risk. This is simply the golden rice bowl in the hearts of survivors. After all, given the current atmosphere and system at the gathering place, to receive frontline combatant treatment, one must either sell their body or sell their life. There is no other way besides this. This also caused the competition among radio hosts to be extremely fierce, lasting until the late night when a male and a female winner were finally chosen. By the later stages of the interview, Cai Anxin even began to experience auditory hallucinations, feeling as if someone was reciting tongue twisters right next to her ear no matter what she did. The listening system is almost tangled up, and it's tied into a Chinese knot. What comforted him was that his efforts were not in vain, he successfully selected the best host from dozens of people. Unexpected yet not surprising, both hosts came from Yezhou University itself, but neither majored in broadcasting. The only thing making Cai Anxin uneasy was not knowing whether Gu Chengyuan would be satisfied after listening to the broadcast tomorrow morning. This is also a concern shared by the two hosts. Because everyone in the gathering place knows that the only one who can make decisions here is their senior, Gu Chengyuan. But this is also their pride, because the nature of humans is to admire strength. Therefore, almost all Night University students regard Gu Chengyuan as an idol, wanting to follow him, and proudly consider their identity as Night University students to be part of Gu Chengyuan's inner circle. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, a Night University gang might even appear at the Night University gathering place, who can say for sure. Chapter 76, The Black Great Wall. Early the next morning, Cai Anxin arrived punctually at the Military Operations Command Room. Report. Come in. Hearing that it was Cai Anxin's voice, Gu Chengyuan didn't even turn his head and continued brewing his tea. The meals have indeed improved a lot recently, just a bit greasy, brewing some pu'er tea is perfect to cut through the oiliness. Old Cai, the tea leaves are next to the kettle. If you want some, brew it yourself. We're close enough that I won't serve you. Gu Chengyuan returned to his office chair, leaned back, and found a comfortable position to rest against. Upon hearing this, Cai Anxin keenly caught the use of "the two of us" in Gu Chengyuan's choice of words. A wave of happiness surged in her heart. What does "the two of us" mean? That must definitely be one of us. The commander addressing himself like this shows that he values himself and doesn't see himself as an outsider. Thinking this way, his tone became a bit more respectful. Thank you, Commander, but unfortunately I just drank 2 big bowls of soy milk, so I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy your fine tea today, old Kai. After speaking, Kai Anshin even seriously patted his round general's belly. Huh, go ahead, you never come here without a reason. Hee hee, nothing can really be hidden from you. The task of setting up the radio station that you assigned yesterday has been successfully completed on our side. As soon as you give the order, we can broadcast our gathering place's own voice within a radius of 500 kilometers. Huh? That fast? With a surprised look, Gu Chengyuan instinctively sized up Kai Anshin, only then noticing that he had bloodshot goldfish eyes, an oily face, and a somewhat withered spirit. Kai Anshin noticed Gu Chengyuan's scrutiny and slightly adjusted the angle between his face and the light to ensure Gu Chengyuan could see his pale face and tired expression. At the same time, he silently shouted in his heart. Chief, quick question. Quick question. Are you asking if I stayed up all night carrying out your orders? Looking at Kai Anshin's glowing eyes, Gu Chengyuan felt something was off. Could this kid be experiencing a last burst of energy before the end? How can someone be both listless and energetic at the same time? Considering that he still needed this capable chief steward, Gu Chengyuan spoke up. Old Kai, have you been working all night? The moment this sentence was spoken, Kai Anshin felt as if he had taken a big gulp of ice water on a scorching summer day. So refreshing. It was simply like hearing celestial music, clearing the ears instantly. Why stay up late? Why stay up all night? Is it to complete the task? No. Isn't it to let the leader see your determination to resolutely carry out the orders? Seeing the attitude of putting him first in everything. This is professionalism. Yes, Chief, after all, this is a task you personally assigned. I really couldn't sleep without completing it. Plus, the young men and women were very motivated, so we just stayed up all night to get the task you assigned done. After hearing this, although Gu Chengyuan knew it wasn't as exaggerated as this guy said, he still naturally felt a sense of joy inside. Even with Kai Anshin's weak and sloppy appearance, she looked a bit cuter. Old Kai. You're still so serious and responsible. But you need to take better care of your health. This gathering place can't do without you. I'm counting on you to manage the gathering place well. You can't have any problems. Commander. Everything is at your service. I, Old Kai, owe my life to you, so naturally I will devote myself to assisting you. After the two foxes performed a scene fitting for a ruler and his minister, they finally got to the main point. Kai Anshin handed a manuscript, rushed overnight by the radio station editors, to Gu Chengyuan. Commander, the first broadcast script of our radio station has been produced. Please review it and let us know if there are any issues. Also, when our radio station promotes externally, it will inevitably mention you and the glorious achievements of the troops under your command, to inspire and boost the morale of human survivors and those fighting in the post-apocalyptic world. This raises a question: how should we address you and your troops? Or what is the designation or code name of your unit? I dare not overstep in these two matters, so I have come to consult you, Commander. Gu Chengyuan did not take the manuscript but casually pushed it back to Kai Anshin. No need to look at the manuscript, I still trust you to handle things. The manuscript itself was not worth his attention, it was just a small piece of material that wouldn't affect the overall situation, so it wasn't worth spending energy on. What interested him more was the unit code or designation mentioned by Kai Anshin. In the blink of an eye, the system's military force had already reached the size of an infantry battalion, and with the passage of time, it would soon grow into a huge entity. Naming this future war beast is indeed an urgent matter. You can't be like a scumbag guy, with the child about to be born and still dragging your feet without giving a proper status, right? Actually, Gu Chengyuan had long been thinking about naming the troops. His hesitation was not about the name itself, but about how the troops should exist. Should they continue to ambiguously hide behind an official facade to confuse the public, or start fresh with a clear banner to proudly distinguish themselves? This is a question. But as the troops gradually grew stronger step by step, his thinking also became clearer step by step. Why was he reluctant to give up the official facade? Essentially, it was because he had not realized his own insecurity, like a poor man suddenly becoming rich. When he first obtained the system, he had not yet built the confidence to control everything. Deep down, he did not believe he had the ability to lead the survivors, nor did he think they would trust someone named Gu Chengyuan, so he could only borrow the official facade. Is it considered a case of the fox using the tiger's might? Gu Chengyuan thinks it is not. Because he never considers himself the fox. He believes he should be the tiger. It is a young tiger learning to roar in the mountains by following behind its mother tiger. Now this young tiger, having gone through the furnace of blood and fire, has grown claws and teeth. It has the most loyal soldiers in the world devoted to itself. It has also grown its own heart of a king. That is confidence. Confidence. Damn confidence. So roar like a tiger through the forest, and send out your own true king's voice to this world. Black Great Wall. The unit is called the Black Great Wall. Hardship and difficulties forge success. Chapter 77, The First Radio Broadcast. After breakfast, Aiko, who had tied her hair into a high ponytail to look capable, wore a simple khaki work uniform, held a steamed bun in her mouth, carried the broadcast script in her hand, and walked while looking ahead toward the military headquarters building. Although she was not professionally trained in broadcasting, she still managed to carve a path through last night's selection with her rich hosting experience accumulated since childhood and excellent on-the-spot adaptability, successfully standing out. Secured this highly sought-after, golden rice bowl. And just this morning, she finally got to enjoy the big meat bun she had been longing for. Before this, coming from a wealthy family, she had never imagined that a small meat bun could bring her a happiness so overwhelming it brought tears to her eyes. Standing in front of the building, Aiko silently gazed at this structure that was neither grand in scale nor remarkable in design. Even though she had passed by countless times, she had never looked at it so carefully as she did now. The tall and strong guards, armed and alert, stood upright like sculptures permanently fixed at the gate. Inside, occasional fleeting figures hurried by, like precise gears each playing its part in the operation of power. Adorned with military green camouflage, this place surprisingly exuded a solemnity that inspired awe. Even the four edges running down the building, in Yak's eyes, were as cold, hard, and straight as a sharpened eight-sided Chinese sword, and just a glance made one feel a sharp chill. After the guard's inspection, Yak finally stepped into the power center of the Night University gathering place for the first time. In the corner of the first floor of the military headquarters building, the former multimedia classroom had its nameplate covered by a simple A4 paper, on which the 5 large characters, Military Broadcast Room, were clean and concise, exuding a rugged minimalist beauty. At the final moment before the broadcast room was about to operate, Chengyuan still decided to incorporate it into the military system. It was better to keep control of such an important propaganda mouthpiece in his own hands. This morning, everyone in the broadcasting room who came to work all had happy expressions upon hearing about the transfer of affiliation. Who doesn't know that the military department is the highest authority in the settlement? Now that they can be affiliated under the military department, everyone's rank is effectively raised by half a level, allowing them to stand taller within the settlement. Saying you work for the military department means even the staff of the Survivors Management Committee have to show some respect. After going through the process 6 or 7 times, the temporary person in charge, Kai Anshin, finally spoke up. Preparations are complete, the official broadcast will start immediately. Yak is performing very well, confident and natural, keep it up. Huang Juanrui, relax a bit more. You misread a character just now, be careful next time. Today is the first broadcast from our military broadcast room, it must go smoothly. After speaking, Kai Anshin gave the equipment operator a look. When the green indicator light in front of Aiko and Huang Juanrui lit up, the Night University gathering place sent out its own voice to the entire post-apocalyptic world for the first time. Hello, all human survivors. I am the announcer Aiko. I am the announcer Huang Juanrui. This is the Yezhou University settlement located in Shishui District, Yezhou City, Yezhou Province. We are transmitting our voices to you through wireless broadcasting. The Yezhou University settlement covers more than 5,000 acres, including over 1,000 acres of owned farmland, and can accommodate the lives of 100,000 people. We have ample food, clean water, a comfortable living environment, and a strong army. The Yezhou University settlement was established by the Black Wall Army. The commander of the Black Wall Army is Commander Gu Chengyuan. Commander Gu Chengyuan and his powerful combat forces are dedicated to creating living space for humanity in the post-apocalyptic world, fighting and eliminating. When this 20-minute-long broadcast script was successfully read aloud fluently and solidly by Aiko and Huang Juanrui, the green indicator light turned red. All the staff in the military broadcasting room applauded under the leadership of Kai Anshin, celebrating the successful completion of the first broadcast work. Thanks to the efforts of all the staff in the military broadcasting room, I hereby announce that the first broadcast has been successfully completed. Clap 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 clap. The few staff members in the broadcast room all had happy expressions. Although the smooth broadcast was expected and not a big deal, it still counted as a good start. At least for now, our group has completely stabilized in the short term. Thinking about the benefits they could enjoy in the future, the staff applauded even more enthusiastically, their smiles growing even brighter. Yak was also smiling among the crowd, but the corner of his eye was fixed on the door. Some absurd thoughts crossed his mind. Will he come over at this moment? Chapter 78 The Voice of Hope. After the live broadcast in the military broadcasting room ended, it did not stop operating but continued to repeatedly play the recorded content. Gu Chengyuan's requirement for the military broadcasting station was to ensure round-the-clock, 24-hour, uninterrupted broadcasting. However, to accomplish this task, relying solely on carbon-based broadcasters and hosts would definitely be unsustainable. That is why Kai Anshin came up with this method of live broadcasting combined with recorded playback. Choosing to broadcast live all day is also a helpless move. The main consideration is to maximize the chances of survivors hearing the Black Great Wall broadcast. Broadcasting 24 hours a day, as long as someone uses a radio receiver, they will eventually receive it, right? Before the apocalypse, influenced by technological development, convenient, fast, and powerful mobile phones greatly squeezed the living space of radio devices. Besides radio enthusiasts who still insist on using radio equipment, the only contact ordinary people probably have is with car radios. So theoretically speaking, using radio to gather survivors may not be very efficient. After all, many households nowadays hardly use televisions, let alone the much older radios. But this is just theory. Never underestimate the adaptability and resilience of humans. Shortly after the apocalypse broke out, many quick-witted individuals and groups, upon accepting the reality of the internet being cut off, began trying to use radio equipment to collect and disseminate information and establish communication networks. The regional information network built through radio, after 2 weeks of development in the post-apocalyptic world, can even be considered prosperous. The foundation of this prosperity is the ubiquitous and easily accessible radio equipment. Although fewer people used them before the apocalypse, the large number of units in existence means you can easily dismantle one from any car. If you really can't dismantle it, listen for a while in the car and then run, it's not too late. This also once became a spiritual pillar for many survivors to persist in living. In general, the threshold for using radio communication is very low, and people can play their respective roles in this newly established radio network based on their technical skills. Those who understand radio technology send information, while those who don't hide in some corner, quietly holding their equipment, like sponges filtering and absorbing information beneficial to their survival. The elderly couple Lao Ding, located in Qinghe Town Night Market, were the receivers of radio information. During the apocalypse, the couple happened to be resting at home, avoiding zombification and also escaping the first wave of zombie attacks. The Lao Ding couple, in their 50s, are traditional conservatives who are not interested in the booming internet world. One enjoys playing mahjong, the other likes fishing. After the chaos of the apocalypse outbreak, Lao Ding suddenly remembered the radio left by his father. It was a pillow-sized radio that could not only play tapes but also receive radio stations. When his father was alive, it was always with him like a shadow, like a flattering old servant, disregarding others, loudly pleasing his hearing-impaired father. At that time, old Ding hated this radio deeply. He despised it for being old and worn out, and it disturbed his peace. So as soon as his father passed away, old Ding couldn't wait to consign it to oblivion, throwing it into the storage room. After the apocalypse arrived, old Ding started using it again, continuously drawing the vital survival nutrients from the radio information network. The outbreak of the apocalypse brought unprecedented unity among humans. Many tech experts used the radio to constantly deliver the most practical and solid survival knowledge to survivors trapped in every corner of the post-apocalyptic world. There are no interests involved in this, the simplest hope is just that everyone can survive. Old Ding never expected that his father, who had passed away many years ago, would protect him again in this way. Nowadays, old Ding's daily life consists of eating and staying by the radio, gathering information useful to himself. He has truly benefited from the advantages of information reception, going from being helpless at the outbreak of the apocalypse to gradually gaining the confidence to survive. No wonder people often say that learning should last a lifetime. Over the past few decades, even when Lao Ding was at the age of collecting bird eggs, he had never been as eager to learn as he is now. This morning, as usual, he was already waiting in front of the radio early, first tuning into several familiar survival knowledge channels, and carefully taking notes with a notebook. During this time, he found that one had turned into a blank segment. Old Ding couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. There used to be several information-sharing channels he really liked, but after a period of silence, they completely disappeared from the radio network. His father's departure once made him think that life and death were the greatest matters in this world. But now, it doesn't seem to be such a big deal anymore. In the apocalypse, human lives are like ginkgo leaves hanging on autumn branches, a casual breeze can blow down large clusters. After silently praying for the channel host for a while, old Ding set the radio to autoscan frequencies and casually started nibbling on the wild bread he collected from the neighbor's house yesterday. Yesterday was his first time killing someone, or more accurately, killing a corpse. Using the knowledge he heard from radio broadcasts, he DIY'd a cardboard armor, and after skillfully memorizing the zombie's weaknesses and repeatedly practicing corpse-killing techniques. At the age of 50, he successfully solo-killed a zombie athlete in the housing area. Reliving the look his wife gave him last night, he seemed to be transported back 30 years, becoming that vigorous and energetic young man again. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. SSSSSS. A series of piercing frequency-hopping sounds rang out. Old Ding, accustomed to the long wait, was not anxious. Instead, he took out a can of black goji berries from the neighbor's place under the coffee table. 1, 2, 3, 8. 8 of these good things are enough. Hee hee. After all, Old Ding's engine has high power and low fuel consumption. Thinking about it, Old Ding showed a sly smile on his face. It really feels like going back 30 years, even the frequency is the same, the body's condition after the apocalypse seems better than before. Just as Old Ding turned his head to get some water, the static on the radio suddenly disappeared, replaced by a crisp and dignified female voice and a clear, steady male voice. Hello to all human survivors. I am announcer Ai Ku. I am announcer Huang Junrui. Old Ding listened to the broadcast on the radio motionlessly, until the hot water filled the cup and overflowed, burning his hand. Hiss. Bang. The sound of a glass cup breaking. Old Ding didn't have time to feel sorry for his 8 goji berries, he turned his head and shouted excitedly towards the bedroom. Wife. Wife. Official news. Finally, there is official news. An official shelter has been established. Wife. Come quickly. We humans are not doomed. After shouting, Old Ding, fearing that this broadcast was just a flash in the pan, grabbed a pen and paper and quickly copied down the address of the gathering place with trembling hands. Old Ding's reaction was just a microcosm of the many survivors after receiving this broadcast. They were so excited that they had no intention of worrying about whether it was official or unofficial. Their thoughts were very simple. Whoever can save them is the dawn. And they have been waiting for this ray of dawn for more than half a month. Thus, in the night market and within a radius of 500 kilometers centered around the night market, countless survivors using radio receiving devices were all overwhelmed with excitement when they heard the broadcast from the Night State University gathering place. It's no wonder they were excited. In the short term after the apocalypse broke out, all major organizations and groups were struggling to survive themselves, being able to keep from collapsing was already good enough, let alone saving others. This has resulted in a collective silence among major institutions within the gradually flourishing radio network. And this silence has intensified the atmosphere of despair in the apocalypse. Humans are social animals, the more dangerous it is, the more they want to band together. Although the apocalypse has only lasted 2 weeks, for these survivors trapped on isolated survival islands, it feels like an agonizingly long ordeal, longer than a year. Now, in the despair where no hope is visible, a ray of light has finally appeared. Perhaps due to distance limitations, most survivors find it difficult to reach, but this does not stop them from establishing a direction in their hearts and one more reason to keep going. The Black Great Wall provides survivors with spiritual shelter that far exceeds its actual protection. At least finally a large human force has stood up and spoken out. Human civilization is not finished yet. Chapter 79 Internal Guard Response. Knock knock knock. Report. Enter. The captain of the staff, holding the report, had just pushed the door open when he smelled a choking smoke. The room was filled with swirling smoke, so thick that he could hardly breathe, his whole body was soaked in the smell of smoke, and it felt as if his pores were sealed shut. The sulky desk lamp emitted a murky yellow light, and the entire room was soaked in a stifling atmosphere. Luo Qing instinctively held his breath. Liang Yuming, bent over his work, was hidden in the smoke. His steel needle-like silver-white short hair pointed toward the door, and the various cigarette butts in the ashtray beside his hand were almost piled into a small mountain. Speak, what is it? Cough. Cough cough. Luo Qing, who doesn't have the habit of smoking, was choked to tears after accidentally inhaling a mouthful of secondhand smoke. Reporting to the commander, the agency's radio equipment just received a broadcast. According to the broadcast, a military force codenamed Black Great Wall has established a settlement capable of housing 100,000 people on the site of the former Yizhou University in the Shishui area. This morning, they released a message inviting survivors to seek shelter. What? Liang Yiming suddenly looked up sharply at Luo Cheng, his bloodshot eyes filled with surprise. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly handed over the report in his hand. Liang Yiming rubbed his blurry eyes hard and placed the report under the desk lamp to read. The report was not long, mainly recording the content broadcasted by the Black Great Wall. Liang Yiming skimmed through it quickly and finished reading in no time. Good, good, good. After finishing reading, Liang Yiming suddenly stood up. Tap. The sound of a lighter flicking. Hiss. It seemed to be an effort to calm the emotions in his heart. Liang Yiming took a deep breath and then exhaled sharply through his nostrils. As far as I know, the night market shouldn't have a force capable of supporting such a large gathering, right? Liang Yiming thought to himself and slowly paced over to the office window. Forget it, as long as it can hold up, damn it. As long as it's not a zombie, it's fine. Xiao Luo. Here. Regarding the contact with the Black Great Wall unit, go inform the Chief of Staff. The room suddenly fell into a brief silence. Forget it, old Lu just sacrificed himself. Liang Yiming's voice was very low, as if speaking to Luo Cheng, but also as if telling himself. When the troops were covering the civilians' evacuation from the city, Chief of Staff Lu led the rear guard and was overwhelmed by the mass of corpses. Who? Notify Deputy Chief of Staff Zhao Lei and have him follow up. Find out what the other side's background is, see if they're just bragging on the broadcast. It's best to figure out the origin of the troops clearly, and definitely avoid any conflict. Alright, go ahead. Yes. After Luo Cheng turned around and left, Liang Yiming pulled open the curtains, letting the dazzling white sunlight flood into the room. Bathed in sunlight, as far as the eye could see was a stretch of lush green mountains. Nestled within, a small stream wound like a jade belt, with slender willows swaying gently in the breeze on both sides, presenting a scene of beautiful natural scenery. In a slightly better mood, Liang Yiming wanted to say something, but his mouth twitched a few times and he couldn't get the words out. In the end, he could only curse. Damn it, it's really good to be rich. Nowadays, the internal security forces have withdrawn from Jingyang district to the current Wanfabishu area, and more than 20,000 ordinary civilians have moved along with the troops. Although the Wanfabishu area is large enough in size and has complete living facilities, barely accommodating the more than 20,000 people in a cramped manner. However, maintaining the operation of the gathering place has really given him a headache. Various demands, complex thoughts, conflicts between groups, supply and distribution of materials, public security issues, and so on. These series of problems exhausted him to the point of fatigue. He was staying up late and pulling all-nighters almost every day. The apocalypse had only broken out for 2 weeks, but his hair had already turned completely white, and he looked more than 10 years older. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked again, and Liang Yiming frowned slightly. He was now having a stress reaction. Whenever he heard the knocking, his heart would shrink. The truth was, every time the door was knocked, all he received was bad news. Come in. As the words fell, a middle-aged fat man in a suit skillfully squeezed in, wearing a flattering smile on his face. Liang Yiming, who had seen all kinds of monsters and demons in his life, immediately saw through the arrogance hidden behind the smile. However, this guy really has the capital to be arrogant. Not only has he built a large business and has assets worth billions, but his brother-in-law is also one of the key leaders in the night market, wielding astonishing power. Before the apocalypse, although I was a senior colonel with a fairly high rank, in terms of power, I really couldn't compare to him. However, after this period of interaction, Liang Yiming had already seen through the fat man in front of him. He is a smiling tiger who only cares about profit. The two of them had a big fight yesterday over going to the city center to rescue his brother-in-law. It was unclear how this guy had the nerve to show up again. Liang Yiming pondered his intentions and quietly raised his guard. What are you here for? Since his face was already torn, Liang Yiming showed him no kindness at all. Jade Ao's face turned pale for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. Over the years, everyone had always been polite to him, and he had never been snapped at like this before. Ahem. Chief Liang, after yesterday's incident, I went back and deeply reflected on myself. I realized my mistake, so today I specially came to apologize to you. I hope Chief Liang can forgive me this time for the sake of my brother-in-law, and let bygones be bygones. Saying this, Jade magically pulled out a bottle of wine and handed it over with both hands. Liang Yiming didn't even glance at the wine. Instead, he was pondering where this guy had conjured the wine from, since he hadn't seen it when he first entered. Can a fat guy hide so much on his body? Jade saw Liang Yiming sizing him up and thought he was afraid others would find out, so he dared not accept it. Boss, rest assured, no one will ever know about this gift. I, old Jia, have always been discreet when giving gifts. After saying that, he proudly stuck out his big belly. It was just hidden right in here. Even the guards at your door didn't notice. Liang Yiming did not move or reach out to take anything after listening, his tone cold and indifferent. Boss Jia, just say what you need directly, my time is quite valuable. Once again met with disappointment, Jia Dao felt a surge of anger inside but dared not show it. Hehe, nothing can really be hidden from you. I actually have a bit of an awkward request. Since you know it's an unwelcome request, then why say it at all? Please leave. Liang Yiming had no patience to listen to his nonsense, directly interrupted the spell, and refused. Alright, Chief Liang, then I will take my leave. At this point in the conversation, Jia Dao also realized that there was no way forward with Liang Yiming, so he picked up his wine and turned to leave Liang Yiming's office. A burst of silent curses in his heart. That dog Liang Yiming really thinks highly of himself. Just wait until I rescue my brother-in-law, let's see how you damn bastard, pretend to be all fancy. If I don't kill you by then, I'll write my name Jia Dao backwards. Thinking this, after leaving the villa where the internal security agency was stationed, Jia Dao threw the wine bottle hard into the bushes and stormed off angrily. However, shortly after he left, a voice came from the head of the guards. Young man, pick up the wine from the grass for me. Yes, Chief. Chapter 80, The Prime Minister's Gathering Place. After nearly 2 weeks of development, the Prime Minister's Gathering Place has grown from an initial population of several thousand to over 10,000, and this number continues to increase as time passes and the scope of information circulation expands. Currently, the survivors in the Prime Minister's Gathering Place mainly reside in the South Ring Road area, because there are a large number of completed but yet unused buildings here, allowing survivors to move in directly with all necessities provided, which is very convenient. The reason the Prime Minister's Gathering Place has developed so rapidly, besides Gu Jiangwo's leadership and comprehensive planning, is mainly due to its own superior conditions. As the second largest town in the province during the apocalypse, Gu Jiangwo, as the administrator, sincerely marveled at how excessively good its conditions were. If the armed forces were a bit stronger, it would have a complete chance to develop into the center of the southwest part of Yezhou province. Infrastructure far surpassing that of a typical county-level city allowed it to accommodate a large number of survivors. Its geographical location in a rural area meant sparse population density and vast farmland. This unique geographical advantage naturally made the Prime Minister's Gathering Place, compared to other cities of the same level, inherently safer and a large granary. Gu Jiangwo once had someone estimate that even if no land was planted in a short period, just harvesting the crops already planted in the current land would be enough to feed 50,000 people for a whole year without shortage. And this is only calculated based on the administrative area of Zaixiang town. If expanded to the surrounding towns and even the entire Fengmao County, this number would have to be multiplied several times. So while the survivors in the night market were still trembling in their rooms, relying only on radios to receive news from the outside world, some brave survivors gathered in the Zaixiang area were already riding ghost bikes and running around. Buzz buzz buzz. A few kilometers outside a village where the Prime Ministers gather, several youths with brightly colored hair, one riding a motorcycle decorated with colorful lights, were revving the engine as they circled the village entrance. A few zombies with graying hair and dressed in old-fashioned clothes fell behind them, howling anxiously but helplessly. Ha ha ha, nah NG, watch me toy with the old granny zombie. Saying that, the blue-haired youth forcefully lifted the front of the bike, balancing only on the rear wheel, circled around an old woman zombie, and patted the zombie's head as he left. Ha ha ha, handsome or not? Awesome. Watch me do a violent motorcycle stunt, real-life version. A blond young man slowed down, actively approached the old zombie behind him, and fiercely kicked out with his right foot. The old zombie wearing a plaid shirt instantly lost balance, did a somersault and rolled into the roadside paddy field, covered in yellow mud all over. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are my generals, all very brave. Ha ha ha. Let's find a target tonight, it'll be great fun with the brothers. A purple-haired Non laughed heartily and promised. Brother Non, if we get caught by the Gathering Place, we'll die. Last time, the director's nephew was executed. We'd better lay low for a while. A green-haired young man riding a bike beside Nan advised with some concern. Yeah, Brother Nan, just hang out with those girls who run with the rough crowd. They can dance and really know how to have fun. Let's not mess with the well-behaved girls for now, if caught, it's real execution. The day before yesterday really scared me. She was truly daring enough to jump. I thought she was just bluffing us. Although it was cleaned up thoroughly, it probably won't be discovered, right? The blonde youth who had just flying kicked the old zombie rode his bike over to Na-An's side, his face showing fear as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but recall the girl they caught on the small hill, crying bitterly with tears streaming down her face, threatening that if they dared to mess around, she would jump off the hill. The few thought the girl was just bluffing, and after some jeering, the girl actually jumped down. It probably won't happen, right? So many people come into the gathering place every day lately, the officials upstairs are all busy as dogs, who has time to manage it? Listening to the discussion among a few younger brothers, Na-An suddenly started cursing. What is there to be afraid of? Who have we, the Radish village, ever been afraid of? Even before the apocalypse, the authorities didn't dare to do anything to us, let alone after the apocalypse. Who in the Prime Minister's gathering place doesn't know that we Radish village has the most people, and we're brave and ready to fight? Move us. First ask the people in the village if they agree. Although Na-An's words sounded arrogant, they were indeed confident. Before the apocalypse, Luobwa village, as the largest ethnic minority village in Zaixiang town, was known for its bravery, fierceness, and solidarity. Group incidents involving sensitive ethnic issues are something local authorities avoid like the plague, so they pretend not to see some ambiguous matters. This indirectly fueled the arrogance of the young and strong in Luobwa village, which is why Na-An now speaks with such confidence. Haven't you heard? It's all over the place that the leader who executed the police station chief's nephew might be taken down. Really? I heard he's a high-ranking official. Who could take him down? No matter how high-ranking he is, he's unreasonable, coming after us locals right away. How can we tolerate him? So, are we doing it tonight or not? No pressure, if you're timid or scared, you don't have to come. Upon hearing this, after a brief struggle on their faces, a few of the younger brothers still chose to join. Being lustful is one thing, but mainly it's the sense of conquest brought by coercion and the satisfaction from trampling on rules that makes them very addicted. Alright, then let's set off and look for a target. Hahaha, let's go. Playing with zombie old ladies isn't as fun as playing with girls. Buzz. The motorcycle roared, Na-An and the others twisted the throttle to the limit, quickly shaking off these old and feeble zombies, heading towards the gathering place. By the time the old zombie in the paddy field crawled out, the group had long since disappeared without a trace. Chapter 81 Arrival. The waning moon hung high, heavy clouds obscuring the moonlight, when suddenly a strong beam of light shot out from a bend on the mountain road. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soon, a massive convoy made up of lights, winding for over 100 meters, broke the silence of the mountain road. The once quiet National Highway 213 finally echoed once again with the roar of human civilization. Sitting in the front passenger seat of the Mengsher 3 armored command vehicle, Jia Sanyu glanced at the electronic map displayed on the onboard computer. Casually picked up a can of Blue Bull from under his feet. Click. The crisp snap of the pull tab slightly dispelled his drowsiness. Come on, Daji. Give it to me hard. Daji's full name is Yu Daji. He is an experienced sergeant driver. After Hu Junping followed to the battalion headquarters to drive for Gu Chengyuan, he took over the job of driving for the commander of Company 1. Damn! Jia Sanyu let out a shout of surprise. The three soldiers resting in the back row were suddenly awakened. That damn Daji was driving with his eyes closed. Judging by his steady breathing, he seemed to be in a deep sleep. Damn you! Jia Sanyu casually pulled out a crowbar from the side and stabbed it hard into Daji's kidney. Hiss. Daji opened his eyes and gasped in pain. Did you just fall asleep, damn it? Facing the company commander's questioning, Daji, who resembled Lu Zhishan, wiped his mouth and kept denying it. No, how could I, the company commander, be sleeping while driving? I'm an experienced driver. There are thousands of roads, but safety is the first rule. I remember that firmly. I saw you closing your eyes, but you're not asleep yet. There are so many people in the vehicle. You're driving an armored command vehicle, not a hearse. Jia Sanyu knew he had worked hard, and sometimes when a person is exhausted and falls asleep, they really don't realize it, so he didn't continue to hold on and scold him. Hurry up and give it your all. Seeing Daji free one hand to take the Blue Bull, he immediately opened another bottle, but didn't drink it, just held it while watching Daji. Drink up, Daji, there's another bottle here after you finish this one. Company commander, I can't drink anymore. This afternoon I've almost drunk 10 bottles of Blue Bull. Even my urine smells like Blue Bull. Please let me go, Daji pleaded with a bitter face. Ha! Under Jia Sanyu's orders, Daji gulped down another bottle as if it were medicine. He raised his hand and glanced at the tactical watch. 1:02. It was already early morning. From setting off yesterday morning until now, stopping and going, the convoy had been traveling for nearly 20 hours. The steel-reinforced 04A infantry fighting vehicle was pushing the blockages on the highway, almost worn out from the effort. Looking at the markings on the 7-star electronic map, Jia Sanyu encouraged Daji. Keep going, only 13 kilometers left. When saying this, Jia Sanyu took out a photo from his pocket. The photo was taken at a scenic spot, with a vast pink peach orchard in the background. A couple was intimately leaning on each other, the wife had her hair pinned up, wearing a qipao, gentle and beautiful. The man had a side-parted slick-back hairstyle, dressed in an executive jacket, calm and capable. Facing the camera, both were smiling very happily. In the corner of the photo, a young man who resembled Gu Chengyuan in facial features was grinning foolishly, showing half his head, seemingly trying to steal the spotlight. I hope the commander's parents are still alive. Jia Sanyu silently recited in his heart. Time passed again, not knowing how long, the fatigue from the long journey had numbed Jia Sanyu's spirit somewhat. Compared to the ordinary soldiers in the vehicle who could sleep, or the drivers who could rest at service areas, he, as the company commander, had stayed awake from departure until now. When the troops were on the move, he needed to monitor the overall situation of the convoy in real time to ensure that neither personnel nor vehicles encountered any problems. When the troops rested, he had to study the route and plan the next steps, and also find time to inspect the temporary rest area for any safety hazards. On unfamiliar routes and in dangerous environments, the safety of more than 100 people and a dozen pieces of equipment depended entirely on him, leaving him no moment to relax. Company Commander. It seems we have arrived, there are many houses ahead. Seeing that the destination seemed to be just ahead, the lethargic Daji suddenly became excited, raising his tone by 8 degrees. Chapter 82, Coercion. After finishing a day's work, Gu Zhangwo casually turned off the desk lamp, took off the coat draped over the back of the chair, held a black long umbrella in his hand, and walked outside while greeting the staff along the way. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind was especially strong tonight. The few osmanthus trees planted outside the administrative building rustled loudly, and the lush green leaves were blown off in clusters by the early September fierce wind. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as Gu Zhangwo was staring blankly at the osmanthus tree swaying in the wind, the sky suddenly began to drizzle, thousands upon thousands of tiny raindrops falling from the sky, skipping over rooftops, passing treetops, drifting before his eyes. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, among the dark, continuous distant mountains, it seemed as if a silver dragon was gliding by. There will be a heavy rain tonight. Thinking like this, Gu Zhangwo opened a large black umbrella and walked straight into the rain. After the situation at the gathering place gradually stabilized, as the top leader, his treatment was also improved, and he was assigned a 2-story building near an administrative building as his residence. He was not interested in material things, but he did not refuse the kindness of the gathering place either. The reason was simple, just because he didn't like it didn't mean the people below didn't like it. His treatment aside, the treatment of the people below him is also unacceptable. Although the street was pitch dark due to a power outage, Gu Zhangwo, twisting and turning, still managed to find his new home relying on his excellent sense of direction. Standing in front of the door, the lightning flashing on the horizon made him pause for a moment, his deep eyes fixed on the center of the door. There was a bright red X added there. The slightly pungent smell of paint reminded Gu Zhangwo that this X must have been painted not long ago. His gaze lingered on the red X for a moment, then Gu Zhangwo casually picked up a half-wet piece of cardboard from the ground and wiped it roughly. Only after confirming that the original shape was no longer visible did he open the door and go inside. Click. You're back. As soon as the door opened, a gentle female voice came from the living room. Go wash your hands quickly. After a long day, I'll warm up the food. Hearing this, Gu Zhangwo felt a warmth in his heart, as if all his fatigue had vanished at that moment. After washing his hands, he slipped on his slippers and lazily sat on the living room sofa, holding a cup of tea and sipping it slowly, watching his wife come in and out busily taking care of things for him. He really liked this kind of scene, the warmth of the family could greatly heal his tired nerves. Gu Zhangwo always kept his life and work very separate, serious and proper at work, relaxed and easygoing at home. As parents, the couple had a huge contrast in their roles. Father Gu is more like a gentle and tender mother, who never hit the two brothers Gu Chengyuan since they were young, and rarely even scolded them. Mother Gu is more like a strict father. As a high school Chinese teacher who appears gentle and elegant to others, she gave the two brothers Gu Chengyuan the fatherly love that Gu Jiangwo could not provide, beating them lightly every 3 days and heavily every 5 days. When the two brothers Gu Chengyuan saw her coming to clean up, they were like mice seeing a cat. On the contrary, Father Gu often spoke up in their defense when the two brothers were being beaten. Therefore, Gu Chengyuan has had a different understanding from others of the phrase, "a mother must be strong," since childhood. No matter how gentle a woman is, she becomes very strong when facing her own child as a mother. Come, eat. Today, the local Wu sent over some pork, all from rural native pigs, freshly slaughtered. The meat is very good. I cooked your favorite twice-cooked pork. I even added fermented black beans. It smells great. After serving Gu Jiangwo a good meal, Wen Wan sat quietly beside him, casually letting down her pinned-up hair, untying her apron to reveal the pale yellow floral dress underneath. She transformed back into the elegant and dignified mature woman she was outside. Like performing a magic trick, she pulled out a bottle of wine from behind her, deliberately glancing sideways at Gu Jiangwo with a challenging look in her eyes. Come. Want a drink? Ha ha ha, okay, let's have a drink. Then I'll prepare some snacks to go with the drinks. There's still a bag of drunken peanuts in the kitchen. Watching his wife happily walk towards the kitchen, Gu Jiangwo slowly restrained his smile, a cold frost forming in his eyes. This afternoon at the meeting, I emphasized that we must fully restore production. The 2 breeding pigs collected from the countryside yesterday at the gathering place must be given special protection. However, by evening, someone had already delivered pork, and it was the director Fang Wu who arranged for it to be sent. Live pigs are easy to find, but breeding pigs are hard to come by. Before the apocalypse, in rural pig farming, to ensure pigs grow fast, grow well, and get sick less often, piglets would be castrated when they were young. Therefore, very few farmers raise pigs that are capable of breeding. To make an inappropriate analogy, these 2 pigs are an auspicious sign for the current gathering place of the prime ministers. Important assets. They represent descendants for generations, endless and infinite. The future source of meat at the gathering place was actually killed by these people for a protest. Gu Jiangwo, who usually has a good temper, was also somewhat angered. If he really handed over the gathering place to this group of fools, wouldn't it become a complete mess? But the problem now is that not handing it over is also not an option. If the struggle is based on the rules, everyone still keeps to the bottom line. Even if Fang Wu has now sided with the other party, Gu Jiangwo has 100 ways to break them up, wear them down, and defeat them. But now the other side clearly doesn't want to play by the rules anymore, they just want to flip the table and play wild, using personal threats without any sense of martial ethics. The red cross at the door is a warning of force, and Fang Wu sending pork is a message to himself not to expect anyone to protect him. Come on. Old Gu. A plate of drunken peanuts coated with spices was placed in front of me. Goo goo goo. The crystal clear white liquor swirled with bubbles in the transparent glass. Let's have one. Looking at his wife's smiling face like a blooming flower, Gu Jiangwo felt somewhat relieved. Water has no constant form, go with the flow. I have already done everything I can as the leader of the gathering place. Pushing further will only lead to both husband and wife losing their lives, and it won't change the outcome. The only difference is whether the leader of the gathering place resigns voluntarily or is killed by mutated creatures. Resign voluntarily to gain some real benefits, and go to the night market to find your son. Family is the most important. After figuring this out, Gu Jiangwo also calmly raised his glass. Cheers. It's enough to handle matters outside the family by myself. The only thing I can do is to try my best to protect my family. Chapter 83 Reconnaissance. Rustle rustle rustle. Rumble rumble rumble. Crack. Braving the sudden torrential rain, Jia Sanyu's convoy finally arrived at Zaixiang town. The convoy stopped by the roadside about 1 kilometer from the town. For safety reasons, except for the indicator lights on the vehicles, all other lights were turned off. Bang bang bang. Sensing a light source flickering on the window, Jia Sanyu opened the car door. Hoo hoo. The moment the car door opened, a cool breeze carrying the damp rain air blew in. Report, Company Commander. We test flew the drone, but the results were not ideal. The rain was too heavy, and 1 drone crashed. We barely managed to collect a bit of information, but it was impossible to scout the entire town. Wang Yu stood in the rain curtain wearing an army green camouflage raincoat, the pouring rain washing over him like a waterfall. After every few words, he had to wipe the rain from his face that was blocking his vision. Yes, Company Commander, this damn drone just crashed directly, worth tens of thousands, it hurts to even look at it. The rain is too heavy, the drone can't fly steadily at all. I'd better lead our third platoon to do the reconnaissance. The tall Lu Chong squeezed out from behind Wang Yu wearing a raincoat, his bulky equipment puffing out the raincoat like a small mountain. Any information? Jia Sanyu ignored Lu Chong's words. It was night, and the rain was so heavy that visibility was reduced to less than 2 meters. Sending someone in to scout at this time was a death sentence. He didn't want to give this order unless absolutely necessary. Yes, company commander, please take a look at this. Saying this, Wang Yu leaned half his body into the car and took out a display screen from his pocket. Although my territorial drone crashed, it wasn't a total loss, it still captured some footage before falling. Look at this corner. Wang Yu zoomed in on the lower right corner of the pitch-black image. Look at this corner, these several buildings, there are several faint lights. With my many years of aerial photography experience, I am sure these are lights from people moving around. And look at this distribution, along with the light and shadow outlines, I speculate there must be quite a few people. Wang Yu actively and earnestly analyzed with Jia Sanyu, eager to prove his own value. Before the apocalypse, as a drone aerial photography enthusiast, he liked to travel around, using drones to record scenery, then editing the videos and posting them online to earn income, which also made him a small influencer with 100,000 followers. After having a stable income, he became even more determined in his hobby, even converting his off-road vehicle into a small drone platform that can simultaneously carry 12 drones of different models and functions. But 2 weeks ago, while he was on his way to the next aerial photography spot and temporarily stopped at a service area to rest, the apocalypse broke out. After using drones to witness the terrible traffic conditions on the highway and the bloody scenes of people being eaten alive on site, Wang Yu and his assistant decided to hold their position and hide in the car, waiting for rescue. As a result, they stayed put for 2 whole weeks. These two really took what it means to be cautious to the extreme. To avoid attracting the attention of zombies, even the waste was sealed inside the vehicle without any leakage. When Jia Sanyu and the others rescued them and opened the car door, the smell was absolutely overwhelming. With such glorious deeds, Wang Yu and the other were secretly nicknamed dog gods in succession. No matter how the first company teased him, Wang Yu didn't care. After the apocalypse, his hobbies had changed, he no longer wanted to be a carefree drone photographer. He wanted to join the army. He wanted to dedicate himself to Zhou Bang. Alright, he was just scared into a shadow. It's the apocalypse, where else could feel safer than being with the troops? Drones are very beautiful. But if I take out a 12.7mm caliber, 3,000 rounds per minute vehicle-mounted rotary machine gun, how would you respond, sir? Lu Chong. Here. In the lightning, Lu Chong looked at Jia Sanyu with eyes full of light. Take your platoon and scout the place one you mentioned to see if there are any survivors active. Once confirmed, report immediately. This concerns the mission, act discreetly, and do not let your guard down. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. As the words fell, Lu Chong turned his head, took out the walkie-talkie, and shouted. Third platoon, third platoon. Those still outside, hurry up and get on the vehicle. Put away your guns when you pee, break them when you poop. Depart exactly in 30 seconds. After saying that, Lu Chong lowered his head and pulled the raincoat hood on his head down hard, then charged into the heavy rain like a grizzly bear. Chapter 84, So Rude. Damn, this rain is really heavy, even with an umbrella I'm soaked through. Watching Zhao Lin, drenched and shivering, walk into the guard room, Ji Kong exclaimed in surprise. Your mom, I don't know which little brat chopped off the head, after construction they didn't put on the manhole cover. I fell straight down. Why not avoid it? Hearing Ji Kong ask this, Zhao Lin got even angrier. Damn it. The road outside is flooded like a small river. I already saw that puddle and thought, how deep could the water on the road be? The result was that one step in and it went straight to my scalp. Saying that, he even raised his hand above his head, gesturing the depth. I didn't even have time to scream for help, it just went gulp gulp. I was made to drink until I was full. Zhao Lin was cursing while taking off his clothes. I say, Gu Jiangwo is such an idiot. The walls have been built so high, and he still wants us to patrol. We're drinking cold water late at night, while those stupid leaders are fast asleep in bed. Hey! Keep your voice down. Be careful not to be heard, Ji Kong hurriedly reminded as Zhao Lin's words became more and more outrageous. So what if you heard it? He Gu Jiangwo is a leader, isn't my dad. Zhao Linyue got angrier and angrier, his whole stomach turning from water into fire. This is Zaixiang town, not Tianzi city. It's the end of the world, why be afraid of him? If he pisses me off, I'll just call the brothers from Luobua village to deal with him. Even Minister Fong doesn't support him anymore, I think he's about to. Beep beep beep. A sudden piercing honk broke through, interrupting Zhao Lin's full-blown complaints. Zhao Lin and Ji Kong instinctively looked towards the iron gate following the sound. The guard post was just a converted mobile security booth, not shielded from light. The strong car headlights, like little suns, shone straight into their faces, making their eyes sting and unable to open. Your damn mom. Turning on the lights and honking the horn in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? I'm going to see which stupid survivor is trying to escape. Hey, I'll go. You're already soaking wet, take a rest. Ji Kong saw that he was looking for someone to vent his anger on, worried something might happen, so he quickly grabbed him. Go to hell. I usually treat you politely, and you actually take it seriously. You still dare to pull me? What the hell are you? Angry Zhao Lin urgently needed someone to vent on. Seeing Ji Kong pulling him, he showed no respect and started cursing directly. With a flick of his hand, he grabbed the rural pig-cutting sickle from the guard room and rushed out, leaving Ji Kong standing there with a pale face. Damn you, let me see which bastard is honking the horn. Shirtless, Zhao Lin revealed the tattoos on his chest and back, holding a shiny sickle in his hand, and stormed into the rain under the dazzling white light with a fierce momentum. The rain was heavy, and Zhao Lin, with no cover above his head, was hit by the rain to the point he could barely open his eyes. After being blinded by the strong light, he looked around and everything was a double image. Out of breath, he squinted his eyes and came to the front of this green, off-road vehicle, the strong light causing a shadow effect under the lamp, allowing him to only make out the cold, hard, and fierce front of the car. He vaguely felt something was off, but his rising anger made him not think much about it. As a local bully, he had long developed the habit of looking down on others. No matter how rich you are, when you come to the Prime Minister's gathering place, you have to keep a low profile. Damn it. Your mom. Hurry up and get the hell down here. Lu Chong sat inside the car, looking out at the heavy rain, watching the tattooed man bare-chested, waving a large cleaver wildly, and glanced back at the communications soldier Xiao Aben with some confusion. Is he crazy? No, is the local gang really this rude? You dare to stab me just because you have a knife? Do you really think I'm driving a bumper car? The window of the green off-road vehicle in front slowly rolled down, and a black tube slowly extended out. Seeing this, Zhao Lin, who was very excited just a second ago, suddenly sobered up, stiffened in place, and felt somewhat at a loss. As the warm redness faded, he suddenly felt the rain hitting his body was very cold, very chilly. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky above his head. Only at this moment did Zhao Lin clearly see what terrifying thing was hidden in the darkness. An armored vehicle. There are 3. Because there are 2 more parked behind without their lights on. The hand holding the gun at the car window didn't move, while the other large hand wearing a tactical glove was raised, making a waving gesture towards him. Zhao Lin shakily handed over the chopper in his hand. That hand waved, indicating no. Then he beckoned to him again. After a brief thought, Zhao Lin shifted his body and leaned toward the car window. Bang! Damn it! Chapter 85, Will You Also Despair? Boom! Fong Wu, who was sound asleep, suddenly woke up with a start and sat up straight. A streak of lightning outside the window cast his face in a ghastly pale light. Damn, it sounds like gunshots. Fong Gu, there are no gunshots, it's just thunder. A coquettish voice sounded beside me, and a plump, snow-white wave of flesh lazily clung over, like a man-eating demon. Besides, in this room, aren't you the only one with a gun? Fong Wu, still shaken, blocked the woman's reaching hand and wiped the fine cold sweat on his forehead. Don't mess around, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Click. A cluster of orange-yellow flames lit up the dark room. Hiss. Fong Wu took a deep drag, the fullness brought by the cigarette to his lungs greatly eased his tense nerves. Why do I feel a bit restless tonight? Leaning against the headboard, Fong Wu began to think to himself. Could it be that supporting the local gang is wrong? Or should I be helping Gu Jiangwo? Fong Wu shook his head. Now the entire Prime Minister's gathering place is almost entirely made up of local factions, even himself. Thinking of this, he glanced sideways at the woman on the bed. Now he can be considered half a local faction. Considered half a son-in-law of Luobua village. The outside world all says that Fang Wu hated Gu Jiangwo because a distant nephew died. In fact, only Fang Wu himself knows, there isn't that much love and hate. Why would he go against the leader of the gathering place for a distant nephew he barely cared about? Are you okay? If you're fine, you might as well eat some lilium plums. The fundamental reason is still that he does not have confidence in Gu Jiangwo and does not believe that joining forces with him can suppress the local faction. Because almost everyone in the gathering place, including the armed forces under his control, has various kinship ties with the local faction. Once a fight breaks out, is it going to be the son arresting the father? The nephew arresting the uncle? Or the brother-in-law arresting the brother-in-law? This is a rural area. When you dig beneath the surface, you will find that the clan's vast root system is embedded in every person. Walking to the end with Gu Jiangwo can only mean being opposed by the whole world, ultimately leading to reckoning. Unless there is a powerful external force intervening, such as Zhou Bang. But is that possible? Why did he wait until now to make a decision? Because he didn't wait. It was precisely because he saw this clearly that he took the opportunity to lash out and chose to break ties with Gu Jiangwo. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking suddenly sounded. It almost scared Fang Wu into cardiac arrest, even causing the cigarette in his hand to fall. Minister Fang. Minister Fang. Open the door quickly. Something happened. Open the door quickly. Upon hearing this, Fang Wu jumped up from the bed like a spring and ran barefoot straight to the door. What's going on? Outside the door, Ji Kong was soaked through, covered in black mud, and the slippers on his feet had slipped down to his ankles, looking extremely disheveled. Something terrible has happened. Zhao Lin was beaten to death by the army. The alert team raised the alarm. When I arrived, I heard that Uncle Dong from Radish Village was leading people over there. You'd better go take a look quickly, or else if they clash with the army later, it will be over. Seeing Ji Kang's panicked expression, Fang Wu's mind also became confused. The army? Where did the army come from? How could Zhao Lin have been beaten to death? Zhao Dong only has this one son. How many troops have arrived? What impact will they have on the situation at the gathering place? In an instant, countless questions arose in Fang Wu's mind, his head buzzing. But now is clearly not the time to think. As someone who has retired, Fang Wu is very clear about the army's methods during special periods. His heart skipped a beat, praying that Zhao Dong would stay calm, otherwise something serious would definitely happen. Quick! Lead the way. Casually grabbing a piece of clothing, Fang Wu followed Ji Kong out of the house and ran towards the gathering place gate. Splashing. As time passed, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it grew heavier and heavier, as if the sky itself was about to collapse. Fang Wu, running behind Ji Kong, was almost unable to open his eyes, battered by the rain columns that shot down like sharp swords. With his eyes squinting, he struggled to follow Ji Kang's increasingly blurred figure. The torrential rain almost cut off his senses, making it seem as if he was the only person left in the world. Ah! Suddenly, Fang Wu let out a painful scream. It felt as if something had tripped him. The next moment, he lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. Hiss! Struggling to get up, he suddenly gasped in pain. Trembling, he reached toward his chest and found more than a dozen sharp protrusions. How could there be so many shards of glass stuck in the ground? Fang Wu struggled to turn over and lie flat on his back. On the uneven muddy ground, the rushing water continuously battered his body. Ji Kong! Ji Kong! Fang Wu's weak cries were drowned out by the rain. The more than a dozen sharp glass shards deeply embedded in his chest made him dare not exert any strength. Even a slight effort made him feel his internal organs being scraped. Under the wash of the rain, Fang Wuning lying on the ground could feel himself rapidly losing body heat, with more than a dozen ruptures on his chest, each second seeping a large amount of fresh blood. His whole body felt weak, and he was growing increasingly feeble. The army and Luobwa village all disappeared from his mind. Right now, his mind was filled with thoughts of Ji Kong. Praying that the idiot has already realized he is not here. Coming back to find himself. Slowly. He was so weak that his eyes began to see double. Minister Fang. Ji Kong. Fang Wu struggled to open his eyes wide and clearly saw the figure looking down at him. You, idiot, why, did you, just, come? Ji Kong stood coldly above Fang Wu, staring at him with a mocking look in his eyes. This bastard is already so weak, yet he still acts so high and mighty, looking down on ordinary people. Because I want to see you struggle a little longer. Upon hearing this, Fang Wu's pupils, weakened and unfocused, suddenly contracted. Taking advantage of the lightning in the sky, he finally saw clearly that Ji Kong was holding a piece of glass identical to the one on his own chest. It's him. Ji Kong. What are you trying to do? You are still young, don't ever go down the path of breaking the law and committing crimes. Fang Wu struggled to move his body away from Ji Kong, looking as miserable as maggots in a toilet. Heh. Ji Kong suddenly felt very bored. It turned out that even a high and mighty figure, when facing death, would panic, beg for mercy, and feel helpless just like his sister. It turns out he is also afraid of death and feels pain. Thinking of his sister who was forced by Na En's men to jump off a cliff, Ji Kong felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even through the thick newspaper, his right hand gripping the glass shard was clenched until it bled crimson. Ji Kang's face was fierce as he stomped on the many glass shards protruding from Fang Wu's chest. It was like crushing a cockroach. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. He controlled the angle and nailed piece after piece of glass shards into Fang Wu's body. It seemed that only in this way could the hatred in his heart be slightly eased. Fang Wu's eyeballs bulged, weakly tugging at Ji Kang's trouser leg. You can't kill me. Seeing that Fang Wu was lifeless, Ji Kong rubbed his shoe against him before slowly pulling it back. Glancing towards Fang Wu's home, Ji Kong returned to his original disheveled state and ran in that direction in a panic. Chapter 86, Uncle Dong, please use your wisdom to win. Zhao Lin was shot in the head, lying on his back in the rain like a big character, the sharp guillotine blade thrown to the side, the blood on his body almost dried up, and the rainwater flowing around changed from deep red to a faint pink. On his pale face, his wide-open eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to believe that a shot was really fired, unable to believe that he was really going to die like this. Not far from the corpse, lying on the ground as well, was the iron gate that had been knocked down. The rainwater flowing by was also stained a dark red, but that was rust. So whether it is a living being or a dead object, in front of the violent machine, they are equally fragile and powerless. Zhao Lin only understood this truth at the moment of his death. Lu Chong is very angry now. He didn't expect Zhao Lin's death to cause such a big mess. I thought he was just a small nobody, but it turns out he actually has some skills. Damn it, have we stirred up a hornet's nest? So many people. The front of the Mengsher 3 armored vehicle had already crashed into the gathering place of the prime ministers. Lu Chong, wearing a raincoat, was standing at the front of the vehicle, his eyes darkly watching the ever-growing crowd. There were young ones, old ones, individuals, and groups. They were continuously coming out from the residential area behind, holding lights that gathered like fireflies. This group of people held a variety of weapons, including machetes, watermelon knives, hammers, shovels, steel rods, and so on. A group of about 100 people gathered on this not very spacious street, looking somewhat imposing. Damn it, so it's these soldiers in front who killed Xiaolin, right? Don't worry, once you give the order, not a single person in our radish village is spineless. Yes, Uncle Dong, daring to kill Xiaolin means going against our radish village. Soldiers are no exception. Brother Xiaolin has always been so good to me, I must avenge him. Yes, kill them all. Kill them all. The villagers of Luobua village were furious, each shouting curses and waving their weapons as if their own sons had died. Seeing this, Lu Chong also directly ordered the 7th squad to remove the oilcloth wrapped around the rotating machine gun on top of the Mengsher 3 armored assault vehicle. As the soldier who had climbed onto the roof tore off the tarpaulin, the large and thick CSLM 512 7mm rotary machine gun was exposed before everyone's eyes. The cold rain fell unimpeded onto the hard metal of the gun, and the splashing gun oil scent seemed to be the breath of death beginning to spread in the air. Quiet. Everyone, calm down. Zhao Dong, surrounded deep within the crowd, spoke up. He was holding a black umbrella, wearing a somewhat worn gray suit, with black rectangular glasses, a somewhat thin figure, looking rather pale. Thrown into the crowd, he looked like a somewhat educated but not very knowledgeable rural old man. No one would ever associate him with the notorious Luobua village, let alone imagine him as the village chief of Luobua village. Dong Shu, what are you still thinking about? Just cut them down. If you kill Xiaolin, even soldiers must pay with their lives. A burly man holding a machete was extremely agitated, as if Xiao Dong didn't speak again, he would rush out in the next second. Alright, number 2, you're up, Xiao Dong ordered. Ha! The air suddenly fell silent. The villagers gathered around all looked towards Wang Lauer. Me? Wang Lauer pointed at himself somewhat incredulously. Yes, you, go and kill them. Zhao Dong's voice reached Wang Lao's ears again, cold as if this storm. Seeing the villagers all looking at him with hopeful faces. Wang Lao felt that the 1-meter-long watermelon knife in his hand, wielded like an extension of his arm, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He couldn't even lift it properly. In the past, whenever something major happened, Luobwa village would gather like this, but that was only a demonstration. Who's really going up? Only an idiot would really go up. Wang Lao thought he wasn't. So he hesitated for a while, not daring to move forward even half a step. Finally, his face flushed red as he said. Dong Shu, you take the smart approach. Chapter 87, Dare to Insult Me? Ignoring Wang Lao retreating sheepishly back into the crowd. Zhao Dong raised his right hand, and someone immediately handed him a megaphone. Slightly adjusting his emotions, Zhao Dong's sorrowful voice came out of the heavily distorted speaker after water damage. It sounds even more heart-wrenching this way. Uncle Dong is very satisfied with this tone. Officer on the other side, I am Zhao Lin's father. I want to ask you, on what grounds? What authority? Do you have to take action against an ordinary civilian? He is only 22 years old. I, an old man, am almost 70. This is such a tragic human drama of the old seeing the young pass away. As the saying goes, the people should not fight against the officials. But today, I, the old man, just want justice. I want an explanation. Otherwise, not only will I, the old man, not agree, but the 100 or so people in our radish village will not agree either. Even if it costs us our lives, we will sue you. Zhao Dong's final shout was a mournful cry like the blood-curdling call of a cuckoo. Although there was an element of acting, after all it was his own son, Zhao Dong's voice still carried genuine emotion. As soon as the words fell, all the 100 or so people in Radish village shouted out. Yes. We'll sue you. We'll sue you. We want to sue you to death. Lu Chong stood in the heavy rain, and even though he was wearing a raincoat, his whole body was almost soaked with moisture, sticky and uncomfortable. After listening sideways for a while, he anxiously scratched his ear again. Damn it, what the hell are they talking about? Gibberish. What are they shouting behind me? They want to get me, want to kill me. Lu Chong from Jiangnan listened for a long time but couldn't make out anything. The heavily accented Mandarin, the hoarse loudspeaker, and the dense rain noise all irritated him more and more. Damn it, attacking a military vehicle with a knife and they still think they're justified? These damn troublemakers. Little Abin, you speak. You're from Guangji, right? Did you hear clearly? What the hell are they saying? Are you shouting that you want to fight me? The communications soldier standing nearby, upon hearing this, was also somewhat uncertain. I didn't hear clearly, it seemed like they said something. He is your father. He wants you to confess. There are about 100 of them who refuse. They would risk their lives to get you. What you heard behind was them shouting, a group of them saying, we want to get you, we want to get you, we want to kill you. Damn it. This is absolutely outrageous. In a fit of rage, Lu Chong slammed his fist onto the hood of the Mengshi 3 armored vehicle. He couldn't understand it, had the world really changed? The thugs at the military factory were afraid at the sight of guns, so why did the people here repeatedly ignore them? Does my third squad really have no deterrent power at all? A bunch of armed criminals. Rioters. Today I'm going to see how they deal with me. Saying that, Lu Chong drew the Type 92 pistol from his waist, his eyes fixed on the old man in the crowd who had just shouted at him through a megaphone, and charged straight ahead. Little Abin saw Lu Chong go over and quickly called 2 squads of soldiers from the platoon to follow. Click. Click. The sound of pulling the bolt rang out, indicating that these soldiers were all ready to see blood. Damn you. What did you say? Lu Chong was tall and strong, like an angry brown bear charging into a flock of sheep. He held a Type 92 pistol reversed in his hand, using it as a mini baton. A hammer strike aimed at the blonde head with a lip piercing at the very front. Ow! At this moment, the blonde felt like his head was about to split open. With a terrified face, he covered the bloody bump on his head and screamed as he kept retreating. After smashing the blonde on the right, Lu Chong struck to the left with lightning speed. The edges on the back of the pistol were as sharp as a knife. The buzzcut man holding the cleaver was caught off guard, and a 1-finger-long gash was cut open on his forehead, blood flowing freely. But he didn't have the slightest thought of fighting back, and could only awkwardly hide among the crowd behind him. You damn! You damn! Insulting me! Dare to insult me! Just like that, Lu Chong alternated his left and right hands, swinging the pistol in wide arcs, smashing his way forward wildly. The thugs blocking his path were all smashed by him, fleeing in panic while clutching their heads and screaming miserably. With this extremely fierce posture, Lu Chong relied on the 92 pistol in his hand to forcefully break through the crowd, smashing all the way to Zhao Dong's front. Zhao Dong looked up in terror at this warrior who seemed to move as if no one was there. He couldn't understand why, even though he had lost his own son, this man seemed even angrier. Is there any justice left after all? Lu Chong couldn't understand either. How dare this old guy in front of him insult him? The nearly 2-meter-tall Lu Chong grabbed the about 1.6-meter-tall Zhao Dong like Xiang Yu beating up a goblin, swinging a handgun wildly at Zhao Dong's head. So fierce. So damn fierce. The surrounding villagers, seeing this, scrambled away in all directions, afraid that if they retreated too late, they would also be pinned down and beaten. At this moment, a subsequent company of troops happened to arrive. The company commander, Jia Sanyu, saw as soon as he got off the vehicle that Lu Chong was surrounded by over 100 people, each holding a weapon. Damn it, this is unbelievable. Surround them. Dare to move and be killed on the spot. Chapter 88, Counterterrorism only needs a list. After the rain, the sky cleared, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the earth. The few osmanthus trees outside the administrative building were not damaged by the rain, on the contrary, they became even more lush and vibrant. Sitting in the conference room of the administrative building, Gu Jiangwo felt a sense of unreality. Just after a nap, he actually won. Could this be the popular internet term in recent years, lying down to win? Recalling last night's experience, he still felt it was quite surreal. First, he was woken up by the panicked deputy town mayor, who said there was a major incident at the gathering place. Thought it was a zombie invasion. He hurriedly followed and ran over, but when he arrived at the gathering place's entrance, he saw a dense crowd kneeling on the ground. Upon closer look, they were all acquaintances who had been against him. He was of course happy to see the enemies in trouble, but what excited him even more was seeing armored vehicles and fully armed soldiers. This almost made him think that the Zhoubang court had organized itself, otherwise there would be no reason to send valuable troops to such a remote town. Even if Xixiang town is the second largest town in the province, it would never have such a priority. But after understanding from the leaders of this unit, the result was even more shocking than his own guess. This unit was actually sent by his son to pick him up. Son. Upon hearing this news, Gu Jiangwo first quickly reviewed his own life over the past half-century to see if there had been any issues with his lifestyle, and only then dared to think about his eldest son. No, I told you to live well, but you actually ended up becoming a military commander. Thinking of this, even though a long time had passed since he learned the news, Gu Jiangwo, sitting in the conference room, was still emotionally stirred. At that time, afraid of embarrassing his son in front of his subordinates, Gu Jiangwo didn't have the courage to directly ask what rank his son currently held. But with his understanding of the military and considering the tense end-of-the-world situation now, being able to pull out a company from valuable military resources in the central theater to save him, although somewhat unbelievable, Gu Jiangwo still felt that his son must have truly risen to the top. At the very least, he had risen to the top of Yezhou province. Besides that, he couldn't think of any way to mobilize a company to travel over 300 kilometers, coming from the provincial capital's night market to pick him up. Gu Jiangwo slowly digested this absurd yet the only reasonable possibility. Difficult day. His son, when it comes to the official side, has indeed inherited some true skills, showing a bit of his own shadow from years ago. But this is just too outrageous, right? Gu Jiangwo can't figure out no matter how hard he thinks. 2 weeks ago he was just a college student pestering him for living expenses, so how could he arrange for a whole company to come to his rescue 2 weeks later? And it's not just any ordinary company. Gu Jiangwo observed slightly that whether it was the personnel's demeanor or their heavily armed equipment, not to mention the whole bunch of armored vehicles, they were absolutely elite without a doubt. He lit a cigarette, calming his turbulent emotions. How did my son become so formidable? We can talk more when we meet, but the urgent task now is to eliminate the lingering poison brought by the local faction led by Luobwa village, and restore a clear and just environment to the Prime Minister's gathering place. As for Fang Wu, who was found dead in the alley this morning, Gu Jiangwo's eyes also showed a trace of sighing. He was originally a good official who cared for the people, otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended himself to take charge of the gathering place's work. Unfortunately, the power vacuum caused by the collapse of the system corrupted him, making him forget his original intention and focus solely on holding on to the power in his hands. Gu Jiangwo has been an official for many years and has seen too many people like this. It's neither disgust nor understanding, It's just the weakness of human nature at work. Therefore, Gu Jiangwo does not intend to pursue the crimes committed by Fang Wu, nor does he plan to thoroughly investigate who killed him. Balancing merits and faults, it can be said that he is left with some dignity. What about the other people at the gathering place? I heard counterterrorism only requires a list. Gu Jiangwo plans to consult that company commander properly and ask him if this is really true. Chapter 89 List. Beep beep beep. Beep beep. The whistle sounded, and outside the administrative building where the Prime Minister gathered, a fully armed company of soldiers quickly assembled. Report the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reporting, Company Commander. The first platoon should be present. At ease. Attention. In front of the administration building, the commotion of the troops gathering quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding survivors, who were all discussing this suddenly appeared unit. The survivors gathered at the site felt as if the sky had changed upon waking up, with explosive gossip coming one after another. Earlier, over 100 people from Carrot Village were detained by the army, and later, Fang Wu from the former armed forces was found brutally killed in an alley. The onlookers couldn't help but applaud these pieces of news. The people's eyes are sharp, they may not distinguish right from wrong clearly, but they know very well who is riding roughshod over them. For example, Fang Wu thinks he acts very well, but in the gathering place, which grassroots resident doesn't know that he is colluding with Luobwa village, acting in cahoots. Therefore, regarding Fang Wu's tragic death, the most common phrase among the residents of the gathering place was, "Sir, for the greater good." Ji Kong was also mixed in with the crowd, nervously watching the troops assembled in front of the administrative building, wondering if they would arrest him. Although Fang Wu was extremely evil, he had indeed killed people, including officials at the gathering place. Killing Fang Wu last night couldn't be called premeditated, it was more of an opportunistic act. The heavy rain and chaos made him realize this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Only then was there the temporary setup of traps to ambush Fang Wu. It was the apocalypse that forced him to become like this. Forcing him to kill. Fang Wu should actually blame himself more, blame himself for driving the sheep to become wolves, and the good people to become madmen. So even though Ji Kong killed someone for the first time last night, he didn't feel anything was wrong. If you kill someone, you should be killed, if you are killed, you will die. What's wrong with that? Not only that, he used the same trick again, deceiving his way into the Fang family's door, holding a piece of glass, and decisively and neatly stabbed into Fang Wu's mistress's main artery. Yes, leave no survivors. For him, everything is just the beginning. According to the plan, he would kill more, wiping out these bad guys one by one, savoring the look of despair in their eyes before they die. But the army's purge interrupted his plan. Why is justice always late? Why do we always have to wait until the victim goes mad? Can I still turn back? Ji Kong thought somewhat confusedly. At ease. Attention. Comrade leader, the entire company has assembled, please give your instructions. Jia Sanyu saluted Gu Jiangwo and shouted loudly. Gu Jiangwo looked at this well-disciplined and well-equipped armed force in front of him, feeling deeply moved. If only there had been such a unit earlier, things would not have come to this. How can I still be so timid and hesitant, dealing with this bunch of losers in the gathering place? They should have all been caught and shot long ago. These past 2 weeks, without exaggeration, have been the most frustrating 2 weeks since he entered politics. A dignified city-level leader being threatened by a bunch of thugs and hooligans with no way to respond, it's truly pathetic. Fortunately, I gave birth to a good big son. Thinking of this, Gu Jiangwo scanned the group of soldiers armed to the teeth in front of him again. Letting out a long sigh of frustration, I just felt refreshed and clear-headed. Awesome. Awesome. Damn, it feels so damn good. Company Commander Jia, you flatter me. Right now, I am just the leader of a small gathering place. In terms of jurisdiction, we do not have a superior-subordinate relationship. Regarding the matter of eradicating the cancer within the gathering place, I am already very grateful that you are willing to help for the sake of the tens of thousands of people living here. So this is just a request, not an order. Speaking of this, Gu Jiangwo turned around to face all the soldiers in the company and raised his voice. Comrades. Soldiers. I, Gu Jiangwo, on behalf of all the residents in our settlement, ask you to take action and restore a clean and upright environment to our settlement. Please. After speaking, Gu Jiangwo bowed to all the soldiers of the first company. Hey hey. Not allowed. Not allowed. The direction the commander points is the direction we advance. As the father of the commander, we are one family, no need to be so formal. Jia Sanyu quickly helped Gu Jiangwo up. The commander's father didn't know what was going on, but didn't he know himself? How could we let the commander's father bow to us? This is just too incompetent. Jia Sanyu said that he is actually the company commander, has a lot to learn in the future, and still wants to keep improving. However, although Gu Jiangwo's bow left the soldiers of the company somewhat at a loss, it still caused them to develop a very high regard for him. This was certainly enhanced by Commander Gu Chengyuan, but it also owed much to Gu Jiangwo's personal charm. Gu Jiangwo won the soldiers' favor through respect. Now that the soldiers' favor has been won, it means someone is going to be in big trouble. Platoon leaders. Come over and assemble. Collect the arrest list. To emphasize once again, everyone listed on the list must be captured without exception. If resistance is encountered midway, execute on the spot immediately. A row of blockades sealed off all exits of the gathering place, not allowing a single person to escape. At the same time as Jia Sanyu's order was issued, Gu Jiangwo also, in the name of the gathering place management, announced the order to place the entire gathering place under temporary military control. As for whether anyone opposed? Yes, but that was in the past. Now, there is nothing he wants to do that he cannot accomplish. Chapter 90, Purge. As one order after another was issued, a tense and deadly atmosphere spread throughout the Prime Minister's gathering place. Survivors passing by on the street couldn't help but quicken their pace, and those who had just stepped out hurriedly retreated back inside. One armored assault vehicle, the Mengsher 3, fully loaded with soldiers, drove out from the square outside the administrative building, trailing clouds of smoke behind. These armored vehicles first sped along the main road of the South Ring Road, then during the journey, one or two vehicles would split off from the convoy, turning into or stopping in alleys of different residential areas. Each vehicle's squad leader carried a copy of the arrest list, and for most names, a corresponding 1-inch color photo was thoughtfully attached. To prevent missed or mistaken arrests, those without photos were accompanied by local guides. The platoon where Lu Chong is stationed has been assigned the task of capturing the remaining personnel of the Luobwa village. Gu Jiangwo deeply detests the Luobwa village gang. It can be said to be the biggest source of instability in the Prime Minister's gathering place since the apocalypse, with villagers involved in numerous crimes. Considering the insufficient conditions for handling cases in the post-apocalyptic era, Gu Jiangwo made a firm decision not to investigate but to arrest everyone directly first. A public trial will be held at that time. Repay injustice with injustice, repay hatred with hatred. No grievances, no hatred, just kill on sight. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Such a large criminal gang, oppressing residents, acting arrogantly, directly or indirectly causing so many deaths. Even if their relatives and friends did not participate, they still indirectly benefited and enjoyed the proceeds of their crimes. Using chopsticks while eating, but crying innocence when beaten. Even if falsely accused, if beaten to death, they deserve it. In terms of iron and blood, the Gu family father and son can be said to be of one lineage, showing little sympathy for individuals on a micro level. As long as the general direction is correct and beneficial to the collective, personal harm is completely outside their consideration. The army's arrest process went exceptionally smoothly. Faced with a company of soldiers armed to the teeth and fully equipped, these villagers who used to be aggressive and quarrelsome in the countryside had no thought of resisting at all. The rules that protected them in peacetime completely failed in the apocalypse. The company soldiers simply did not care about any consequences or public opinion. Heavens! Heavenly Bodhisattva! Oh my God! Neighbors from around, come and see. These are the sons of Zhou's soldiers. No breaking the law, no crime. Charging in and wanting to arrest people, wanting to kill people. If you want to arrest me, go to the labor camp. Heavens! Lord of Heaven! I'm already over 40 years old, how can I possibly endure this? In the alley, a middle-aged woman heavily made up flailed back and forth like a fish, tearing at her clothes while crying out in a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. The survivors watching from a distance pointed fingers at her, talking about something unknown. The soldiers of the 3rd Platoon, 7th Squad, surrounded the woman, unsure of what to do. Whenever they tried to approach and grab her, she would grab their hands and grope herself, her torn blouse swinging like nunchaku. They struck her head-on and all over. The injuries were minor, but the humiliation was intense. Several soldiers tried to capture her, but found this woman harder to hold down than a pig during the new year. Their thinking was influenced by discipline, and for a moment, they were at a standstill. Upon receiving the news, Lu Chong rushed over from the neighboring alley. As soon as he arrived, he saw a woman sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around. Damn it. Your damn 7th squad is going backwards in life, a whole squad can't even handle a single woman. Hand over the list. Taking the list, Lu Chong quickly matched the information of the women. Lao Rongji. Wife of Wang Lauer, the ringleader of the Luobwa village gang. Forced dozens of women into prostitution and harmed young girls after the apocalypse. Very good. Confirming that this woman was no good, Lu Chong folded the list and casually tossed it to Squad Leader 7, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Everyone damn well watch closely, I'm only teaching this once. After speaking, Lu Chong casually took down the QCQ submachine gun from his chest and weighed it in his hand, feeling it was a bit light. Then he took back Squad Leader 7's QBZ-191 assault rifle and walked over holding it. Lao Rongji was rolling on the ground with her hair disheveled, while watching these soldiers. When she saw a tall soldier walking towards her, Lao Rongji immediately raised her voice and her rolling became more intense. Help! Help! Save me! Murder! Murder! Damn it! Stop! Lu Chong approached, suddenly raised his gun, and slammed the butt hard against Lao Rongji's head. Bang! Lao Rongji was hit, blood spurting out, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Dizzy and disoriented, she struggled to lift her head to clearly see the other person's face, to find out which damn bastard dared to hit her. But her eyes were already bloodshot from the blow, and even though she tried to open them wide, she could only vaguely see a red shadow. Bang! Lu Chong had no time to play the game of deep gazes with her, seeing that this woman still dared to glare at him, he immediately fired a second shot. Damn it! Staring. Keep staring. Bang! 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 Another 3 consecutive butt strokes, powerful and heavy, 1 dragging the head, 2 dragging the back. After all, the task items still need to be handed over, and it wouldn't be good if they were smashed to death, so it's necessary to try to ensure the integrity of the task items. After a series of butt strokes, seeing Lao Rongji lying on the ground no longer making a sound, only slight involuntary trembling throughout the body. Lu Chong then threw the blood-stained QBZ-191 rifle with the buttstock into Squad Leader 7's arms and raised an eyebrow. Look, he's already obedient. Use this template for arrests from now on. For those who roll on the ground and resist passively, use the butt of the gun. For those who attack actively, empty the magazine. Our company brought along 3 basic ammunition rounds. We were just worried about not being able to use them all. Yes. The entire 7th squad looked at Lu Chong with deep respect, as if a new world had opened up. No wonder he can be a platoon leader. The 7th squad leader's eyes were full of little stars, thinking as if he had found a direction for progress. Lu Chong nodded satisfactorily, with an expression of a teachable child. Just about to turn and leave, he suddenly spotted the survivors still pointing and gesturing in the distance. Frowning, he immediately opened his mouth and started cursing. Fucking hell. Look. What the hell are you looking at? Look again if you dare. The survivors were immediately scared and scattered like birds and beasts upon hearing this. Lu Chong hated these onlookers the most, none of them knew anything, yet they liked to spout nonsense. Teaching teachers to educate, teaching police to enforce the law, teaching the military to fight. Damn it, worthless. Has spit. Lu Chong spat fiercely in the direction of the crowd from just now. Chapter 91, Gu Jiangwo's Ambition. At noon, the square in front of the Prime Minister's administrative building was very lively, surrounded 3 layers deep inside and outside by survivors who came to attend the public trial. In the very center of the square, nearly 200 people were kneeling on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs, including men, women, old and young. To prevent them from making noise, their mouths were stuffed with rags, socks, and other gagging devices. Gu Jiangwo stood on a temporarily built platform, his gaze passing over this group of rioters on the ground who were either resentful, pleading, or numb. No, they should be called terrorists. This was also the final charge that Gu Jiangwo assigned to them. The apocalypse is coming. If we don't unite to fight the zombies and instead engage in infighting and harm our own people, if that's not anti-humanity or terrorism, then what is it? As for how many of these 200 people survive today, or whether there are any innocents, that's no longer something he cares about. It's like using surgery to remove a tumor. Would you stop or reduce the removal just because some healthy tissue might be affected? Being soft-hearted is the deadliest mistake. If the tumor is not completely removed, it will recur. If it weren't for considering the consequences, Gu Jiangwo wouldn't want a public trial, executing them all directly might be safer. Thinking this way, Gu Jiangwo sighed that he was still too soft-hearted, unable to completely eradicate evil. Son, you must never learn this from me in the future. The procedure for public trials is very simple. The terrorists are brought to a temporarily constructed platform, and as long as someone in the crowd shouts that they are guilty and lists their crimes, they are executed on the spot. There is no need for verification or proof. When the atmosphere heats up and fanaticism begins to spread, the thrill of controlling others' lives and deaths quickly causes people to lose their rationality. Tens of thousands of people fall into a collective trap, each losing their own thinking and judgment, subconsciously following the crowd instead of resisting the group. The moment a person is forced onto the high platform, they bear sins beyond themselves, related to them yet unrelated, including those they committed personally and those imposed by the collective. No one can survive. All the verdicts completely align with public opinion, and not a single flaw can be found. Gu Jiangwo said that if a tumor is not completely removed, it will recur, so he let democracy be the chief surgeon. Do you really think that way? Or is someone making you think that way? The gunshots in the square kept ringing until late at night, each shot always accompanied by frenzied shouts, like a dirge before death. These thugs and hooligans, who were insignificant before the apocalypse, probably never imagined that their funeral would be even more spectacular than that of a gang boss in a Hong Kong movie. Tens of thousands of people were ringing the death knell for them. Gu Jiangwo only watched the beginning of the public trial meeting, mainly to see the execution of the terrorist leader. After all, they had once sat together in a meeting, so it was like seeing off a colleague. Gu Jiangwo still had some decency, he wouldn't turn hostile just because a colleague was gone. That would be too ugly and not dignified at all. After watching the farewell ceremonies for several colleagues, Gu Jiangwo returned to his own office and sat alone by the balcony smoking. He was thinking about what his next step should be. Going with the troops to find your son? Living off your son? Hoping your son will succeed? Seems like it's not impossible either. But Gu Jiangwo considered a deeper issue. The future trend of the entire Zhou kingdom's world. The end times are a great chaos, but also a great change. Thinking of this, Gu Jiangwo's eyes grew even deeper, with a kind of ambiguous feeling beginning to grow. He liked reading history books and also liked to find answers from history. Although there has been no precedent of a zombie outbreak in the Zhou kingdom over 3,000 years, if viewed from a macro perspective, isn't this exactly what is called a chaotic era? It's just that the last dynasty in history was thrown into chaos by peasant uprisings, but now the chaos is caused by a zombie virus. No matter how much vitality the Zhou court still has left, its control over the local regions must have been weakened to the extreme. This might just be the opportunity. Especially since the son holds such an important authority over the military. This made Gu Jiangwo feel that if he didn't do something, he would be letting down this incredibly fortunate start. One must know, if heaven gives but you do not take, you will surely suffer harm. A power vacuum has already appeared, if you don't seize it, someone else will, so why can't it be you? The son's opportunity has arrived. It's just unknown whether that kid has noticed it. But these are all matters for later. The urgent task is to firmly control the Prime Minister's gathering place. This place can fully develop into the southwestern hub of Yesheng. As long as it is controlled, its potential can be unleashed. It can continuously provide food and population, essentially securing a solid foundation for his son. In the future, if the situation changes, there will also be a fallback option. But before that, Gu Jiangwo decided to first go check out the night market. Guarding for my son. After all, the authority in this army is too important. He was a bit worried that his naturally kind son wouldn't be able to handle it and would be taken advantage of. My son is good in every way, just too kind, just like me. Thinking of this, Gu Jiangwo crushed the cigarette in his hand, already having made up his mind. Chapter 92, Production Line Commissioning. After dinner, Gu Chengyuan took the Mengsher 3 armored command vehicle to the School of Mechanical Engineering. The School of Mechanical Engineering, as one of the flagship schools of Yezhou University, is not as shabby as the School of Management, which only has one building. The School of Mechanical Engineering is a comprehensive building covering an area equivalent to 4 standard football fields, containing 8 large workshops and dozens of small workshops inside. 2 bullet production lines were planned to be set up in Operation Room No. 1 on the first floor of the Mechanical Engineering College for assembly and production. Upon hearing the news that the military leaders were coming for an inspection, Acting Factory Director Wang Dehai arrived early with several key members of Factory 1411 to wait outside the college. Regarding the placement of Factory 1411, after careful consideration, Gu Chengyuan decided to retain its original unit name and chose to appoint the former workshop director Wang Dehai, without placing his own people in the positions. Technical matters still need to be handled by professionals. The biggest taboo is to let outsiders command insiders. Obviously, none of Gu Chengyuan's subordinates understood military-industrial production. Holding the gun barrel in hand, there was nothing to panic about. The production line was already well established and ingrained, so there was no reason to be on guard. A small military factory like this, Gu Chengyuan didn't think it could cause any trouble. Moreover, a squad of guards was stationed inside the military factory. This force, usually deployed externally, would certainly not hold back when it came to internal matters at critical moments. At the entrance of the School of Mechanical Engineering, a Monsi 3 armored command vehicle slowly pulled up behind a Monsi 3 armored assault vehicle. Wang Dehai, accompanied by 2 key members behind him, approached with a big smile, intending to open the door for Gu Chengyuan. After pulling twice without success, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The rear door was opened, and a squad of armed soldiers filed out in single file. As Gu Chengyuan's primary bodyguard, Pu Guangqiang naturally pushed him aside and swung the shotgun hanging on his chest backward. "Raise your hands." "Huh." Wang Dehai was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the unfriendly look in the eyes of the black soldier in front of him, he obediently raised both hands. Pu Guangqiang approached Wang Dehai and thoroughly searched him from head to toe, even squeezing his crotch to see if there was an extra one, checking if he was hiding a grenade. The other 2 key members were also inspected by other soldiers, with a level of thoroughness that was equal to or even exceeded that of Wang Dehai. As the operation expanded, Gu Chengyuan became increasingly steady and paid more attention to his own safety. He had also recently heard about the working styles of his subordinate soldiers, such as Lu Chong, who sometimes was a bit impatient and acted a little less civil. All of these could potentially become motives for narrow-minded people to assassinate him. But on the other hand, isn't this the survivor's own problem? The subordinates are naturally kind-hearted warriors. If they weren't pushed to the limit, how could they show a rude side? I believe that when they take action, the inner pain and struggle they feel is no less than my own, right? After confirming that there were no abnormalities, Wang Dehai was only allowed to come within 3 steps of Gu Chengyuan. "Hello, Commander, I am Wang Dehai, the acting factory director of Factory 1411. It is a great honor to have you visit our newly established Factory 1411 to inspect and guide our work." Wang Dehai, whose figure had become plump, smiled obsequiously, his already small eyes squinting almost shut. Gu Chengyuan reached out his hand and shook the other party's hand, then immediately withdrew it. In a calm tone. "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing that Gu Chengyuan showed no expression, Wang Dehai became alert and thought to himself that this young Commander Gu was somewhat difficult to deal with. All right, please lead the way, sir." Soon, under the leadership of Wang Dehai, everyone arrived at the operation room. Operation room number 1 is about the size of 3 basketball courts. As soon as he entered, Gu Chengyuan felt a chill. "It's quite cool in here," Gu Chengyuan casually remarked, and Wang Dehai immediately began to explain. "Our ammunition processing plant maintains constant temperature and humidity because of the presence of gunpowder. Over there are several temperature and humidity control systems moved from the original Factory 1411. Saying this, Wang Dehai pointed to the white metal cabinets placed in various corners of the factory building. Took a casual glance. Gu Chengyuan looked over at the 2 main devices inside the operation room again. The main purpose today was to check out these 2 treasures. However, after watching for a while, Gu Chengyuan gave up. As a liberal arts student, he said he couldn't understand anything. Wang Dehai talked to him about extension processing, tip sharpening, and reverse extrusion methods, but he simply couldn't understand. After hearing a few words, he lost interest. On the contrary, Wang Dehai, involving his own professional field, was eager to perform well in front of the commander and became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. Gu Chengyuan listened for a while and couldn't help but interrupt Wang Dehai. "Introduce the production capacity." Gu Chengyuan doesn't care at all about what equipment or processes this production line uses. What he cares about is how many bullets it can produce for him. When it comes to the factory's production data, Wang Dehai knows it like the back of his hand and can recite it offhand. With the current raw material reserves in the factory, a total of about 2 million bullets can be produced. In terms of daily production capacity, affected by the lack of production line technology and skilled workers, the current daily output is about 30,000 rounds of 5.8 mm caliber general-purpose ammunition. Wang Dehai continued to explain while watching Gu Chengyuan's expression. However, as the workers' proficiency improves, production capacity is rapidly recovering. In about 2 weeks, it should gradually return to peak capacity, reaching 100,000 rounds of bullets per day. After hearing Wang Dehai's introduction, Gu Chengyuan was quite satisfied with this data. The bullet production line was just assembled, and most of the workers were recruited on the spot from the gathering place. Achieving this output on the very first day of operation, Wang Dehai can be considered quite capable. With the work performance meeting his inner expectations, Gu Chengyuan no longer kept a stern face and smiled as he encouraged. Not bad, this output is somewhat beyond what I expected. It's clear that Factory Director Wang has put in a lot of effort. What our gathering place really needs is someone like Factory Director Wang, someone who can get things done and is willing to do so. Director Wang, keep up the good work, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehai felt a surge of joy in his heart. The fact that the leader now called him Director Wang meant that his work had been recognized, and his position was temporarily secured. I don't deserve such praise, I don't deserve it. There are so many capable people in the gathering place, I, Xiao Wang, am just doing some work within my ability, serving the leader. I am not worthy of such high praise from the leader. Looking at Wang Dehai's humble expression, Gu Chengyuan turned his head and said. Judging by Director Wang's appearance, he must also be a foodie. Guanqian, when we get back, bring a rack of fresh lamb chops to Director Wang to reward the heroes of our gathering place. And also a case of that sauce-flavored liquor for Director Wang. Look, he's all thin now. Saying this, Gu Chengyuan reached out and patted Wang Dehai's bulky shoulder. Wang Dehai instinctively bent down to make it easier for Gu Chengyuan to pat him. While repeatedly expressing thanks, he secretly swallowed his saliva. Since the apocalypse, because Gu Chengyuan holds a system, his quality of life has not differed much from before the apocalypse, and he even eats better. This is because he wields powerful armed forces. If he can't eat well, then those zombies can forget about eating too. But for ordinary people like Wang Dehai, the apocalypse is truly hell mode, with material resources being extremely scarce. Although there are resources in stores all over the streets, if you really want to play zero-cost shopping, you have to seriously consider whether you can compete in front of the zombies everywhere. Just staying alive is already good enough, let alone eating your fill. Haven't you seen Yi Qing licking instant noodle bags for 3 days? That is the reality for the vast majority of apocalypse survivors. During Su Zheng's control of the military factory, Wang Dehai and his group were treated like animals, starving to the point they were almost eating feces. So the lamb chops felt like a casual reward to Gu Chengyuan, but for ordinary survivors, they were already a rare delicacy. Leaving the mechanical academy, loaded with the freshly produced 10,000 rounds of ammunition, the Mengshi 3 armored command vehicle continued towards the blood mine under the escort of the Mengshi 3 armored assault vehicles. Chapter 93, The Brilliance of Humanity. When Gu Chengyuan arrived at the zombie disposal site outside the blood mine, he found the atmosphere much livelier than usual. According to past experience, this is quite abnormal. Because if you were to rank the night university gathering places by how eerie they are, the zombie disposal site would definitely be far ahead. Even bloodier and more oppressive than the blood mine, the flesh grinder that crazily slaughters zombies. At the blood mine, the main approach to handling zombies is straightforward and decisive, one shot from afar finishes it. Unlucky zombies might get hit by machine gun bullets, losing a limb here or there at most, emphasizing killing zombies without torturing them. But the zombie processing site is different, mainly focusing on corpse abuse. Skilled workers with better technique are fine, the scene is just like opening a coconut, just lifting the lid. For those with unskilled technique or lacking talent, it's like smashing a walnut, except for the crystal core which is intact, everything else is shattered. Due to the heavy and oppressive work, the 200 or so head crushers usually work silently, with almost no sound except the dense tapping of blunt instruments hitting skulls. The entire scene was extremely eerie. Not to mention children under 18, even 80-year-old friends must watch accompanied by their parents. But all of this is about to change today. The hope for change is the newly delivered semi-automatic brain core extractor. This machine was developed under the leadership of a professor from the mechanical engineering department, possessing complete independent intellectual property rights. If it were placed before the apocalypse, it could definitely be used to apply for a patent, and who knows, it might even win a Nobel Peace Prize. Speaking of this infernal machine that even the German Type 3 would shake its head at. When Gu Chengyuan received the development application, he was stunned for a long time, finding it hard to understand the mental state of the professor when designing it. But after looking through some materials later, he found out that Yi Qing was also from the mechanical engineering department, and suddenly it didn't feel so strange anymore. Maybe in the future, someone from the mechanical academy will come out and tell Gu Chengyuan, flesh and blood are weak, we must ascend mechanically, and he might not even find it strange. That's just how mechanical people are. Heaven have mercy. The arrival of the semi-automatic brain core extractor is nothing short of a sacred Unit 01 for the corpse shredders at the zombie processing plant. It is simply an industry revolution of the Genesis era. Perhaps many years later, the semi-automatic brain core extractor will hold a position in the industry comparable to the spinning jenny in the first industrial revolution. Flesh and blood are weak. Mixed in with the crowd watching, waiting for the final debugging of the semi-automatic brain core extractor, originally numb eyes slowly began to sparkle with light. "Hello, Commander." "Hello, Commander." Gu Chengyuan walked all the way, his desert-colored military boots stepping on the cement ground covered with blood and flesh, a strong smell of severe decay hitting his forehead, almost making his tears come out from the stench. His eyes scanned, looking at the militia present, watching their eyes one by one looking at him. Excitement, respect, awe, and a bit of fanaticism. Gu Chengyuan's speech in the cafeteria last time moved many people. When people are in desperate situations, they always subconsciously seek spiritual support. They have no doubt that only Gu Chengyuan can lead them to end the apocalypse and rebuild civilization. Seeing this, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but reflect on himself, wondering if his mindset had changed after obtaining the system, making him drift further and further away from them. The weather in early September was still very hot. Due to the low efficiency of manual processing, the pile of zombie corpses waiting to be dealt with had reached nearly 2 to 3 meters high, stretching all the way from the basketball court into the athletics field. Moreover, with the operation of the blood mine, the accumulated quantity was still rapidly increasing. Among the corpse piles, some zombie bodies had undergone severe decomposition under the high temperatures. Occasionally, after a light rain, the bodies swelled from water absorption, making the stench even more unbearable. It is hard to imagine under what kind of belief this group of militia persists in working here, without a single complaint to this day. Seeing them like this, Gu Chengyuan suddenly realized where the hope of humanity lies. It cannot be denied that humanity indeed has inherent flaws that cannot be changed. But whenever disaster strikes, there is always a group of people who stand up, bear the burden, protect everyone behind them, and shine with the brilliance of great humanity. For these shining souls, I may need to change the way I treat them. Bang! 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 Just as he was feeling emotional, Gu Chengyuan suddenly heard the sound of a blunt object hitting something and turned his head to look. A figure dressed in dark protective clothing sat quietly in the corner, completely out of place in the lively atmosphere, like a stubborn and resilient cactus. One hit, another hit, and yet another, tapping with focus. It seemed that the liveliness belonged to everyone else, he had nothing, only the zombie heads beneath him. He seemed like the foolish old man of the end times, slowly moving away the ever-growing mountain of corpses behind him. No need to ask, in this processing site, the only soul that shines so brightly is that man. Yi Qing. Chapter 94, The Genius Ghost. After Gu Chengyuan arrived, the semi-automatic brain core extraction machine also began its first operation. As the generator roared to life, the designer Zhang Hengzhong personally pressed the start button of this infernal machine. Originally, Gu Chengyuan was supposed to press it, but he felt the killing karma was too heavy and wanted to accumulate some virtue, so he handed this task over to its designer. Rumbling. The sound of the motor started, and this assembly line called the semi-automatic brain core extraction machine began its very first operation since its creation. Quick, quick. Feed the material. Under Zhang Hengzhong's command, 2 militia members lifted a zombie corpse onto the conveyor belt, positioned it properly, with its head facing forward. As the conveyor belt moved, the zombie corpse arrived at the first processing station. The width of the passage was only enough for the head to pass through, the shoulders would get stuck at this point. As the infrared sensor light turned on, a sharp guillotine blade fell from above. Crack. This scene made Gu Chengyuan's eyelids twitch. Wow! Louis XVI happy platform. While Gu Chengyuan frowned deeply, he subtly glanced at the others. Almost everyone on the field was watching with great interest, most of them showing excited smiles, pointing and chatting as if they had seen something amusing. Could it be that I am the abnormal one? Gu Chengyuan shifted his attention back to the machine itself. After the head and body were separated, the zombie's body part was pushed by a simple iron pusher onto a conveyor belt about 2 meters wide beside it. The end of this conveyor belt led to the cremation pit in front of the zombie disposal site. The zombie's head continued forward and reached the second checkpoint, where an iron claw dropped straight down, clamping the zombie's head to fix it in place. Sharp blades extended from both sides, instantly completing the circular cut. Under the control of the iron claw, the brain was shelled out. The fresh zombie brain went duang-duang, as bouncy as jelly, sliding down a slope into a basin-sized sieve. Bang! A slight impact sound was heard, and an iron plate about the size of a sieve fell, instantly smashing the zombie's brain. The sieve moved into a nearby water tank, which contained several sieves of different densities, where the broken brain tissue was continuously graded and filtered. Ding. Finally, a sparkling gray crystal rolled off the end of the assembly line, hitting the steel collection pit with a crisp sound. Immediately, the entire zombie processing site erupted with cheers from the dismemberers. As if witnessing the birth of some great existence. Woohoo! Woohoo! Awesome! So awesome! Automatic corpse shredder is awesome. Idiot, that's called an automatic shell shredder. No, that's called an automatic head chopping machine. Damn it, whatever it's called, it's just awesome. Gu Chengyuan also endured his inner discomfort and applauded. Isn't it? Sometimes he feels that he is already ruthless enough. The case is solved now. So it turns out, damn it, the devils of the gathering place are all hiding here. Especially seeing Zhang Hengzhong showing no discomfort at all, but instead excitedly high-fiving everyone present to celebrate. Gu Chengyuan really wants to arrest all the teachers and students of the Mechanical Institute and conduct a thorough investigation to find out what kind of demonic cult they belong to. Report to the commander, the preliminary test of the semi-automatic brain extractor has been successfully completed. According to calculations, if the machine can be smoothly put into production, it is estimated that one machine can process about 500 zombie corpses per day. If operated in 3 shifts, running 24 hours a day, the maximum number of zombie corpses processed per day would be around 2,000. Hearing Zhang Hengzhong's report, Gu Chengyuan was secretly surprised. Just this one machine, operating at maximum capacity, can already match half the output of the entire militia team, while greatly reducing the workload for personnel. They only need to rotate shifts and keep placing bodies on it continuously. Indeed, science and technology are the primary productive forces. Excellent. Teacher Zhang Hengzhong. This time you have made a great contribution. Can this machine quickly scale up production? Are there any issues that need to be resolved? Hearing that his research results were affirmed by Gu Chengyuan, Zhang Hengzhong was so excited that his face turned red. Unexpectedly, some of his whimsical ideas before the apocalypse actually shone brightly during the apocalypse. Reporting to the commander, the technical content of this assembly line is actually not high, the required devices are all readily available in the academy and can be dismantled. We can disassemble and assemble more than 10 units. Alright. I will issue the order shortly, instructing Kai Anshin to unconditionally support your work. If you need people, you will get people. If you need materials, you will get materials. Assemble 10 machines as soon as possible. I guarantee the task will be completed. However, seeing Zhang Hengzhong's hesitant expression, Gu Chengyuan thought there might be some difficulties and immediately asked. Is there any difficulty? No, what I mean is, this semi-automatic brain core extraction machine basically proves that my research direction is correct, so I hope the commander can continue to support my research and development work. What direction? Products of the same type as the semi-automatic brain core extractor. Are you planning to develop a whole series? Zombie Happy Family Bucket? Yes. Gu Chengyuan agreed, after all, it wouldn't use up many resources, and maybe, like this time, there could even be unexpected gains. It's just this mechanical academy, the more Gu Chengyuan thought about it, the more he felt it was a bit strange, how could it specialize in producing some? A genius? Truly a genius, because it's all very eerie. Chapter 95 The Path to Promotion in the Composite Battalion. At night, Gu Chengyuan returned to the military headquarters building under the escort of the guard squad. After Pu Guangqiang put down the bag containing the brain core and left the room, Gu Chengyuan immediately summoned the system. Convert money. Ding. Conversion successful. Current money, 54332. Looking at the amount of money displayed by the system, Gu Chengyuan couldn't help but show a heartfelt smile. Just like an old farmer who has been busy for 2 days, finally welcoming the harvest, so simple and honest it tugs at the heart. With this money, we can summon new troops and brutally wipe out those zombies. As working hours increase, the militia members' proficiency in extracting zombie brain cores is rapidly improving. For 2 consecutive days, the output at the zombie processing plant has been continuously rising. Just today's monetary income has reached 27,322, not to mention the semi-automatic brain core extractor that was just successfully tested this afternoon and is about to go into production. Once all the semi-automatic brain core extraction machines are in place, the daily monetary income will soar to around 40,000. What does 40,000 mean? Thinking of this number, Gu Chengyuan no longer even bothered to use an infantry company as a unit of measurement. That's equivalent to 1 armored infantry company per day. We all have a bright future. Calming his excited heart, Gu Chengyuan controlled the cursor in his mind and quickly navigated to the troop exchange page. But looking at the troop exchange page, he suddenly fell into hesitation. Because he suddenly thought of a very serious question: should he continue exchanging for the infantry company, or exchange for other troop types? The benefits of exchanging for infantry companies are obvious, as it allows for rapid expansion of forces. Given the current strength of the zombies, the cost-effectiveness of exchanging for infantry companies is undoubtedly the highest. For the lowest cost, you can get the highest troop output, and the combat power is not weak at all, it can even be said to be very strong. The infantry unit can be said to be the king of cost-effectiveness in the entire war system. After all, it is equipped with the 1v17, the strongest light infantry template on the surface with verifiable combat records. Its combat effectiveness is absolutely beyond doubt. But the words, template, composite battalion, displayed on the exchange page seem to be reminding Gu Chengyuan that things are not so simple. Logically, with 4 infantry companies under his command now, plus a guard platoon, an armored platoon, a communications platoon, and so on, the personnel count should have reached battalion level. But unlike before, the promotion of rank and position was not triggered after the unit was fully staffed. Could it be that the promotion is only triggered when the combined battalion is fully staffed? Gu Chengyuan murmured, stroking his chin. It seems that only this can explain why his rank and position have not yet been promoted. The system's promotion mechanism should require the system template to be fully staffed. To put it simply, the system's given roster is like quest points in an online game. Each time you fill a roster slot, you light up a quest point, and only when all roster slots are filled can you meet the conditions to level up. If it's as I suspect, then the focus of the next summoning will need to be adjusted. We need to follow the template provided by the system and summon in a multidimensional, multi-unit direction. Although mass-producing infantry in single summons is fun, if the system doesn't level up, it won't be any more enjoyable. Moreover, logically speaking, the advanced version of the combined battalion template is most likely the combined brigade. It might not be just an ordinary combined brigade, but the legendary heavy combined brigade. A great powers heavy weapon. The SSR of the military world. There are even rumors that a single heavy combined brigade can wipe out a small country. If the template could really be promoted to a heavy combined arms brigade, Gu Chengyuan couldn't even imagine how arrogant he would be at that time. Thinking about it this way, Gu Chengyuan suddenly felt that having a surplus of troops didn't seem so appealing anymore. As a soldier, who doesn't have a dream of becoming an East Wind courier? After clarifying the direction, this time Gu Chengyuan decided to first summon 2 armored infantry platoons to replenish the armored infantry company. Besides feeling a bit obsessive about the incomplete armored infantry company, it is mostly due to military considerations. The current individual combat capability is already sufficient, what is lacking is heavy firepower. The armored infantry company can serve not only as an armored unit but also as heavy fire support. After all, the 100mm caliber high-explosive grenades and gun-launched missiles with a maximum range of 4,000 meters are still very powerful. When Gu Chengyuan observed the blood mine, a single shot of a high-explosive grenade could clear a large area, which would be very effective against a zombie horde. 2 armored infantry platoons would cost 24,000 money, leaving about 30,000 money remaining. 30,000. Gu Chengyuan stared at the exchange page, pondering where to spend it. It seems that 30,000 could summon a 99A tank platoon. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan felt a bit tempted. As the king of land warfare, he believed no man could resist the allure of the tank. Although it is handsome, currently I have a full range of light and heavy firepower. Besides being handsome, the 99A tank really isn't very cost-effective. Thinking of this, Gu Chengyuan finally turned his attention to the logistics support company. Chapter 96, There is Light. Fighting a war is essentially fighting logistics. This saying has been regarded as a classic by countless famous generals throughout history and has been proven true in numerous wars. If weapons and military equipment represent the army's offensive power, then logistical support is undoubtedly the army's lifeblood. As the troops developed, Gu Chengyuan could clearly feel the growing importance of logistics being realized. In battles against zombies, soldiers may suffer casualties, equipment may be damaged, and the troops may require rapid deployment, among other things. Without the corresponding logistical preparations, or given the current logistical conditions, if the 04A infantry fighting vehicle breaks down, Gu Chengyuan estimates he can only watch helplessly. Moreover, as the size of the troops expands, food supply becomes an urgent issue to solve. Food is the soldier's second combat power, this is by no means a joke. As a combat unit, outsourcing food supply carries considerable risks. The long-standing practice of mixing military and civilian resources is truly a helpless measure due to weak logistical support capabilities. However, the emergence of the logistics support company undoubtedly perfectly solves this series of problems. The logistics support company is composed of a medical platoon, repair platoon, cooking platoon, and transportation platoon, and is a unit specially established for the logistics support of the combined battalion. It covers 4 aspects: soldier medical aid, equipment maintenance, food support, and logistics transportation, providing comprehensive coverage of the unit's logistics support. Having a logistics support company means having a complete logistics support system for the combined battalion. Considering these, Gu Chengyuan no longer hesitated. System: exchange for 2 armored infantry platoons and 1 logistics support company, choose covert exchange. Ding. 54,000. Money balance, 332. Exchange successful. Meanwhile, Ai-Ku and a few others in dormitory 1505 of Building 22 were still awake. A group of girls moved some stools and were sitting on the dormitory balcony, enjoying the evening breeze, looking at the night view, and chatting leisurely. Since the apocalypse, survivors almost always go to bed as soon as it gets dark. The post-apocalyptic world with no internet and no electricity has cured everyone who liked to stay up late. It turns out that contemporary young people do not actually suffer from insomnia. If they do, it's because they are holding their phones. Oh my gosh. Ai-Ku, you're amazing. So many people went to interview for the broadcasting host position, and you were the only one who passed. Feng Jiayi spoke as lively as ever, and her exclamation instantly livened up the atmosphere in the dormitory. Indeed, no wonder she's the campus beauty, she shows her strength as soon as she acts. Woo Kiki, unlike them who only care about how high you fly, I also care about whether you eat well. Speaking of which, the treatment for broadcast hosts is even better than that of frontline fighters. No wonder people used to say that the gap between people can sometimes be even bigger than that between humans and dogs. In the same canteen, every time I see your frontline fighters' dining area, I start drooling uncontrollably, and it's incurable. All kinds of meat are unlimited, you can eat until you're full. There are also fruits after the meal, with a super rich variety. It feels even more abundant than the buffet at some star-rated hotels before the apocalypse. Woo, Kiki, you came to the apocalypse to enjoy life, but we are the ones who came to suffer. The 3 of us eat grass every day. We were already small, and recently we've gotten even thinner from hunger. Aon spoke with a tone of grief and anger, puffed out his chest in front of everyone, revealing a full curve, indicating that he was not lying. Aon, no being lewd. You're wearing a white shirt. No way. Your only piece of underwear is still hanging out to dry. Ah. Don't look. Aon shouted in surprise, meanwhile puffing out her chest even more. Watching her roommate goofing around wildly, Yak also showed a genuine smile. One of the few comforts in the apocalypse is that the dorm atmosphere is still pretty good. Unlike some ridiculous girls' dorms, where 4 people share a room but have built more than a dozen group chats. If Mission Impossible had been filmed later, it would surely be a first-hand reference. However, out of caution, Yak still instinctively downplayed it a bit. I just have a bit of a foundation, plus some good luck. I didn't have high hopes to begin with, so I didn't expect to actually be selected. Frontline combatants really eat well, and the cooks who prepare the meals are also very skilled. Just like Aon said, Yak is indeed very satisfied with the food. It's already the end of the world, so the only thing left to pursue is eating. Gu Chengyuan is quite generous to the frontline fighters under his command. But the confidence behind this generosity still comes from having a strong military force as support. The apocalypse is hell for the vast majority of ordinary people, but for Gu Chengyuan at present, many places are a paradise where he can take whatever he wants. Things that are out of reach for these ordinary survivors are just casual loot for him when sweeping through zombies. Supplies like fresh fruits have always been treated like clearing out inventory due to storage limitations. To prevent spoilage and waste, Gu Chengyuan naturally opened up supplies to frontline fighters. After all, if they don't eat it, it will just go bad. But even if there was more than enough to eat, with some going rotten and being thrown away, Gu Chengyuan never thought about distributing it to ordinary survivors. Because we can't start this precedent. While a few people were chatting casually about the work experiences at the Yak military broadcast room, Tang Jingwen, who was absent-minded, caught a glimpse of the light shining at the north gate. Huh, there's light.